Chapter 238. You should know, there are many purple maple leaves on Ziyu Mountain. The reason why those people buy them is because it is convenient and saves time to collect them. Sigh, it is pointless to tell you. Forget it, forget it. The old village head shook his head and sighed. Feng Yuan scratched his head. We wanted to sell more yuan stone. Firstly to recoup our losses, and secondly to show our filial piety to the elders. But who could have thought that after so much effort, we still couldn't sell them? His voice was anxious, with a hint of sobbing. Hearing his words, the old village head's heart softened, the resentment in his heart dissipating by half. Feng Yuan continued, Lord Village Head, don't be anxious, we have decided to follow the caravan tomorrow. If we lower the price, we will be able to sell them. Follow the caravan? Who allowed you to follow the caravan? The old village head stared at them. Feng Yuan said matter-of-factly, I saw many mortals in the caravan. If they can follow, why can't we? The old village head held his forehead. Those are the servants of Lord Gu Master. Do you think a caravan can be casually followed by anyone? What if criminals sneak in? Ah. Feng Yuan opened his mouth wide, stunned on the spot. Then what do we do? The caravan is leaving tomorrow morning. Sigh. The old man sighed deeply. Forget it. We will help them to the end. Tomorrow morning, I will ask for help. Whether you can join the caravan or not will depend on your luck. The sun had just risen, and there were still a few stars left in the light blue sky. Looking from afar, Ziyu Mountain was covered in dark purple, quiet and mysterious. After a night's rest, the caravan was ready to set off. Check all the goods. Are the ropes tied tight? If one item drops on the way, I will flog you 100 times. Quick, 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 feed all of our black skin fat beetles. The Gu Masters commanded loudly, causing the mortal servants to scatter around in panic. Some had a bad temper, holding whips in their hands, whipping whoever was slow. Some loved their Gu worms and fed them personally. Lord Chun. The old village chief bowed and saluted one of the deputy leaders of the caravan. Oh old Zhang, I'm busy. If you have something to say, say it. This Gu Master Chen said. It's like this, I have 2 juniors who are doing some small business. Before the old village head finished speaking, Chen Gu Master suddenly shouted. Chen Xian, what are you doing? He hurriedly went to feed Serpentwing. Do you expect those servants to feed you well? That winged serpent of yours has already swallowed 3 servants these days. Yes, Master Elder. Chen Xian shrugged his head as he was caught. Chen Gu Master did not let him off, reprimanding. How many times have I told you to call me old lord in the village, but in the caravan, you have to call me vice leader. Yes, 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 vice leader. Chen Xian replied and flew away. That rascal. Chen Gu Master grumbled angrily, turning towards the old village head. What did you say just now? Oh. You want to guarantee that the 2 juniors will join the caravan? Lord is wise, that's right. The old village head quickly replied. Is that so? Chen Gu Master purposely muttered to himself. The old village head was turned into a Gu Master by him. It was to place one of his own people in this place where the caravan had to pass through. When the caravan travels, those villages are the focal points of the trade, but the mortal villages along the way cannot be neglected. They are also very important. There are many people in the caravan. A lot of daily necessities have to be replenished along the way. There are also the servants. When the caravan encounters danger and some servants die, lacking manpower, the caravan would have to choose mortals from the villages along the way. Speaking of which, Chen Gu Master's servants were already insufficient. In the caravan, mortals' lives were cheap. They were just expendable resources that could be used to speak and move around. In the future, when I pass through Ziyu Mountain, I will still need old Zhang. If I don't agree, wouldn't I disappoint him? Coincidentally, I am also lacking manpower, but I cannot agree so easily. I need to weigh the pros and cons before I can sell them well. Just as Chen Gu Master was thinking, a messenger Gu Master of the caravan ran over. He held a stack of paper in his hand, shouting as he ran. Pay attention, a new arrest warrant. There is a new arrest warrant. As he shouted, he placed the paper on a black-skinned fat beetle's body. New arrest warrant? Which family? How much is the reward? Let me see. Chen Gu Master was interested. Yes, Vice Leader. The messenger Gu Master quickly handed over a piece of paper. Chen Gu Master looked at it. Oh, it is the Bai clan's arrest warrant. As long as the information is correct, it will be 1,000 yuan stone? So high. Chen Gu Master's eyes brightened. He was interested. There were usually two prices on the arrest warrant. One was the information price, and the other was the price to haggle. The price of 1,000 primeval stones was usually for those Devil Dao people who had made a name for themselves. However, the portraits on this wanted poster were of two young people. Both of them had good facial features, and one of them was even very beautiful. A man and a woman, these were two newbies. One is a rank 1 Gu Master, the other is rank 3. The information price is 1,000 yuan stone, and the haggle price is 5,800. TSK, it seems Bai clan hates these two demonic scoundrels to the core. Chen Gu Master laughed in schadenfreude. It was not Chen clan anyway. He had no idea that these two demonic scoundrels were already near him. The old village had also took a look at the arrest warrant, his heart shuddering. The world of Gu Masters is really dangerous. Such a beautiful young man is actually a criminal or a demon. Let's hope they won't come to our village. Alright, seeing that you have worked so hard for so many years, I will agree to your request. Chen Gu Master said. Ah, thank you, Lord. Lord, I will call them over now. The old village head was overjoyed. Chen Gu Master waved his hand. No need, I am very busy. Tell them to report to Chen Xian. He had no interest in meeting these two mortals. At the same time, he did not associate the person in front of him with the arrest warrant in his hand. After all, this was the Bai clan's arrest warrant, and the Bai clan village was thousands of li away. Chen Gu Master subconsciously felt that his side was very safe. This was a very common thought process. Even in modern Earth, when a murder happened in a provincial capital, no matter how vicious it was, people from other provincial capitals would not feel too much danger, even with modern transportation. Besides this, there was also the wishful thinking. In this boundless world, there are countless living beings. Why did these two scoundrels escape to my place? Then my luck is too bad. This is impossible. People always feel that unfortunate things will not happen to them. Furthermore, there were many arrest warrants. Many of them were demonic path leaders, either vicious or eccentric, attracting everyone's attention. Like Fong and Bai, these two newbies, one rank 3 and one rank 1. What could they achieve? When Chen Xian saw Fong and Bai, he did not associate them with the arrest warrant at all. Fong and Bai's appearances had changed greatly. Not mentioning the disfigured Fong Yuan, Bai Ningbing also looked presentable after these days of practice. Chen Xian lost interest at first glance, especially when he saw Fong Yuan's appearance, which made him feel even more disgusted. He was only a rank 1, while Fong Yuan had advanced to rank 2 a few days ago. Chen Xian hurriedly identified them, but did not feel any Gu Master aura, so he called an old butler and asked him to arrange Fong and Bai's work. What are your names? The old butler asked. At this time, someone finally asked for their names. I am He Tu, my wife is Bai Yin. Fong Yuan casually said. Female. The old butler turned around and frowned. He stared at Bai Ningbing, looking at her dark and swarthy appearance. She was actually called Bai Yin? This He Tu was really ugly. Women are troublesome. You guys have to be careful. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. The old butler said. I know. I have a cart with purple maple leaves on it. My wife will stay on the cart and take care of the goods. We don't want to interact with others. Fong Yuan said. Good that you know. The old butler arranged for them to unload the goods. But to Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing, it was simply not worth mentioning. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, had to pretend to be out of breath and was somewhat tired. Not far away, a few servants took the chance to slack off and sat around to rest. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Fong and Bai. Brother Chang, there are two newcomers. Someone saw that they even brought their own goods. That is a cart full of purple maple leaves. A skinny servant said excitedly. Exploiting newcomers that had just joined was the custom of the old caravan. Brother Chang squatted on the ground and squinted his eyes. I saw it. Skinny monkey, go test them first. His physique was robust like an ox, with well-developed chest muscles, but he was not rash. In this world where Gu masters were revered, the bravery of mortals was not worth mentioning. To be able to become the center of this small circle, he naturally had some intelligence. Skinny Monkey sighed and walked to Fang Yuan's side under everyone's gaze. Brother, where did you come from? Everyone calls me Brother Monkey. In the future when we work together, we need to take care of each other. Skinny Monkey smiled. Fang Yuan glanced at him and said only one word. Scram. Skinny Monkey's eyes widened and showed an angry expression. Fang Yuan did not look at him and continued to move the goods. He had been in a caravan in his previous life and was very clear of the filth involved. In slang, Skinny Monkey was stepping on the plate. He first used words to probe Fang Yuan's background. If he did not have any background, then he would gang up and bully him, exploiting him for some benefits. In fact, not only mortals, even Gu masters were the same, just that most of them looked more elegant when they ate. Venturing alone was to fight with wild beasts. Moving in groups was to fight with their own kind. Where there were benefits, there would be fights. The space was only so big. Everyone wanted to live a better life and have more space to move around, but what could they do? They could only invade other people's space. Skinny Monkey did not expect Fang Yuan to not give him face. He stood on the spot and stared at him fiercely. Fang Yuan did not care about such a small character. Mortals were like grass, even if he killed one or two, so what? As long as it did not affect the delivery, the Gu masters above would not care. If they really cared, Fang Yuan naturally had his own methods to settle this matter. In short, provoking Fang Yuan, these servants were simply looking for death. What, still not scramming, do you want me to leave? Fang Yuan coldly glanced at Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey snorted but did not dare to act up, returning in defeat. Chapter 239. The caravan traveled for a day, and in the evening, they chose to stop near a mountain valley. This guy's luck was pretty good. He only encountered 3 small beast groups. After killing 2 of them and expelling one, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Other than some losses, the gains from slaughtering the beast groups were actually quite profitable. The evening sky was filled with the afterglow of sunset. Red, orange, grape gray, eggplant purple. The sunset clouds were dazzling. The colors were mixed and constantly changing. Sometimes it was like a roaring lion, sometimes it was like a galloping horse, and sometimes it was like a blooming sea of flowers. The sunset light shone on the emerald green mountain valley. In the mountain valley, the caravan had arranged a small area in a certain corner, and it was noisy. Come, take a look, the fresh beast meat we just slaughtered today. Buttermilk, fragrant and sweet buttermilk. There are only 10 pieces of clothing left, clearance sale. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also in the crowd. They dragged their handcart and occupied an area. On the left was a stall selling wild vegetables, and on the right was a stall selling milk. Bai Ningbing looked around with interest. To think there would be such a small market in the caravan. There will be transactions when there is consumption, and consumption will stimulate the market. Fang Yuan replied. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. These words were really incisive. She looked at Fang Yuan. These purple maple leaves, are you going to sell them all? Fang Yuan nodded slightly. I have already joined the caravan. I can casually sell these purple maple leaves. Keeping them in my hands will instead attract the greed of some scoundrels. Moreover, purple maple leaves were not easy to preserve. Only a day had passed, but the purple maple leaves on Fang Yuan's cart were already showing signs of withering. As time passed, their value would become lower and lower. Of course, it was just 2 yuan stone. Fang Yuan naturally did not care. But throwing them away casually did not suit their current status, and would arouse suspicion. There are 2 types of small markets in the caravan. The one we are participating in is only the transactions between mortals. It happens every day. The other type is the transactions between Gu masters, once every 7 days. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone under the shadow of the straw hat. If we can participate in the Gu master's small market, it will be helpful to us. There is still a long way to go before we reach Shang Clan City. To prevent any sudden incidents, we need at least 1 investigative Gu. I already have a plan for that, but it's still too early. Fang Yuan smiled confidently as he thought of something in the Tusita flower. The 2 of them were talking in low voices. A male servant hobbled over. His clothes were ragged and his face was covered in blood. He looked like a beggar. Walking to the stall next to Fang Yuan's, he looked at the clay pot filled with milk and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Brother, can I have a sip of milk? Go, go, go. Don't get in the way of my business." The milkman waved his hand impatiently. The servant had no choice but to move to the front of Fang and Bai's handcart. "Two brothers." Before he could finish, Fang Yuan stepped forward, lifted his leg and kicked him over. He shouted fiercely, "Scram!" The servant was kicked to the ground, his tattered clothes covered in black mud. His wounds were also affected, causing him to grimace in pain. He climbed up with difficulty and stared at Fang Yuan with a hateful gaze. "All right, I'll remember this. We are all mortals. Who hasn't met with misfortune one day?" Oof. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, and he kicked again. Slap. The servant fell to the ground again. "Try saying another word." Fang Yuan looked down from above. The servant stared at Fang Yuan fiercely and climbed up, not daring to be long-winded. But immediately after, he was kicked down by Fang Yuan again. "I don't like the look in your eyes." Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his voice cold. The servant lowered his head, not daring to look at Fang Yuan again. He quietly climbed up, not daring to continue begging, and walked away. Looking at his departing figure, Bai Ningbing asked in confusion, "Strange, why is there a beggar in the caravan?" "This is normal. This servant must have made a mistake, or his master is in a bad mood today. In any case, he was beaten up by a Gu master, and his meals were cancelled." Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, but his gaze coldly glanced at a corner not far away. In the corner, 3 to 4 strong servants were capturing new faces, planning how to bully them. After seeing the situation at Fang Yuan's side, their gazes swept towards other targets. Mortals had cheap lives, and their status was extremely low. Survival was difficult, like walking on a tightrope. In the caravan, Gu masters were easily killed, and their lives were as cheap as grass. Along the way, they could be replenished from the villages. Every time the caravan met with danger, large numbers of mortals would lose their lives. Other than that, there was also an intense dark competition between the mortals. Fang Yuan had just arrived here, and there were already 2 groups of people who wanted to find trouble with him. He was naturally not afraid of these troubles, but if he could resolve them easily, he would try to resolve them in advance. Of course, there were also some mortals who lived beautifully. Most of these people had backgrounds, and were related to some Gu masters, thus they used their connections to intimidate others. After that begging servant left, 2 groups of people came. The leader of one group was an old man with astute eyes. After asking Fang Yuan the price, he immediately lowered the price to 1/4. Fang Yuan guessed this old man's identity. He should be a steward, in charge of dispatching servants. The leader of the other group was a woman. Her eyes were coquettish, and she was actually wearing silk clothes. Fang Yuan immediately understood. This was definitely a tool of a certain male Gu master. The 2 were escorted, and although they were all mortals, their social status was extremely clear. They lowered the price very low, with the intention of buying low and selling high. These people all had some extra money, unlike most servants who were in a precarious situation, living so miserably that they did not even have food to eat. Although Fang Yuan looked down on this carriage of purple maple leaves, to put on a good act and not expose himself, he still rejected the 2 who were trying to lower the price. The old man had a pleasant expression, but there was a hidden threat. The woman cursed and walked away. "As long as a 3rd person asks for the price, I will sell this carriage of rotten leaves." Just as Fang Yuan was calculating, the small market suddenly went into an uproar. Some people were excitedly cheering and shouting, "That kind-hearted Miss Zhang is here again. Miss Zhang is kind and benevolent. She is like a fairy that descended to the mortal world. Such a good person. I won't go hungry tonight. What's going on?" Bai Ningbing gazed into the distance, only to see a green figure appear at the entrance of the market. Fang Yuan was also puzzled. What situation was this? "Miss Zhang. Fairy Zhang." A group of servants rushed over, and at once, the entrance of the market was filled with people. Most of these people were punished by Gu masters and had no food to eat. The man that Fang Yuan kicked earlier was also among them, stretching his neck and arms. "Don't be anxious, everyone, there will be food, there will be food, take it slowly," the green-clothed girl said. Her voice was gentle and soft, and the moment she spoke, it was drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. "All of you shut up. Line up and come one by one. Whoever dares to snatch or shout, I will kill him immediately." Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the small market. An old but tall and sturdy Gu master stood up with his head held high. His fierce gaze swept around, and the bustling small market immediately quietened down. This was the might of a Gu master. No one did not believe his words. With a Gu master's identity, as long as he was in a bad mood, so what if he killed 2 or 3 mortals? Everyone pushed and shoved, and quickly lined up obediently. At the front of the line, the green-clothed girl carried a basket, distributing steamed biscuits one by one. The whole small market was silent. Countless gazes looked at the green-clothed girl, containing respect, worship and love. Bai Ningbing was curious, asking the stall owner beside him, "Who is this girl? You don't even know Miss Zhang Xianci? You two are new here, right?" "Zhang Xianci." Fang Yuan turned around frowning. "Tell us everything you know." The stall owner thought of how ruthless Fang Yuan was when he beat up the family servant, and did not dare to hide anything. "This Miss Zhang is also a vice leader in our caravan. She has no cultivation talent, and is a mortal like us. But she has a strong background in the clan, and the Gu masters beside her are her guards. I have lived for so many years, but to speak the truth, I have never seen such a kind-hearted person. Miss Zhang is too kind. Almost every night she would bring some food to the starving family servant. Even if it is raining or windy, she is still like this. Sigh, the heavens are so unfair, such a good person cannot be allowed to cultivate." Bai Ningbing nodded and smiled, saying to Fang Yuan, "As expected, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds." Fang Yuan, however, did not reply. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan strangely, but saw that Fang Yuan's expression was not right. The latter stared at the green-clothed girl with a burning gaze, his brows almost knitted into a knot. This green-clothed girl had a head of black hair that draped over her shoulders, delicate and black, giving off a gentle beauty. Her eyebrows were like faint willow smoke, and her eyes were like the clear waves of the moon. Her skin was snow-white, and her lips were pink and tender. Her face did not have any makeup, and her contours were extremely soft. While distributing the steamed biscuits, she smiled faintly, pure and flawless. She wore a green dress, giving off a fresh and elegant aura. She was elegant like an orchid, beautiful like a lotus, gentle like water. In terms of appearance, she was on par with Bai Ningbing, but had a unique beauty. The girl's appearance was exquisite, and could only be considered good-looking, like an ordinary beverage. Only with a temperament could one be called a beauty, like aged wine. No doubt, this green-clothed girl was an absolute beauty. But no matter how beautiful she was, or how moving her temperament was, in Fang Yuan's heart, it was all fart. Fang Yuan did not look at her appearance. No matter how beautiful her face and temperament were, if one peeled off her skin, it was all bones. He was curious and thought of a certain person. "Isn't this girl Shang Xianci?" Shang Xianci was one of the young masters of Shang clan. In the clan, the children of the clan leader were all called young master. Only the successor that obtained the approval of the clan elders could be called young clan leader. Just with her identity as the young master of Shang clan, Shang Xianci was the pride of the heavens. Everyone said that Shang clan was greedy and black-hearted, but this Shang Xianci was an exception. She had a weak nature, and was not good at fighting. She was soft-hearted, and was the worst at doing business in Shang clan. When she did business, not only did she often suffer losses, she was also often cheated by others. She easily trusted others, and most importantly, she would not learn from being cheated once, and would be cheated again and again. As the young master of Shang clan, she was once the shame of the entire Shang clan, and was looked down upon the most. But on account that she was the bloodline of the Shang clan leader, they showed mercy and did not expel her from the clan. She treated mortals equally, and had a strong sense of compassion, and often helped and saved people. There were even a few times when she bought all the slaves in auctions, and was scolded by the Shang clan leader. But fate was truly wonderful. In the end, she became the leader of Shang clan. Chapter 240. But why is she here? Also, why is she called Zhang Xinci? In my memories, she is a Gu master. Why do others say she has no cultivation talent and is just a mortal? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Is she not Shang Xinci and only looks like her? This is too similar. No, wait. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned as he suddenly dug out even older information from the depths of his memories. This Shang Xinci had a rough life. She is the illegitimate child of Shang clan leader when he was young, traveling outside. She grew up without a father and was bullied. After her mother died, her life became even more difficult. Forced by her clansmen, she could only follow a caravan to trade. But when she arrived at Shang clan city, her bloodline was sensed by Shang clan leader. Shang clan leader was overjoyed and acknowledged her in front of everyone, feeling indebted to her. Thus, even if she made many mistakes in the future, he would cover up for her. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. So that's it, I understand now. Combining the current world and the remnant clues in his memories, Fang Yuan deduced the truth. Many years ago, when Shang clan leader was still a young master, he left behind a bloodline in Zhang clan. It was Shang Xinci. Shang clan and Zhang clan had been on bad terms since ancient times. After Shang Xinci was born, her mother did not reveal the identity of Shang clan leader, due to various considerations. Thus, Shang Xinci was born as a shameful illegitimate child, and followed her mother's surname. This was also why she was still called Zhang Xinci now. After her mother died, she was forced by her clansmen to go out to trade. But when she came to Shang clan city, her bloodline was discovered. Her father also became the Shang clan leader. He had a high status and authority. When he recognized her in front of everyone, her fate changed drastically. That is to say, my caravan is the first caravan she went out to trade with. After realizing this, Fang Yuan's heart thumped. After all, this Shang Xinci had great potential. She was the future Shang clan leader. If this was spread, the whole world would not believe it. Of course, the future could be changed. Even according to his previous life's trajectory, when she became clan leader, the world would change, and the powerful Shang clan would be in ruins. To Fang Yuan, when she became the Shang clan leader, she would not be able to do anything. This investment period is really too long, and there is no return. Her value was not shown when she was the clan leader, but when she was recognized by the Shang clan leader, and became one of the young masters of Shang clan. As the young master, she had to be responsible for a part of the business. This was also the tradition of Shang clan to nurture their successors. This was exactly what Fang Yuan needed. He needed to dispose of the stolen goods. A stable, good, and safe channel to dispose of stolen goods. This was essential in his grand plan of rebirth. In the future, he would definitely open more secret inheritances. There were many things that could not be used. As long as they were traded, they would be able to display their great value. For example, the bone spear gu and spiral bone spear gu in Bai Ningbing's aperture. Of these gu, one was enough for Fang Yuan, and Bai Ningbing. At most, they would keep one as a backup. If the others were not sold, they could only rot in one's hands, and one would even have to spend a lot of milk to raise them. Previously, Fang Yuan had planned to use that Jia Jinsheng as a temporary channel to dispose of stolen goods. Then it would be best if he could form a relationship with Jia Fu and nurture this channel. In the end, fate made a fool out of him. In order to receive the secret of the flower wine monk's inheritance, he had no choice but to kill Jia Jinsheng. This is a gift sent to me by the heavens. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, looking at the distant Shang Xinci, his eyes shining brightly. Shang clan had a strong background. At least before the storm of change that engulfed the southern border. They were one of the overlords of the southern border. Even if he sold stolen goods to them, the victims would not dare to find trouble with them. But precisely because they were too strong, Fang Yuan was worried that they would commit treachery. Don't look at the righteous path. Shang clan people's hearts were all black. This was too normal. But Shang Xinci was definitely not like that. She had gone through 100 years of history, and was tested by the changes. Her kindness, gentleness, benevolence, and honesty were well spread throughout the southern border in Fang Yuan's previous life. And most importantly, she had no foundation. Different from the other young masters, after she came to Shang Clan City, she was completely alone. In the future, she made many mistakes. It was not that she was not smart, but because the other young masters, for the sake of the clan leader position, secretly made things difficult for her and suppressed their competitors. Fang Yuan needed her channels, and if she wanted to live a better life in the future, she also needed Fang Yuan as external help. Most importantly, she was easy to control and influence. Her youth and personality were all weaknesses in Fang Yuan's eyes. Hee hee. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed. Don't tell me you like her? What? Fang Yuan's thoughts paused. Don't pretend. We are both men. I can tell from your eyes. Speaking of which, this girl is quite pleasing to the eye. But if you want to get her, it will be hard. Unless I help you find a chance to secretly kidnap her. In exchange, you have to give me that Yanggu first. Bai Ningbing said enticingly. But Fang Yuan's next sentence angered her. You are a man? You. This was a little troublesome. Fang Yuan first had to get close to Shang Xinci, then gain her trust. But time was limited. He had to settle everything before she reached Shang Clan City. Bai Ningbing's idea of kidnapping people was too bad. The risk was too high. It would only make things worse. Fang Yuan knew one thing. Shang Xinci was deceived not because she was stupid, but because she was too kind. In his previous life, there was a demonic cultivator, known as Night Gentleman, an expert at stealing and cunning like a fox. He used the same reason to deceive Shang Xinci many times. One time he could not help but ask, I keep telling you this, aren't you afraid I am lying? Shang Xinci said, You said you have a cash flow problem. If you don't borrow some yuan stone, your family will starve to death. I know there is a high chance you are lying to me, but every time you say it, I can't help but think, what if you are telling the truth this time? If I don't pay first, a few lives will be lost. Although this possibility is low, I don't want to bet on this. Night Gentleman heard this. Tears flowed down his face, deeply moved by Shang Xinci's charisma, immediately kneeling on the ground. From then on, he turned over a new leaf, following Shang Xinci with unwavering loyalty, making many contributions. The sun was slowly swallowed by the mountains in the west, as night fell. The long line of people also thinned. In the end, the servants received their food and slowly dispersed. All right, that's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Before she could finish, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. What kind of face was this? No eyebrows, they were all burnt, only a bit of hair was left, and one ear was missing. Who else could it be but Fang Yuan? Shang Xinci was truly shocked, and the servant girl behind her even screamed. What are you doing? That tall and sturdy old Gu master immediately shouted, Lady Zhang, do a good deed and buy my goods. Fang Yuan ignored the old Gu master, shouting at Shang Xinci. Bai Ningbing silently stood at a distance, watching Fang Yuan's performance with interest. I still have one last steamed biscuit, take it. Shang Xinci had a gentle smile on her face. She did not have any disgust towards Fang Yuan, only sympathy. Looking at his injuries, his past must have been very painful. Sigh, he is also a pitiful person. Fang Yuan took the steamed biscuit, but threw it on the ground. I don't eat this, I want to sell it. I sold my family's old house to buy this cart of purple maple leaves. But I can't sell it, the leaves are about to wither. What's the point of living? Sob sob sob. If I can't sell it, I don't want to live anymore, I'll just kill myself. As he spoke, he started crying loudly. He stomped his feet and howled. His expression was extremely agitated, with a trace of madness. Bai Ningbing was dumbfounded. Such acting skills I really can't compare. If she did not know Fang Yuan's background, she might have been deceived by Fang Yuan. She looked at the expressions and gazes of the people around her. There was indeed a lot of shock, disdain, sympathy, indifference, but there was no suspicion. Who is this person, rushing over so quickly, scaring me? So greedy, he actually wants Lady Zhang to buy his goods. This kind of person deserves it. Does he really think business is so easy? Sigh, he must have been pressured. Back then I encountered it too. The crowd discussed fervently. Hey you madman, you dare to scare my lady, get lost. The old Gu master's words were like thunder. He took a step forward and protected Shang Xianci behind him. Lady Zhang, if you don't buy my goods, I don't want to live anymore. Lady Zhang, you are a good person. Please buy this cart of goods and save me. Fang Yuan cried nonstop. Shang Xianci's heart softened. Sai, don't cry. I will buy it. Life is the most precious thing. You need to live well from now on. Don't commit suicide. Uncle Zhangzhu, give him 3 pieces of yuan stone. Lady. The old Gu master's brows furrowed. Fuck, this works too. Otherwise, why would I cause such a ruckus? The group of peddlers were extremely excited. Thank you, Lady Zhang. Lady Zhang, you are my Heitu's savior. Fang Yuan was wild with joy. His face was covered in tears as he bowed continuously. The old Gu master's eyelids twitched, looking at the cart behind Fang Yuan. This cart of purple maple leaves is at most worth 2 yuan stone. 3 is too much. Uncle Zhangzhu. Shang Xianci's voice was soft. The old Gu master sighed deeply. Lady, it is not that I am unwilling to part with 3 yuan stone. But to a mere servant like him, it is still too much. It will attract covetous eyes and schemes. Lady, for his safety, 2 yuan stone is just right. Moreover, if you give it like this, I'm afraid all the peddlers will come tomorrow. Uncle Zhangzhu is right, then give me 2 yuan stone. Shang Xianci thought for a while and readily agreed. Chapter 241. Many peddlers looked at Fang Yuan with jealousy. Fang Yuan placed the 2 primeval stones he got from selling the leaves into his pocket, throwing down the handcart, and leaving the small market with Bai Ningbing. In my opinion, it is better to capture her. If you want to get close to her, don't forget our current identities. Bai Ningbing said softly. Fang and Bai were Chen clan's helpers. They used this identity to sneak into the caravan. But now they had undoubtedly become an obstacle for Fang Yuan to get close to Shang Xianci. But Fang Yuan already had a plan. He looked at Bai Ningbing and smiled. You are right. So, I am going to beat someone up now. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Beat someone up? The night sky was clear and filled with countless stars. In a spacious tent, a few servants sat in a circle. A pot was burning on the coal stove in the center. The tent's roof was open, and the soot from the burning coal flew out from the hole in the roof. There was meat in the pot, and the servants stared at the meat, swallowing their saliva from time to time as they smelled the fragrance of the meat. Brother Chong, I have investigated. I've already investigated the 2 newcomers, said the skinny monkey-like man. Oh, what do you mean? The robust servant called Brother Chong raised his eyebrows. These 2 were introduced by the old village head of that village in Ziyu Mountain. Skinny Monkey replied. So it was like that. I remember that old village head was originally immortal. The vice leader wanted a stronghold, so he casually enlightened him. So it was this background. Everyone came to a realization. Although they have a Gu master behind them, so what? Brother Chong's sister is our young master Chen Xian's concubine. Someone shouted. These 2 newcomers are too arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, won't they turn the world upside down in the future? Stop arguing, we will listen to Brother Chong. Someone shouted. The tent quietened down, and everyone looked at Brother Chong. Brother Chong was somewhat hesitant. Fang and Bai had a Gu master behind them after all. Even if this Gu master was not a Chen clan member. Even if this Gu master was an old man with 1 foot in the grave. But he was still a Gu master after all. Have you investigated thoroughly? What's the relationship between these 2 people and the old man from the village? Skinny Monkey immediately revealed an awkward expression. This, Brother Chong, you also know. With our status, it's not easy for us to find out all this. Brother Chong could not help but ponder. Big brother, these 2 rookies are too arrogant. What kind of attitude did they have towards Skinny Monkey this morning? They're obviously looking down on us. He must be taught a lesson. Not bad. That old village chief, according to his original identity, is not even as good as us. He just got lucky and became a Gu master. What is a Gu master like him? If our vice leader didn't need him, how could he become a Gu master? He's just a high-class servant. What's more, caravans are always in a precarious situation. Even if these two people die, that old village chief also won't dare to settle accounts with our Chen family. Everyone was talking at once. Brother Chang frowned. The skinny monkey-like man observed for a long time. He wanted to find trouble with Fang and Bai. After holding back his anger this morning, his heart was filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan. But he knew he had no background. If he wanted revenge, he could only rely on Brother Chang. He saw that the time was right and said, I just heard that they sold their lives in the small market. A cart of purple maple leaves was actually sold for 2 yuan stone. Brother Chang's eyes immediately brightened. What? 2 yuan stone? How can this be? They didn't lower the price. Such good luck. Which idiot bought it? Skinny monkey-like man sneered, his tone filled with disdain and jealousy. Who else? It's that Miss Zhang, a mortal. But who asked her to have such a good life, giving birth to a good family? Damn it, back then when I smuggled goods, I was miserably suppressed by others. Why can't I have the luck of these two fellows? Brother Chang was envious. He continued indignantly, tomorrow, we'll deal with them. As rookies, they have to show respect to us, the older generation. If they don't know the rules, we have to be kind and teach them a lesson. Yes, Brother Chang. Whatever Brother Chang says, we'll do it. Brother Chang is wise and mighty. Skinny monkey-like man flattered, and took out a spoon to scoop up the soup. The meat soup is ready, Brother Chang, try it first. The aroma of meat assailed the nostrils, and many people's Adam's apple moved as they swallowed their saliva. Brother Chang licked his lips, took the spoon, blew on it, and was about to drink. Suddenly, the tense curtain was lifted. Fang Yuan walked in with large strides. It's you. Everyone was surprised. The main character they had been planning for a long time had actually arrived. This made them feel a sense of helplessness and panic. Skinny monkey-like man jumped up and smiled sinisterly. Newcomer, do you know fear now? Want to apologize? I'm telling you, it's too late. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan expressionlessly lifted his leg. Bang! Skinny monkey-like man was directly kicked, and his back hit the coal stove. The cooked meat soup immediately splashed on his body, scalding him and causing him to scream loudly. Meat soup. It's all spilled. We pooled our money to buy the meat. It's not easy to get a chance to eat it, damn it. Bastard, you're courting death. For a moment, the crowd was indignant. They stood up one after another, roaring and rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held 2 pieces of yuan stone in his hands, and threw them at them. Ouch. 2 people were hit. One covered his eyes, and the other covered his stomach, groaning in pain. Despicable, using a concealed weapon. Wait, this is yuan stone. Everyone was about to rush over, but hearing this cry, their momentum suddenly stagnated. 2 pieces of yuan stone lying on the ground attracted everyone's attention. Skinny monkey-like man's cry also stopped abruptly, his eyes staring at yuan stone. Birds die for food, and humans die for wealth. Has this person gone mad? Actually using yuan stone to hit people? So he's already scared. This is yuan stone. I may not earn a piece of yuan stone even if I work for 2 months. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were surging like a tide. Some people looked at Fang Yuan with a trace of longing in their eyes. It was as if they were asking, do you have any more yuan stone? Throw it at me. How dare you throw it at me, you're courting death. The servant who covered his eyes let go and shouted. His right eye could not open at all, it was purple and swollen. But this did not prevent him from reaching out and grabbing the nearest yuan stone in his hand. Everyone shuddered and reacted, looking at the other yuan stone on the ground. Boom. Everyone rushed towards this yuan stone, throwing Fang Yuan to the back of their minds. Skinny monkey-like man grimaced in pain, stood out and grabbed the yuan stone. Mine, this is mine, he threw it at me. Another servant who was hit by the yuan stone bellowed. Damn monkey, aren't you injured? Why are you so fast? Someone shouted, spittle flying everywhere. All of you shut up. Who tripped me just now? Stand up. Brother Chang's face was covered in dirt. He was very angry. Suddenly, an arm reached out and pulled him over. Who was so bold? He turned his head in anger and shock. It was none other than Fang Yuan's ugly face. He shouted, you dare to grab me? Let go of your dog paws. Bang. Fong Yuan raised his fist and punched him in the face. Immediately, his nose was fractured and blood gushed out. A strong dizziness hit him, and Brother Chong saw stars. Fong Yuan loosened his grip, and he collapsed on the ground. Aye. He hit someone. Brother Chong is injured, let's take care of him. The others were stunned for a moment, then as if awakened from a dream, they raised their fists and rushed towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was expressionless, and with a sweep of his fist, the nearest servant flew to the side with a cry, his mouth full of teeth broken. Then another person rushed over. Fong Yuan raised his heel, aimed at his crotch and lightly kicked. Ugh! The man covered his crotch, his eyes rolled back, and he instantly fainted. With a few punches and kicks from Fong Yuan, all the servants fell, leaving only the skinny monkey hiding in the corner. Fong Yuan's gaze swept over, and the skinny monkey suddenly trembled, and fell to the ground with a plop. I admit defeat. Hero, please be magnanimous. He loudly begged for mercy, kowtowing nonstop. His head hit the ground, making a series of muffled sounds. But he still couldn't hear any movement from Fong Yuan. The skinny monkey trembled and raised his head, but Fong Yuan had already left. Inside the tent, there were a lot of servants lying on the ground, some unconscious, some groaning. Fong Yuan walked between the tents. The commotion just now had attracted a lot of attention. This was what Fong Yuan wanted to see. Bai Ningbing followed from a dark corner. On the first day, he beat up all the servants working with him. This is not a good influence. She chuckled, taking pleasure in his misfortune. In her heart, she was even more curious as to why Fong Yuan did this. Fong Yuan didn't answer, and walked deeper into the temporary camp of the caravan. Soon he arrived at his destination. He had inquired about the carriage, and the Chun family's old butler slept here. He didn't immediately knock on the door, but walked to a dark corner, took out his dagger and started to cut himself. The surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of the dagger cutting flesh could be heard. Bai Ningbing heard it, and slightly raised her eyebrows. She once again witnessed Fong Yuan's ruthlessness and coldness. Not only did he not make a sound when he cut himself with the dagger, but he also became more and more skilled at it. It didn't seem like he was cutting himself, but more like he was cutting a wooden stake. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. The narrow carriage was filled with junk, and there was only a small bed. Fortunately, the old butler was short, and curled up on the small bed. It didn't seem crowded. Dong dong dong. There was another knock on the door. The old butler, who was already sound asleep, frowned and turned around. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door got louder, and the old butler opened his bloodshot eyes. Who is it? It's me, old butler. A voice came from outside the door. The voice was very unfamiliar, but it was a little familiar. The old butler frowned even more, and after a long time, he remembered that it was a newcomer who joined this morning. A newcomer, and yet he doesn't know the rules. What is he trying to do by disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night? Chapter 242. The old steward's anger rose rapidly. He decided to teach Fong Yuan an unforgettable lesson. With a bang, he opened the door. Then, Fong Yuan appeared in front of the old steward with wounds and bloodstains. The old steward was shocked by this scene. He could not be bothered to get angry. He was extremely shocked. What happened to you? Did a beast group attack at night? No, old steward. It's those bastards. They injured me and even took away my yuan stone. Old steward, you have to uphold justice for me. Fong Yuan wiped his bloody tears and shouted. Ugh, it hurts. That madman left. Damn it, that madman is really strong. The tent was a mess. The fragrance of the meat soup still lingered, but it could not be salvaged. The pot was broken. The group of people regained their breath. They were either bruised or gasping. Damn it, a newbie actually came to beat us. He is too lawless. We haven't found trouble with him, but he actually found trouble with us first. I can't take this lying down. We can't just let this go. We have to get back at him. How? Can you beat him? Why do we have to fight? We will go complain. Let the old steward take care of him. This person just joined and is already so tyrannical. How can we work together in the future? Right, he just smashed those 2 yuan stones. Give them to me. This is the evidence. Brother Chong spoke. The tent was silent, Everyone knew this was Brother Chang's excuse. The servants who did not get the yuan stone looked at the skinny monkey and the other Gu master with a gloating expression. The two of them hemmed and hawed, not saying a word. It was obvious they did not want to hand it over. Brother Chang had some brains. We are all injured. These 2 yuan stone are not only evidence, but also our medical fees. Hearing him say this, it seemed like he wanted to split the loot. The servants who did not get the yuan stone started to speak up. Brother Chang is right. Monkey, give the yuan stone to Brother Chang. Don't tell me you want to take the lead. Brother Chang has a strong background. Only Brother Chang can avenge us. Brother Chang, we believe in you. Under everyone's pressure, Skinny Monkey and another Gu master could only purse their lips and unwillingly take out the yuan stone, handing it to Brother Chang. Brother Chang received it and touched the smooth and round yuan stone. Suddenly, he felt that his nose didn't hurt so much anymore. But at this moment, the curtain was suddenly lifted. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Feng Yuan had come again. But when he took a closer look, he realized that it was the old butler. Seneschal, why are you here? Old manager, we were just about to look for you. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The old butler's expression was very ugly, especially when he saw the 2 pieces of yuan stone in Brother Chang's hands. His expression became even more gloomy. He walked in front of Brother Chang in a few steps, snatched the primordial stones, and gave Brother Chang a few slaps on the face. Brother Chang was dumbfounded. The others were also dumbfounded. After a few breaths, everyone finally reacted. Seneschal, who made you angry? Seneschal, what are you doing? The old man turned around and walked away, opening the curtain. Changzi, Skinny Monkey, you bunch of damn things, get out here right now. Saying so, he walked out of the tent first. Brother Chang covered his face, but did not dare to go against the old butler. He could only suppress his anger and bewilderment as he walked out of the tent. When everyone walked out of the tent, they saw Feng Yuan standing at the side, his body full of injuries and blood stains. Seneschal, they are the ones who snatched my yuan stone. Feng Yuan pointed at them and shouted with righteous indignation. What the hell? The servants finally reacted. You brat, you dare to complain first. Humph, I will kill you. Everyone was enraged and roared. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap stunned everyone. The servant who shouted the loudest covered his face, and could not help but take a step back. The old butler looked at him gloomily. Why can't he complain to me, huh? Hee, you guys are getting more and more lawless. You even dare to snatch someone's yuan stone. The old butler also knew that the newcomers would be bullied, but he was happy to see it happen. This was an inevitable process. On one hand, it could suppress the arrogance of the newcomers, making it easier for him to manage them in the future. On the other hand, it could also promote the integration between the old and the newcomers. But the degree of bullying could not be too excessive. Directly robbing the yuan stone. What difference was there between that and bandits? Seneschal, it's not what you think. Someone cried out. Slap. It was another crisp slap. The old butler's voice was cold. Did I allow you to speak? Seneschal, we have to say this. Yes, we are all innocent, Seneschal. Many of the servants cried out, feeling wronged. We're the victims here, okay? The old steward's hair stood up in anger as he roared. You took his primordial stones, and you're saying that you're innocent? Are these 2 yuan stones his? Speak. Speak the truth. Yes. Although it is so, but slap. 2 mouths. 2 servants covered their mouths. The old butler pointed at them and scolded. Snatching the yuan stone is fine, but you dare to use a knife. You are too daring. Speak, who was the one who used the knife? When a servant was injured, he could not work, but instead had to rest and heal. This was the cost. If there was any delay, the Gu masters above would blame him, and the old butler would have to take responsibility. Used a knife? We did not. Seneschal, we are all old people, don't you know this? What a bunch of bullshit from your mother. Do you think I am blind? You didn't use a knife. How did he get his injuries? Did he do it himself? The old butler roared. Bai Ningbing watched from a shadowy corner thinking, Seneschal, you are so smart, you guessed it right. Slap. The old butler was extremely furious, slapping them repeatedly. Everyone suffered at least a few slaps. All of them were intimidated by the old butler's power, not daring to speak. But they were all clenching their fists tightly. Some had veins popping out of their foreheads. Some were gritting their teeth. Their hearts were filled with anger, unable to express it. All of you scram back to the tent. I will settle the score with you tomorrow. The old butler's hands were numb from the slaps. He was old after all, panting heavily, but his anger had dissipated by more than half. The servants did not dare to disobey this order. They turned around and stared angrily at Feng Yuan, engraving his figure in the deepest part of their hearts. The old butler walked over and placed the yuan stone in Feng Yuan's hands, speaking in an unfriendly tone. I have gotten the yuan stone back for you, don't lose it again. If you lose it again, I will not care anymore. Feng Yuan was crying, feeling moved and afraid. Seneschal, please do me a favor, keep these 2 yuan stones safe for me. I am afraid they will be robbed again. The old butler was stunned. He could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Being a merchant was dangerous. Feng Yuan might be swallowed by a wild beast one day. Then wouldn't these 2 yuan stones be his? Then I will reluctantly keep them safe for you. The old butler said. Thank you, Seneschal. Seneschal, you are really a good person. Feng Yuan hurriedly bowed, expressing his gratitude. All right, I am sleepy, you should sleep early too. The old butler waved his hand and left impatiently. As for where Feng Yuan slept, it was none of his business. This He too is really a bit stupid. The old butler sneered in his heart. Everyone left. Feng Yuan's face immediately regained its calmness. The wounds on your body are still bleeding. Aren't you going to treat them? Bai Ningbing walked over. I still have use for them, let's go. Feng Yuan smiled. Inside the tent, the oil lamp was lit. Shang Xianci was reading a book, suddenly frowning slightly. Xiao Dai, did you hear that? It seems like someone is crying for help outside the tent. The servant girl Xiao Dai nodded her head, dozing off. Miss was not sleeping, so it was not good for her to sleep first. Now that she was awakened, she listened and immediately shouted. Aya, someone is crying for help. Who is crying in the middle of the night? Why is it you again? Shang Xianci's guard Gu Master Zhang Zhu had already walked out and noticed Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sat on the ground paralyzed, snot and tears flowing down his face. Scram. If you don't scram, I will kill you. Zhang Zhu shouted. His impression of Feng Yuan was very bad. Uncle Zhang Zhu. At this time, Shang Xianci and the servant girl walked over. Why is it you again? You are still haunting me. The servant girl saw Feng Yuan and immediately stared with wide eyes. Feng Yuan ignored them, only focusing his gaze on Shang Xianci. Miss Shang, my life is because of you. Only you can save me. TCH, you lunatic, what bullshit are you saying? Zhang Zhu shouted angrily. My family's miss is kind and generous. How could she harm you? Miss, let's go, don't care about this crazy person. The servant girl also complained. With Shang Xianci's nature, she could not bear to see others in misery. Feng Yuan was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. He had already won her sympathy. Adding on his words, if Shang Xianci did not ask about it, she would not be able to sleep well tonight. You said you were harmed by me. What do you mean? Uncle Zhang Zhu. Can I trouble you to heal him first? Shang Xianci said. Although Zhang Zhu was unwilling, he could only push her. A white ball of light entered Feng Yuan's body. His bleeding stopped and his wounds gradually healed. Feng Yuan said. Those 2 yuan stones, they were jealous and wanted to snatch my yuan stone. I could not win against them, so I invited the old steward to uphold justice. Although they returned the yuan stone, they threatened me and wanted to teach me a lesson, making me wish I was dead. So it's like this. Shang Xianci could not help but sigh. You reap what you sow, miss. Let's not care about him. He clearly asked for it. If he did not sell it for such a high price, wouldn't everything be fine? Xiao Dai rolled her eyes. She did not like Feng Yuan at all. Feng Yuan continued. My companion and I thought about it, and we can only rely on you, Miss Zhang. Otherwise, we'll be killed by them. This is 2 lives we're talking about. They won't go as far as to kill. Shang Xianci comforted Feng Yuan. Fang Yuan interrupted her, then said, Miss, you don't know, it's very dark here. They will use the chance of wild beasts to plot against me. Maybe one day, I will be eaten by wild beasts. But in fact they are playing tricks behind the scenes. Please take me in, please save me. Chapter 243. Miss, you can't. Zhang Zhu hurriedly said. Miss, our Zhang family's caravan is the weakest in the entire caravan. If we take him in, we will undoubtedly offend another family. For 2 insignificant servants, it is not worth it. Miss, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the Zhang family's caravan and the people around you. Zhang Zhu advised. This. Shang Xianci was caught in a dilemma, unable to make a decision. What's so difficult about this? Miss Zhang, I am only a helper of the Chen family, not their servant. If you are still in a dilemma, I have a way to solve it. You can tell the Chen family, me and my companion offended you. If you want to punish us, then imprison us. The Chen family will definitely not offend you for 2 mortals. Fang Yuan said. That's a good idea. Shang Xianci's eyes lit up. Miss. Zhang Zhu helplessly sighed, knowing that he could no longer persuade her. Fang Yuan immediately took advantage of the situation and stood up, bowing deeply to Shang Xianci. Lady Zhang, you are such a good person. I will definitely repay you in the future. Shang Xianci shook her head. I never thought of you repaying me, since I met you. Then I will do my best to help those who need help. Tonight, you can sleep in my camp. Xiao Dai, arrange a tent for the 2 of them. Yes, miss. Xiao Dai unwillingly agreed. Come with me, you 2. Don't blame me if you get lost. Xiao Dai did not give Fang Yuan any face and led the way. Looking at Fang and Bai's departing figures, Zhang Zhu deeply frowned. From the bottom of his heart, he did not like Fang and Bai, but as Shang Xianci's bodyguard he had to think of her safety. He decided to personally handle this matter. This was only a small tent, the space inside was narrow. But Fang and Bai did not care. They had even used a beast trap tree as a tent. This environment was already good enough. In the darkness, the 2 casually laid down. Fang Yuan reached out his hand and held Bai Ningbing's hand. Everything will be fine, Bai Yin. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes. She naturally knew Fang Yuan's true intentions. He secretly transferred a portion of snow-silver primeval essence to Fang Yuan through his palm. Sleep early, luckily we met such a good person like Miss Zhang. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and started to cultivate secretly after he finished speaking. Now that he had already advanced to the 2nd rank, his primeval essence was the Scarlet Steel Sea. Although he could already use the 4 flavors liquor worm, Bai Ningbing's learning silver true essence was undoubtedly more outstanding. For Fang Yuan, as long as Bai Ningbing was around, the 4 flavors liquor worm was useless. Snow silver primeval essence cleansed his aperture. Fang Yuan's foundation rose rapidly. With the effect of breath concealment goo, he was not worried about his aura leaking. As long as he did not use goo worms outside his body, the disguise would not be broken. Right now, breath concealment goo had yet to truly step onto the stage of history. In his previous life, around 150 years later, it became widely known because of Hunter Prince Sun Gone. In the following 50 years, during the Great War that affected the entire southern border, it was widely used and flourished for a time. That is to say, according to his previous life's historical footsteps, people would only consciously guard against breath concealment goo after 150 years. 200 years later, people would have matured methods and rich experience to deal with breath concealment goo. Breath concealment goo was also a rank 3 goo, and there were no rank 4 goo masters in this caravan. Although there were many goo masters, who would pay special attention to 2 ordinary people like He Tu and Bai Yin. After exhausting this silver primeval essence, Fang Yuan immediately activated the crocodile strength goo in his aperture. Traces of new strength were permanently added to his body. The bones in his body were no longer white, but resembled hard black iron. It was like a firm cornerstone, steadily bearing the continuous growth of strength. The night passed without words. The next morning, just as the sky brightened, the whole camp woke up. After a period of nervousness, the caravan set off. Zhang Zhu did not directly go to Qin clan, but first secretly inquired through his subordinates. There was indeed a fight last night, and many people saw it at the scene. As for Brother Chang's group, they covered up the fact that Fang Yuan beat them up. If this matter were to spread, it would be too shameful that so many people could not beat Fang Yuan. Then how would Brother Chang and the rest survive? In fact, they went back that night and discussed it. After interrogating each other, they reached a consensus and fabricated a story of they bullied a newcomer, and in the end, Fang Yuan took the initiative to hand over the Yuan stone. And then they were indignant and went to find the old steward. To prove that the fight had indeed happened, Zhang Zhu went to find Chen clan's leader. This vice leader heard that his subordinates had 2 mortals who offended Zhang Xinci and were detained, and could not help but ponder. Although he did not want to offend Zhang clan because of 1 or 2 mortals, he did not want to compromise on the spot. Chen clan's prestige could not fall. Secondly, among the servants, there were people who were related to him. Thus he asked who they were. Zhang Zhu told him. Chen clan's vice leader was slightly stunned. He still had some impression. Back then, it was the old village head's request that allowed these 2 people to join. But to think that on the first day, they would poke a hole in the ground. According to his estimation, Fang and Bai should be the old village head's relatives. But so what? The old village head was enlightened by him, and was under his control. Abandoning these 2 people, he would not dare to have any objections. Moreover, it was clearly these 2 who made a mistake, and even caused trouble for Chen clan. They deserved to die. Thinking of this, the vice leader had already decided to abandon these 2 people to resolve the conflict with Zhang clan. But on the surface he showed a difficult expression. Brother Zhang, I won't hide it from you. If you take these 2, our Chen clan will not have enough manpower. You can't ask us Gu masters to do manual labor to move goods, right? How about this? I will call the steward in charge over. He understands the situation. If we really lack manpower, then we cannot give these 2 people to you now. They will stay with me for now, and when the next village recruits new people, I will hand them over to your Zhang clan. All right. Zhang Zhu nodded. The vice leader could not help but reveal a smile. This way, there wouldn't be any gossips about the Chen family being afraid of the Zhang family. When the old steward was called over, he felt some apprehension in his heart. Did I do something wrong? But when he heard the situation clearly, his heart immediately became excited. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. These 2 people were really unlucky, falling into Zhang clan's hands. Die, it would be best if they both died. Then wouldn't those 2 yuan stones be mine? Thinking of this, the old steward immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that there was absolutely no problem with manpower. Even if there was a problem, for those 2 yuan stones, he would definitely throw away his old bones and personally move the goods. At this point, the dust had already settled. Zhang Zhu said his goodbyes, but his heart was sullen. For the next 10 days, Fang and Bai worked during the day and cultivated at night. Ziyu Mountain had already been left far behind by the caravan. Stepping into Feiho Mountain's territory, Fang Yuan knew that the further he was from Ziyu Mountain, the more concealed his identity would be, and the safer he would be. These days he had already gained half a crocodile's strength, but many bone spear Gu had starved to death, and his milk spring water was already insufficient. He could only give up some to supply the remaining Gu worms. Fang Yuan felt heartache. Although he could not use these Gu worms, he could sell them. He planned to buy Gu worms in Shang Clan City and gather a set. This required large amounts of yuan stone. Although he had heavenly essence treasure lotus and could produce tens of yuan stone a day, but in the caravan, to prevent his identity from being exposed, he could not use it. Thus he needed to control Shang Xinci even more. Once they reached Shang Clan, Shang Xinci would become one of the young masters, and this would bring great convenience to Fang Yuan's trip to Shang Clan City. Of course, the prerequisite was that he not only had to get close to Shang Xinci, but also gain her trust. The mountain forest was deep and serene, and white fog lingered. The caravan slowly moved forward on the narrow mountain path. The white fog was getting thicker, and people's vision was getting smaller, slowly becoming limited to within 10 steps. Feiho Mountain was foggy, and if Fang and Bai traveled alone, it would be extremely difficult. But being in the caravan, they could naturally borrow the strength of investigative Gu masters. Suddenly, a clamor came from ahead, and the caravan stopped. What's going on? There's trouble. We encountered a monkey group blocking the way. At once, many people in the caravan discussed, but they were not surprised. In Feiho Mountain, monkeys ruled the land, and monkey groups formed a sea, innumerable. When the caravan moved here, they would encounter monkey groups blocking the way and robbing them. As long as one had some experience, they would not be surprised. Monkeys from Feiho Mountain? Hee hee, I've read about it in books. To think I can see it with my own eyes today. Bai Ningbing softly muttered with excitement. At first, the caravan passed by Feiho Mountain and fought with the monkey groups, killing wave after wave. In the end, the caravan was either annihilated or returned in low spirits. Feiho Mountain was once thought of as a forbidden land that could not be used for trade. If it was any other mountain, the wild beasts would keep each other in check, and there would always be a gap to enter. But the wild beasts on Feiho Mountain were only bandit monkeys. They lived together, and although there were fights between monkey groups, once they encountered external enemies, all the bandit monkeys in the mountain would unite together. Such strength was not something a caravan could match. Even a large clan might not be able to exterminate these monkey groups. Until Heaven Crown Marquis appeared. This righteous path rank 5 Gu Master went deep into Feiho Mountain, fighting his way to the mountain peak. Then he used a monkey language Gu to reach an agreement with the monkey emperor. Everything changed because of this. Feiho Mountain's trade route was opened. Now this trade route was one of the 3 most important trade routes in southern border, connecting east and west, and its importance was self-evident. Those damned monkeys, they've appeared again. Right now they are blocking our path. Everyone, you know the rules. I'll say the ugly words first. Whoever breaks the rules will implicate us. My Jia clan will be the first to not let him off. The caravan leader shouted coldly. That's natural. Brother Jialong is right. We will act according to the rules. If anyone tries to take advantage of us, we will expel him from the caravan. Chapter 244. Bandit monkeys had strong bodies and were as large as elephants. Adult bandit monkeys were 10 feet tall and had bulging muscles. Their upper arms were twice as thick as their lower limbs, and their tails were like iron rods that could smash mountain rocks. Bandit monkeys had golden fur that was covered with black tiger stripes. What was strange was that fur would naturally grow from their waist, covering their crotch and tail like a leather skirt. Howl. This bandit monkey group's Monkey King suddenly opened its huge mouth and let out a loud and clear howl. Their howl was as forceful as a lion or tiger's. Howl, howl, howl. The Monkey King's howl caused the monkeys to respond. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged and the sound waves spread, causing the white fog to disperse by a lot. Everyone's field of vision suddenly widened. Only then did they realize that both sides of the mountain path were filled with bandit monkeys. More than 1,000 bandit monkeys had surrounded the caravan. Their bodies were huge, and the trees were as tall as their heads. Some saplings only reached their waist. At the front of the caravan, the even larger Monkey King was sitting on a stone stool. A gray stone wine jar that looked like a water jar was placed beside it, emitting a strong wine fragrance. After the Monkey King howled, it closed its mouth. The other bandit monkeys were still howling. This instead showed the Monkey King's imposing manner. Its gaze was calm and its eyes shone with brilliance as it sat motionlessly. In contrast, those ordinary bandit monkeys were staring at the caravan's goods, looking restless and eager to try. Monkeys, foxes, lycanthropes, these wild beasts all had intelligence. This bandit Monkey King's intelligence was only comparable to a 3-year-old child, and not as good as the lightning lycanthropes, but it was smart enough to communicate. The caravan leader Jialong squinted his eyes and looked at the Monkey King, suddenly saying, "Jiayong, you go." "Yes, leader." Jiayong stood up. He was tall and fat, with a big belly, and looked very sturdy. He was a defense-type Gu master, and his vital Gu was water armor Gu. He was a rank 2 Gu master and specialized in water battles. One time, he was swimming in the river and killed a turtle the size of a small boat. From its body, he obtained a turtle strength Gu. After using it, he gained a permanent turtle strength. Seeing Jiayong approaching, the monkey's roar suddenly became louder, the sound waves shaking the forest. Jiayong had a solemn expression on his face. He rolled up his sleeves and stood before the Monkey King. The Monkey King had a huge body. Even though it was sitting down, it was still a head taller than Jia Yong. It looked at Jia Yong and roared. Immediately, several bandit monkeys carried a stone table and walked over, huffing and puffing. The stone table was as large as a bed and extremely heavy. When it landed on the ground, a muffled sound could be heard. 2 more bandit monkeys brought over stone stools. They were placed in front of the Monkey King. The Monkey King patted the stone table, and the banging sound was like the beating of a drum. Jia Yong swallowed his saliva and sat down. He extended his right arm and placed his elbow on the table. The Monkey King also stretched out his left hand and clasped his hands together. A female bandit monkey beside him suddenly screamed. When Jia Yong and the Monkey King heard this model, they exerted their strength at the same time and started this unique contest. The bandit monkeys revered strength, and arm wrestling was the most important social activity among the monkeys. The little monkey could arm wrestle as soon as it was born. Arm wrestling was not only a game among the bandit monkeys, it was also a common method to resolve disputes. Back then, the righteous Gu Master Heaven Crown Marquis only had rank 5 cultivation. With such strength, he naturally could not fight his way to the peak. He used this custom of the bandit monkeys to arm wrestle, until he reached the peak of Fei Ho Mountain, and defeated the Monkey Emperor. Then he obtained the recognition of the monkey group, and made an agreement to open a trade route. From then on, all caravans that entered and exited Fei Ho Mountain had to follow this agreement and arm wrestle with the bandit monkeys. The winner would obtain the recognition of the bandit monkeys and be exempted from tolls. The loser would have to let the monkeys take a portion of the goods. This way, the caravans could do business and the bandit monkeys could also taste the benefits, never getting tired of it. For many years, the caravans complied with the agreement. The trade route gradually prospered, and the agreement gradually stabilized. Beside the stone table, Jia Yong's face was flushed red and his expression was distorted. He had already used all his strength, but he still could not resist the Monkey King's strength. His arm gradually tilted to the side, and finally with a bang, the Monkey King's arm pressed down on Jia Yong. Victory! The Monkey King stood up and happily pounded its chest with its fists. The monkey group shouted loudly. Their momentum was shocking. Jia Yong lowered his head and retreated. On the way back, the bandit monkeys on both sides mocked him to the extreme. Some lifted their leather skirts and revealed their red buttocks. Facing Jia Yong, some made faces and some wagged their fingers. To think that there would be a day when I would be mocked by animals. Jia Yong sighed helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. Jia Long was expressionless and waved his hand behind him. The group that belonged to the Jia clan began to move forward. The monkeys swarmed forward and plucked the goods from the open caravans. The Jia clan played a trick and covered the fine coal stones with a layer of gorgeous silk and silk cloth. The monkeys' attention was attracted by the colorful cloth, and they let go of the gray fine coal stones that had a higher market price. The monkey group played wantonly. Many of them wrapped the cloth around their arms, waist and back. The scene was extremely noisy. "Where is Jia Ping?" Jia Long shouted in a deep voice. Jia Ping slowly walked out. He formed a sharp contrast with Jia Yong. He was as thin as a match and seemed extremely weak. "I have come to take revenge for you." He walked past Jia Yong and casually patted his shoulder. "With big brother Jia Ping here, it will naturally be a piece of cake." Jia Yong cupped his fists and smiled bitterly. Jia clan members sighed in relief when they saw Jia Ping, showing a relieved expression. Seeing Jia Ping's arrival, the monkey group let out strange cries filled with contempt and disdain. The Monkey King had already sat down and unconcernedly lifted the wine jar, and drank a mouthful of monkey wine. "In the end, you are still animals, judging people by their appearance." Jia Long sneered. This Jia Ping looked thin and weak, but he actually had the strength of 2 bears. He only used the tendon coiling goo, causing the tendons in his body to twist like tree roots, thus compressing his muscles. Jia Ping sat down and stretched out his hand. His hand was not even a quarter of the Monkey King's claw, but after exerting his strength, he only lasted for a moment before he defeated the Monkey King. For a moment, the monkey group's roar stopped. The Monkey King's eyes were wide open, showing an expression of disbelief. Jia Long chuckled and waved his hand, indicating the group to continue moving forward. The monkeys blocking the road automatically gave way, but did not make a move. Jia clan's group moved forward for a small distance before the monkey group called out and blocked the road again. The Monkey King patted the stone table, refusing to believe it, and challenged Jia Ping. Jia Ping had a smile on his face. Another victory. Everyone, I will be going first. Jia Long cupped his fists. After saying goodbye, Jia clan's group passed this round. All right, it is our Lin clan's turn. Lin Dong. Lin clan's vice leader shouted. The others did not argue. The caravan had already discussed the order. As time passed, the caravan moved forward section by section. To pass Feiho Mountain and minimize losses, each clan specially nurtured mini Gu masters. Bull strength, tiger strength, elephant strength, python strength, horse strength. Gu masters went up one by one, each displaying their abilities, winning and losing. Most people passed the round, and it was finally Zhang clan's group's turn. Zhang Zhu's expression did not look good. He was a healing type Gu master, and did not specialize in strength. Moreover, he could only use his own strength to arm wrestle with the Monkey King, and could not use Gu worms. Once discovered, it would be considered cheating and would attract the monkey group's attack. In this Zhang clan caravan, other than him, a rank 3, there were no other Gu masters. Thus in the caravan his strength was at the bottom. Shang Xianxi's life in Zhang clan was not good, and as an illegitimate child, she was ostracized. Especially after her mother passed away, the situation became even worse. According to her mother's will, Shang Xinci sold her family assets and established this caravan. Many Zhang clan members wished for this disgrace of the clan to die outside. Thus, they did not send any Gu masters in. Uncle Zhang Zhu, don't worry, they are just some goods. As long as you are here, it's fine. Shang Xinci was very attentive, noticing Zhang Zhu's expression. She softly consoled him. Finally, only Zhang clan is left. TSK, no need to look, they are bound to lose. I know that Zhang Zhu better. Zhang clan's caravan is said to be organized by Zhang clan's girl. Thus, only Zhang Zhu is left to keep up appearances. Many Gu masters stood behind the round, looking over with the thought of watching a show. They had more or less lost some goods, so their moods were naturally not good. Comparison produces happiness. Unlucky people would often feel better after seeing even more unlucky people. Many people looked towards Zhang clan's caravan, seeking comfort in their hearts. The goods are dead. Human lives are more important. Uncle Zhang Zhu, you don't need to go up. We can let the monkey group take the goods. Shang Xinci said. Miss doesn't know. If we don't compete, we won't be able to pass. These monkeys are stubborn. We have to wrestle. Miss, even if we lose, we can't lose. We can't let others look down on us. I will go now. Zhang Zhu cupped his fists, bracing himself to go up. Wait. Right at this time, Fang Yuan came out from the crowd. Miss Zhang, you've saved my life before. Let me go this time. He cupped his fists. With just you. Servant Xiao Dai rolled her eyes. It's already this time. You are not a Gu master. Don't add to the mess. Shang Xinci also smiled. Hey Tu, I appreciate your intention. This is not a joke. The Monkey King has great strength. Didn't you see the Gu masters in front have broken bones? Miss, even if I break bones, I will still repay you. Fang Yuan insisted. How can you be like this? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you break bones, it would be my family's miss who needs to treat you. Xiao Dai waved her hand in disgust. Don't come and make trouble, okay? Miss Zhang, you don't know. My strength has surpassed ordinary people since I was young. Even adults didn't have as much strength as me. This time, I will definitely go. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked towards the Monkey King. Hey Tu. Shang Xinci wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Zhang Zhu. Miss, he is not an idiot. He definitely has the confidence to stand up. Sometimes we need to believe in others. Zhang Zhu persuaded. In fact, he had no confidence in Fang Yuan. He only felt that it was good to take this chance to teach this mortal a lesson. Look, the Zhang clan actually sent out a servant. Haha, Zhang clan has no one, so they sent a servant to embarrass themselves. Chapter 245. It's actually him, the heavens have eyes. Brother Chang's group saw Fang Yuan's figure, and their eyes shone with excitement. I can't wait to see his broken arm. Zhang Clan's young lady is kind. He offended Zhang Clan, but she didn't execute him. So she wants to send him on stage here. Fang Yuan slowly walked to the stone table and sat down. The Monkey King stared at him and stretched out its arm. The two's hands touched, and under countless gazes, the contest began. The Monkey King exerted its strength, but Fang Yuan's arm was like steel, not moving at all. The Monkey King's pupils shrunk, showing a trace of shock. This was the strongest human it had ever met. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. Even with the strength of 2 boars, he could still win against this Monkey King. Moreover, he now had the strength of half a crocodile, and the Monkey King had fought many rounds before, so its strength was already lacking. It could be said that this was a situation where Fang Yuan would win for sure. Speaking of which, this Monkey King's strength isn't that huge. Those Gu masters from before, some had the strength of a bear, some had the strength of a horse, but they lost in the end. It wasn't because their strength was inferior to this Monkey King. It was because arm wrestling couldn't display their full strength. In fact, bear strength, horse strength, rabbit strength, fish strength, turtle strength, crocodile strength, and so on were all different. This difference was not only in the strength, but also in the domain in which the strength was good at. Bear strength was for smacking, horse strength was for galloping, rabbit strength was for jumping, turtle strength was for carrying weight, and crocodile strength was for biting. Every type of power had its own domain of expertise. That is to say, in a certain domain, a certain strength would be displayed to the greatest extent. And arm wrestling, it was more about the strength of the arm. Bandit monkeys were very good at this. Clues could be seen from their physique. Their upper limbs were often twice as thick as their lower limbs. Since they were born, they had started arm wrestling and had a lot of training as a foundation. If it was another way of competing, many defeated Gu masters might be able to win against the Bandit Monkey King. From this point of view, every type of power had its own uniqueness, and they could not be differentiated based on the amount of power they possessed. Let's take a person for example. The strength of a person's fist is definitely less than the strength of a kick. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person to unleash all of his strength. I have the strength of 2 boars, half a crocodile, and my own strength, but my arm wrestling strength is definitely not the sum of them. Of course, it was not impossible for him to focus all his strength on a single movement. In that case, we'll have to rely on that legendary Gu worm. Arm wrestling could not fully display Fang Yuan's true strength, but in the end he had a deep foundation, so he would not be defeated. However, he couldn't make it so obvious. Thereupon, Fang Yuan deliberately revealed a strenuous expression. His arms trembled as if he was in a deadlock with the Monkey King. After that, he slowly suppressed the Monkey King step by step. When the results came out, almost everyone was stunned. He actually won. This person was born with divine strength. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, and gasps of surprise could be heard one after another. Find out who this person is. If possible, immediately recruit them. The leaders of many families were tempted. Compared to those Gu masters who invested large amounts of money to nurture, Fang Yuan's price-to-performance ratio was too high. He did not need to invest at all, and could be used to create profits for the caravan. Zhang Clan's luck is good, they picked up a treasure. At once, many Gu masters looked at Zhang Clan with envy. No wonder we couldn't beat him. Brother Chang and the rest were speechless at this scene. This is a monster. Now that I think about it, I was really lucky to not be beaten to death by him. Thinking back, they immediately felt a lingering fear. They originally wanted to find a chance to take revenge on Fang Yuan, but after seeing this, they no longer had any desire for revenge. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take the initiative to find trouble with them in the future. Chun Clan's old steward's expression was ugly. To think that this fool had such brute strength. Oh no. I hope Vice Leader won't blame me. He carefully glanced at Chun Clan's Vice Leader. Chun Clan's Vice Leader frowned. He thought of many things. He started to suspect Zhang Clan's intentions. Was it a trap to ask for Zhang Clan's people? Zhang Clan saw the value of this servant, so they purposely imprisoned him and then came to ask for him? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. Anyone who felt that they had been tricked and cheated would not be in a good mood. But the mistake had already been made. He could only pinch his nose and swallow this loss. I didn't see wrongly, right? Servant girl Xiao Dai covered her mouth. Seeing this result, she was shocked speechless. The worry on Shang Xinc's face disappeared, and her lips curled into a smile. Let's go. Zhang Zhu waved his hand, directing the caravan to move forward, his eyes emitting a complicated light. Feng Yuan won, and Zhang clan's caravan started to pass the checkpoint. Feng Yuan won 2 rounds in a row, and more than half of Zhang clan's caravan left. In the 3rd round, Feng Yuan purposely lost in order to disguise himself, and Zhang clan's caravan still lost a lot of goods. But even so, Feng Yuan's performance was enough to make everyone look at him in a different light. After returning to the caravan, he received a warm welcome. Miss Zhang, fortunately I did not disappoint you. He cupped his fists and said to Shang Xinci. Shang Xinc's beautiful eyes flashed, and she re-evaluated Feng Yuan, her voice as gentle as water. My mother said not to judge a book by its cover. Hey too, you have given me a vivid lesson. I am really grateful to you. This is 150 yuan stone. It is a thank you gift. 150 yuan stone? Servant girl Xiao Dai was shocked. Miss, why did you give him so much? Feng Yuan took a step back and righteously rejected. Miss, I am here to repay your kindness, not because of these yuan stones. Please take back the yuan stone. I will not accept this reward. Xiao Dai quickly followed up. Miss, you see, he said he doesn't want it, you should keep it. Shang Xinci insisted. This is not a reward, it is a thank you gift, it is my thank you gift. Feng Yuan's expression turned serious and his tone was solemn. Don't mention 100 yuan stone. Even if it is 1,000 yuan stone, I will not accept it. Miss Zhang, although I am only a mortal, please do not insult me. Is that so? Shang Xinci was helpless, and could only take back the yuan stone. Humph, at least you are tactful. Xiao Dai curled her lips. Zhang Zhu, who was at the side, was silent, but his gaze was even more complicated. The grace of saving my life is hard to repay. Please allow me to help Miss again. Feng Yuan cupped his fists and said. There were many monkey groups on Bandit Monkey Mountain, and along the trade route, there would be a group of monkeys at fixed intervals, setting up a checkpoint. Since then, Feng Yuan repeatedly made a move, deliberately showing off, winning and losing some. The caravan walked and stopped, and after spending more than 20 days on Bandit Monkey Mountain, they finally left this tall mountain. The caravan's goods were reduced by nearly half, and everyone's mood was inevitably down. Zhang family became the only happy team. Because of Feng Yuan's efforts, their losses were far less than expected. Feng Yuan became famous because of this, and many clans sent servants to find him. They all wanted to recruit Feng Yuan, and gave generous conditions, but Feng Yuan rejected them all, and still stayed in Zhang family. At least you still have some conscience, you did not waste Mrs. treatment of you. Xiao Dai changed her attitude towards Feng Yuan because of this. This little girl was straightforward, and had no subtlety. Her attitude was never in Feng Yuan's consideration. What Feng Yuan cared about was Shang Xinci, and her guard Gu Master Zhang Zhu. Shang Xinci was gentle, kind, and intelligent. Gu Master Zhang Zhu was mature and steady, and had abundant experience. Especially the latter. Feng Yuan could already feel that this Zhang Zhu was already starting to suspect him. In private, Bai Ningbing also reminded Feng Yuan. You rejected that 150 yuan stone back then. That was a mistake. With your identity on the surface, how could you not be moved by such a huge sum? To be cautious, we should stop cultivating, and guard against Zhang Zhu's secret investigation. But Feng Yuan rejected this suggestion, and continued to cultivate every night. Bai Ningbing also cooperated. She was indifferent towards her identity being exposed, and in fact she was more than happy to see Feng Yuan fail. Snow Silver Primeval Essence was a huge help to Feng Yuan, and his cultivation speed was as fast as flying. On the night they officially left Feiho Mountain, Feng Yuan advanced from rank 2 initial stage to middle stage. When the travel-worn caravan arrived at the foot of Huangjin Mountain, he also used up the crocodile strength Gu, permanently increasing his strength by 1 crocodile. On Huangjin Mountain, there were large numbers of gold mines. The soil on the mountain was rich in gold, and even if one scooped up some sand from the mountain stream, after sifting through it, one could obtain dozens of gold grains. During the day, when sunlight shone on Huangjin Mountain, it would often reflect a layer of hazy golden light. The light shrouded the whole mountain, giving it a splendid and magnificent beauty. If this Huangjin Mountain was placed on Earth, it would definitely cause a reign of terror and war. But in this world, yuan stone was the currency, and gold could only be regarded as a metal mineral. Its greatest use was as a supplementary material for gu refinement. On Huangjin Mountain there were 2 clans. On the mountain sun, there was Huang Clan Village. On the mountain shade, there was Jing Clan Village. One mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. From Qingmao Mountain, it could be seen that Huang Clan and Jing Clan did not have a harmonious relationship. The arrival of the caravan was naturally welcomed by the 2 clans. But the joint notice from the 2 clans also arrived. The caravan could only choose 1 village. If they chose Huang Clan, they could not enter Jing Clan. And vice versa. The caravan had many people, and there was a lot of mobility. Previously, the 2 clans had used the caravan to sneak attack each other. Thus they issued a strict order. As for which village to go, the caravan leaders had different opinions. They each had their own needs, and after some discussion, this mixed caravan was split into 2, and the 2 groups entered the 2 villages. Of course, they could not enter the village, and the group could only set up camp around the village. Chapter 246. Suspicious. Shang Xianxi's gaze moved under her thick eyelashes. Zhang Zhu nodded and said solemnly, "In fact, I've been suspicious of them since the day I entered Feiho Mountain. Miss, you have to reward them with 150 yuan stone. Such a huge sum of money. Yet they are not moved at all. This is really thought-provoking." He paused and continued. "These days I've been secretly observing them. I've found more suspicious points. First, they rarely communicate with the servants around them, wishing they could become invisible. Second, they rejected the recruitment of many clans, no matter how good the conditions were. Miss, do you remember how he looked like when he came to seek refuge with us that night? He too has such great strength. How could he be injured like that? Finally, according to my observation, his companion, although dressed as a man, is actually a woman." There was silence in the tent. After a long while, Shang Xianxi smiled. "Having great strength doesn't mean you can definitely win against others, right? 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. It's normal for He-Tu to be injured. Actually, I already know about these suspicious points you mentioned." Zhang Zhu didn't reveal the slightest surprised expression. He understood Shang Xianxi and knew her intelligence. "Miss," Shang Xianxi blinked. Her gentle and beautiful face revealed a trace of playfulness. "Uncle Zhang Zhu, you've been holding it in for many days, right? You realize that I haven't dealt with this matter, so you came to remind me today." Zhang Zhu laughed. "Miss, I can't hide anything from you. But why do you always let them stay by your side?" "Because I don't think they have any evil intentions." A light of wisdom flashed in Shang Xianxi's eyes. "We suspected them at Feiho Mountain. If they didn't stand up at that time, we wouldn't have seen any suspicious points. But why did they still stand up and help me?" If they had ulterior motives, they would definitely hide at the side and watch the show, or accept the 150 yuan stone. But they didn't. When He-Tu said he wanted to repay, his expression was so sincere that I felt what he said was true. He really wanted to repay this favor. Shang Xianxi said. Zhang Zhu was speechless. But they definitely aren't simple. They definitely have a secret. Shang Xianxi's smile was like a flower. "Everyone has a secret. I also have a secret. Does having a secret mean that I'm a bad person? The world is bright, and those who know how to repay kindness will have a limit to how bad they can be, right? That being said, I still feel that they have a motive. Maybe they're plotting something. Wait, I know, they must be the gangsters' spies. Sneak into the caravan and cooperate with the devil Dao to rob it. That doesn't make sense either." Shang Xianxi shook her head. Since he's a spy, he should be even more hidden. Why is there a need to show off in Feiho Mountain? With so many people trying to recruit them, they could easily join other teams. Wouldn't it be easier to hide? Why did he choose to stay with us? I think they must have some difficulties. We help them, and they repay us. Now that they want to hide their identities, I think we should help them again. Zhang Zhu shook his head and sighed. Miss, why are you always thinking for others? You have to know that we can't let our guard down. Uncle Zhang Zhu. Shang Xianci said in a low voice. If there really is a great calamity, please do not fight to protect the goods. If these goods are lost, then so be it, it's no big deal. My mother's last wish was for me to bring the keepsake to Shang Clan City to find a certain person. But she also said, if that person is not willing to accept us, we can only rely on these goods to survive. My mother left in a hurry, and did not clearly state who she wanted me to find. But I think, money is just a worldly possession. Mother has already left me. Uncle Zhang Zhu. You and Xiao Dai are my only remaining relatives. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Miss, please don't say that. Zhang Zhu's eyes reddened as he choked with sobs. Come, take a look, authentic Shenjia silk. All kinds of fine wine, I welcome everyone to taste it. Single breath golden light goo, only 50 yuan stone. Hawking sounds rose and fell as people moved about. In this temporary market, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Every time a caravan came, the village would feel like it was welcoming a festival. Not just the caravans, there were also people from Jin clan who came to sell their goods. The most common were large numbers of golden sculptures or utensils. Pots and pans, as well as human and animal sculptures, the carvings were deep and lifelike. Together with red, green, yellow and blue gems or pearls, they looked even more exquisite. Because of the favorable geographical location of Huangjin Mountain, gold could be found everywhere. The people who lived here, even the servants who did not have clothes to cover their bodies, wore some golden rings, golden necklaces and so on. Many young girls wore hairpins, earrings and bracelets, all shining with golden light, beautiful and beautiful. They were in groups of 3 to 5, chatting with each other with a unique charm. As for Jin clan's Gu masters, their attire was more or less the same as Qingmao Mountain. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, long pants, a belt, leggings and a pair of green bamboo shoes. But some people's leggings were tied with hemp ropes mixed with golden threads. And some belts, cuffs or trouser legs were all inlaid with gold. This was the specialty of Huangjin Mountain. The Gu masters of southern border clans all wore similar attire. As for demonic Gu masters, they wore all kinds of strange attire. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved through the crowd. They had already found 3 or 4 Jin clan people and bought some milk and goat milk. To feed the bone spear Gu in his aperture, Fang Yuan had already done his best. But even so, 2/3 of the bone spear Gu had already starved to death. You are buying so wantonly. Aren't you afraid your identity will be exposed? Bai Ningbing expressed her doubts. As long as it is a disguise, it will be exposed one day. I don't mind, but your flaw is too big. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing and said. Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. She knew where her flaw was, and that was her gender. Back in the village, even the old lady could see it. Women and men had different physiological characteristics. To disguise this, a specific Gu worm was needed, but Bai Ningbing did not have it. Thus, even if she wore loose clothes, wore a straw hat, painted black and tied her chest, she could not prevent her identity from being exposed after a long time. Fang Yuan continued. Thus, rather than hiding it, it is better to expose some of it. Let them feel that they have seen through many things, and feel that the situation is under their control. That will make them feel more at ease. Exposure was necessary, it was not a bad thing. To get close to them, he had to expose his identity, only then could he gain their trust. Fang Yuan could not take the initiative to lay his cards on the table, it would be too unnatural and not in line with their previous behavior. As long as they found out and probed, Fang Yuan could use this opportunity to expose some things. Bai Ningbing realized. That means, you are intentionally waiting for them to find out, and then make a response? You are finally smart for once. However, after 3 days, the reaction and probing that Fang Yuan was waiting for did not come. Bai Ningbing finally found a chance to mock Fang Yuan. So even you have times where you miscalculate. Fang Yuan coldly snorted, pondering in his heart. From Zhang Zhu's expression and actions, I can see that he has long been suspicious. The reason why he did not probe earlier was probably because he could encounter danger on the road, so he endured it. But now that the caravan is relying on the Jin family village, it is very safe, so the probing should have come a long time ago. Unless... In Feng Yuan's heart, Shang Xinc's face appeared. What a smart person, and also has courage. She should be the one who stopped Zhang Zhu. This is a bit troublesome. It is not good to be too smart. Feng Yuan sighed. Shang Xinc's gentleness and kindness were deeply rooted in his heart, causing him to underestimate the girl's intelligence. Shang Xinci wanted to reach a tacit understanding between smart people with Feng Yuan. Both of them had a tacit understanding and pretended to be confused. But Feng Yuan's goal was different. This tacit understanding became his obstacle. If that is the case, then I can only take the initiative. Understanding this, Feng Yuan sighed and took the initiative to find Shang Xinci. You want to form a partnership with me? Inside the tent, looking at Feng Yuan's intentions, Shang Xinci and Zhang Zhu's faces revealed a surprised expression. He did not look for them, but they took the initiative to look for him. This was out of the girl's expectations. Zhang Zhu's heart was moved. Are you finally going to reveal your foxtail? Partnership. Miss Zhang, I am ashamed to say this, but we need yuan stone, and I have some experience in business. I want to borrow a batch of goods, and the yuan stone that I earn. How about splitting it 50-50? Feng Yuan slightly bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. Without yuan stone, and being poor, you want to borrow chickens to lay eggs? You are too confident. Zhang Zhu's eyes flashed with a cold light. What makes you think that you will definitely earn money? And what makes you think that our Zhang family will definitely lend to you? In business, there will definitely be profits and losses. Of course, I will not earn without losses. As for why, maybe it is because I feel that Miss Zhang is a good person and will lend to me. If you want to ask me the reason, I can only answer you, that is what I feel. If my feeling is wrong, then let's pretend that this never happened. Feng Yuan smiled. He was missing an ear, and his body was full of burn marks, so his smile was somewhat terrifying. But when Shang Xinci looked into his eyes, she saw a kind of self-confidence, decisiveness, and the brilliance of strategizing. This brilliance, on the contrary, set off a different kind of charm from the ugliness. Really interesting, it seems that he also noticed our suspicions. So, he wants to reach a tacit understanding between smart people? Shang Xinc's eyes flickered. After a moment, she smiled. This kind of frank communication method made her feel inexplicably safe and also fresh. If not for you, Heitu, I would not even have a quarter of the goods left. They were already snatched away by those monkeys at the Bandit Monkey Mountain. Since you have this idea, then I will leave these goods to you, she said. If the servant girl Xiao Dai was here, she would have immediately made a fuss. Feng Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then bowed to express his thanks. Miss, you are. When Feng Yuan left the tent, Zhang Zhu finally could not bear it anymore. Shang Xinci mischievously blinked like a child. Isn't this very interesting? Listen to what he said just now. We haven't even done business yet, but he wants to split the profits with me 50-50. This tone, it is as if he will definitely make money. He is a bore. How much talent does he have? Zhang Zhu disdainfully sneered. Speaking of business brains, who can compare to you, miss? For so many years. How did you manage your family business, and how did you develop it? This old man still remembers it vividly. If not for those Zhang family people being jealous. Alright, what's the point of talking about the past? Since Uncle Zhang Zhu also recognizes my talent, then you should believe me. Even if Heitu loses all these goods, I can still start from scratch, right? Shang Xinci said. Chapter 247. So many goods, it won't be cheap. At least 50,000 yuan stone. The Jin Clangu master looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously. After getting permission from Shang Xinci, Feng Yuan immediately found several Jin Clangu masters. The person in front of him was already the sixth person. I don't have yuan stone. Feng Yuan shook his head. But I can use my goods to exchange for your goods. Barter? The Gu master slightly raised his brows, not very surprised. Bartering was also a common thing, especially in merchant caravans. To him, as long as the value was not too different, bartering was not a loss. Then what goods do you intend to use to exchange? Fang Yuan led him to look at the goods on the spot. Jin Clan's Gu master frowned. Your goods are cheaper than mine in the market. But in this golden mountain, you can sell them for a good price, right? Fang Yuan laughed. The Jin Clan Gu master frowned even more. If the price is set too high, it won't sell anymore. Then sell them slowly. There will be a day when they are all sold out. Rare goods are more valuable. At that time, you can just sit at home and collect money. Fang Yuan smiled. The Gu master laughed heartily. He said so much just to lower the price, but his heart was already moved. You are not bad. Although you are a mortal, you are neither servile nor overbearing. I have 3 shops. Are you interested in helping me? I will give you the status of a shopkeeper. We can discuss the salary. The Gu master patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan tactfully refused, making this Gu master feel some regret. Hey Tu, what the hell are you doing? After this transaction, Xiao Dai ran over with a cold expression. You actually exchanged all of Missy's goods? What are you trying to do? You are too daring. Xiao Dai stomped her feet in anger. Don't you know, our goods are all carefully selected by Missy. If we transport them to Shang Clan City, we can sell them for double the price. Quick, exchange them back. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Your Missy has already lent all her goods to me. In other words, these goods are all mine. I'm handling my own goods. What's wrong with that? Fang Yuan glanced at Little Butterfly with a cold glint in his eyes. Xiao Dai shuddered and felt her heart skip a beat. Fang Yuan decided to expose himself a little more. This was the first time he spoke to Little Butterfly without any pretense. Xiao Dai was originally eloquent, but at this moment, there was a chill in her heart. I'll tell Miss, just you wait. She tried her best to hide her inner emotions, but she still ran away in a panic. Of course, her snitch did not cause any trouble to Fang Yuan. However, the servants that Shang Xinci brought also had a lot of opinions about Fang Yuan's actions. Many people discussed in private, thinking that He Tu had gone mad. Fang Yuan knew the value of the original goods, which also made him realize Shang Xinci's business talent. However, this was the first time the latter was doing business. Although he had talent, he lacked experience. Merchants did not simply transport goods to the terminal and earn a profit from the price difference. A real expert merchant earned money along the way. It was to use a keen eye to discover business opportunities in time. To be familiar with the specialties of each famous mountain and the needs of each big family. To establish a network of relationships and benefit from both sides. Of course, these requirements were too high for Shang Xinci. After all, she was only 16 years old this year. Although she had talent, she was still a young girl. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he spent nearly 100 years doing business. He had mixed into a caravan and served as a leader. He had opened a shop and a stone gambling shop. He had also held an auction. In terms of experience and vision, the leaders and deputy leaders in the caravan were not even worthy of carrying Fang Yuan's shoes. Not to mention Shang Xinci, who had just started doing business. There is still some distance to Shangliang Mountain. If I operate wholeheartedly, I can at least increase the value of this batch of goods by 7 or 8 times. This multiplier was already quite terrifying. Any higher, and Fang Yuan could not do it. Due to all kinds of practical conditions, 7 or 8 times was already the highest standard in this world. Of course, if I use illegal methods, not to mention 7 or 8 times, even 70 or 80 times is easy. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a poem from his previous life. The law-abiding worries every day. The strong man sings happily every night. Harming others to benefit oneself rides horses and mules. The upright and fair starve. Repairing bridges and roads is blind. Killing and arson are many. I go to heaven and ask Buddha. Buddha says, I have no choice. Haha, the so-called system and laws are all used to oppress the masses and restrict the weak. No matter which world, it is the law of the jungle. Thus, even in the era of law, There were countless influential people who used loopholes in the system to escape the punishment of the law. Not to mention this Gu master world where strength speaks the loudest. In Feng Yuan's previous life, he had painstakingly built up a fortune of close to 10 million and countless businesses. Then he was casually annexed by the strong, going bankrupt and living on the streets. For the next 400 years, whenever he thought of it, he would be extremely glad that he had this experience. Thanks to hardship, it taught people the truth. It was this experience that woke him up, and all kinds of restrictions that he had been brainwashed into on earth were shattered. People were often deceived not because of the scene in front of them, but because of the shackles in their hearts. To Feng Yuan, if he abided by business ethics as a proper merchant, he could at most earn 7 or 8 times. If he used some illegal methods and became a bad merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he abandoned his duty and swindled to his heart's content, becoming an unscrupulous merchant, he could earn 10 times more. If he directly killed and looted, he did not even need to use capital. A business with no capital was always the most profitable. But Feng Yuan's current business had other motives. Thus, he could not use any illegal methods. This made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. However, on the night before the caravan was about to set off, a Jin clan Gu master secretly came to find him. "I have a private transaction, are you interested?" This Gu master was one of the people who had bartered with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not mind at first, but after 5 minutes he changed his mind. "You are saying, someone wants to sell Jinzan grass?" He was extremely astonished, even suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Jinzan grass could not be replaced by other materials for Jin clan. It was an extremely important strategic resource. Because of its refinement material, Jin clan could refine large amounts of golden silkworm goo. Now someone actually wanted to sell it. In Feng Yuan's memories, it was because Jin clan had a large amount of rank 3 golden silkworm goo that their strength increased greatly, allowing them to eliminate Huang clan and dominate a region. Wait a moment, Huang clan still exists now. That is to say, Jin clan has not completed the incomplete recipe for the golden silkworm goo? That's not right. According to this period of time, they should have made some progress. Otherwise, why would they plant large amounts of Jinzan grass? Feng Yuan's thoughts flashed like lightning. He purposely probed. "My goods are almost finished. Jinzan grass is an uncommon material. Although it is rare, very few people need it." Seeing Feng Yuan show signs of rejection, that Gu master immediately became anxious. "This price is negotiable. We can discuss it properly." Feng Yuan's gaze flashed. Seeing that the other party was in a hurry, he continued to try to lower the price. After a few rounds of bargaining, the price of Jinzan grass was pushed to its lowest point. A tragic sight to behold. The other Gu master's face turned pale, his expression also turning ugly, his tone becoming impatient. "You win, we'll go with this price, can we make the deal?" This price was very low, much lower than the cost of cultivating Jinzan grass itself. If he sold it, it could be said that he would lose everything. Jin clan's Gu master also understood this, his heart bleeding secretly. Feng Yuan also knew this was his limit, but he shook his head. "This price is too low, honestly speaking. I don't really believe your attitude." Jin clan's Gu master immediately scolded. "You bastard, you were the one who pushed the price down, and now you're saying it's too low?" Feng Yuan spread his arms. "You said it yourself, this is a private transaction. There is no proof of delivery. If you sell me fake goods, who can I reason with? Look, the caravan is leaving tomorrow. By then, even if I suffer a loss, I will have to leave." "Your suspicions are true." Jin clan's Gu master's anger subsided. "Don't worry about the goods. They are 100% genuine. I'll tell you the truth, this was secretly taken out by my young master to sell." Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance at this point. He had finally obtained some useful information. He purposely exclaimed, "Your young master stole it." This Jinzan grass is actually the clan leader's favorite plant, thus he specially planted 3 mu of it. Who asked our clan leader to have such a special hobby? So you don't have to worry, the Jinzan grass is not something important. Even if the son was found out, he would only be beaten and scolded. The Gu master said. Feng Yuan heard this and immediately understood. So it was like this. Jin clan had always been determined to restore the golden silkworm goo recipe. At this time, they already had some ideas and knew the importance of the Jinzong grass. Thus they planted 3 mu of it. However, to prevent the Huang clan from noticing this information was restricted to the higher-ups of the clan. Even the young master did not know. He only thought that the Jinzong grass was planted by the clan leader for fun. The Jinzong grass took a long time to nurture, usually requiring 4 years to mature from a seedling. In his memory, the Jin clan attacked a year later. The rank 3 golden silkworm goo's attacks were sharp, eliminating the Huang clan, and starting to dominate Huangjin Mountain. If these 3 mu of Jinzong grass were gone, the market would not be able to obtain such a large amount. Then the Jin clan would have to delay for several years to eliminate the Huang clan. Obviously, the Jinzong grass was a hot commodity. If he really bought it, he would poke the Jin clan's hornet's nest. If it was a normal person, they would definitely avoid it, but Fang Yuan saw a huge advantage in it. Although this piece of meat was boiling hot, it was already in his mouth. How could he not eat it? To speak the truth, although Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he still had a need for Yuan stone, and this need was not small. When he arrived at Shang Clan City, he would need a large amount of Yuan stone to buy goo worms. Just relying on the heavenly essence treasure lotus daily accumulation was not only troublesome, it was far from enough. That young master is a wastrel. I think he is usually doted on by the clan leader. Maybe he owed money recently and is tight on money, so he placed his sights on the Jinzong grass. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed. This piece of meat, not only would it help him buy goo worms, it would also leave a deep impression on Shang Xinci. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Jin clan goo master saw Fang Yuan smile and also laughed. That means you agree? Of course. Fang Yuan looked at him. If this deal went through, this guy would definitely be out of luck. Chapter 248. Daybreak. The east was about to break. The first rays of the morning sun appeared. The cold air of the night condensed into dewdrops, remaining on the grass. Jin clan's temporary market was being dismantled. The tents were put away. The carpets on the ground were rolled up. The goods were wrapped and reloaded. After staying in Jin clan for a few days, the caravan prepared to set off again. To the merchants, no matter how many goods they sold or bought, they would still make a profit. Thus, although many people looked tired, they were filled with joy and smiles. Xiao Dai's expression was extremely ugly. Miss, I just checked that He Tu almost exchanged all the goods. Among them, I actually saw 3 carts full of Jinzong grass. Jinzong grass? Shang Xinci heard this and frowned. Xiao Dai was furious. She pulled Shang Xinci's arm and said, even an outsider like me knows that Jinzong grass cannot be sold. But he still exchanged so much. Miss, this He Tu is messing around. Xiao Dai, calm down first, don't be impatient. Shang Xinci patted Xiao Dai's hand. These Jinzong grass should have been exchanged by him last night, I did not know. However, the other goods that he traded for had a certain logic to them as well. Think about it, it is already not bad for a mortal like him to be able to do this. Miss, why are you speaking up for him? I am doing this for your own good. These goods are originally ours. Why should we let an outsider squander them away? Most importantly, he can't afford it. Lord Zhangzhu, why don't you persuade Miss? Xiao Dai pouted. Zhangzhu sighed. Miss Xiao Dai's words make sense. Lending them to him earlier was to test him. Now that we have seen through him, why should we let him continue? We all believe in Miss' ability, but if we can reduce our losses, why not try to do so? When we reach Shang Clan City, we will be able to struggle less. This. Shang Xinci pondered. She was still young. Hesitation flashed in her eyes. Previously, she felt that the goods Fang Yuan exchanged were reasonable. But this Jinzong grass, exchanging for so much Jinzong grass was definitely the biggest mistake. Jinzong grass might be easy to preserve, but there was little demand, it could not be sold. Hoarding so much in one go, sooner or later it would rot in one's hands. In the end, he had no choice but to lower the price and sell it. It could be said that he was destined to lose money. Excuse me, are you Miss Shang Xinci? Right at this time, A middle-aged male Gu master with sweat all over his forehead ran toward Shang Xianci with an anxious expression. Looking at the metal token on his belt, he was a rank 2 Gu master. Shang Xianci smiled. Yes, I am. May I know who you are? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, I am the personal guard of the Patriarch. I have a presumptuous request on the orders of the Patriarch. Oh, please go ahead. Sir, you should have purchased a large batch of Jinzang grass last night. The whole story is like this. Our Patriarch loves Jinzang grass, so he personally raised some to admire them. Unfortunately, the young lord secretly dug it up and traded it behind the Patriarch's back. Right now, the clan leader had already confined the young lord. At the same time, I want to redeem the Jinzang grass that I sold to Mississippi. I beg Miss to let go of it. The personal guard Gu master spoke politely, but there was a hard edge in the soft tone, showing his resolute attitude. Miss Zhang Zhu's expression was solemn, and he could not help but remind her. The personal guard Gu master represented the Jin clan leader. This matter could be big or small, and if it was not handled properly, it would be very serious. Shang Xianci glanced at Zhang Zhu and nodded, expressing her understanding. I understand your Patriarch's feelings. Actually, I am also a flower lover. I will definitely give all the Jinzang grass to you, not keeping a single one. Miss is understanding and reasonable. It is truly a joyous thing. The personal guard Gu master's expression relaxed, showing a smile. Shang Xianci continued. This transaction was handled by one of my subordinates. I will call him over now. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the commotion here. Hey Tu, you are in trouble, Miss is calling you over. Xiao Dai came to call him. Fang Yuan rushed to the personal guard and cupped his fists. I am in charge of the purchase of Jinzang grass. I heard your Patriarch wants to buy it back? The personal guard Gu master saw that the person who came was not a Gu master, but a mortal. After a moment of astonishment, his face showed slight disdain and arrogance. He snorted. That's right. Mortal, be happy. Lord Clan Leader is generous and benevolent. He is willing to use 3,000 yuan stone to buy back your 3 carts of Jinzang grass. So much? At the side, Xiao Dai was shocked, showing obvious joy in her eyes. Zhang Zhu's tightly furrowed brows also gradually relaxed. 3,000 yuan stone should be the highest market price for Jinzang grass. This showed the Jin clan leader's sincerity. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Jinzang grass is extremely precious, only 3,000 yuan stone to buy it back. Isn't this too insincere? The personal guard immediately frowned. What? According to the market price of Jinzang grass, this is the highest price. Mortal, what price are you buying it for? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Let's not talk about the price, we are all businessmen. We naturally have to buy low and sell high. 3,000 yuan stone is too little, not selling. You. The personal guard clenched his teeth, stretched out his palm and spread his 5 fingers. Fine, then I'll raise it by 2,000 yuan stone, 5,000 yuan stone. Xiao Dai was shocked. She looked at the 5 fingers stretched out by the personal guard. Her face quickly turned red with excitement. 5,000 yuan stone? This is what you said, you can't go back on your word. She was so happy that she almost jumped up. She did not expect things to turn out this way. Fang Yuan had already made a profit. But Fang Yuan still shook his head. The personal guard's face turned cold and threatened. Mortal, don't you think you are being greedy? These Jinzang grass originally belonged to my clan. The 2 of you are not allowed to make private deals. Without proof of transaction, I can even say that you secretly stole the Jinzang grass. The personal guard's anger made Zhang Zhu's heart jump. He looked at Fang Yuan. If you can sell it, then sell it. Fang Yuan laughed. You sell it and I buy it, it is a mutual agreement. What's more, it was your young master who sold it to me. If you insist that it was theft, then I can't do anything about it. Jin clan is powerful, they can bully the weak and directly snatch it back. Here, the goods are over there, you can take it. But as far as I know, I am not the only one who bought the Jinzang grass. Many people have a share. Is the Jin clan going to snatch it as well? Fang Yuan had already expected this situation. Thus he only bought a large portion last night. The remaining jeans on grass was sold by that Gu master to others. The personal guard was furious, but under Fang Yuan's pressure, he could only clench his teeth. He pointed at Fang Yuan. Your clan bought the most, brat. Are you trying to embarrass me? Of course not. I only want to complete this transaction. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Forget it. Then add another 2,000 yuan stone, 7,000. Mortal, bring all the jeans on grass you bought here. The personal guard shouted. Hey Tu, there is no harm in selling it. As a businessman, harmony brings wealth. Shang Xi and Ci couldn't bear the pressure any longer. Since Miss has said so. Fang Yuan nodded before changing the topic. Then I will take a step back. 8,000 yuan stone, you can buy all the jeans on grass I have. Once he said this, Shang Xi and Ci and the rest's expressions froze. The personal guard reacted, unable to restrain his anger. What? You scoundrel! Fang Yuan smiled. Business is business, Lord Gu Master, please don't be angry. Actually, I wanted to buy 10,000 yuan stone. If Lord cannot make the decision, why don't I talk to your clan leader? No need. The personal guard waved his hand, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme disgust. You are a mortal. What qualifications do you have to meet Lord Clan Leader? Quickly scram and take the goods. I will remember you taking advantage of others when they are down. This was no doubt agreeing to Fang Yuan's price increase. Soon, both sides completed the transaction. Fang Yuan used goods worth less than 500 yuan stone. And in just one night, he exchanged them for 8,000 yuan stone. Miss, 2 chests full of yuan stone. Xiao Dai beamed with joy. During the entire transaction, she was trembling in fear, but now that she saw the yuan stone, she felt everything was worth it. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Did you already know that? No, it should be a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. She sized up Fang Yuan and evaluated. Doing this will offend Jin clan. A mere 8,000 yuan stone is not worth it. Zhang Zhu frowned. He looked at Fang Yuan with some dissatisfaction and warned. Don't take such risks in the future. Fang Yuan smiled, turning towards Shang Xi and Ci. According to the original agreement, half of these 8,000 yuan stone will go to Miss. My share of yuan stone. Please help me take care of it. Is everything settled? Jin clan leader stood on the hill, looking at the caravan leaving. An elder stood beside him and reported. Yes, clan leader. The jeans on grass that was sold has been bought back. But Zhang clan took the chance to extort us, truly hateful. Jin clan leader raised his eyebrows. Oh? Tell me. The elder explained in detail. Jin clan leader laughed. A mere 8,000 yuan stone, don't worry about it. That Miss Zhang, on the other hand, has some intelligence, using a mortal slave to test the waters, allowing her to earn this sum of money. Lord Clan Leader, I am worried that Zhang Clan already knows our clan's secret, thus taking the chance to extort us? Don't be so suspicious. If they knew the importance of the jeans on grass to our clan, how could they only extort 8,000 yuan stone? Either they buy it all, or they don't buy it at all. But, just in case, send Gu masters to keep an eye on them until they leave Huangjin Mountain. See if anyone sneaks into Huang Clan village. If there is, kill them on the spot. Saying so, Jin Clan leader revealed his killing intent. The elder's heart shuddered. Yes, Lord Clan leader. Taking one last look at the golden mountain behind him, Fang Yuan turned around with a smile on his face. Chapter 249. The caravan traveled west, crossing mountains and ridges. Half a month later, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at Soulwood Mountain, which was eerie and quiet with withered trees. He sold a small portion of his goods and bought a lot of special wood. 20 days later, they arrived at Giant Rain Mountain. The Giant Rain Mountain was full of potholes. These were all big holes made by the raindrops. When it rained here, each raindrop was as big as a wine jar and had a huge impact. Thus, the Tong family village on Giant Rain Mountain was built in the hollow of the mountain. If it was built in the open, it would be destroyed by the raindrops after a few rains. In the Tong family village, the golden oil lamps that Fang Yuan bought from Golden Mountain were very popular. During their stay, it rained 3 times. Fang Yuan collected many blue oil raindrops because of this. These raindrops were a type of material that had a wide range of uses. These huge raindrops were a disaster for the Tong family village, forcing them to live inside the mountain. But they were also natural treasures and were their main commodity. After leaving Giant Rain Mountain, the caravan arrived at Square Brick Mountain. The stones on this mountain were very special. Every piece was in the shape of a brick, but they varied in size and thickness. The Dafeng family had lived on Square Brick Mountain for thousands of years, and was a large family. Their residences were much better than the Tong family village, and were made of bricks and tiles. The village was surrounded by tall walls. There were towers inside the walls and blockhouses outside the walls. Feng Yuan remembered that the Dafeng family had an eccentric elder who liked wood carvings. After contacting him, he learned that all of the grotesquely shaped soul trees that he had purchased from the Soulwood Mountain had been purchased by this family elder. Just like that, under Feng Yuan's control, the Zhang family's goods increased and decreased. But every time there was a change, they would earn huge profits. As the number of times increased, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Feng Yuan pushed everything to Shang Xinci, and Shang Xinci's talent in business gradually spread. Time passed. After passing by 4 more villages, the caravan gradually approached Howling Moon Mountain. That night, the caravan set up camp with their backs against a cliff. We have already entered Howling Moon Mountain. The next part of the journey will be barren mountains, filled with insects and beasts. There are no villages. From tonight onwards, everyone must be on guard. The Jia clan leader instructed. The vice leaders in the tent nodded. Shang Xinci's eyes brightened. This was the most dangerous part of the trade route up to this point. After this, they would reach Blood Tear Mountain. After a few more villages, they would reach Shangliang Mountain Shang clan city. All right, next is to arrange the defensive positions for this week. The Jia clan leader said. An hour later, everyone finished their discussion and walked out of their tents. Zhang Zhu went up to her. Miss, dinner is ready. Are we inviting He Tu and Bai Yin over? Of course. Shang Xinci nodded and said, I'm going to ask him for advice on how to be a merchant during the banquet. These days, Feng Yuan earned more than he lost. He sold the goods and earned 5 to 6 times the profit. Xiao Shang Chun Shan. Xiao Feng Yuan Lin Snow. According to the agreement, Feng Yuan gave half of his profits to Shang Xinci. But in Shang Xinci's heart, how could a mere yuan stone compare to Feng Yuan's business experience and insights? She had no cultivation talent, and was only a mortal. Business was the ability she was most proud of. Yet, in this field that she was proud of, Feng Yuan's strength made Shang Xinci admit that she was far inferior to Feng Yuan. Many of the seemingly absurd decisions showed shocking results in the subsequent transactions. Shang Xinci was not a person who gave up on herself. After understanding the gap between her and Feng Yuan, she would invite Feng Yuan to a banquet every day. Just a few pointers from Feng Yuan would benefit her greatly. She was extremely talented in business. Like a sponge absorbing water, she grew rapidly. The more she interacted with Feng Yuan, the more she admired him. Sai, young lady, you have to be careful. These 2 people obviously have a story. They are not ordinary people. Zhang Zhu sighed. His eyes revealed a worried expression. He was afraid that Shang Xinci would sink deeper and deeper. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang Zhu, I know what I'm doing. Shang Xinci was indeed intelligent. She never talked about other things with Feng Yuan, only business. He would not beat around the bush when he spoke, nor would he beat around the bush. She felt that although Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing were mysterious, they were not dangerous. Feng Yuan relied on proper methods to do business, and never reneged on his debts. Every profit he made, he would split it 50-50 with Shang Xinci. This kind of behavior invisibly gave Shang Xinci a sense of security. But tonight's banquet, Feng Yuan did not accept. I feel a bit tired today, so I won't be going. He waved his hand and said to Xiao Dai, who came to invite him. Not every time Shang Xinci invited him to a banquet, Feng Yuan would nod. Out of 3 banquets, Feng Yuan would only go once. Xiao Dai pouted, looked at Feng Yuan resentfully, mumbled a few words, then left. Previously, when Feng Yuan refused, Xiao Dai made a few noises, feeling indignant for her young lady. But as Fang Yuan earned more and more, Xiao Dai's attitude also changed. She was never indignant, but became accommodating and helpless. No matter what world, no matter what level, people with strength will always be respected. As Fang Yuan closed the tent, Bai Ningbing was already sitting cross-legged on one of the beds. In the darkness, her blue eyes glowed faintly. Previously, when Fang Yuan refused Xiao Dai, she was a bit surprised. But after a few times, Bai Ningbing realized the beauty of this. As the saying goes, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. Fang Yuan refusing the invitation, not accommodating Shang Xinci, would instead make the young lady feel that Fang Yuan had nothing to ask of her. Let's begin. Fang Yuan also sat cross-legged on the bed, with his back facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, and 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence poured into Fang Yuan's body. Bone-flesh unity goo flashed with green-red light, and through its conversion, 6% of the snow-silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Yuan sank into his mind and concentrated, activating this primeval essence to cleanse his aperture's walls. When he was rank 1, his aperture could not endure such a huge cleansing force. But now that he was rank 2 middle stage, his aperture walls were deep enough to withstand the continuous cleansing of the snow-silver primeval essence. It was just that the duration could not be too long, and he needed to rest every once in a while. Water-like light fluctuated on the aperture walls, circulating. The pure white light continued to strengthen, and some places were already showing signs of solidification. Evidently, Fang Yuan was already one step away from rank 2 upper stage. Fang Yuan had rich cultivation experience and knew what to do. He planned to strike while the iron was hot, and charge to rank 2 upper stage tonight. Time passed, and unknowingly, it was already late at night. Howl! Suddenly, a wolf king's howl could be heard. The howl broke the silence of the camp, and soon after, countless wolf howls could be heard, responding to their king. Wolf attack, wolf attack. Damn it, wake up. There is a wolf group attacking the camp. So many wolves, there are simply too many to count. Many people shouted in fear, and the camp woke up in a short period of time, before erupting in excitement. From this commotion, it seems the wolf group is quite large. Bai Ningbing listened for a while, before smiling. On the journey of the merchants, they had encountered several beast groups' attacks. After experiencing it, she was no longer surprised. This is Howling Moon Mountain. Some people say all the wolves in southern border live here. When the moon is full, the wolf group will look up at the full moon, and their howls can resound throughout the entire mountain, rising and falling continuously. But this is the first night, and we already encountered a wolf group. Our luck is not too good. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly, multitasking, and did not stop cultivating in his aperture. Damn it, there are too many wolves. Healing Goo Master, where are the Healing Goo Masters? My father is injured, he is losing a lot of blood. The southeast defensive line has been broken through. Quickly go and provide support. The situation was much more serious than Bai Ningbing had expected. From the moment they discovered the wolf group, in just a few minutes, one of the defensive lines in the camp was broken through, and the wolf group had entered the camp. Take up your weapons and fight these beasts. The miserable cries of the servants, the sounds of battle, and the shouts could be heard continuously. Are we going out? Bai Ningbing asked. Go out for what? What can you do? Don't forget your current status. After a while, Fang Yuan absent-mindedly replied. But the wolf group has already charged over. The goods you just bought will suffer losses. Bai Ningbing laughed, her tone filled with schadenfreude. Then let's just suffer losses. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. After a while, servant Xiao Dai's voice came from outside the tent. Hey Tu, are you two here? What's the matter? Bai Ningbing asked. Heavens, you two are really here? Such a huge commotion, and you two were not woken up. Many wolves have charged into the camp, although the situation is under control. What if one or two escaped? Young miss asked me to call you over. With Lord Zhangzhu's protection, it will be very safe over there. Xiao Dai shouted. No need. Since the situation is under control, let's not disturb your young miss. 1 or 2 wolves, with my strength, I can still deal with them. Fang Yuan said. Xiao Dai urged a few times, but was still rejected. Finally, she angrily stomped her feet outside the tent. You really can't appreciate my kindness. Don't blame me for not reminding you too when you die. After saying this, she hurriedly left. The wolf group continued to attack for 15 minutes before retreating. The beast group attack this time caused the most disastrous loss since the caravan was established. 3 Gu masters died in battle, more than 10 were injured, countless servants died, and all kinds of goods were lost. Especially Zhang clan's goods, they suffered the most losses. These goods were all borrowed by Fang Yuan. After a rough estimation, in just one night, Fang Yuan had lost close to 1,000 yuan stone. After daybreak, when he counted the losses, he showed a bitter smile, but he did not mind it at all, because just last night, he advanced to rank 2 upper stage. In just a few months, such a cultivation speed made by Ningbing, one of the people involved, secretly amazed. Chapter 250. The night of bloodshed passed, and the morning light shone on the ruined camp. In the heavy atmosphere, everyone cleaned up the battlefield, packed up their goods, and set off again with a heavy heart. However, this wolf group attack was only the beginning. A few days later, they were attacked by the Grey Wolf group again. The scale this time was even larger than the previous time. However, the caravan was fully prepared, and their losses were reduced compared to the previous time. After repelling the Grey Wolves, the caravan had yet to catch their breath when they were attacked by the Lightning Wolf group 3 days later. 3 Frenzy Lightning Wolves and 9 Bold Lightning Wolves killed a total of 15 Gu masters. Finally, they left behind a ground of wolf corpses, with only 1 injured Frenzy Lightning Wolf leading the remaining wolves to retreat. Although many Gu masters in the caravan wanted to take revenge, they did not have the strength to do so. They did not dare to enter Howling Moon Mountain, and could only watch as the wolf group retreated. This attack made the leader and deputy leader of the caravan aware of the danger they were in. That night, they decided to quicken their pace and leave Howling Moon Mountain as soon as possible. But even so, in the next half a month, they were still attacked by the wolf group frequently. Grey wolves, lightning wolves, snow wolves, 2-headed wolves, and even blood-fanged wolf. After leaving Howling Moon Mountain, everyone in the caravan heaved a sigh of relief. After a period of peaceful days, when they entered White Tiger Mountain, they were attacked by a beast group again. This time, it was the turtleback ape. These white apes were huge and had shells on their backs, with clear turtle patterns on the shells. Although the ape group's attack did not cause many casualties, many goods were lost, causing many people to bleed in their hearts. Fang Yuan's goods also met with misfortune. Of the dozen carriages, only less than half of the goods were left. The caravan's morale plummeted. These people worked so hard to earn money, but these losses made many people's efforts futile. This trip was a waste. I did some calculations yesterday. In total, I only earned less than 2,000 primal stones. My side is worse. We have already lost 30% of our goods. No matter how bad it is, can it be worse than the Zhang clan? They have already lost a huge portion of their goods. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I would have stayed in the clan. Why would I take the risk and earn so little? Under such an atmosphere, 5 days later, a group of white tigers attacked. The caravan suffered losses again. Another 7 days later, a group of flaming tigers attacked. The caravan camp was engulfed in flames, and large amounts of goods were burned. Everyone's morale was at rock bottom, and many people had already lost everything. 10 days later, just as they were cheering for leaving White Tiger Mountain, a biao appeared. 5 tigers and 1 tiger, a tiger with wings. A tiger. This tiger was like a tiger with wings. A biao was at least 1,000 beast king. A tiger was at least 1,000 beast king. In order to resist this tiger, one of the deputy leaders of the caravan unfortunately lost his life. The ferocious tail followed the caravan, continuously harassing them for hundreds of li. In the end, after some discussion, the caravan decided to abandon the rook to protect the general, and they abandoned nearly 100 servants. Most of these servants were disabled. They wailed and cursed, or cried and begged for mercy, but none of them could change their fates. After leaving the White Tiger Mountain, the caravan took a good rest and reorganized. The leaders of the various families were generous with their rewards. Finally, their morale was boosted and their spirits were lifted. The size of the caravan was reduced to less than half of its original size. But after this cruel elimination and training, the caravan had the temperament of an elite. This is the most difficult time in my many years of doing business. These wild beasts, why are they attacking so frequently? After this trip, I will retire. No matter what, we need to re-evaluate the risk of this trade route. The main reason is because these mountains are uninhabited. Without a village to guard and clean up, these wild beasts are growing without restraint. Some sighed, some were disheartened, and some still had hope. But bad luck seemed to be entangled with this caravan. In the following journey, not only were there attacks from all kinds of beasts, there were also many insects and wild goo worms. The caravan's numbers dwindled. People no longer cared about profits and losses. They started to feel the pressure of life and death. Many goods were voluntarily abandoned in pursuit of speed. The sunset filled the sky, and the setting sun was like blood. The caravan passed through the forest. Everyone was silent, their expressions were tired and numb, and their morale was low. Many of them were wrapped in bandages and had injuries of varying severity. On the bumpy mountain path, they moved forward step by step. It had rained yesterday, and the mountain path was muddy and slippery. A handcart loaded with goods had its right wheel stuck in the mud. The ostrich pulling the cart raised its neck and neighed. It tried its best to move, but it could not move. At this time, 2 hands were placed on the back of the cart, and with a strong lift, the wheel was lifted out of the mud. The one who did it was Feng Yuan. He clapped his hands casually. The goods that weighed thousands of kilograms were not heavy in his hands. However, even though the cart was out of the mud, the wheel was stuck and could not move. Bai Ningbing bent down and inspected the cart's wheel. After being in the caravan for so long, she had learned many things to disguise her identity and had completely assimilated into the caravan. What is this? She stretched out her hand and touched the cart's axle, her eyes flashing with suspicion. There seemed to be something hidden at the grinding point of the cart's axle. As the wheels moved forward, it was continuously ground into black powder. This fine powder fell to the ground and could not be seen clearly. Bai Ningbing touched it with her hand. Her hand was covered in this fine powder, and when she rubbed it, the powder turned into a layer of grease. Oh, this is the oil powder I added to the wheel. It can lubricate it and make the cart move more smoothly. Feng Yuan walked over and took out a cotton handkerchief. He grabbed Bai Ningbing's hand and wiped it clean. Then he squatted down and touched it with his hand. The wheel could move again. Let's go. He wiped off the oil powder in his hand and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder with a smile. The two continued forward. Bai Ningbing walked slower and slower. The doubts in her heart rose, forming a thick and undispellable fog. She felt that something was wrong. When did Feng Yuan make this oil powder? Why didn't I know? Was it at the beginning, or at Mount Huang or Howling Moon Mountain? Strange. He had never cared about the caravan. He did not even frown when the caravan suffered so many losses. How could he be so meticulous and even notice a small problem like the cart's lubrication? Strange, strange. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a lightning-fast thought flashed through Bai Ningbing's mind. In that instant, her body shook, and her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. A possibility echoed in her mind like a voice in a deep valley. She stopped on the spot, and her heart was filled with shock. After a long time, an ostrich that had been walking past her suddenly cried out. This sound woke her up. Feng Yuan's figure was already far away, and he was about to disappear into the crowd in front of him. This fellow. Bai Ningbing lowered her head. Under the shadow of the straw hat, her blue eyes shone with a cold light. The sun had completely set, and the stars gradually appeared in the night sky. The caravan stopped at a riverbank and decided to camp here for the night. However, just as they were halfway through setting up the camp, a group of cold jade owlcats appeared near the camp. There's a herd of owlcats. Stop your work immediately and form a defensive formation. These damned beasts, I only had one bite of my dinner. The people cursed as they ran around. Benefiting from the previous ordeal and training, the caravan quickly formed 3 tight defensive lines. The cold jade owlcat had the body of a leopard and was extremely agile. Its face was like an owl's. A pair of huge eyes took up almost half of its face, and shone with an eerie green light in the darkness. The Owlcat King screeched in pain, and the owlcats swarmed towards the camp like a tide. Kill! The Goo Masters at the front line shouted. At once, multicolored lights flashed, flames burned, rocks flew, lightning flashed. Countless owlcats fell in the attack, but more and more came forward. Oh heavens, this is a large group of cold jade owlcats. Someone shouted. Ah, save me. Somewhere in the defensive line could not hold on any longer. A Goo Master was pounced on by 3 owlcats. His screams stopped, and blood splattered. Quick, block that gap. 2 Goo Masters were sent as reinforcements. But it was useless, the gap was getting bigger, and the entire defensive line was affected. Retreat, retreat. Without a choice, everyone retreated to the second defensive line. In the intense battle, the situation fell into a deadlock. Link the handcart and the carriages together, and stack the goods together to form a tall wall. After the second defensive line, the third defensive line was being built urgently. Large numbers of servants were moving the goods, and were sweating profusely. No one could slack off. Fong Yuan carried a huge wooden box, and Bai Ningbing suddenly walked over, and placed her hand on his other side. On the surface she seemed to be helping Fong Yuan, but in fact she moved closer to Fong Yuan's ear and gritted her teeth. You lured this group of cold jade owlcats here, right? Fong Yuan seemed to be shocked. Why do you say that? Stop pretending. Those powders are very strange. I don't believe a person like you would be so kind as to consider these minor details. Bai Ningbing suppressed her voice. You finally found out. Fong Yuan did not deny it. Bai Ningbing could not help but grind her teeth. So the frequent attacks on the caravan were all because of Fong Yuan's contributions. The 2 carried a wooden box, moving slowly. The people around them moved back and forth, shouting and shouting. All of their attention was focused on this ambush. No one paid attention to Fong and Bai's whispers. Why did you do this? After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked. Hee. Fong Yuan laughed. Guess? Chapter 251. Bai Ningbing resisted this impulse and squinted her eyes. She was after all intelligent and thought of some things. What does Shang Xinci have that is worth you putting in so much effort? Previously, she thought Fong Yuan was lusting after Shang Xinci's beauty, but now she overturned this thought. She understood Fong Yuan. Only great benefits would make him go through so much trouble. But after being together for so many days, Bai Ningbing already understood Shang Xinci's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan, and was a mortal with no cultivation aptitude. Shang Xinci was indeed as beautiful as a flower, but this kind of appearance was not a strength on her, but a weakness. This appearance would attract the demonic claws of greed and evil, and she did not have the strength to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 Goo Master beside her, she would have been captured long ago and turned into a plaything. What was the value of such a person? Her business talent was nothing compared to Fong Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not understand. Fong Yuan did not reply to Bai Ningbing. You 2 over there move faster, don't dawdle. Not far away, a Goo Master pointed at Fong and Bai and shouted. Fong and Bai quickened their pace as Bai Ningbing lowered her voice. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? If someone finds out, these people will not rest until you die. Then did they find out? Fong Yuan countered with a question. The 2 put down the wooden chest and walked back. To eliminate his suspicions, Fong Yuan sacrificed his goods during the first beast group attack. After several beast group attacks, Zhang clan's goods were the most damaged. Many people sympathized with Shang Xinci, and even Shang Xinci had looked for Fong Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she suddenly realized that although Fong Yuan seemed to have sacrificed a lot of goods, the truly valuable goods were still kept until now. These goods accounted for more than half of the value of the goods, and his losses were not much. His methods were extremely secretive. If she did not discover it by chance, she would still be in the dark. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. This guy, he even hid it from me. The 2 of them picked up another box. Fong Yuan seemed to know what Bai Ningbing was thinking. He chuckled. To deceive the enemy, it's best to start by deceiving your own people. Besides, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You have your uses. Oh, what's the use? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but ask. It's a warning. You're the closest person to me. If you've found something fishy, then the others should have as well. But it was a coincidence today that Fang Yuan shook his head. Coincidences also represent certain trends. However, it's about time. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. What do you want? In the end, the cold jade owlcats did not manage to reach the third line of defense. The second line of defense stood firm and defeated the invading owlcats. After the battle, the survivors counted the casualties and cleaned up the battlefield. How many times has this horde of beasts attacked? I want to go home. Damn it. My luck this time is too bad. Should we continue forward? Maybe it's a good idea to stay and wait for the other caravans to help us. Everyone's mood was extremely low. Many people complained. They felt that the future was uncertain and did not want to continue forward. Panic, anxiety, fear, and other emotions permeated the entire camp. Leader Jia, why do you arrange for my Chen family to guard the first line of defense every time? What are your intentions? Vice Leader Chen, I've always been fair and just. Your Chen family is the strongest. Now that we're in the same boat, we're helping each other. Capable people do more work. Naturally, we have to take on more responsibilities. The sudden quarrel attracted the attention of many people. Jia Long and Chen Shuangjin glared at each other. The atmosphere was tense. My Chen family is the strongest? Hehe, Leader Jia, you're lying through your teeth. We all know how many experts your Jia family has left. Chen Shuangjin sneered. Bullshit. My family's Jiaping was sacrificed. What about your Chen family? Jia Long scolded. You too, now is not the time to quarrel. Lin family's vice leader walked over and advised. In the end, Jia Long and Chen Shuangjin parted on bad terms. Even Lord Jia Long and Lord Chen Shuangjin are quarreling. Aren't Jia family and Chen Shuangjin very close? Sigh, at this juncture everyone is in danger. They're all thinking about how to preserve their family's strength. No matter how good the relationship is, it's useless. According to the latest news, the two young masters of Jia family are quarreling. Chen family seems to have completely sided with Jia Gui. So that's it. Lord Jia Long is Jia Fu's subordinate. No wonder he doesn't have a good attitude towards Chen family. A few Gu masters conversed softly. Fang Yuan's heart moved. Several days later, the caravan, whose morale was low, advanced to Xiangye Mountain. Xiangye Mountain towered into the clouds, with large numbers of elephants resting there. The climate here was unique. From the foot of the mountain to the waist of the mountain, it was hot and humid, filled with rainforests. From the waist of the mountain to the peak, pure white snow covered the area, dry and cold, with cedar trees. Everyone was very careful. What made them happy was that in the few days they had been in Xiangye Mountain, they had not been attacked by any beast groups. Is my good luck finally here? Extreme sorrow brings bliss, it's about time. What a pity, almost all the goods were lost. We'll have to pay a lot of money this time. Be content. It's good enough that we managed to keep our lives. After Xiangye Mountain, Mubei Mountain and Shuangjiang Mountain, we will reach Xiao Village. Once we get there, I'll sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone talked at once, looking towards the future. Their morale rose slightly. It's snowing? One person raised his head and saw specks of white falling from the sky. Nonsense, this is the foot of Xiangye Mountain. How can it be snowing? Someone did not believe it, but when he raised his head his expression froze. It's really snowing. Damn it, this is not snow, it's feathers. Someone suddenly shouted. Many Gu masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be? White feather flying elephant. Right at this time, a strong wind blew and white feathers flew, like a snowstorm. Ong! Hundreds of elephants trumpeted and flew down from the sky, charging towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it, it really is the white feather flying elephant. How did we provoke them? They should be living at the waist of the mountain. Get into formation, quickly get into formation and face the enemy. But it was too late. The elephant group charged down and everywhere they went, People and horses were thrown off their feet. These white feather flying elephants had white feathers all over their bodies. 2 curved elephant tusks were 10 feet long, thick and sharp. The huge impact made them invincible. The advancing caravan was caught unprepared. Just one attack from the elephant group took away the lives of over 100 people. Many servants were trampled into meat paste. Carriages were pierced by the elephant tusks, and 3 black-skin fat beetles died in an instant. Winged snakes and ostriches scurried everywhere, causing a stampede. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. "Gu masters, all Gu masters, gather towards me," Jiaolong shouted from the crowd. But he had just gathered over 10 people when the elephant group charged down again, scattering the Gu masters. The elephant group flew into the sky and started to prepare for the 3rd attack. Sigh, Jiaolong heaved a long sigh, knowing there was little hope of a counterattack. He could only shout, "Everyone escape, escape to the surrounding rainforest." Needless to say, many people had already charged into the rainforest. But the white feather flying elephant's charge was extremely strong. And as they charged into the rainforest, the trees were instantly broken and countless people were trampled by the elephants. These flying elephants looked holy and elegant, but their nature was extremely bloodthirsty. A flying elephant aimed at Shang Xianci and the others, charging down like a meteor. "Miss, run. I will lure it away." At the crucial moment, Zhang Zhu stepped forward and shot out a red light, hitting the flying elephant. The flying elephant was furious, turning around and aiming at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was a healing Gu master. His attack and defense were not strong, and he fled in a sorry state in the rainforest. The flying elephant charged, bringing with it a loud whistling sound. Zhang Zhu sprinted and threw himself forward in time. The flying elephant heavily crashed into his back, breaking several trees and scattering white feathers all over the ground. So close! Zhang Zhu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and just as he got up, his vision turned black. Bam! A thick tree trunk was swung by the white feather flying elephant's trunk, and it crashed into Zhang Zhu's body. At the moment of life and death, Zhang Zhu activated his defensive Gu, and his whole body was covered in a layer of golden light. Puff! The golden light dispersed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying far away. He saw stars and felt dizzy. He fell on the ground, unable to move. He could vaguely hear the sound of the elephant's feet, and it was getting louder and louder. His spine felt a chill, and his rich battle experience told him his life was in danger. He did not have time to think, and immediately rolled on the ground. By a hair's breadth, the white feather flying elephant missed him. Bam! With a loud sound, the white feather flying elephant fiercely crashed into the mountain wall, and its 2 tusks were deeply embedded into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant howled loudly, and shook its head with all its might while retreating with its 4 legs. Zhang Zhu's blurry vision finally became clear, and he stood up shakily. Seeing this clear scene, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been smashed into pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. The defensive Gu was in a weakened state, and was on the verge of destruction. I need to quickly return to Mrs. side. He was extremely anxious. As a Gu master, he was in such danger. Miss and Xiao Dai were both mortals, and their lives were hanging by a thread. That white feather flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, and Zhang Zhu turned around and ran, chasing towards the location in his memory. When he reached the location, Shang Xianci had already disappeared. Zhang Zhu was hesitating on which direction to go, when a Gu master ran over with 3 white feather flying elephants chasing after him. "Save me!" he shouted. "Damn it!" Zhang Zhu cursed. He recognized this person as a young Gu master from Qin tribe, called Chen Xian. Zhang Zhu was worried about Mrs. safety, and could not care about saving Chen Xian, and immediately ran. Chapter 252. Zhang Zhu cursed loudly, but was still dragged into it in the end. After a thrilling chase of life and death, the 2 managed to shake off a flying elephant. Finally, they reached a cliff and were blocked by 2 flying elephants. The ground shook as the flying elephant charged over. "Lad, split up and run!" Zhang Zhu shouted, pouncing towards the left. "Oh my God!" Chen Xian shouted, but before he could move, The flying elephant charged over, smashing a huge hole in the cliff and stabbing its tusks into the mountain rocks. The two flying elephants were temporarily restrained. Heaven is protecting me, I am not fated to die. Zhang Zhu fiercely gasped for breath, lying limply on the ground. The cliff was shaking, and the two flying elephants were roaring furiously. They continuously shook their heads, causing rock fragments to fly everywhere, and the hole where the tusks were stabbed continued to expand. Zhang Zhu was shocked. Knowing these two flying elephants would soon escape, he quickly propped up his body and tried to get up. He had just stood up when suddenly the sound of wind came, causing his body to shake. Swoosh! A white bone spear with spiral patterns pierced through his back to his chest. Then the spear tip was firmly nailed to the ground. Fresh blood flowed down the bone spear, dripping onto the ground. Zhang Zhu's movements turned sluggish, his mouth slightly opened, and fresh blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He slowly lowered his head, seeing this fatal spiral bone spear. At first, he thought it was the white feather flying snow's tusks, but soon he realized this was a Gu Master's attack. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head and see the culprit behind his back. But the next second, swoosh, another bone spear shot out. This spear directly pierced through the back of his head, and then came out from his mouth, the spear tip firmly fixed on the ground. Zhang Zhu was firmly fixed, his eyes widening in vain, but his pupils had shrunk to a point. He was dead. He died with everlasting regret. In a hidden corner, Fang Yuan watched from afar. These days, he had already thoroughly understood Zhang Zhu's background. This Zhang Zhu was his obstacle, he had to be eliminated. The two white bone spears gradually disintegrated, turning into specks of white light and dissipating in the air. Without support, Zhang Zhu fell to the ground. A white feather flying elephant pulled out its teeth and rushed towards Zhang Zhu's corpse, stomping on it. She stomped them into meat paste and crushed their bones. The white feathers scattered, and the flying elephant rose from the ground and flew into the air again. Seeing this, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Zhang Zhu was already dead. The flying elephant crushed the body, saving Fang Yuan the work of cleaning up the crime scene. He quietly retreated. Not long after he left, the other white-feathered flying elephant also flew away. Its tusks pierced through the mountain wall, leaving two bowl-sized holes. A large part of the mountain wall caved in, and rubble was scattered all around. Suddenly, the pile of rubble trembled and a head popped out. "Oh my God! You scared me to death." Thankfully, I had the berry earth goo and escaped from this calamity. Chen Xian crawled out of the ground, breathing roughly as he broke out in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. This burial goo could allow a Gu Master to go underground and hide temporarily. The disadvantage was that once it was used, the Gu Master could only be buried in one place and could not move. Moreover, when activating it, the Gu Master needed to continuously use a large amount of primeval essence. Chen Xian was chased all along, and only at the last moment did he have the time to use it. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. A Gu Master actually tried to assassinate Zhang Zhu. Looking at Zhang Zhu's corpse, which had already been stomped into meat paste, Chen Xian swallowed his saliva and fled in panic. The elephant group wreaked havoc for over 2 hours before leaving. Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were covered in mud, looking battered and exhausted. Xiao Dai's face was even greenish-purple. Evidently she had bumped into something while running. Missing. She was scared out of her wits. Death was so close to her that her body trembled as she walked. Shang Xianci patted her hand, trying to comfort her. But in truth her face was also deathly pale. Along the way, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed freely. Broken wheels, dead ostriches, black skin fat beetles and winged snakes' corpses were strewn across the merchant road. As the survivors gradually gathered together, the sounds of moaning, wailing, and sobbing became one. As the leader of the caravan, Jiaolong's face was ashen. The casualties this time were too severe. The entire caravan had suffered severe losses. Less than a tenth of them were completely crippled. After gathering the caravan, there were only over 100 people left. Most of them were Gu Masters, while a small portion were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Chen clan had suffered great losses, not to mention the other caravans. Lin clan only had 3 Gu Masters left, and some unfortunate clan caravans had even died. The rainforest was also dangerous. Many people did not die from the stampede of the white feather-flying elephants, but were instead greeted by the ferocious beasts and poisonous insects in the rainforest. Bai Yin, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thank you for luring away a white feather-flying elephant for us. In the crowd, Shang Xianci found Bai Ningbing and took the initiative to thank her. Fang Yuan was not at ease with Bai Ningbing, and was worried she was colluding with Zhang Zhu. Thus he personally went to kill Zhang Zhu. And Bai Ningbing was in charge of secretly following Shang Xianci and protecting her life. This is nothing, I have always been repaying kindness. Lady Zhang, the one who saved you was not me, but your past good deeds. Bai Ningbing said. She was usually reticent, almost never speaking. If she spoke, she would purposely change her tone and lower her voice. Right now, she no longer concealed herself and spoke with a normal tone. Her tone was cold and her voice was clear, clearly a female's voice, causing Shang Xianci and the servant girl to show a strange expression. Right, Bai Yin, have you seen Uncle Zhang Zhu? Shang Xianci asked with an anxious expression. I have searched everywhere but have not found him. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan had already returned. She knew Zhang Zhu was definitely dead. Lady, don't worry, Zhang Zhu is a Gu master with extraordinary skills. He might even be on the way back. She consoled. I hope so. Shang Xianci's brows were tightly furrowed, the uneasiness in her heart increasing. On the other side, Leader Jiaolong stood at a high place and shouted. Everyone listen, the smell of blood here will soon attract other beast groups. We need to evacuate quickly. Everyone move quickly. Bring as many goods as you can carry. Those that cannot be moved, you have to abandon them. We need to leave this place in 15 minutes. The danger was not over yet. Everyone could only forcefully raise their spirits, suppressing the pain in their hearts as they busied themselves. Save me, someone save me. My blood is still flowing. Bring me along. I only lost a leg, I can still walk. I beg you, I will give you Yuan stone as a reward. 2, 3? Even 4 will do. The servants who were severely injured and couldn't move all let out pleading sounds. Very few people received help. These crippled people could not bring in manpower. Instead they were burdens. Many people were heartlessly abandoned. Seeing the caravan leaving, many people went crazy and started cursing loudly. Some people crawled on the ground, trying to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Zhang, you are the kindest and kindest. Lady Zhang, please have mercy. Shang Xianci's footsteps were hesitant. Her lips were trembling, her face was pale and her gaze was flustered. The mountain wind blew her green dress. Her hair was disheveled. She was as weak as a grass in a storm. Lady Zhang, let's go. Now is not the time for you to be kind. Fang Yuan walked to her side, held her arm, and forcefully pulled her forward. Xiao Dai, who usually chattered like a sparrow, was now silent, her legs trembling as she hurried along. Believe me, everything will be fine. Fang Yuan's tone was gentle. Shang Xianci covered her chest, constantly breathing deeply, as if the air was thin, making it hard for her to breathe. At first, she only breathed through her nose, but gradually, she opened her mouth, taking in large gulps of air. Her footsteps became more and more unsteady. Her limbs became weaker. If not for Fang Yuan supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. Her whole body was soaked in sweat. The mountain wind blew, making her shiver. After this shiver, Shang Xianci's breathing gradually calmed down. After another 10 steps, she no longer breathed heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth. Her breathing was no longer heavy. After 50 steps, her footsteps became strong again, no longer needing Fang Yuan's support. The mountain road extended upwards. She walked up a slope. A gust of mountain wind blew, completely messing up her hair. She stretched out her hand, tidying it up as she walked. When she tidied up her hair, the confusion, fear, and worry in her eyes disappeared, only leaving behind a determined look. Thank you, she said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, letting go of her hand. Standing on the slope, she slowly stopped and looked behind her. Do you know? This is the most difficult road I've walked since I was born. She sighed. Her face was still pale, her voice extremely soft. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This was Shang Xianci? As expected of someone famous in the southern border. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but look at Shang Xianci in a different light. For a mortal girl, to be able to adjust so quickly after encountering such a tragedy, it was not easy. On this road, there were incessant sounds of begging and crying. These sounds were nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Shang Xianci, it was the greatest torture and interrogation. Especially when Zhangzhu was missing, her greatest support had disappeared. Shang Xianci could bravely face all of this. It was truly praiseworthy. This road was an ordinary mountain road, but it was also a difficult and anxious mental road. Shang Xianci gritted her teeth, did not collapse, and walked forward with determination. As if in an instant she had matured. Fang Yuan chuckled, looking at Shang Xianci with a profound gaze. Miss Shang, you have a kind heart. Why don't you go and save those people who have been abandoned? These words were met with an angry glare from Xiao Dai. Shang Xianci smiled bitterly. If I could save them, I would definitely do it. Unfortunately, even if I tried my best, I would not be able to save them. Fang Yuan laughed. This is what I admire about you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you make me admire you. Miss Zhang, on the road of life, there are many trials and tribulations. Sometimes the road is very muddy. As long as you do your best, you can feel at ease. Shang Xianci looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had already faintly guessed that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. Fang Yuan's words just now confirmed this point. In her mind, she had unintentionally given some help to Fang and Bai. These could only be considered small favors, but she had won the recognition and appreciation of Fang and Bai. After that, Fang and Bai had repaid her several times. First, Feiho Mountain helped her, then they helped her earn money, and just now they saved her life. She was a weak girl who had been exiled by her family, and most of her goods had been lost. What was there for them to covet? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action alone showed that although they were mysterious, their characters were pure and upright, and their hearts hid the truth, kindness, and beauty. It was his good fortune to run into them. Thinking of this, Shang Xianci's heart could not help but ripple. She stared deeply at Fang Yuan, and sincerely said, "Thank you." Although it was only 2 words, it revealed the deep gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Shang Xianci knew that almost all the disasters were single-handedly directed by Fang Yuan, what kind of attitude would she have then? Chapter 253. The casualty count is out. We have 137 people left, 78 Gu Masters and 59 mortals. A vice leader reported in front of everyone. At this moment, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were gathered together, discussing their way out. The atmosphere was heavy and stifling. The caravan leader Jia Long frowned deeply, his brows almost forming a knot when he heard this. A large caravan of over 1,000 people, to think that there were only so few people left. 78 Gu Masters sounded like a lot, but there were only 12 rank 3 Gu Masters here. There were 28 rank 2 Gu Masters, and the remaining 38 were rank 1 Gu Masters. In this number, one had to exclude the injured. In fact, those who still had battle strength left were less than half. Mortal lives were cheap, they could be abandoned as servants, but Gu Masters were different. Every Gu Master was a precious treasure of the clan. They could not be abandoned. Jia Long knew that these injured Gu Masters were a huge burden to the caravan. In order to maintain their lives and heal their injuries, the caravan's already crumbling logistics would definitely worsen. But Jia Long did not dare to abandon them. Once he did, the morale would completely collapse, the Gu Masters would be in danger, and the entire caravan would collapse. Their final outcome would be to be devoured by beast groups. At this moment, the vice leader changed the topic. The only thing worth rejoicing over is that the caravan still has a lot of goods left. If we evenly distribute those ownerless goods, we will have a large amount of yuan stone. It can make up for our losses. In the disaster earlier, many people died, but the goods were not damaged. If they were evenly distributed, the survivors would instead benefit from it. Hearing this, The eyes of almost everyone in the tent lit up. Merchants pursued profits, even if they were in danger. This did not change their nature. Everyone looked at each other for a while, before Vice Leader Chen Shuangjin coughed. Evenly distributing, I feel it is not appropriate. In the battle earlier, my Chen clan sacrificed the most. We also killed the most white feather flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods. 30%? How can that be? Your Chen clan sacrificed a lot? My Yuchi clan sacrificed a rank 2 peak stage young genius. No matter what, our Ji clan wants at least 20%. Everyone started to argue, gradually starting to argue. In front of benefits, there was no one who wouldn't be envious. Shang Xinci was the only one who remained silent among them. Powerful teams would want more. The weaker party insisted on an equal distribution. The quarrel grew louder and louder. It spread out of the tent and attracted countless inquisitive gazes. Shang Xinci suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly fell silent. Everyone. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes swept around. The most important thing now is not these goods, but how to survive. Perhaps the horde of beasts would arrive in the next moment. We are already grasshoppers on the same rope, chained together by fate. However, the strength of each of us is limited. Only by working together can we have a chance of survival. She paused for a moment. I propose that we first contribute our goods and take out the items that are helpful to us. Here, on behalf of the Zhang clan, I will set an example. I am willing to give up all the goods in my hands for free. What? Free contribution? For a moment, many people were stunned. Chen Shuangjin, Jia Long, and the others' faces also changed. I'm tired. I hope that everyone can discuss an effective method as soon as possible. Goodbye. Shang Xinci nodded and turned to open the curtain. She walked less than 5 steps out of the tent, when an even louder sound erupted. Now with the addition of the Zhang clan's goods, the benefits were even greater, making people even crazier. Shang Xinci slowed down her steps, clenched her fists and sighed deeply. She was also a businesswoman. Naturally, she pursued profits. The so-called voluntary contribution, just now was of course not from her heart. It was just that the current situation forced her. She was like a baby carrying a large sum of money. Walking beside an adult, she had to protect herself. Returning to her own tent, Xiao Dai's eyes were red. She was curled up in a corner, crying. She and Shang Xinci had lived together since they were young. The shock that the white feather flying elephant brought to her was only now bursting out. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci sighed inwardly, and sat beside her to comfort her. Miss, I'm scared. Oh. Lord Zhangzhu still hasn't come back. It can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai plunged into Shang Xinci's arms, crying bitterly. Shang Xinci patted her back and comforted her, but Xiao Dai still cried. Xiao Dai, Uncle Zhangzhu may never come back. Shang Xinci said in a low voice. When she said this, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body tremble in her arms. Miss, it can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai looked up, her eyes red, and kept shaking her head. Accept this fact, Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci suddenly shouted. We can only rely on ourselves now. Don't cry, you can't cry. Crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves? But we are all mortals. If it wasn't for Lord Zhangzhu, we wouldn't have been able to complete this journey. Xiao Dai's eyes were brimming with tears, her mood very low. That's right. If it wasn't for Uncle Zhangzhu, those people wouldn't have let me become one of the vice leaders. Xiao Dai, you're right. We are mortals. But mortals also have mortal strength. Shang Xinci's eyes flashed with a resolute light. She stared at Xiao Dai with a burning gaze. She grabbed Xiao Dai's arm and shook it. Xiao Dai, do you believe me? Xiao Dai looked at Shang Xinci in front of her, and felt an inexplicable power. This power came from Shang Xinci and then spread to her body, infecting her heart, making her feel as if she was being illuminated by light. Miss. Xiao Dai's eyes flashed. She had never seen her miss like this. At this moment, she felt that her miss was unprecedentedly bright and beautiful. I believe you. She softly but firmly replied. Very good, Xiao Dai. Listen carefully, we're in danger. Sometimes people are more terrifying than beasts. Let's take all our savings and go find Hei-Tu and Bai Yin together. Yes, miss, I'll listen to you. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. In the tent, Feng Yuan and Shang Xianci sat facing each other. Feng Yuan looked at the beauty in front of him with a playful expression. You just said that you have already given away our goods for free? Given them to those greedy hyenas? That's right, Shang Xianci admitted frankly. Feng Yuan's lips curled up. His gaze filled with admiration toward Shang Xianci. She was truly a smart person. She knew when to give up and when to give up. She had courage. With Zhang Zhu dead, Shang Xianci was only a mortal. Even though she represented Zhang tribe, her status was not equal to the other vice leaders. It was simply too easy for these Gu masters to take Shang Xianci's goods. They could kill Shang Xianci and push the blame to the beast groups. At that time no one could say anything. Zhang tribe would also not investigate a huge scale for a mere Shang Xianci. Thus, to Shang Xianci, these goods in her hands were extremely troublesome and could bring her calamity. Thus, she wisely gave up on this calamity and threw it to others, trying to ensure her own safety. But she also deeply understood that this safety was not reliable. Thus she came here. I am here to apologize to you, Hei-Tu. I am very sorry. Shang Xianci bowed towards Feng Yuan. You borrowed these goods. Logically speaking, these goods should be yours. I have overstepped my boundaries this time. I was extremely rash and rude. To express my apologies, please accept these. Shang Xianci brought 2 wooden chests this time. Without opening them, Feng Yuan knew that these chests were filled with yuan stone. A large portion was earned by himself. He gave the other party a 50-50 split. Feng Yuan could not help but look at Shang Xianci. The two's gazes met in midair, gradually forming a tacit understanding. Both of them were smart people. Many words did not need to be said. In Shang Xianci's understanding, Feng Yuan was purposely hiding his identity. It was very likely that he was a Gu master. According to his various actions during their interactions, Shang Xianci felt that Feng Yuan was a very reliable person. If there was anyone who could help her, Feng Yuan was undoubtedly the best choice. Because Shang Xianci trusted Feng Yuan very much. However, Shang Xianci also had her misgivings. Firstly, she did not know Feng Yuan's true strength. There was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3. Secondly, Feng Yuan definitely had his reasons for hiding his identity. He might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Without getting Feng Yuan's promise, Shang Xianci donated the goods. After ensuring her safety, she brought all her savings to find Feng Yuan. She said that she was here to apologize, but in truth, she was implicitly inviting Feng Yuan, hoping for his help. She knew that Feng Yuan was the same type of person as her. This was a tacit understanding between smart people. The two looked at each other for a long time. Feng Yuan smiled and broke the silence. These yuan stone, please take them back. Shang Xianci's expression changed slightly, her heart sinking. In her understanding, Feng Yuan rejecting these yuan stone was no doubt refusing to help her. But what could she do about this? Speaking of which, Feng Yuan had already repaid her a lot. There were very few people in the world who could do this. Shang Xianci could not ask for anything. But if Hei-Tu did not help her, who else could it be? Bai Yin? No, the two of them had a close relationship. They would naturally help each other. Shang Xianci could not think of anyone else. A bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. I understand. But these yuan stone, just take it as me giving Hei-Tu a gift. A man's wealth is his own ruin. If you don't accept it, I'm afraid I will have to give it away. Feng Yuan laughed. Miss Zhang, I think your understanding is a little wrong. When we first joined the caravan, Bai Yin and I were seriously injured, our lives hanging by a thread. Our strength was at its lowest, but we were coveted by some strong slaves. When a tiger leaves its mountain, it will be bullied by dogs. It was you who protected us and gave us the opportunity to recuperate. It is not an exaggeration to say that this kindness is a life-saving grace. And I am a person who will repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. Although you are immortal, I approve of you, and even admire you. It is fate that we met in this vast sea of people. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water, let alone a life-saving grace. Take Yuan Stone back. I will do my best to protect you. Ah! Shang Xianci heard this and could not help but exclaim softly. Her eyelashes trembled, her eyes reddened, and soon became misty. Chapter 254. How could the icing on the cake compare to providing timely help? Strong winds know the strength of the grass. A swaying board shows a person's heart. Feng Yuan saw Shang Xianci's expression, but he was not pleased. What came next was the main point. He continued. But there is one thing I need to tell you. Sir, please speak. Shang Xianci stretched out her jade-like fingers and wiped the corner of her eyes, calming her mind. Bai Yin and I are demonic path members, Feng Yuan said. Shang Xianci nodded without any surprise. She had already expected this. Before this, Zhang Zhu had also guessed this and told her to be on guard against Feng and Bai. Therefore, Shang Xianci was mentally prepared and naturally accepted this fact. She did not have cultivation aptitude and was born as an illegitimate child. Her different life experiences made her mature early and had a deep understanding of this world's essence. Moreover, she did not have a good choice right now. Feng Yuan's voice turned cold. Demonic path members have always been vicious and merciless. Bai Yin and I are no exception. We both have murder cases on our hands. Shang Xianci subconsciously pursed her lips. You need to believe me, only then will I be able to help you. But don't worry, when I feel I have repaid your kindness, I will leave quietly. I won't let you have any connection with demonic path members. But before that, we will appear with the identity of Zhang Clan's Gu Masters. I hope Lady Zhang can fulfill this identity for us. Feng Yuan lightly said. Shang Xianci's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Sir He Tu, please call me Xianci. Sir may be a demonic path member, but you are an honest person with principles. Xianci is not pedantic. The righteous path has many hypocritical and filthy people. Being able to obtain Sir's protection is Xianci's fortune. Feng Yuan laughed and looked at Shang Xianci with deep meaning. I hope you don't regret it in the future. Du Xianci was about to speak when a voice came from outside the tent. Is Zhang Xianci in this tent? An arrogant male voice that was not old could be heard. Lord Gu Master, please wait. My lady is discussing important matters inside. Xiao Dai stopped him. Something important? Your Zhang clan's goods have already been donated. What's there to discuss? The newcomer sneered. Lord Gu Master. Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, followed by the sound of her being kicked to the ground. Get lost, you lowly maid. You dare to block my, Fei's path. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes flashed with panic and worry. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Feng Yuan stopped her. The curtains were suddenly pulled open, and a sinister-looking young Gu Master appeared in front of the two. Zhang Xianci. The young Gu Master's gaze immediately landed on Shang Xianci, not concealing his desire and greed. You sure made me look for you for a long time. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he raised his head. With an imposing manner of controlling the situation, he examined Shang Xianci's entire body. Shang Xianci was dressed in a green robe and looked like a delicate lotus. Such a beautiful figure had long been engraved into the hearts of many people in the caravan. Fei yearned for her day and night. He tried to pursue her several times, but was rejected by Shang Xianci. He had wanted to use force, but because of Zhang Zhu's existence he could only endure. Now that Zhang family's only Gu Master Zhang Zhu was dead, Shang Xianci was just a mortal. Such a beautiful woman. Fei had long coveted her, and now he finally had such a good opportunity. Fei's gaze was filled with desire and aggression, making Shang Xianci's heart tighten, and even more sorrow arose in her heart. She had taken the initiative to abandon the goods, but she still could not obtain safety. Her appearance had become a source of disaster. These righteous Gu Masters usually appeared sanctimonious, but at this moment, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Shang Xianci was clear that this Fei was the one who could not wait any longer. Behind him, there were many other pairs of wolf eyes. I wonder why Lord Fei is here? Shang Xianci stood up, bowed and asked. Ha ha ha. Fei raised his head and laughed. I am here to help you, Xianci. Little sweetheart, your family's Gu master has not returned. He must be dead. You are just a weak girl. Only by relying on me can you safely survive. Little pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me. This young master is just this kind, come with me. Saying so, he moved forward to pull her away. Shang Xianci's complexion was pale, but she was a young girl after all, so she could not help but take a step back. This delicate and pitiful appearance made Fei's heart burn with lust. Miss, you can't go with him. Xiao Dai ran in and stretched out her arms, blocking in front of Fei. Fei was furious, and with a slap, he slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai immediately fell to the ground. Her cheeks instantly turned red and swollen. She felt dizzy from the slap, and her ears were ringing. Xiao Dai. Shang Xianci quickly squatted down and helped her up. Miss, leave quickly, even if I die. I will never let you take Miss away. Xiao Dai struggled to stand up, and fiercely stared at Fei. Her gaze was filled with fear, anger, and determination. Lowly servant, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his hand and was about to strike down. Suddenly, a large hand stretched out from the void and fiercely grabbed his arm. Who is it? Fei was startled, and when he took a closer look he saw an ugly man dressed like a servant, grabbing his arm. How audacious of you! Fei's face twisted, full of anger. He wanted to retract his arm, but Fang Yuan's hand was like an iron clamp, unexpectedly not moving an inch. Dog servant, you still won't let go. Fei was extremely angry, his killing intent rose, and he was about to mobilize his true yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. His face was full of burn marks, and he was also missing an ear. At this moment, he was sneering, revealing a gloomy and terrifying aura. Fei's heart suddenly palpitated. Fang Yuan had already let go. Then he lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked Fei's stomach. Bang! Fei only felt a huge force coming at him, and he was unable to resist it. An intense pain came, and his whole body flew out like a broken sack, breaking out of the tent and landing on the ground, at least 2 or 3 feet away. This movement was a bit big, and a person suddenly shot out from the tent. The people around the tent all stopped to watch. Even the curtains were torn apart. Through this big hole, Shang Xianci and Bo Dai saw Fei lying on the ground, not moving at all. The 2 girls were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid attention to amicability, and even when they were wronged, they still had to show a smiling face. Shang Xianci's background was not good, and she had long learned to endure, and was used to living with her head lowered. Although there was once rank 3 Zhang Zhu, he was a healing Gu master, and could not do anything alone. Many conflicts were resolved gently, like water, or like a warm sun melting snow. And this sudden kick from Fang Yuan was like a shocking thunderclap, like a precipitous cliff, without a trace of gentleness. It was forceful, overbearing, and ostentatious. The intense violence was far beyond the 2 girls' expectations. Fei lay on the ground, staring blankly for a few breaths of time. Then the intense pain in his abdomen aroused his intense humiliation and resentment. He was kicked, and the person who kicked him was a servant. Scoundrel, you actually dared to kick me. How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are dead meat. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Fei let out an angry roar, standing up from the ground. His face was flushed with anger, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with anger, like a wild beast that was about to devour someone. Die. He took a step forward, crazily rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a steady step forward, raising his head and chest, blocking the 2 girls. Fei got closer, and suddenly jumped up to 6 feet from the ground, before diving down towards Fang Yuan. I will smash you into a meat patty, he shouted, stretching out his 2 palms. Under the effect of the Gu worm, his palms suddenly expanded by more than 3 times, bringing with it a fierce sound of wind and a fierce force, fiercely slamming towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan was really immortal, receiving this attack, he would definitely have his bones broken and flesh torn by Fei's 2 palms, dying on the spot. However, he was not immortal. Not only was he not immortal, he was also a rank 2 upper stage Gu master. Not only was he a rank 2 upper stage Gu master, but he also had a rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence in his aperture. Ever since advancing to rank 2, Feng Yuan's aperture could hold some snow silver primeval essence. Especially during this period of time when beast groups frequently attacked, Feng Yuan would store some snow silver primeval essence, just in case. Thus, although Feng Yuan was a rank 2 upper stage Gu master, his battle strength was absolutely not like this. And this Fei was only a rank 2 initial stage Gu master. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, messing up the two girls' hair. Looking at Fei descending from the sky like a god, his two palms slamming down with great power, Xiao Dai's face turned deathly pale. Shang Xianxi's heart jumped, and she could not help but shout. Careful! Feng Yuan sneered, bending his index finger and lightly flicking. Spiral Bone Spear Gu. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out, rushing towards the sky. What? Fei was shocked, his mind was in chaos, and he quickly dodged. The bone spear pierced through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and getting stuck in his shoulder bone, causing blood to flow out. Intense pain came, and Fei's momentum came to a halt, and he miserably fell to the ground. You are actually a Gu master, he screamed, his voice filled with panic and astonishment. Feng Yuan did not pay attention to him, and directly rushed over, clenching his right fist and swinging his arm, smashing towards him. Fei's vision darkened, and he could only see the fist shadow rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Damn it! He cursed and quickly activated his Gu worm, and subconsciously raised his palms to block in front of him. Bam! The strength of two boars and the strength of a crocodile burst out. The enormous strength directly caused Feng Yuan's iron fist to pierce through Fei's palms, shattering his defense, and then ruthlessly smashed into his face. His nose broke in an instant, and his whole face caved in from the punch. He flew out, blood spurting out like crazy. When he fell on the ground like a broken sack, he was already dead. Fuck murder. A Gu master was killed. The spectators were all shocked, some screamed, and some roared. Feng Yuan's whole body was shrouded in a layer of white armor. This was the Canopy Gu's activation. Without this layer of defense, he could not display his strength to his heart's content. Gu, he is actually a Gu master. Xiao Dai's eyes were wide open. Shang Xianci was also shocked, speechless. She looked at Feng Yuan's back, and suddenly thought of what he had just said. Demonic path people have always been vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception. Moreover, we have murder cases on our hands. Chapter 255. Murder, he really killed someone. What happened? What the hell is going on? Fei's corpse was lying on the ground like a dead dog. How could it not attract attention? In a short period of time, the commotion here had already spread to the whole camp. More and more people were gathering here. Many people saw Fei's corpse and could not help but exclaim, then began to inquire about what had happened. For a moment, the crime scene was surrounded by 3 layers of people, whispering and discussing. 2 people suddenly fought. It's amazing, he died in an instant. That person is the murderer. Someone carefully pointed at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan crossed his arms and raised his head, standing on the spot with an indifferent expression. He ignored the surrounding people's discussions, as if he did not see them. He is just a servant. How can he kill a Gu master? Naturally, someone was suspicious. Of course he is not a servant. I saw him shoot out a white spear and kill Fei with one punch. His strength is amazing. A Gu master who was watching the process said. A white spear. Chen Xian happened to hear this and his heart jumped. He had accidentally witnessed the scene of Feng Yuan killing Zhang Zhu, and the image of Feng Yuan's spiral bone spear was deeply imprinted in his mind. Thus he was very sensitive to the words white spear, and immediately linked it to the same thing. What's going on? What the hell happened here? Jialong's unhappy voice came. It's the leader and deputy leader. The crowd quickly opened up a path. Someone died. Yes, he was killed. Isn't this deputy leader O's youngest son? The deputy leader saw this scene and discussed in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. My son. What happened to you? What happened to you? A figure rushed out and ran to Fei's corpse, then suddenly stopped. This person was Ouyang of O clan, short and thin with a hooked nose. O Fei's whole face collapsed, his brain and blood mixed together, and flowed into a big pool. Obviously, his life force was completely extinguished. Ouyang stared at his son's corpse as tears rolled down his cheeks. My son, you died so tragically. Who was it? Who was so deranged as to kill my son? I'm going to tear him to pieces. He fell into a frenzy of rage and roared at the top of his lungs. Everyone's gazes unavoidably landed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sneered and said slowly, Of course I killed him. Are you blind? I've been standing here for a long time. Can't you see me? This answer was too arrogant, and the crowd immediately became restless. Jia Long and the other leaders couldn't help but frown. Feng Yuan's fearless look made them feel that something was wrong. In particular, Feng Yuan was dressed in the clothes of a house servant, which made it even more difficult for them to see through him. Thus, they all chose to watch from the sidelines. You are the murderer. Ouyang gaze was like a knife as he stared intently at Feng Yuan. Even though he was furious, he did not make a move. This made Feng Yuan a little surprised. His own son had died in front of him, but this Ouyang actually restrained his killing intent, and did not act impulsively. In fact, those who were able to do business outside were all blind. Ouyang had lived for so many years, and was used to life and death in the business world. As a clan elder, he was able to stand tall in the O clan without falling. However, he did not want to make a move, but Feng Yuan did. To be honest, O Fei's appearance made Feng Yuan very happy. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and then make a strong appearance to intimidate the crowd. However, just one O Fei was not enough. If he could add this Ouyang in front of him, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly. Old man, you came at the right time. Your son dared to be disrespectful to my family's miss. The anger in my heart has not yet subsided. Your son committed a crime because you didn't discipline him properly. You are the main culprit. Hand over your life to me. As he spoke, he took a step forward and in the blink of an eye, he was about to hit Ouyang. Ouyang was so angry that his beard was crooked. What was Feng Yuan saying? What kind of fallacious reasoning and heresy was this? He was clearly the one who killed someone, but he was actually falsely accusing him as the main culprit. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and brazenly counterattacked towards Feng Yuan. With a boom, the two fiercely collided. Following the muffled sound, the airwaves surged. Feng Yuan retreated 5 to 6 steps before stopping his retreating momentum. The white light armor on his body flickered weakly a few times before it lit up again. The sky canopy goo in his aperture had already withered. Ouyang was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In the air, he vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the ground. He barely managed to stand, but his face was already as white as paper. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. How can this be? This ugly man clearly has the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Ouyang is at a disadvantage. He is old and weak, his strength is lacking. Instead, that person is playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. The deputy leaders quickly analyzed the situation. You are courting death. After suffering this loss, Ouyang reacted and became even more furious, wishing he could directly chop Feng Yuan into 8 pieces. Earlier, he had not expected Feng Yuan to take the initiative to attack, and was also not familiar with Feng Yuan's information. In a moment of desperation, he did not have time to think and chose to block the attack. Kid, I will let you know the difference between rank 2 and rank 3. Ouyang roared and pounced towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was not afraid. He raised the sky canopy gu, with a spiral bone spear in one hand and a blood moon gu in the other, and jumping grass under his feet, he fought with Ouyang. Everyone hurriedly retreated, creating a large space. Ouyang was rank 3 initial stage, while Feng Yuan was rank 2 upper stage. With a small realm and a large realm difference, the difference in cultivation could be said to be huge. But Feng Yuan's situation was very special. In his body was the snow-silver primeval essence borrowed from Bai Ningbing, and he mostly used rank 3 gu worms. His overall battle strength was even higher than Ouyang. In less than 5 rounds, Feng Yuan had the upper hand. This scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale. What is going on? A rank 3 Gu master is actually being suppressed by a rank 2 Gu master. This is too absurd. Everyone could not believe it, and many people were dumbstruck. After another few rounds, Fang Yuan had completely gained the upper hand, firmly suppressing Ouyang Gong. Only a few people saw through the trick. Although this ugly man has a rank 2 aura, his true cultivation is probably higher than this. Right, he definitely has a Gu worm that can conceal his aura. We did not discover him when he disguised himself as a servant. This person's heart is sinister and ruthless. Every move is aimed at Ouyang Gong's vital points. Ouyang Gong's situation is very bad. Ouyang Gong was complaining incessantly in his heart. He had thought he could win against Fang Yuan, but he had not expected Fang Yuan to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. No wonder he took the initiative to attack him without fear. His cultivation was not weaker than his. This was really too despicable, too shameless. After another few rounds, the battle situation was completely clear, and most people could see Ouyang Gong's terrible situation. Ouyang Gong's defeat is certain. If this goes on, he will be killed. Ouyang Gong was originally inferior to him, and he suffered a huge loss at the start. He will not be able to take revenge for his son's death. This ugly man has great strength and is fierce and ruthless. Where did he come from? I know this person. He is the servant who won against many bandit monkey kings in Feiho Mountain. Everyone discussed spiritedly, with worry, curiosity, fear, shock and other emotions. Both of you, please stop. There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing that Ouyang Gong was about to be killed by Fang Yuan, as the caravan leader, Jiao Long could not bear it any longer and flew up, wanting to interfere in the battle. Ouyang Gong was already sweating profusely from Fang Yuan's attacks. His heart was pounding and his face was deathly pale. Hearing Jiao Long's words, he was immediately overjoyed, seeing hope. He hurriedly withdrew and went over to Jiao Long. Fang Yuan's eyes swept over quickly. Knowing that he could not catch up, he laughed and stopped his charge. Brother Jiao Long came at the right time. Let's use the bone spear to kill him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. So this ugly man and Jiao Long knew each other? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. And he called him so intimately. It seemed like their relationship was not bad. This was the second thought. No, maybe he called him that on purpose to confuse everyone. This was the third thought that came to everyone's mind. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly, while the onlooker is confused. The spectators did not get caught in the battle, so their thoughts were naturally sharp. Jiao Long's heart was filled with doubts, because he did not say a word to Fang Yuan at all. Ouyang Gong was bewildered. He could not determine the true relationship between Jiao Long and Fang Yuan. Even though he also thought that Fang Yuan was probably bluffing, but what if it was true? If that was the case, then he would fall into a pincer attack from Fang Yuan. And Jiao Long Ouyang Gong naturally did not dare to take the risk when it concerned his own life. He changed his direction and moved away from Fang Yuan and Jiao Long, retreating towards the southeast direction. Let's talk nicely. To avoid arousing suspicion, Jiao Long immediately stopped. Fang Yuan laughed and chased after him. Ouyang Gong immediately understood that he had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap, and was about to speak when someone from the crowd behind him suddenly attacked. Bai Ningbing suddenly attacked ruthlessly. In an instant, 3 spiral bone spears shot out. There is still one more person. Ouyang Gong was horrified. He had no time to turn his head and subconsciously activated his defensive Gu. But his Gu was already at the end of its tether. It blocked 2 spiral bone spears, and the third bone spear's tip directly pierced through the back of his head, exposing the front of his skull. Ouyang Gong was dead. His death caused everyone to turn pale with fright, and the crowd immediately went into an uproar. This was the caravan's vice leader, a rank 3 Gu master. Ouyang Gong's death caused the leaders' and vice leaders' expressions to change as they felt an intense threat. Audacious maniac. He actually dared to kill the vice leader. Let's work together and capture them. Who dares to capture me? Bai Ningbing threw away her straw hat, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Her cold gaze swept through the crowd as snow-silver primeval essence overflowed. It's snow-silver primeval essence. She is actually rank 3 peak stage. In the caravan, only Jiao Long was rank 3 upper stage, The rest of the leaders were either initial or middle stage. Everyone's momentum stopped. Come if you want to die, haha. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood side by side. The last trace of snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was mobilized and played within his hand. Oh my, what the? Another rank 3 peak stage. Everyone's hearts trembled as their momentum stopped. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stared coldly at the crowd. The camp was deathly silent. Chapter 256. Whoosh! A gust of mountain wind blew, making the camp even more quiet. Over 100 people formed a circle, and in the circle, there were 2 corpses lying on the ground and 2 people standing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's gazes slowly looked around. Their piercingly cold gazes made countless people avoid looking at them. Finally, Fang and Bai's gazes landed on Jialong and the other caravan leaders. These people had charged out aggressively, but were immediately stunned by the cultivation displayed by Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Right now, they were standing on the road, unable to advance or retreat. Including Ouyang and Fei, the caravan now only had 11 rank 3 Gu masters, 27 rank 2 and 38 rank 1 Gu masters. Such strength was naturally much stronger than Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. But this was a temporary caravan that was mixed together. These Gu masters came from various clans, and were usually on guard against each other. If they were to fight together, they would not be able to do so unless the situation was favorable. They had their own needs, but they were not united, and each had their own way of doing things. If the hearts of the people were not united, the caravan would not be easy to lead. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing displayed rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were no doubt 2 tough bones. No caravan could swallow them, and even if they attacked together, the whole caravan would suffer heavy losses. For a moment, Jialong, Chen Shuangjin and the others looked at Fang and Bai, and then quietly sized each other up. None of them wanted to become cannon fodder for others. Moreover, in this situation, beast groups were attacking frequently. The caravan was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. The external pressure and the hesitation in their hearts made them hesitate. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Their reaction was within his expectations, the rest was up to her. Although this happened suddenly, and he had not communicated with Shang Xianci, Fang Yuan believed that with Shang Xianci's intelligence, she should have sensed this opportunity already. Sure enough, Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai walked out of the tent. Leaders, these 2 are my Zhang clan's hidden elders, Lord He Tu and Lord Bai Yun. Shang Xianci introduced. Although her voice wasn't loud, she was the only one speaking, so her words were clearly heard by everyone. The leaders all had different expressions, while the crowd was chewing over the names He Tu and Bai Yun. Shang Xianci smiled faintly. The 2 lords had a secret family mission, and coincidentally joined this caravan halfway. The caravan leaders looked at each other in silence. Since they were hidden elders, even the head of the Zhang clan might not know of their existence. There was also a secret family mission, so it was not easy to find out their motives. Shang Xianci's words stopped them from asking any more questions. Of course, although this statement was reasonable, it was only Shang Xianci's side of the story. The caravan leaders were all astute people, and each of them had their own considerations. No one completely believed it. Those who doubted it were still doubtful. But regardless of whether they suspected or believed, the strength of Fang and Bai was there for all to see. Therefore, there could only be one way to deal with this matter. Hence, I see. This is all a misunderstanding. Jialong suddenly laughed 3 times, his face brimming with enthusiasm. He cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai, sincerely praising them. To think we had 2 such heroes hidden beside us. This father and son pair of O clan are really too outrageous. Their style is very problematic. I have advised them several times, but alas, they did not listen to me. Today they will be executed on the spot. It can be said that they deserve it. These words immediately determined the nature of this matter. The other vice leaders also reacted at this time. They inwardly scolded Jialong for being shameless as they cupped their fists towards Fang and Bai. Zhang clan's reputation has spread far and wide, as expected of our southern border's first-rate clan. I am Lei Gongcheng of Lei clan. To be able to meet the 2 of you, it is my great fortune. It is our fortune that the two of you were able to get rid of evil for the people. The vice leaders were full of smiles as they lied through their teeth, distorting the truth. The murderers became the representatives of justice. And the O clan father and son pair became heinous evildoers. As for the other Gu masters of O clan, there were only 3 left, who cared about their unsightly expressions. O Yanggong was dead anyway, without a rank 3 Gu master, who would dare to step forward. Who could step forward? You scoundrels, why are you not greeting the 2 Lord Gu masters? One of the vice leaders pretended to be unhappy as he shouted. We greet Lord He Tu and Lord Bai Yun. Among the crowd, more than 20 people quickly bowed towards Fong and Bai. The whole camp became noisy again. The caravan has suffered heavy losses and is in imminent danger. We were fortunate to meet the 2 of you. Please come to the tent and discuss the matter. Jialong approached and invited them with a sincere tone. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. The former looked at Shang Xinci, who was walking over, and inquired, Xinci, what do you think? Seeing this, Jialong immediately raised Shang Xinci's level by a level in his heart. Shang Xinci slightly shook her head and said in a delicate tone, I am tired, let the leaders discuss. Fong Yuan praised her cleverness in his heart. It was time to retreat in order to advance. He nodded and added, Our Zhang clan's goods have already been donated for free. We have no interest in these things, so we will not participate. This. Jialong hesitated and wanted to persuade him again, but Shang Xinci had already turned around. Fong and Bai did not give Jialong a chance, only throwing the crime scene to them and letting them deal with it. They showed an imposing manner. Everyone disperse. Go back to your own matters. Don't we need to consolidate the camp? 2 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters appeared. This is a good thing. Also, O clan, come out and collect these 2 corpses. Jialong took charge of the situation. O clan's remaining 3 Gu masters ran out. 1 rank 2 middle stage and 2 rank 1. They held back their anger and tears, lowering their heads as they carried the O clan father and son's corpses away. The crowd gradually dispersed. When the cheerful caravan leaders returned to their tents, they could no longer maintain their expressions. Their hypocritical smiles disappeared and were replaced with seriousness, bewilderment, indifference, and worry. Jialong slowly sat on the main seat and said in a low voice, 2 Gu masters suddenly appeared. What do you all think? These are 2 madmen, openly killing people, lawless and out of control. Poor O Yanggong, we were just sitting here with him. In my opinion, these 2 are very suspicious. What hidden elder? That is Zhang clan's girl's side of the story. Looking at these 2's actions, they are very likely to be demonic path members. That's right, demonic path members sneaking into caravans is a common occurrence. I reckon that Zhang clan girl has already been abducted by them. Jialong nodded. Everyone's thoughts are roughly the same as mine. Zhang clan members have a flamboyant character and foundation. We are all outer sect members. We are clear of it. How could there be a hidden elder? But these 2 are a bit troublesome. They are both rank 3 peak stage. Yes, it is a bit troublesome. These 2 don't look old, but they are already rank 3 peak stage. Such aptitude. Everyone, there are pros and cons to everything. In my opinion, there is also a good side to this matter. Borrowing their strength, we can greatly increase our strength. A vice leader said. The key is, how can we make use of them? Just now, I took the initiative to invite them because I wanted to discuss it together and have them contribute. In the end, I failed. Jialong sighed. Don't want to contribute? When the beast group attacks, who can stay out of it? At that time, it will not be up to them. A vice leader snorted in displeasure. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Demonic path Gu masters have always been unruly, arrogant and extreme. Just relying on external pressure is not enough. We need to attack from both sides. Oh, I wonder what suggestion Brother Gong's son has? Actually, this suggestion is very simple. I'm just afraid everyone is not willing. It is to give a portion of the goods to the 2 of them. At that time, they will have to protect their own goods, and will naturally need to put in effort. Once he said this, the tent fell into silence. Jialong looked around and suddenly said, This suggestion is very good. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Demonic Path Gu masters do not have the support of their clans. Their desire for cultivation resources is even stronger. Everyone, you don't need to worry about losses. Did you forget O clan? These words made everyone's eyes brighten. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance caused Zhang clan to become an influential force in the caravan. And O clan was trampled to the last place by them. With the death of O clan's father and son, there were only a few people left in O clan's caravan. There was no need to worry about them. The O clan had too many goods under their control. Uncle, I have an important matter to report to you. Chun Xian had been paying attention to the tent, and after the caravan leaders finished their discussion, he walked to Chun clan's vice leader Chen Shuangquan. Chen Shuangquan grabbed his hand. I know what you want to say, this is not the place to talk, let's go. The two returned to their own tents, and after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Chen Xian said, Uncle, do you remember when I reported to you how Zhang Zhu was killed? Chen Shuangquan nodded with a grave expression. Zhang Zhu was killed by a bone spear. And today, He Tu and Bai Yin also used bone spears. That's right. Uncle, these two people have ulterior motives. They are ruthless and malicious. If we publicize the evidence of their crime, everyone can work together to kill them, and kill the danger ahead of time. Chen Xian said excitedly. Chen Shuangquan slowly shook his head, and sighed. Chen Xian was puzzled. Uncle, you don't agree? It's not that I don't agree, but it's not feasible. I saw it with my own eyes, we have evidence. As long as we publicize the fact that they killed Zhang Zhu, no one will tolerate two traitors who would stab people in the back. Humph, evidence? We have witnesses, but what about material evidence? Chen Shuangquan sneered. Even if we have material evidence, what's the use? My nephew, it's not enough to just have evidence. The key is to have strength. Just now they killed the O clan's father and son. You saw it, everyone saw it. Everyone is a witness, but what's the use? We all come from different clans. Our hearts are not united. How can we deal with these two evil thieves? Uncle, are we just going to let them go? They're too dangerous. I won't be able to sleep. If they find out that I'm an insider. Chen Xian became more afraid as he spoke. Humph, you think too highly of yourself. You think they don't know you? Maybe they already know, maybe they already saw you, but they didn't make a move. Why? Because you're nothing to worry about. Chen Xian, don't be naive. In this cold world, only strength is everything. Chen Shuangquan sighed. Chapter 257. The sky was dark and gloomy, the clouds were very low, as if a storm was coming. The caravan moved forward on the mountain path with heavy footsteps. The large black-skinned fat beetles in the caravan were all dead. There were only 2 winged snakes left, each with a disability. But there were more backpack toads left. Because of their small size, they moved quickly and could easily avoid the attacks of wild beasts. As for the ostriches, although they were about the same size as the backpack toads, they liked to bury their heads in the soil when they were frightened. This method of deceiving others and themselves caused them to suffer the most casualties. Shang Xianci was mixed in the crowd, looking at the dozen or so backpack toads beside her with a complicated gaze. The goods on these backpack toads were all Zhang clans. Although Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not participate in the discussion, the caravan leaders still allocated a large batch of goods to her. So this is because of strength. Shang Xianci sighed in her heart. Previously, when Zhang Zhu was around, these leaders had a calm attitude. But now they were polite and even had a hint of flattery. There were also those Gu masters and family servants. Right now, their gazes towards her were filled with respect and wariness. All these changes are because of these two. Shang Xianci looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing not far away. Her gaze was somewhat complicated. On one hand, she felt a sense of security from Fang and Bai. On the other hand, she who had a kind heart felt fearful of Fang and Bai's ruthlessness in killing people. It seems we scared that girl. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were walking side by side. And after sensing Shang Xianci's gaze, she softly laughed. 7 to 8 days had passed since they killed O clan father and son. The influence spread to the whole caravan. Of course, this included Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Fang and Bai. Shang Xianxi's gaze also avoided eye to eye with Fang Yuan. This reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. This master and servant pair had grown up in Zhang clan village, and were influenced by the righteous path. When Fang and Bai showed their demonic nature, they could not help but notice the difference between them. There was still a long way to go before he could accept two demonic cultivators. Fang Yuan was not worried about this. External pressure would force them to accept and compromise. People always have to live. Next, after a few beast attacks, the estrangement in their hearts would gradually disappear. The problem now is him. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Xian. This young Gu master seemed to be the guy who escaped with Zhang Zhu. He thought that the white-feathered flying elephant had already crushed him into meat paste. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Even if a Gu master's cultivation was not high, if they had one or two special Gu worms, they could not be underestimated. Without the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan no longer had any means of detection, allowing him to escape with his life. No one knew how much he knew. But no matter what, Fang Yuan had a way to deal with it. He was a cautious person, always thinking about failure before thinking about victory. When he made the plan, he had already considered the possibility of being discovered. So after he killed Zhang Zhu, he purposely displayed his powerful strength. If someone really found out, seeing Fang and Bai's valiance and ruthlessness, most people would feel fear and hide it. O Clan's father and son were on the tip of the spear. If not for O Fei, Fang Yuan would have found a chance to cause trouble, or when the beast groups attacked, he would have displayed his powerful methods. Of course, if he was exposed, Fang Yuan had many methods to retaliate. The caravan leader Jialong was a very good chess piece. He was Jiafu's man, and Fang Yuan had obtained Jiafu's token at Gyue village. As long as he showed the token and did some things, he could obtain Jialong's trust. But no matter how perfect a plan was, there would be mistakes when it was implemented. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. Even if Fang Yuan was experienced and astute, there was a chance of failure. However, it was also because of this that life was so exciting. Fang Yuan's first thought was the worst result. If his luck was extremely bad, when he killed Zhang Zhu, someone would see it and leave behind solid evidence. In the end, it would cause Shang Xianci to realize the truth, and develop deep hatred towards him for biting the hand that fed him. Then what should he do? It was very simple. Just kill Shang Xianci. She was only a mortal now. Killing her was easy. Shang clan leader also did not know she was his own daughter. If he did it cleanly, there would be no repercussions from Shang clan. Looking at the result now, Zhang Zhu was dead, and Fang Yuan's luck was not the best, leaving behind a trail. But it was not the worst. At least Shang Xianci was still kept in the dark. Fang Yuan was sure of this. Because Shang Xianci was still young, in Fang Yuan's eyes, her emotions could not be hidden. Crocodile-elephant group is ahead. A crocodile-elephant group is charging towards us. Alert, alert. At this time, the investigative Gu master ahead flew back, bringing bad news. The caravan was slightly disturbed, but soon calmed down. It's only crocodile elephants, don't panic. We don't have enough manpower, we can't defend here. That's right, everyone scatter and enter the rainforest. The Gu masters gave the wisest order. The caravan members' hearts were already stretched taut, and they quickly scattered. If they encountered such a situation before Fei Ho Mountain, perhaps there would still be people who were worried about the goods and hesitated. But now they resolutely gave up, not even looking at these goods, and focused on escaping. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing protected Shang Xianci and her servant, charging into the rainforest. He was not surprised at the crocodile-elephant group's arrival, because it was his plan. Rumble. The crocodile-elephant group rushed over, and soon there were miserable cries and sounds of trees being knocked down. Fang Yuan brought Shang Xianci and the rest, carefully evading in the rainforest, but there were many crocodile elephants, and they still encountered one. The crocodile elephant was small, about the same size as a yak, which made it more agile. Its whole body was covered in scales similar to a crocodile's, and its defense was thick, far surpassing the white feather flying elephant. The elephant's tail was also like a crocodile's tail, dragging on the ground. Ah! Seeing this crocodile elephant charging over like a small mountain, Xiao Dai cried out in alarm. Shang Xian's face was also pale. "Don't worry." Feng Yuan indifferently instructed, and brazenly charged towards the crocodile elephant. One man and one elephant fiercely collided with each other halfway, causing a loud sound. Feng Yuan took 2 steps back, and the white light armor on his body shook 3 times. And that crocodile elephant's skull was shattered, blood gushed out. And it was knocked to the ground, pushing back for over 10 steps. Then it crashed into the trunk of a large tree. Only then did it suddenly stop. Amazing! Seeing this, Xiao Dai's eyes opened wide in shock. This was only an ordinary crocodile elephant, and not a 100-beast king. Feng Yuan had snow-silver primeval essence, and also the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, so it was very easy for him to prepare it. However, Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai had never seen such a fiery scene. That Zhang Zhu did not have great strength, and was a healing gu master, so he mainly dodged and assisted during the battle. Feng Yuan's head-on collision and unbridled fighting style naturally left a deep impression on the master and servant. About 2 hours later, the crocodile elephant group gradually retreated, and the caravan people walked out of the rainforest one after another. After calculating, only a gu master and a dozen servants were sacrificed. The losses were not huge. After arranging the goods, the caravan moved forward again. A few days later, they left Xiangya mountain boundary, and set off towards Mu Bei Mountain. In the next half a month, the caravan encountered the attacks of black rock bears, iron-crowned deer groups and so on. Because Feng and Bai were almost inseparable from each other's protection, Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai were unharmed. After staying together like this, the master and servant's attitude also changed. Shang Xianci became much closer to Feng Yuan, and when they conversed, they laughed and did not avoid each other's eyes. And Xiao Dai had completely turned into a worshipper of Feng Yuan, and Bai Ningbing. Worshipping strength was a common trait of all living beings, because only by being strong could they have a higher chance of survival. Moreover, although Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing were of the demonic path, they were extremely principled. In the eyes of the master and servant, they did not ask for anything else, and had never touched them, only repaying their kindness. This action was filled with the aura of a hero. Even in the righteous path, how many people could do this? Even if Feng Yuan was ugly, in the hearts of the master and servant, he was many times more adorable than many hypocritical righteous path people. A few days later, the caravan entered Mu Bei Mountain boundary. Zombies started to appear in the surroundings. Mu Bei Mountain was not called Mu Bei Mountain in the past. Over 100 years ago, there was a large clan on the mountain. A demonic path gu master changed everything. He was once a servant of this clan, and on the day of his wedding, his beautiful wife was forcefully taken by a gu master of the clan and raped to death. He buried his hatred deep in his heart, and by coincidence he obtained the inheritance of the demon zombie king. After enduring for close to 100 years, with his rank 5 cultivation, he mobilized his zombie army and attacked this clan, slaughtering everyone. He did not even spare their corpses, and turned them into zombies. After doing all this, he erected a huge tombstone on the ruins of the stronghold. On the tombstone, his wife's name was carved. This matter shook southern border. From then on, this mountain was called Mu Bei Mountain. Zombies roamed the mountain. They killed wild beasts or passers-by, sucking their blood for food, and their corpse poison would infect corpses, forming new zombies. Thus, Mu Bei Mountain was filled with endless zombies. To ensure the safety of the trade route, every year, clans would organize zombie squads to clean up these zombies. But no matter how they cleaned up, the zombies could never be killed, never ending. After all, the size of the zombie squads was limited, and southern border had many mountains, the journey was dangerous, and the expenditure was huge. The investment was high, but the returns were small, and it was impossible to turn Mu Bei Mountain upside down. Any fish that escaped the net, after a period of time, would form the scale of zombies. After several large-scale alliances, the enthusiasm of the people was exhausted. This night, the caravan camped at the foot of Mu Bei Mountain. The starry sky was bright, and Feng Yuan looked up at the dark shadow of Mu Bei Mountain, his eyes flashing with a contemplative light. The time is ripe, These people have lost their value. It is time to get rid of these troubles. Chen Xian was going to die, but it would be even more troublesome to get rid of him alone. What did he know? And who did he reveal it to? Was there anyone else besides him who saw it? Fang Yuan had no idea. But Fang Yuan did not want to find out. Because in his plan, if Chen Xian died, the others would also die. Only when they were all dead could it be considered clean. Chapter 258. Ding Hao hid in a bush and looked at the caravan at the foot of the mountain, licking his lips in excitement. According to the information left behind in the cave, as long as I kill 1,000 people and gather a zombie group, I can leave this place and go to Marsh Mountain to officially become Master's disciple. He was originally a mountain villager who was recruited by a caravan that passed by the village as a laborer. But when they passed Mubei Mountain, the caravan was attacked by large numbers of zombies. He was abandoned and used as cannon fodder, bringing up the rear along with dozens of other servants. The rest of the people were all dead, so he fled to the mountains in a panic. Just when he was at his wit's end, he found a cave that was very safe, and the surrounding zombies did not dare to wander around the entrance. When he entered the cave, he discovered a demonic path inheritance. It turned out that the demonic Gu Master had slaughtered a clan and left behind a secret inheritance after erecting a tablet on the ruins. This inheritance was hidden very deeply and could only be inherited by mortals. Ding Hao first awakened his aperture in this cave and slowly cultivated, passing the test step by step. He originally had C-grade aptitude, but there was a rare goo in the cave that raised his aptitude to B-grade after using it. Ding Hao cultivated wholeheartedly in Tombstone Mountain, and spent more than 8 years cultivating to the 3rd transformation realm. He reached the standard and made it to the final secret chamber. In the secret room, the demonic Gu Master only left behind an inscription, calling himself Second Zombie King. If a descendant really came here, it meant they were fated. If they were willing, they could go to Marsh Mountain and become his disciple, roaming southern border with him. As the final test, Second Zombie King required the descendant to kill 1,000 people and create a zombie army. There were also detailed standards, such as how many white hair zombies, how many black hair zombies, and how many green hair zombies. But if there was a blue hair zombie, just one would be enough to reach the entry standard. Ding Hao was an honest person. Honest people often had an advantage, and that was steadfast. He cultivated alone on Mubei Mountain for more than 8 years. He endured the loneliness and could only accompany the zombies, slowly accumulating his cultivation to rank 3. He was originally a servant, and could only observe the world of Gu Masters from the sidelines. Thus he did not understand it. When he was at a loss, this inscription had undoubtedly given him a brand new direction in life, giving him another goal to strive for. The Second Zombie King was originally a servant, and they were of the same origin, which increased Ding Hao's sense of identity. After reading this inscription, Ding Hao began to work hard. He began to kill people and accumulate zombies at the same time. Ding Hao soon discovered that the 2 tasks actually complemented each other. After killing someone, he could use the corpse to create new zombies. With the addition of new zombies, the power in his hands would increase, and he would be able to kill more people. Tombstone Mountain was located on one of the 3 most important trade routes in Nanjiang. There would be caravans passing through every month. Ding Hao spent another 3 years. At this time, he was finally close to success, and the caravan at the foot of the mountain was the last stepping stone for him to succeed. This was the perfect prey. There were large caravans and small ones. Whenever a large caravan passed by, Ding Hao would hide far away. Ding Hao did not dare to fight against a medium-sized caravan. Ding Hao only dared to attack those small caravans and secretly commanded the zombies to kill them. When luck was good, those caravans would take the initiative to abandon some livestock or servants. When luck was bad, they would encounter a tough opponent and the zombies would be slaughtered, resulting in a great loss. They could only accumulate again. But this caravan at the foot of the mountain was worse than a small caravan. It was already crippled. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave, struggling at death's door. It seemed like he could knock it down with just a light finger. Ding Hao was confident he could take care of this caravan. He felt that this was a great gift from the heavens. In the dead of night, A dark cloud slowly floated by, blocking the moonlight. The surroundings of the camp darkened. Kill. Ding Hao's eyes shone as he shouted in his heart. The arranged zombie army moved stealthily towards the camp from all directions. What's that sound? The investigative Gu master outside the caravan camp was extremely vigilant. There's a discovery? The Gu masters beside him were all nervous. The gazes of the 5 Gu masters were fixated on the darkness in front of them. Although the moonlight was blocked by the dark cloud, a huge bonfire was still lit in the camp. The bonfire let out a crackling sound as the mountain wind blew. As the fire changed, a zombie with white hair all over its body hopped into the investigative Gu master's vision. The Gu masters looked at each other and laughed. Haha, a white hair zombie. TSK, making a fuss over nothing, you scared me. Little San, go and get rid of this unlucky zombie. The leader of this group of Gu masters said indifferently. This kind of white hair zombie had the weakest battle strength, even weaker than ordinary wild beasts. Yes, boss. A young Gu master laughed as he walked over. Be careful of its corpse poison, it will be troublesome if you get infected with it. I don't have a Gu to decipher it. The healing Gu master in the group reminded. I know. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? The young Gu master who walked out waved his hand impatiently. If he was really infected with the corpse poison, he would have to ask other Gu masters to heal him. At least half a piece of yuan stone. But this kind of white hair zombie's attacks were rigid and easy to dodge. Since entering Mu Bei Mountain, the young Gu master had killed many. This kind of thing, as long as I pay attention to dodging, I will be fine. Ugh. The young Gu master was mumbling to himself when his voice suddenly stopped, and his relaxed steps froze on the spot. His pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide, revealing an extremely shocked expression. What's wrong? The 4 Gu masters at the back felt something was wrong and quickly asked. The young Gu master was alerted by this voice and his body shook as if he was electrocuted, turning around and running. Quick, send the signal. There are zombies. He shouted with a panicked expression. It's just a white hair zombie. What's there to be afraid of? Fuck me. The 4 Gu masters shouted at the same time. About a few hundred white-haired zombies hopped towards the camp. Among the white hair zombies, there were even stronger black hair zombies mixed in. The bonfire was still burning and there were many shadows in the darkness. No one knew how many more zombies were approaching. Clang, clang, clang. In the camp, the sound of a gong suddenly resounded. There is a zombie group approaching the camp. They have surrounded the whole camp. Quick, 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 everyone get up and defend. Jia Long and some vice leaders climbed up the temporary wooden wall, their expressions extremely grave. Damn it! Which god did the traveling merchants offend this time? Their luck is so bad. I have been to Mu Bei Mountain more than 10 times, but I have never seen such a large zombie group like today. Everyone, there is no point in complaining. At this point, if we want to live, we have to fight with our lives on the line. Let's work together and defeat this zombie group. Everyone in the camp shouted angrily, raising their morale. In contrast, the zombie army outside was silent. Only the sound of jumping footsteps could be heard. The formation of the two sides formed a strange and distinct contrast. The slaughter soon unfolded. The Gu masters relied on the wooden walls to defend and used all kinds of long-range attacks. Colorful lights appeared around the camp. Icicles, fireballs, vines, rolling rocks and so on, giving the zombie vanguard a severe warning. Large numbers of white hair zombies fell to the ground, smashed into pieces, burned into charcoal, frozen into ice cubes and crushed into meat paste. Kill, kill, kill. Ding Hao sneered as he hid in the middle of the mountain. He was no longer a novice. He had accumulated these years of experience. These white hair zombies were cannon fodder. Their purpose was to waste the Gu master's primeval essence. Sure enough, after a while, the Gu master's attacks became sparse and weak. I can't go on. I don't have much primeval essence left. I also need to recover my primeval essence. Someone take my place. Damn it. Why are these white hair zombies endless? There were too few Gu masters in the caravan, and the white hair zombies were endless. Finally, they resisted the pressure and reached the wooden wall. Under the impact of the zombie horde, the makeshift wooden walls suddenly let out a sound of imminent danger. Damn it, hold on. Call the reserve team to reinforce us. Both sides fell into a deadlock on the wooden wall. One side wanted to charge in, while the other side wanted to defend this pass. The large amount of white hair zombies was expended, causing Ding Hao to feel some heartache. It's your turn, my babies. He willed, and a group of black hair zombies charged up from the rear and entered the battlefield. White hair zombies moved slowly. They would be harmed by sunlight and could not walk in broad daylight. If they were fed fresh blood, they could grow into black hair zombies after a few years. These zombies were covered in black hair. They had greater strength, stronger defense, and faster jumping speed. Although they would also be burned by sunlight, they were not as afraid as the white hair zombies. The black hair zombies' battle strength was equivalent to 100 Beast King. The group of black hair zombies that Ding Hao sent numbered more than 50. They gathered together and charged. They found a weak point in the camp's defense and immediately smashed through a wall, causing it to collapse. Even though the camp had mobilized manpower to block them. But there were still several black hair zombies that charged deep into the camp. A black-haired zombie swept its arms and sent a rank 1 Goo Master flying. The Goo Master fell on the ground, unable to get up. The black hair zombie jumped and pounced towards him. My life is over. The Goo Master closed his eyes in despair when he suddenly heard a loud sound. He opened his eyes and saw a solid figure blocking in front of him. As for that black hair zombie, it was lying far away. It's that Lord Hei-Tu from Zhang clan. The Goo Master's heart shook. Howl. That black hair zombie's chest caved in from Feng Yuan's punch, but it did not die. Instead, it jumped up and charged towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's whole body was covered in a layer of white light armor. He slightly frowned, and when it got close, he grabbed its arms and tore them apart. The black hair zombie was immediately torn into two halves by Feng Yuan's enormous strength. Blood mixed with corpse poison splattered, but was pushed away by the white light armor. Feng Yuan casually threw away the two halves of the corpse. With such injuries, even a myriad Beast King level blue hair zombie would die. Thank you, Lord Hei-Tu, for saving my life. The saved Goo Master was completely intimidated by Feng Yuan's imposing manner. He shouted in admiration and admiration. Feng Yuan ignored him and looked at the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 259. At this time, most of the wooden walls had already collapsed, and an endless stream of zombies charged into the camp, tangling with the Goo Masters. Seeing this, Feng Yuan was certain that this zombie army was controlled by Ding Hao from behind the scenes. If it was an ordinary zombie group, they would swarm together, or after the white hair zombie died, the black hair zombies would come forward. How could there be such coordination? There was clearly someone controlling them from behind. And the person controlling this zombie group was undoubtedly Ding Hao. Feng Yuan remembered. After Second Zombie King slaughtered the clans of Mu Bei Mountain, he left behind an inheritance here. The beneficiary of this inheritance was Ding Hao. This person later became Second Zombie King's eldest disciple, and although he was a demonic cultivator, he was extremely loyal. Later on, during the righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain, he took the initiative to die in place of Second Zombie King. I wanted to find you, but to think you would come to me on your own accord. You saved me a lot of effort. Feng Yuan had planned to use Ding Hao to eradicate the caravan and kill everyone else. Although he had methods to attract the beast groups, it was not easy to control the scale. The caravan's strength was being whittled down, and if he attracted a large number of beast groups, it would bring danger to his own life. If he had to protect Shang Xinci, it would be even more troublesome. In this situation, Ding Hao was the best chess piece. But this Ding Hao, where is he hiding now? Feng Yuan squinted his eyes and scanned the surroundings. If he wants to command the zombie army, he naturally has to choose a high ground that can overlook the battlefield. Of course, he has other goo worms that can observe the camp from a bird's eye view. But no matter what, his hiding place can make it easy to escape. Feng Yuan lost the earth communication eargrass and had no investigative methods, so he could only rely on his guesses. The battle became more intense, hundreds of zombies fell, and the Goo Masters also suffered heavy casualties. In front of the endless zombie army, they retreated step by step, and soon reached the center of the camp. Here, in a hurry, they had piled up goods to form a bunker, and some rank 1 Goo Masters used many methods to reinforce it. There are too many zombies, we can't defend this place anymore. We need to break out. Break out? How? There are at least dozens of black hair zombies. We should defend. When the sun rises, the zombies' battle strength will fall. We don't need to do anything, the zombies will retreat. The crowd began to argue, and their opinions were divided into two factions. One side wanted to break out of the encirclement, while the other side wanted to defend. The two sides were still arguing, and the zombie horde was already closing in. The biggest flaw of this temporarily assembled caravan was exposed at this moment. That was the inability to achieve true unity. They lacked a strong voice to preside over the overall situation. Feng Yuan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this time he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Stop arguing." The quarrel immediately stopped. In everyone's eyes he had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, and was one of the strongest experts in the caravan. Especially at this moment of life and death, Feng Yuan undoubtedly had the right to speak. Feng Yuan looked around, his gaze as cold as a knife. Under the illumination of the fire, his ugly face looked ferocious. Those who want to stay behind are all idiots. If we could break out of the encirclement, why would we stay here? The moment he opened his mouth he cursed, appearing extremely domineering. The Gu masters who were clamoring to defend to the death showed indignant expressions, but did not dare to say anything. And those Gu masters who insisted on breaking out of the encirclement showed joyful expressions. Lord He-Tu is wise. Lord He-Tu, we will follow you. At this time, only Lord He-Tu can turn this desperate crisis around. They spoke one after another, wanting to prop up Feng Yuan, and let him take the most dangerous vanguard role. But Feng Yuan sneered and scolded again. All of you shut up. Those who are clamoring to break out, you are all a bunch of idiots. The Gu masters who were praising Feng Yuan earlier stiffened, their expressions changing uncertainly. Those who were defending to the death showed mocking and gloating smiles. Sir He-Tu, what do you mean? Jia Long's expression was ashen, his tone gloomy and his gaze unkind. Whether we defend to the death or break out, we need to investigate the situation. Do you know how big this zombie horde is? If there is a large army hidden in the darkness, wouldn't breaking out be walking right into a trap? If this is all, you who are defending to the death can clearly escape early, but you want to wait for the smell of blood to attract more zombies. Aren't you courting death? Feng Yuan's spit flew everywhere. Being scolded, no matter who it was, their expression would not be good. Chen Shuangquan asked darkly, "Then sir, do you have any good suggestions?" Feng Yuan stared angrily and pointed at Chen Shuangquan. "So you fools, your brains are stuffed with shit. I have spoken for so long, but there are still people who don't understand. Of course we have to break out. We have to first try to break out. Investigative Gu masters, put in more effort." Chen Shuangquan's expression turned even uglier after being scolded by Feng Yuan. A ball of fire accumulated in his heart. But when Feng Yuan killed O Clan's father and son, it left a deep impression on him. He could only restrain the anger in his heart. Feng Yuan's domineering attitude made everyone dissatisfied, but at the same time, under such circumstances, such a domineering person gave them an indescribable sense of security. Soon, under Feng Yuan's manipulation, a small team was organized to break out of the encirclement. Break out in that direction. Feng Yuan pointed towards the southeast direction and said solemnly, "Yes, Lord He-Tu. Remember, reconnaissance is the priority, survival is the priority. If you can't do it, then retreat." Feng Yuan smiled and patted the team leader's shoulder. The team leader's heart immediately relaxed. His impression of Feng Yuan was no longer as hateful as before. The zombie horde neared the final line of defense, and the battle started. The breakout team rushed out 300 steps and helplessly retreated. Too terrifying. I found at least several hundred zombies in the darkness over there. The investigative Gu master reported with lingering fear. Everyone's expression slightly sank when they heard this. "No worries, you guys rest first. Second team, you guys break out from that direction," Feng Yuan commanded. This team rushed out 400 to 500 steps and had no choice but to retreat. Densely packed zombies. The investigative Gu master's face was pale. Feng Yuan tried his best to let them rest, then said to the newly formed third team, "Go in that direction." "But that direction is a valley." The team leader was somewhat puzzled. Slap. Fang Yuan slapped him. "Just go when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The team leader was stunned by this slap. He did not dare to meet Fang Yuan's furious and fierce gaze, quickly turning around and breaking out in the direction Fang Yuan pointed. Fang Yuan formed 3 breakout teams, and after probing them one by one, they finally eliminated all possible locations. Now only that high slope is left. If I am not wrong, Ding Hao is definitely hiding there. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart and continued to arrange the breakout teams. These people really don't want to give up. Ding Hao frowned but soon relaxed. Hee, if it was an ordinary zombie group, you guys might have broken out. Unfortunately, the owner of this zombie group is me. He secretly mobilized the zombies in the darkness to replenish their numbers, ensuring that there were no weak spots. At the same time, he arranged heavy troops at several locations. After a few rounds, the breakout team suffered heavy casualties. Enough! If we can't break out, don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. Sigh, it seems we can only defend to the death. Everyone persevere until sunrise. These zombies are made of paper. Bullshit, we are about to succeed. This time, I will personally lead the team. By Yin Yu Guard. Fang Yuan cursed and forcefully tried to break out. The Gu Masters could only form a team due to his forceful attitude. 8 Gu Masters suddenly rushed out, with Fang Yuan leading the way. His huge strength combined with snow-silver primeval essence, as well as the sky canopy Gu, he easily broke out of the encirclement. Oh no, that place is a little weak. Ding Hao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He had not thought that Fang Yuan would choose this place to break out. Because this place was a dead end, and adding on the fact that he had constantly mobilized troops to deal with the breakout from other directions, the zombies in this direction were the least. We really succeeded. They broke out. The people in the camp behind him were dumbstruck. Although 5 Gu Masters had fallen in the process of breaking out, Fang Yuan and the other 2 Gu Masters had survived. We are saved, quick, let's break out in this direction. The people in the camp cheered. Don't even think of succeeding. Ding Hao gritted his teeth and quickly mobilized the zombie group to fill the gap. The people in the camp had yet to organize themselves, but the direction Fang Yuan had broken out from was already filled with white-hair zombies. There were also 5 black-hair zombies, and they pounced towards Fang Yuan and the other 2. The other 2 were instantly terrified. Follow me. Fang Yuan shouted coldly and pounced towards the direction Ding Hao was hiding. The 2 panicked people had no time to think, and subconsciously followed. Humph, you didn't choose any other direction, but ran towards me. He. It seems even the heavens want you to die. Ding Hao's lips curled up, and he proudly looked at the 2 zombies beside him. These 2 zombies were tall, and their bodies were covered in green hair. They were green-hair zombies, stronger than black-hair zombies, and had the battle strength of 1,000 Beast King at night. After so many years, Ding Hao had only saved these 2 zombies. Go. He willed, and the 2 green-hair zombies immediately shot out. 80 steps later, they collided with Fang Yuan and the other 2. Fang Yuan faced one head-on, and even though he had the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, he could only fight evenly, and both sides took several steps back. As for those 2 Gu Masters, they were being suppressed by the other green-haired zombie, and were already in a precarious situation. Let me. He activated the jumping grass, and with a leap, he joined the battle. The 2 Gu Masters were overjoyed, and were about to thank Fang Yuan for his help, but suddenly, 2 spiral bone spears shot out. Swoosh swoosh, the 2 Gu Masters were killed. Ding Hao had been paying attention to the battle, and did not expect such a change, and a huge suspicion rose in his heart. His distraction caused the movements of the 2 green-haired zombies to become sluggish. Next, Fang Yuan's words shocked Ding Hao even more. Chapter 260. Ding Hao only felt a clap of thunder in his mind, making him dizzy. Who is this person? He actually found me and knows my name. It's impossible. All these years, I have been careful and never let the cat out of the bag. How could he find me? His mind was in a mess. The 2 green-haired zombies, as well as the black zombies and white zombies around the camp, were all motionless. The people in the camp did not expect this scene and were stunned. But Ding Hao immediately reacted and hurriedly gathered his mind. The battle in the camp started again. Feng Yuan saw that the two zombies did not continue to rush over. He knew that he had already succeeded halfway, so he shouted, "Ding Hao, if you don't come out, you will regret it." Ding Hao hid in the bushes and mobilized the zombies to surround Feng Yuan. On the other hand, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Feng Yuan coldly snorted. "Of course it was my master, the second zombie king." "Ah!" Ding Hao couldn't help but exclaim. The words master and second zombie king were like boulders that suddenly fell into the lake in his heart. With a loud bang, huge waves were set off. He could not help but stand up and walk out of the bushes. He stared at Feng Yuan with shock and doubt in his eyes. "Who are you?" Ding Hao asked eagerly. Feng Yuan coldly snorted and said in a tough tone, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? I am the eldest disciple of the second zombie king. Hey Tuesday Ding Hao, I will count to 3. If you don't remove these two zombies. You are the eldest senior brother? Wait a minute, how does master know my name?" Ding Hao's heart was full of doubts. But even so, he still called the two zombies back to his side. Feng Yuan's face turned serious and he scolded. "Who is your eldest senior brother? Master hasn't accepted you as a disciple yet. Why are you shouting?" Ding Hao was scolded and could not refute. Feng Yuan's tone softened. "You talk to yourself in front of the stone tablet all day. How can master not know your name?" "Ah!" Ding Hao suddenly exclaimed. For the past few years he had been alone, with only zombies as his companions. When he was depressed and in pain, then he would hide in the last cave and talk to the stone tablet about his worries. He didn't expect that Feng Yuan would expose his privacy. I thought it was an ordinary stone tablet." Ding Hao stammered. "Humph, what level are you at? Of course you can't see the profundities of the stone tablet. How can you see through master's remarkable abilities?" Feng Yuan sneered disdainfully. In fact, even if a rank 9 Gu master looked at the stone tablet, they would not be able to see the profundities within. That was just an ordinary stone tablet. But in Feng Yuan's previous life, after Ding Hao had made a name for himself, he recalled his life of struggle and had once said this. Ding Hao licked his lips. Although he believed most of it, he still had some doubts. He bowed deeply to Feng Yuan, cupping his fists. "Lord He Tu, since you are master's disciple, then please show me the unique rigid heart gu of our inheritance." This was the rigid heart gu. It was unique to the Zombie King bloodline, and was shaped like a heart. It had 7 orifices and was as stiff as stone. It was rank 3 and was as cold as iron, as if made of bronze. The rigid heart gu could produce the rank 2 driving corpse gu, similar to the charred thunder bean mother gu, that could produce charred thunder potato gu. The rank 2 driving corpse gu was also a consumable gu. It could be used on corpses and form zombies. But it had an advantage over the charred thunder potato gu. The zombies it created could grow to a higher level. For example, white hair zombies could grow into black hair zombies, and black hair zombies could become green hair zombies. Feng Yuan had the charred thunder bean mother gu, but he did not have the rigid heart gu. In the face of Ding Hao's request, he was not nervous at all. Instead, he confidently scolded, "Bullshit. I'm carrying out a secret task arranged by my teacher. I'm following the caravan in disguise. How could I bring the gu with me? This rigid heart gu feeds on zombies. How can I get zombies under everyone's eyes?" This. Ding Hao was stunned. "What this, you think I can't kill you?" Feng Yuan timely revealed his snow-silver primeval essence. His rank 3 peak stage cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Ding Hao's pupils shrunk. He was only rank 3 middle stage. Feng Yuan continued. "Although our bloodline can control zombies and form an army, but controlling zombies requires mental control. If the soul is not strong, the mental control will be weak, and the number and quality of zombies you can control will be average. Although you have 2 green hair zombies, if you want to control them while fighting yourself, there will be many flaws. It's easy for me to kill you." Ding Hao heard this and licked his dry lips, taking a step back with some fear. But Feng Yuan immediately changed the topic. "Before leaving, Master told me that there is a Ding Hao in Mu Bei Mountain. and wanted me to inspect him to see if he had the qualifications to be accepted as a disciple. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to kill me before I even looked for you. Humph. This eldest senior brother. I didn't do it on purpose. When Ding Hao heard that Feng Yuan was sent by the second zombie king to inspect him, he couldn't help but panic. Who's your eldest senior brother? You haven't obtained master's approval yet. You don't doubt me now? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ding Hao quickly cupped his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, Eldest senior brother, since you know about the rigid heart goose food and our shortcomings, no matter how stupid I am, I understand eldest senior brother's identity. Feng Yuan kept a straight face and didn't say anything, only looking at the two green hair zombies. Ding Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. With a thought, he sent the two green hair zombies away. Then he walked in front of Feng Yuan, bowed and said in a low voice, Eldest senior brother, please forgive me. I just wanted to devour this group of people and accumulate enough zombies. I really didn't expect eldest senior brother to be here. If I had known earlier, I would have gone down the mountain to welcome you. I have long been determined to follow master. Heaven and earth can prove my loyalty. Feng Yuan softened his tone. Master knows your loyalty. Before I left, my teacher also instructed me to take a look at you on account of your admirable loyalty. Even if you didn't meet the standard, as long as the gap isn't big, it doesn't matter. I see. Ding Hao was overjoyed. But Feng Yuan's face darkened and his tone was cold. You dared to slaughter the caravan and destroy my secret mission. Do you know how much hard work your second senior sister and I had to put in to sneak into this caravan? Eldest senior brother, I really didn't do it on purpose. Ding Hao's face was sad. His heart was just excited, but Feng Yuan's words hit the bottom. Second senior sister is also in the caravan? I will withdraw the zombies. What? Feng Yuan was furious. He bent his finger and knocked Ding Hao's head. Is your brain a mess? Can't you use your brain? Are you going to make me suspect by withdrawing the zombies for no reason? Idiot. Ding Hao covered his aching head and hurriedly nodded and apologized. Yes. Eldest senior brother is right. Eldest senior brother, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Feng Yuan pointed at Ding Hao. You've made a huge mistake, but since it was an unintentional mistake, I'll let it go. Next, you must do as I say and make up for your mistake. Ding Hao was scolded like a grandson, and he kept nodding and bowing to Feng Yuan. However, Feng Yuan did not make any requests. Instead he asked, Tell me the truth. How many white-haired zombies, black-haired zombies, and green-haired zombies do you have? Do you have blue-haired zombies? Ding Hao looked ashamed. I'm stupid. I've lived in Tombstone Mountain for almost 10 years, but I haven't raised a blue-haired zombie. I only have 3 green-haired zombies. I left one in the cave abode to guard and brought the other 2 with me. As for black-haired zombies, I have more than 120, and white-haired zombies nearly 4,000. Feng Yuan also expected that he didn't have any blue-haired zombies. After confirming it, he was slightly relieved. He purposely made a sound of surprise and casually said, You're not far from the standard. It's good enough to have 3 green-haired zombies. As for blue-haired zombies, I only have 2. As for the second zombie king's standards for accepting disciples, he was clear. The second zombie king had left more than one inheritance. In his previous life he had accepted 7 or 8 disciples, and Ding Hao was one of them. Later, the second zombie king joined Etian Mountain. When the righteous faction besieged Etian Mountain, the second zombie king's disciples commanded the zombie army and shone brilliantly, forcing the righteous alliance to retreat. Ding Hao no longer had any doubts after hearing Feng Yuan's words. He looked at Feng Yuan with admiration in his eyes. Eldest senior brother, you're amazing. You actually have 2 blue-haired zombies. I admire you. Feng Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and showed an expression of being proud, but deliberately suppressing it. Raising blue-haired zombies is both difficult and easy. Let me tell you, you first have to find the corpse of at least a rank 4 goo master. However, you have to try your luck and see if the corpse had used goo worms to raise its strength. If it had, it would at least be green-haired. If it is raised with fresh blood for a year or 2, it will have blue hair. I see. Ding Hao heard it and combined it with his past experience. He immediately knew that Fang Yuan's words were true. He quickly said gratefully, "Thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother." Fang Yuan nodded slightly. He carefully observed Ding Hao's expression and knew that the other party had completely trusted him. Ding Hao was originally a family servant and had been hiding in Mubei Mountain for nearly 10 years to cultivate. He was an honest person and was really gullible. In fact, even a scheming person would be moved by Fang Yuan's words and would at least believe most of it. Since things have come to this, let's put on a show. If you do well, I will pass the inspection, Fang Yuan said. Ding Hao's eyes brightened and he quickly said, "Eldest senior brother, please say it. I will do my best to do it." Fang Yuan gave detailed instructions and charged back to the camp. With Ding Hao's secret cooperation, Fang Yuan safely returned to Shang Xianxi's side. Everyone was surprised, happy, respectful, and in awe when they saw the expert Fang Yuan return of his own accord. From their point of view, Fang Yuan could have escaped, but he came back. "It's my fault for burdening you, benefactor." Shang Xianxi's face was full of shame and guilt. "It's fine. You're just one of the reasons. Besides, Bai Yin is here too." Fang Yuan waved his hand and said this deliberately, making Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai even more moved. Chapter 261. The zombies' attacks gradually slowed down, and the situation fell into a deadlock. As time passed, Gu masters sacrificed themselves or zombies fell to the ground from time to time. 2 hours later, Ding Hao followed Fang Yuan's instructions and suddenly increased his momentum, breaking through the already perilous front line. There were only 30 or so people left in the caravan. They had to break through. They had the same opinion everyone could see. If they broke through, there was still a chance of survival. If they stubbornly defended, they would definitely perish. Breaking through was a bitter struggle. They were surrounded by layers upon layers of white-hair zombies and black-hair zombies blocking their way. "Don't protect these mortals anymore. They are a burden to us," Jialong shouted. Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai turned pale. "Don't be afraid, I am here." Fang Yuan guarded beside them. The rest of the mortals were mercilessly abandoned. Only the 2 of them were left. Jialong and the others did not dare to say anything, because they still had to rely on Fang and Bai's strength. The caravan moved with difficulty, and just as they were about to break through, 2 green-hair zombies suddenly appeared. "Let's retreat." Fang Yuan pulled Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai and said in a low voice. Bai Ningbing's movements paused. Wouldn't they fall back into the encirclement if they retreated? But Fang Yuan had already retreated with Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, looking at the empty space in front of her. She finally turned around and retreated with Fang Yuan. The caravan and the 2 green-hair zombies collided and a chaotic battle broke out. The green-hair zombies were as strong as 1,000 beast kings, and although the caravan had many rank 3 Gu masters, they were at the end of their rope. As they fought, the surrounding black-hair zombies and white-hair zombies also closed in, surrounding the caravan. On the contrary, Fang and Bai's pressure was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan retreated dozens of steps and began to break through again. Along the way, there were many white-hair zombies, but Fang Yuan charged left and right with extreme power. The white-hair zombies fell to the ground and died if they touched them. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. Was this Fang Yuan's true strength? These white-haired zombies are so weak. When she made her move, she immediately discovered something strange. The white-haired zombies that blocked their way were several times weaker than the ones they had encountered before, and they looked rather foolish. Without a decent offensive, he was just like a punching bag. Could it be that Fang Yuan had already seen through this flaw, and was only making use of it now? Strange, these white-haired zombies all looked the same. How did he discover these weaknesses? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fang Yuan, however, was cursing in his heart. Before he left, he had told Ding how to pretend to be strong but actually weak. He had to act realistically. What was this now? Ding Hao was sweating profusely. There had never been a moment like this when he was so focused on controlling the zombie army. He was very nervous, feeling that he had ruined the eldest senior brother's secret mission. Guilt and worry made him try his best to cooperate with Fang Yuan's act. Previously, he didn't know Fang Yuan's identity, But now that he knew that he was his eldest senior brother, how would he dare to make a move? So powerful! Xiao Dai exclaimed. Shang Xianxi's beautiful eyes were also shining. Feng Yuan galloped unhindered in front of them, and no one could stop him. He had a kind of invincible spirit. Who didn't love heroes? Which girl didn't have a Prince Charming in their heart, a hero who would save the damsel in distress? Xiao Dai had it, and so did Shang Xianci. At this moment, the master and servant looked at Feng Yuan's broad back, their hearts rippling. Although Feng Yuan was ugly, in their eyes, this ugliness exuded a cute radiance. His bravery, his spirit, gave the two girls an inexplicable sense of security in their hearts. It made them want to rely on him, to rely on him. His acting is too fake, this coward. Feng Yuan wished he could kick Ding Hao until he had no descendants. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he also thought of Ding Hao's mental state. Seems like this is the only way. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. He suddenly removed the sky canopy goo and charged towards a white-haired zombie's claw. Immediately, Feng Yuan's flesh split open, and he was injured. Good, that's it. Feng Yuan cheered in his heart. This was the best chance to gain Shang Xianxi's trust. How could he let it go? Damn it. Bai Ningbing cursed, and immediately left Shang Xianci and ran towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had the Yanggu, and that was the key to her turning back into a male. She could not lose it. Oh my god! Ding Hao saw Feng Yuan injured, and he immediately shivered in fear. His heart was filled with self-blame and worry, and his face was panic-stricken, and he kept muttering to himself. I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it, eldest senior brother. Ah! Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai cried out together. Feng Yuan was suddenly injured, and they both trembled with heartache. What are you doing here? Go back and protect them. Bai Ningbing rushed over, and Feng Yuan shouted at her. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes instantly widened. She could see. This guy was deliberately injured. What a bastard. Don't go too far. Bai Ningbing's eyes twitched as she threw down this sentence. With Ding Hao controlling from the side, the white-haired zombie bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but it was all bark and no bite. Bai Ningbing kicked away a white-haired zombie and rushed back to Shang Xianci's side. How is Heitu? Shang Xianci grabbed Bai Ningbing's arm and asked. He's fine. Bai Ningbing curled her lips. Why didn't you replace him? He's injured. Shang Xianci, who had always been gentle, said with a rare resentment. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. She couldn't tell Shang Xianci that Feng Yuan took the initiative to get injured, right? Thus she casually came up with an excuse. He's this kind of person, once he starts charging he will never stop, unless he falls. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes flickered and slightly reddened. Xiao Dai covered her mouth, and her eyes were already moist. Looking at Feng Yuan again, the master and servant's hearts rippled. What kind of person was this? Fearless in the horde of zombies, charging forward with an indomitable will. Without a doubt, he was a hero full of sadness. Ding Hao saw that Feng Yuan was injured, and his heart trembled with fear, not daring to stop him. After fighting for a while, Feng Yuan brought Shang Xianci and the other two out of the encirclement of the zombies. That's it. He smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, looking at the only injury on his body helplessly. It was such a good opportunity to perform, but he only got one injury. His acting was not good enough. But even if it was only one injury, it was enough to make Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai extremely worried. Hey two, are you okay? You're injured, the wound is so deep, it's all because of me. Shang Xianci's eyes were filled with tears. A lot of black blood flowed out. Lord Heitu, you're poisoned. Xiao Dai said with concern. Feng Yuan puffed out his chest, and with a deep voice he said fearlessly. What's this small injury? The corpse poison is a bit troublesome, but I have the clear heat goo to detoxify it. You don't need to worry. He started laughing. On the ruins of the camp, flames soared to the sky. In order to cut off all means of retreat, and also to illuminate the camp, everyone in the caravan ignited whatever they could before leaving. Feng Yuan and the other three rushed out of the encirclement of the zombies, and found themselves in the outer circle illuminated by the flames. The flames shone on Feng Yuan's face, his chest, and his wound. He was smiling, his appearance was ugly, but in the eyes of the two girls he exuded a different kind of heroic charm. They had once dreamed of a hero saving a damsel in distress, and the hero in their dreams was handsome and confident. To be honest, the image of Feng Yuan in their hearts was very different. But for some reason, the two girls felt that he was a true hero. He was confident, he was fearless, and his heroic spirit was unparalleled. Many years later, Shang Xianci would ask herself, how did Feng Yuan walk into the depths of her heart? Every time, she would involuntarily think back to this night. Behind them, zombies were everywhere, and the soaring flames shone on Feng Yuan's face. His face was full of burn marks, and when he smiled, he revealed his white teeth. His deep and dark eyes looked at her. The usually cold eyes, under the cover of the orange flames, revealed a kind of warmth. Save us. The people in the caravan who were deep in the zombie horde saw the situation on Feng Yuan's side and shouted for help. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. Shang Xianci had already extended her hand and grabbed his arm. You're injured, don't go, let's go. Do you remember what you told me before? Do what you can. Do what you can feel at ease. Feng Yuan laughed and patted Shang Xianci's hand. Don't worry, I don't want to go, I have no grudges with them. Let's go. However, it was also inappropriate to walk like this. What if someone knew that he killed Zhang Zhu and shouted out in despair? What would Shang Xianci think? In truth, his worry was unnecessary. Chen Xian and Chen Shuangquan, who knew, had already died in battle. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed and shouted, you guys hold on. Wait until I settle them down, then I'll come and help you. Brother He Tu is righteous. I hope Brother He Tu will go and return quickly. If Brother He Tu saves my life, I'm willing to repay you with a large sum of money. The people in the caravan all shouted. Feng Yuan laughed and looked at the master and servant's puzzled eyes, and said, give them some hope, I hope they can create a miracle. Sigh, I can only do this much. Feng Yuan's image in the hearts of the two girls suddenly became much bigger. Feng Yuan led the three, and ran along the mountain path. Under the moonlight, the mountain path was covered with frost and snow. According to the previous discussion, he also arranged for a group of zombies to block the path. The four rushed over, and Feng Yuan gave Bai Ningbing a look, and then stayed on the spot. You guys go first, I'll block these zombies and catch up to you later. The two girls immediately hesitated, but under Bai Ningbing's persuasion, they ran all the way, and soon left Feng Yuan's sight. Feng Yuan waited for a while, and pretended to tangle with the zombies. Seeing that the time was ripe, he activated jumping grass, and crossed the zombies, and returned to Ding Hao's side. The battle was still going on. There were only 3 people left in the caravan. But what shocked Feng Yuan was that one of the green hair zombies was also destroyed. After asking Ding Hao, Feng Yuan found out that a Gu master had used a rare rank 3 detonation Gu. Eldest senior brother. Ding Hao quickly bowed, his face pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He had never tried to split his mind to control zombies at such a high intensity. Most importantly, cooperating with Feng Yuan's acting had exhausted him. In the past, when he commanded the zombies, they would either retreat or attack. It was not like today, when they attacked with bare fangs and claws, but had to attack empty space. After being hit by Feng Yuan, he had to control these zombies to stay still. Eldest senior brother, how are your injuries? I really didn't mean it, I have healing Gu here. Ding Hao quickly explained. Feng Yuan patted his shoulder. You are good, you are very hardworking. My injuries are not important, I took them myself. Now put in more effort, and eliminate all these people. Yes. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Ding Hao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, he gathered his spirit, and pushed countless zombies forward. The 3 survivors knew that they were going to die. One closed his eyes and sighed. One scolded Feng Yuan, and one cried loudly. Under death, everyone's nature was revealed. The zombies drowned these 3 people, and Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Did anyone escape? No, definitely not. According to eldest senior brother's instructions, I also arranged a large circle of zombies outside. Ding Hao quickly replied. Very good, you have done well. Clean up the battlefield. Be careful not to leave any traces. Yes, eldest senior brother. Ding Hao had ambushed caravans all these years, but did not expose himself. He had a certain level of skill. Cleaning up the battlefield was easy, and even Feng Yuan secretly nodded his head, pretending to be ordinary zombies attacking caravans. However, although he was older than Feng Yuan, he was not as experienced as Feng Yuan. During this period, Feng Yuan gave him a few pointers and made up for his mistakes, which made him admire him. For example, Yuan stones could not be taken all, and had to be left behind. The zombies would not pick up Yuan stones. Another example was not to turn all the corpses into zombies. After all, there were deep and shallow zombie poisons, and could not be 100% turned into zombies. Eldest senior brother, please accept these Yuan stones. After a cup of tea's time, Ding Hao sensibly presented the Yuan stones he had obtained. Feng Yuan glanced at it. There were about 13,000 Yuan stones. He accepted them without hesitation, and put them all into tusita flowers. How was your harvest this time? Feng Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder, and asked warmly. Ding Hao's pale face showed excitement. The harvest this time is huge. I got 5 complete bodies, all rank 3 Gu Masters. There are also over a dozen Gu Master corpses. All of them have been nurtured. After turning into zombies, they are at least black-haired zombies. Ha ha ha, the harvest is good. Take good care of these black-haired zombies. There will definitely be new green-haired zombies. Ding Hao nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. This is the first time I have devoured a caravan. It is all thanks to eldest senior brother that you attracted beast groups along the way, weakening them. Ding Hao's harvest is all thanks to eldest senior brother. You are also not bad, you commanded well. But looking at your face, you have used too much energy. Your mind is haggard, and your soul has already been injured. You need to rest for a while. In our lineage, the maintenance of the soul is very important. If the soul is not strong, the mind will be weak, and it will be harder to command the zombies. Feng Yuan smiled, his voice gentle. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your concern. Ding Hao had been alone for the last 10 years. This was the first time he was so cared for by others. He could not help but be excited and moved. This agitation caused him to feel a strong dizziness, his body swayed. And if not for Feng Yuan supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. I am ashamed. My cultivation is not up to par. I feel dizzy and my mind cannot operate properly. Ding Hao barely managed to stand up. No worries, go back to the cave and have a good sleep. When you wake up the next day, although your head will be splitting, your mind will be mostly recovered, and you can freely command these zombies. Feng Yuan smiled. Yes. I have experience in this area. Once I summoned too many zombies and almost fainted on the spot. Ding Hao laughed. I will be leaving soon, little junior brother. I have acknowledged you. Have a good rest. Wait for me to return. I will bring you to meet Master. By the way, where is that cave of yours? It is at the waist of the mountain, beside a Yin pond. It is very easy to find. The Yin pond is in the shape of a pentagram, very unique. Ding Hao was overjoyed. He quickly replied, Eldest senior brother, do you really not want to come to my cave for a while? No, time is tight. I have a secret mission from my master. Oh no, someone faked his death. There is still a fish that escaped the net. Where? Ding Hao's heart shook. He quickly turned to look. Chi. The next moment, a bone spear pierced through his head. Plop. Ding Hao fell to the ground. A thick spiral bone spear pierced through his head. Blood and brain matter flowed along the spiral carvings, slowly flowing down. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen with disbelief. The smile on Feng Yuan's face gradually disappeared. He became expressionless. He slowly bent down, grabbed Ding Hao's feet, and slowly dragged him to the ruins of the camp. The fire was still burning. The zombies that had lost their master began to jump aimlessly. The corpses lying on the ground attracted them, tempted them. They crawled on the corpses and began to gnaw and tear. Feng Yuan dragged Ding Hao's corpse, walking through the corpse-strewn battlefield, his ears filled with the sounds of zombies feasting. He threw Ding Hao into the fire and quietly watched as Ding Hao's corpse slowly melted. The goo worms on his body also let out mournful cries and were burned to death one by one. Once Shang Xinci was recognized by the Shang clan leader. she would be closely investigated by the Shang clan. This battlefield would definitely be of utmost importance. If Ding Hao was unfortunately caught and interrogated to reveal the truth, then Fang Yuan would be in danger. Even though he was honest, easy to deceive, and a good pawn, compared to Shang Xinci, his value was far from enough. Moreover, it was dangerous, it was safest to abandon him. And the goo worms on him also had to be abandoned. As long as Fang Yuan brought them with him, Second Zombie King would be able to find Fang Yuan. Moreover, it would be extremely inconvenient for Fang Yuan to feed the rigid heart goo. And it would also leave traces for the Shang clan's investigation. As for these zombies, after losing their master, they all became ordinary zombies. After they finished gnawing on these corpses, a portion would stay here, while the rest would leave and wander around Mu Bei Mountain in search of blood and food. It was believed that after their treatment, the entire scene would be more realistic. Seeing Ding Hao's corpse burn to ashes, Fang Yuan slowly turned and left. Chapter 262. In the night sky, the crescent moon hung high. The moonlight was like water. Shang Xinci stood on a rock and looked into the distance, her face full of worry. Brother Heitu, why isn't he back yet? Could something have happened to him? Little Butterfly echoed. How could something happen to him? Don't worry. Bai Ningbing leaned against a withered tree, thinking what was this Fang Yuan up to again? Time passed bit by bit. Shang Xinci became increasingly anxious, her brows furrowed tightly. Bai Ningbing also felt something was amiss. It had been at least 15 minutes. Did something really happen to Fang Yuan? She did not care about Fang Yuan's life or death. What she cared about was the Yanggu in Fang Yuan's hands. She could not help but feel a trace of anxiety in her heart. Half of this anxiety came from Fang Yuan's disappearance, while the other half came from the helplessness in Bai Ningbing's heart. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. With the Yanggu in his hands, Bai Ningbing had to hold back in order to deal with Fang Yuan. That is, if Fang Yuan acted shamelessly, she would not be able to find a way to deal with him. After traveling with Fang Yuan, she knew what Fang Yuan's character was like. Fang Yuan's cultivation was getting closer to rank 3. The agreed time was approaching. Bai Ningbing became increasingly anxious. Just as the three were discussing on how to rush back to support Fang Yuan, the latter finally appeared on the mountain path. Shang Xinci let out a sigh of relief, but when Fang Yuan walked in front of her, her heart jumped again. Brother Heitu, you're injured again. Fang Yuan purposely added a few more wounds on his body. He inhaled a breath of cold air. You guys just left and a green-haired zombie came. Luckily I ran fast. Let's go quickly, it might be chasing us now. Hearing his words, the other three naturally did not dare to stay for long. They hurried through the night. At this point, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved. He behaved himself along the way. After passing Mu Bei Mountain, they arrived at Twin Generals Mountain. This mountain was a pair of twin peaks, separated by a cliff valley in the middle, facing each other from a distance, giving off a majestic aura. Without the protection of the caravan, it was very difficult for the four of them to walk through the forest. Fortunately, the Blood Tear Mountain was just beyond the Twin Generals Mountain. Blood Tear Mountain had the Zhao family village, and it was no longer a barren mountain. There were signs of human habitation. The most difficult part of the trade route had already been passed, and the danger was greatly reduced. Fang and Bai were wanted by the Bai clan, so they naturally did not go to the Zhao clan. The four of them didn't stop. After passing the Blood Tear Mountain, they passed the Thousand Cavern Mountain, the Giant Mountain, and the Green Algae Mountain. During this period, Fang Yuan's cultivation rose from rank 2 upper stage to peak stage. During the whole journey, they only stopped at a remote village for a short while to resupply. The closer they got to Shangliang Mountain, the wider the mountain path, and the more pedestrians there were. Finally, one day, Shangliang Mountain appeared before their eyes. Phew, is that Shangliang Mountain? Shang Xinci placed her hand on her eyebrows to block the sunlight. She gazed into the distance and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Miss, we are finally here. Xiao Dai laughed and shook Shang Xinci's arm excitedly. Bai Ningbing was silent and only watched. When we reach Shangliang Mountain, we will part ways. Miss Zhang, I have already repaid your kindness, Fang Yuan said. Ah. Xiao Dai exclaimed. She didn't expect Fang Yuan to say this, and stood on the spot at a loss. Shang Xianxi's expression changed. She looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes, and her eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. These days, although Fang Yuan was quiet, he had already become her pillar of support. Now that he was going to leave, Shang Xianci immediately felt an emptiness in her heart, and she felt very disappointed. All good things must come to an end. Fang Yuan sighed. Indeed. Shang Xianci pursed her lips tightly, and felt a little breathless. After spending these days together, she understood Fang Yuan's character. This was a man who meant what he said and had a firm will. Let's go, this place isn't very safe yet. We will part ways at the city gate. Fang Yuan took the lead. The atmosphere of the group fell to a freezing point. Even the chattering Xiao Dai didn't say a word. The closer they got to Shang Clan City, the closer they would part ways. Shang Xianxi's footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Shang Clan City was her destination. Logically speaking, success was close at hand, but now, she would rather not reach Shang Clan City. But the journey was ultimately limited. They arrived at the foot of Shangliang Mountain. The tall city gate of Shang Clan City was right in front of them. It was time to part ways. Fang Yuan stared deeply at Shang Xianci. He nodded and said 2 words. Take care. These 2 simple words caused Shang Xianci's body to shake. Fang Yuan turned and left. Wait. Shang Xianci gathered her courage and suddenly said. In front of the city gate of Shang Clan City, people were coming and going. It was very lively. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Yuan. The crowd around her was surging. We will meet again. Benefactor, in your heart, you have repaid the debt of gratitude. But in my heart, you have saved me time and time again. Your kindness is as deep as the ocean and as heavy as a mountain. Benefactor, you said it before, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I will repay you. The young girl's tone was firm, revealing her determination. Fang Yuan smiled at her, and turned to leave, his figure gradually fading into the crowd. Shang Xianci stood on the spot for a long time. Missy, they are so heartless, leaving just like that. Xiao Dai walked over and held her arm. They don't want to implicate us. Even in Shangliang Mountain, their demonic path identity cannot be exposed. Shang Xianci had a kind heart and always thought of others in a positive light. So that's it. Xiao Dai realized. Although they are demonic Gu masters, they are good people. I have decided, I will make a name for myself in Shang Clan City. With my talent, I will definitely make a name for myself. Although I am a mortal and cannot cultivate, I can hire Gu masters to do things for me. In the future, I will definitely repay their kindness. Yes. Missy, I believe you. Strange, since you protected Shang Xianci along the way. Why did you break up on purpose when we reached Shangliang Mountain? I have to remind you, we don't have investigative Gu worms. There are so many people in Shangliang City. Don't go overboard if you want to play hard to get. If we lose them, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot. That would be a huge joke. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan, and reminded him with a sneer. Fang Yuan ignored him and watched Shang Xianci and Xiao Dai walk into the city before retracting his gaze. According to his previous life's memories, the moment Shang Xianci entered Shangliang City, Shang clan leader sensed her bloodline. But to confirm and investigate, the domineering Shang clan leader put all the members of the caravan that Shang Xianci joined under house arrest for investigation and interrogation. After finding out the truth and confirming Shang Xianci's true identity, Shang clan leader generously compensated the caravan with twice the amount of goods. Shang Xianci went from a mortal girl to the beloved daughter of Shang clan leader. This caused a huge commotion, and became an interesting topic. Thus he had to part ways with Shang Xianci. In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were too many Gu that could not see the light of day, especially spring-autumn cicada. Once he was investigated and his aperture was searched, he would be in big trouble. In a normal village, Fang Yuan was not worried about being exposed, because usually the clan leader with the highest cultivation was only rank 4. But here, Shang clan leader was rank 5, but not the highest. Shang clan had a supreme elder with rank 6 cultivation, If his consciousness entered Fang Yuan's aperture, no matter how well spring-autumn cicada was hidden, it would be discovered. There was another benefit to bidding farewell. In Shang Xianxi's heart, it would make it seem like he had no desires and did not covet anything from her, deepening the impression that he was just repaying her kindness. In the future, when he meets Shang Xianxi again, he would gain her trust. Actually, the fastest way to form a close relationship with Shang Xianxi was to have sex with her. Fang Yuan could feel that Shang Xianxi had a good impression of him. If he took her virginity, this future Shang clan leader would fall in love with him. Although Fang Yuan was ugly, his charisma had already moved Shang Xianxi's heart. He knew that if he made a request, Shang Xianxi would not reject him. But he could not use this method. Once he did so, he would be Shang clan's son-in-law, and would be kidnapped to Shang clan's war chariot. Fang Yuan could no longer act as he pleased. His every move would be watched by others, his hands and feet would be tied, and even his cultivation would have to be suppressed. If his cultivation increased too quickly, the bone-flesh unity goo would be exposed. Once the bone-flesh unity goo was exposed, it would cause a commotion in the world, attracting the greed of all parties. Fang Yuan was very clear, the bone-flesh unity goo's terrifying value. Even Shang clan could not monopolize it. If spring-autumn cicada was also exposed, those rank 6 goo masters that were rarely seen, and even rank 7 goo masters would jump out one after another. After reaching rank 6, a person's battle strength would change, and every goo master would have the strength to contend against an entire clan. Once he had sex with Shang Xianxi, after Shang Xianxi confirmed his identity, be it her or Shang clan leader, they would both find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also a demonic goo master, with an unknown origin. Investigations and interrogations were unavoidable. If he escaped, he would have to face Shang clan's pursuit and arrest warrant. This was on a completely different level from Bai clan's arrest warrant. Bai clan itself was in a precarious situation, and had no power, while Shang clan was one of the overlords of southern border. By then, Fang Yuan would only have one choice, and that was to escape southern border. Shang Yanfei sat cross-legged in the air, his whole body bathed in flames. The flames were scarlet like blood, quietly burning in the dark void. As Shang clan leader, he was occupied with clan affairs every day, and did not have much time to cultivate. But even so, with his unparalleled aptitude and comprehension, he was able to push his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage, and was only a step away from peak stage. Today's cultivation was about to end, the blood flame slowly faded, slowly converging, and finally returning to Shang Yanfei's long red hair. Without the light of the fire, darkness gradually spread, becoming the master of this place. But suddenly, Shang Yanfei opened his eyes, his pupils were blood red, his gaze like lightning, piercing through the darkness. Chapter 263. Shang Yanfei willed and vanished into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already in Shang clan's outer city. Noisy voices entered his ears. There were all sorts of stalls lining both sides of the street. The passers-by only saw a flash of blood flame as a handsome black-robed man with blood-red hair appeared out of nowhere. Oh my god, that scared me. Who is this? He dares to abuse goo worms in Shang clan city? Many people looked at him in bewilderment. Only a few recognized Shang Yanfei, but they did not dare to believe it. Shang Yanfei did not care about these gazes. Following the bloodline connection, his sharp gaze landed on Shang Xianxi. The two girls were standing in front of a stall. Missy, this hairpin is beautiful. Xiao Dai took out a jade hairpin from the stall and placed it on Shang Xianxi's hair. Shang Xianxi forced a smile. After leaving Fang Yuan, she was in low spirits. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, was captivated by the bustling scene of the city and became lively again. Suddenly, Shang Xianxi sensed something and turned around. She saw Shang Yanfei at the first moment. In the crowd, the black-robed red-haired Shang Yanfei stood out like a crane among chickens, extremely conspicuous. But what attracted Shang Xianxi was not his appearance, but a mysterious connection and calling that originated from her bloodline. Without saying a word, the moment Shang Xianxi saw Shang Yanfei, she knew this middle-aged man's identity. This was her father. Father. To Shang Xianxi, This word was so mysterious and so distant. It contained so much grief and sorrow, and had accumulated so much grief. When she was young, she had asked her mother countless times about her father. But her mother remained silent. And now, she finally saw her father. So this was the reason Mother wanted me to come to Shangclan City, before she died. She realized at once, tears falling down uncontrollably. The moment Shang Yanfei saw Shang Xinci, he thought of her mother and understood her identity. Similar, they were too similar. This child's gentleness was exactly the same as hers. Shang Yanfei's heart ached. He seemed to see her again. That was on a misty spring afternoon. The willows by the lotus pond swayed with the wind. Under the shabby eaves, Shang Clan Master Shang Yanfei met a Zhang Clan young lady who was hiding from the rain. A gifted scholar and a beautiful woman, love at first sight. They poured out their hearts and pledged their love to each other. However, there was nothing one could do about the affairs of the world. Rivers and mountains and beauties were like fish and bear's paw. How could one have both? The young Shang Yanfei's heart was burning with a strong flame. This flame originated from a man's natural ambition for power and authority. Between ambition and tenderness, between responsibility and freedom, between the pressure of a powerful enemy and the promise of a beautiful woman, he finally chose the former and gave up on the latter. Thus he defeated his brothers and sisters and ascended to the throne of Shang Clan leader. Thus, he became a rank 5 Gu master and had countless beauties. Now he had many sons and daughters. So he could not find her, because Zhang Clan and Shang Clan had been enemies for generations. When one was in the Jianghu, one had no choice. The identity of the patriarch had helped him, but it had also shackled him. The king's every move would cause the winds and clouds to change, and he would receive the attention of the world. As the Shang Clan leader, how could he ignore the clan's influence because of his personal feelings? These years he had tried to convince himself, hiding his guilt and uneasiness, using righteousness and responsibility to numb himself. He thought he had forgotten everything, but when he suddenly saw Shang Xinci, those memories in the deepest part of his heart, those tenderness, came pouring down like spring rain, enveloping his heart. At this moment his heart was in turmoil, surging. Blood was thicker than water. Kinship turned into a long river. Shame turned this long river into a sea, instantly drowning and engulfing him. He took a light step forward, disappearing on the spot, and appearing in front of Shang Xinci. Xiao Dai cried out in shock. The surrounding people cast shocked and shocked gazes. But the two involved did not sense it. "You, what is your name?" Shang Yanfei tried to speak. His voice was magnetic and filled with warmth. Shang Xinci did not reply. Tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes. She took a step back, tightly pursing her lips as she stared at Shang Yanfei, her gaze showing stubbornness. It was this man who hurt Mother's heart. It was this man who caused me to suffer discrimination and bullying since young. It was this man who captivated Mother's dreams. Even before she died, she was still thinking about him. It was this man. He is my father. At this moment, her emotions were surging, countless emotions mixed together, forming a violent whirlpool that swallowed her mind. She fainted. Missy, Xiao Dai, who was suppressed by Shang Yanfei's aura, suddenly woke up and screamed. But Shang Yanfei was faster than her, pulling Shang Xinci into his embrace. "Who dares to violate the city rules, using goo worms? Do you want to go to jail?" A group of city guards sensed something was amiss, cursing as they rushed over. "Ah, Lord Clan leader." Seeing Shang Yanfei, their expressions changed, kneeling on the ground. The entire street was in an uproar. You are actually Shang Clans." Xiao Dai stammered, unable to speak. Shang Yanfei grabbed Xiao Dai's arm, blood flames flashed, and the three disappeared. "Line up, one by one. To enter Shangclan City, each person has to pay 10 yuan stone. Once inside, do not misuse goo worms. Violators will be sent to jail for at least 7 days." The guards stationed outside the city shouted. On the wall of the city gate, there were many wanted posters. Some of the wanted posters were already old and yellowed. They were covered up, and only a corner of them was visible. Some wanted posters were brand new and were casually pasted on the wall. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing followed the crowd, getting closer to the city gate, and indeed found a wanted poster, issued by Bai Clan Village. by Clan Village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but snort. Please stop. The city guard arrived in front of Fang and Bai. The two wore ordinary clothes looking like commoners. Bai Ningbing pulled down her straw hat. This is 20 yuan stone. Fang Yuan was not nervous, handing over a money bag. After the guard checked, he immediately gave way. Although the city wall next to him was densely packed with wanted posters, it was convenient to look at and compare them. But he did not even glance at them. Those wanted posters were nothing more than a show. Shang clan prioritized profits. As long as one could pay yuan stone, they could enter the city. Every day, large numbers of demonic gu masters would pass under the guards' eyes. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The loot that the demonic gu masters robbed would be sold in Shang Clan City. At the same time, if they wanted to replenish their gu worms, Shang Clan City was the best choice. It could be said that the demonic gu masters were one of the biggest pillars of Shang Clan City's prosperity. Of course, the demonic gu masters could not be too brazen, entering the city with great fanfare. After all, Shang Clan City was a righteous sect. They had to consider their image. The two walked past the tall city gate and saw a wide street. The street was crowded with people with tall and straight green trees planted on both sides of the road. Sunlight shone on the trees, and all kinds of noodle stalls, xiaobing, tofu pudding, vegetables and jewelry vendors were all huddled under the trees, setting up all kinds of stalls. The two walked for a while, and on both sides of the street, there were tall bamboo buildings, yellow mud houses, or brick houses with white walls and gray tiles. Shops, restaurants, inns and blacksmiths appeared in front of them. Brother, do you need a place to stay? Our place is very cheap, only half a yuan stone per night. A middle-aged woman walked up, her face full of smiles. Fang Yuan stared at her, and walked away without saying a word. His appearance was frightening. The middle-aged woman's heart jumped, and did not dare to pester him anymore, shifting her target to Bai Ningbing. Brother, it is not easy to be outside. Our inn is good. We even have little girls at night. You want to go to the brothel street? That is not cheap. We mortals trade our lives for money in the outside world. Our hard-earned money won't make a splash in those places. Our inn's little girls are the best cheap. Some were ripe peaches, and some were so tender that water could be squeezed out of them. What kind do you want, brother? The middle-aged woman lowered her voice, her expression ambiguous. She looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's dressing, and mistook them for mortals. Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with black lines. Scram! She snorted, her voice chilling to the bone. The middle-aged woman's expression changed, her body stiffened, and she stopped on the spot. So it is a female. Ha ha ha, big sister Zhang, you must have made a mistake this time. The surrounding people who were also trying to pull people up started to clamor. The middle-aged woman could only smile. Along the way, Bai Ningbing had improved greatly in terms of disguise. Even the experienced customers mistook her. Four Seasons Restaurant. An hour later, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a 5-storied building. This building had white walls and black tiles, vermilion doors and pillars. The smell of wine wafted in the air, and the aroma of food permeated the air. It was a famous restaurant in Shang Clan City. 2 customers, please come in. The waiter was very good at business. Seeing Fang and Bai, he hurriedly walked over and invited them. The two had walked for half a day, climbing up the mountain. They were hungry, so they entered the restaurant. 2 customers, please sit here. The waiter led the way. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This hall is too noisy, let's go upstairs. The waiter immediately showed a difficult expression. I won't hide it from you. There are indeed private rooms upstairs, but they are only open to gu masters. Fang Yuan snorted, sending out a portion of snow-silver primeval essence. The waiter hurriedly bowed. I have eyes but failed to recognize MT. Tai, please go upstairs. At the entrance of the stairs, the waiter stopped, and a young and beautiful girl with a sweet appearance immediately walked over, saying in a sweet voice, 2 lords, may I know which floor you want to go to? Our Four Seasons restaurant has 5 floors. The first floor is for mortals, the second floor is for rank 1 gu masters, and the third floor is for rank 2 gu masters, with a 20% discount. The fourth floor is for rank 3 gu masters, with a 50% discount. The 5th floor is for rank 4 Gu masters with a free reception. Fang Yuan laughed. Let's go to the 4th floor. Chapter 264. Steamed lamb, roasted duck, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, stir-fried carp, assorted intestines, sesame butter rolls, honey yam, shredded fresh peach, 8 treasure ding, steamed bamboo slices, scarlet lips, camel hump, deer antler, bear paw, 3 fresh cassava soup, beeswax pork knuckle, 3 fresh shark's fin. After a while, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing sat in a private room on the 3rd floor. In front of them was a table full of delicious dishes. Fang Yuan took a pair of bamboo chopsticks and casually ate a few mouthfuls. He first ate the steamed bamboo slices, refreshing and invigorating. Then he ate a piece of shredded fresh peach, sweet but not greasy. Then he took the bear paw, tender and tasty. The steamed lamb was also crispy and tender. With some seasoning, the taste was even better. Bai Ningbing drank a mouthful of the 3 fresh cassava soup. Her mouth was filled with saliva and the fragrance lingered in her mouth. Her appetite was also aroused. After being with you for so many days, it's rare to see you so generous. While eating, she did not forget to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and did not reply. He knew Bai Ningbing's suspicions and impatience. He had been close to Shang Xianci, putting in all his effort to protect her. When they reached their destination, they purposely parted. Bai Ningbing could not see through this. And Fang Yuan was already at rank 2 peak stage, only a step away from rank 3. Back then, he and Bai Ningbing had set up a rank 3 agreement, and now they were at the final juncture. But of course Fang Yuan would not keep his promise. In his eyes, honesty was nothing more than a compromise made out of helplessness, or a beautiful disguise, a realistic mask. Fang Yuan was clear about this, and so was Bai Ningbing. So she was impatient. Because she had a premonition that this scoundrel Fang Yuan would definitely break his promise. But she could not do anything to Fang Yuan. The Yanggu was in Fang Yuan's hands. She had to act cautiously. Now that there was no pursuit from Bai clan, there was no beast tied. Fang and Bai ate at the same table, seemingly harmonious and warm, but in fact, their relationship was extremely tense. If they took another step forward, they would fall apart. And this step was when Fang Yuan officially advanced to rank 3. Once he advanced to rank 3, there would be no room for negotiation between him and Bai Ningbing. They would have to face each other head-on. How should he deal with Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan pondered as he ate. It was impossible for his cultivation to remain stagnant. There would come a day when the conflict would erupt. The current situation was very delicate. Fang Yuan had the upper hand because he controlled the Yanggu. But in fact, Bai Ningbing also had a hold on Fang Yuan's weakness. She had traveled with Fang Yuan, and had personally participated in the inheritance of the White Bone Mountain. She had also personally witnessed how Fang Yuan had attracted the beast horde to attack the caravan. She knew too much. Compared with the potential threat of Ding Hao, Bai Ningbing was undoubtedly much more dangerous to Fang Yuan. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we don't have to worry about Shang Xianci anymore. However, my cultivation wasn't high enough. Perhaps the best time to kill Bai Ningbing would be on the trade route, but at that time, I would still need to borrow her power to ensure my survival. Moreover, Shang Xianci was beside me, so it would not be easy to make a move. Bai Ningbing has always been secretly on guard against me. She also has the protection of ice skin jade bone, so she could not kill me in one strike. Moreover, her battle awareness is outstanding. And after this period of training, she has become even more ruthless. Fang Yuan's mind was churning, and at the same time, Bai Ningbing was also racking her brains. Ever since I left Qingmao Mountain, I finally have a chance to breathe. I must obtain the Yanggu and turn back into a man. If I directly snatch it, the chances of success are not high, unless I can kill Fang Yuan in an instant. But that scoundrel Fang Yuan, although his cultivation is only at rank 2, his overall battle strength is much higher. He is a freak, his battle experience is incomparably ruthless. Moreover, his thoughts are deep and ruthless, and he does all sorts of evil deeds. There is no morality that can restrain him, and he can do anything. More importantly, I have yet to find out his trump cards. But it is not that I do not have any advantages, his cultivation now depends on me. And I also know a lot of his secrets. Maybe I can use these things to force him to compromise. Use poison Vao Gu, and sign an irrevocable contract with him. Other than that, I can also use Plunder Gu, Miracle Hand Gu and so on to steal the Yang Gu. Bai Ningbing was not stupid. She had been patiently observing along the way, thinking of her schemes. The two ate at the same table, separated by only 2 to 3 steps. They looked like good friends, but they were scheming against each other in their hearts. As the external pressure subsided, the conflict between the two of them became more prominent. In the relatively safe environment of Shangclan City, they had the time to think about these things. But the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was troublesome. Fang Yuan did things without any qualms, but wasn't Bai Ningbing the same? In her philosophy of life, it was fine as long as she lived an exciting life. Wait, moral principles? What was that? The two of them were very similar. They both looked down on the world, had strong wills, thirsted for strength, and only believed in themselves. From other people's point of view, they were all damned demons, scum that harmed society, and their deaths were a blessing to the world. Precisely because of this similarity, the two of them felt it was troublesome. The most difficult enemy to deal with was often themselves. More importantly, they had a weakness in each other's hands. If they did not strike first and give the other a chance to breathe, the other side would be finished. The more they thought about it, the more they felt a headache. Bai Ningbing is not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He had too few resources at hand. Fang Yuan has no weakness at all. Bai Ningbing squinted, her gaze cold. The two could not think of any good ideas, and looked at each other at the same time. Their gazes collided in midair, and then looked away. The dishes in front of them were delicious, but their minds were heavy, and they could not taste it. Although there was a 50% discount, it still cost Fang Yuan 15 yuan stone. As expected of Shangclan City, the prices were not cheap. The two filled their stomachs and left the restaurant. Fang Yuan had just walked onto the street when he heard the discussions of the passers-by. Did you know? Just now at the southern gate, Shangclan leader actually appeared. How is that possible? It's true, he came and left quickly. The entire street was in an uproar. Bullshit. What kind of person is Shangclan leader? Why would he appear on the street for no reason? Rumors spread. Some said it was Shang Yanfei, others denied it. Fang Yuan chose the eastern gate, while Shang Xianci entered the southern gate. When this matter reached the eastern gate, it was already distorted beyond recognition. To Bai Ningbing, this was just a small rumor. She did not pay attention to it. The surrounding people quickly started to talk about other topics. But to an observant person like Fang Yuan, it was the clearest piece of information. He could not help but chuckle. It seemed that Shang Xianci's matter did not deviate from his memories. Now he just had to wait for the fruit to ripen and fall on his head. Look, that's a flying blue whale. Clan's caravan is here. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. For a moment, the pedestrians on the street all stopped in their tracks at the same time, looking up at the sky. A huge shadow loomed over them. In the sky, a giant blue whale slowly flew over. It was not appropriate to call it flying. It was better to call it swimming. Flying blue whale. This was a giant beast that could roam freely in the sky. It lived above the eastern sea's 9 heavens. It had a gentle and peaceful nature. Gu masters often used whale enslavement Gu to control it and use it for traveling. The flying blue whale's body was huge, like a small mountain, and the caravan hid inside its body as it flew in the sky. Compared to the caravan traveling in the forest, it was not only less dangerous, but also faster. But the flying blue whale had to eat thousands of kilograms of food every day. Unless it was a large clan, they could not afford to raise it. In the whole of southern border, only Clan had a flying blue whale. Clan was one of the overlords of southern border. Its status was similar to Shang Clan, and it had countless connections with Eastern Sea's forces. Truly breathtaking. Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She thought back to the Bai Clan village in the past. If this kind of flying blue whale were to fall on the Bai Clan village, the entire Bai Clan village would probably be destroyed. The giant figure moved on Shangliang Mountain, and the flying blue whale slowly landed on one of the mountain peaks. Fang Yuan could see from afar that it opened its mouth, and countless black dots slowly moved out of its mouth. These black dots were E-Clan's caravan. But the distance was too far, he could not see clearly. E-Clan's caravan is here. It seems the market is going to be turbulent again. I heard E-Clan brought a rank 5 gu this time, and is going to auction it on Shangliang Mountain. E-Clan has connections with Eastern Sea. They must have brought many specialties of Eastern Sea this time. It is worth buying. The passers-by's topic had already completely shifted to E-Clan's caravan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing continued to walk upwards. Guyue village only occupied a corner of Qingmao Mountain, while Shang Clan City almost covered the whole of Shangliang Mountain. In southern border, even the number 1 clan, Wu Clan, did not have such a large mountain city. The whole Shang Clan City had all kinds of buildings, bamboo buildings, mud houses, brick houses, shacks, tree houses, mushroom houses, caves, towers, forts, and so on. When these buildings were mixed together, it was as if Shangliang Mountain had been draped in a layer of colorful clothes. Shang Clan City was the center of southern borders trade. It occupied the largest area without a doubt. But if anyone thought this was all of Shang Clan City, they would be gravely mistaken. This was only the outer city of Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to a huge cave. You two want to enter the inner city? Please pay 100 yuan stone each. The Gu master guarding here stretched out his hand and demanded. Just to enter, we need 100 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing expressed her shock. The space in the inner city is small. This is to prevent unrelated people from entering. At the same time, it is convenient to maintain public order. The Gu master politely explained. Chapter 265. Fang Yuan paid 200 yuan stone and entered the inner city with Bai Ningbing. Although the inner city was built in the mountains, the streets were wide enough to allow 10 carriages to travel side by side. Once they entered, the human traffic decreased to less than half of the outer city. But Gu masters could be seen everywhere. Rank 1 Gu masters were everywhere, rank 2 Gu masters mixed in, and occasionally 1 or 2 rank 3 Gu masters. Ordinary mortals were few in number. After all, to enter this place, each person had to pay 100 yuan stone. Many Gu masters were unwilling to spend this money even if they had servants to serve them. The lighting in the inner city used a type of charcoal. Charcoal burned for a long time and did not produce any smoke. Fang and Bai walked an average of 100 steps, and they would see a hole dug in the wall, with a pile of charcoal burning inside. Although the heat emitted by the charcoal was not high, with so many charcoal burning continuously, the air in the inner city was still hot and dry. Unlike the outer city, where there were all sorts of buildings, it was very messy. The buildings here had a unified structure and looked similar, using red heat-resistant rocks. All sorts of side roads extended out from the two sides of the street. At the same time, every 500 steps on the street, there would be a huge pillar. The surface of the pillar had a spiral stone staircase that went around the pillar, with a railing on the outside. Through the stone staircase, people could go up or down to the streets of the next level. The inner city was not a normal city, it was three-dimensional. From top to bottom, there were countless streets and houses, all connected to each other, extending in all directions. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked towards the mountain. This was not their destination yet. At a certain place, there was a checkpoint. The Gu masters guarding it had higher cultivation, and the defenses were even tighter. Please stop, do you have a token? The guard stopped Fang and Bai. Shang Clan gave out tokens with different authority to different people. This is our first time here. Fang Yuan said. Of course he did not have a token. In that case, please pay 200 yuan stone each. The guard said. Fang Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and the guard let them in. The two thus arrived at 4th Inner City. Shangliang Mountain had been under Shang Clan's management for thousands of years. The entire interior of the mountain had been remodeled by Shang Clan. Roads were dug, buildings were built, and areas were laid out. Thus the inner city was extremely large. From the inside to the outside, it was divided into 5 districts. The first inner city was also called the Central Inner City. It was the center of Shang Clan's political power, and also an important military location. The second inner city, also known as the Family City, was only for Shang Clan disciples to stay in. The third inner city had an elegant environment and fresh air. It was a high-class area. The fourth inner city was the middle area. The fifth inner city was a low-end district. Further out was the outer city, where there was a huge flow of people. Compared to the inner city, the management of the loading and unloading of goods was more chaotic. This kind of building structure was like a termite hill on Earth. The termite hill was 4 to 10 meters high, and the ants lived inside. The tiny tunnels were interconnected, and it was extremely intricate. As soon as the two of them entered the fourth inner city, they felt the air was moist and the temperature was dropping. The fourth inner city was a grade higher than the fifth inner city. Not only was the entrance tax doubled, but it was also reflected in other aspects. First of all, they did not use cheap charcoal, but planted a large amount of rank 1 grass goo. Its name was moonlight creeper. This vine leaf plant was attached to the walls on both sides of the street, spreading out and could be seen everywhere. Their rhizomes were dark blue, and the leaves were wide and large, emitting a faint blue moonlight. In one section of the tunnel, there were tens of thousands of leaves, emitting a gentle blue light. Because of the large number of vine leaves, the air here was moist, and water vapor spread. At the places close to the ground, it condensed into mist. The moonlight refracted in the mist, forming a light mist. It gave people the illusion that they were strolling in a fairyland when they walked on the street. The buildings here were decorated with carvings. There were artificial lawns, flower beds, and occasionally fake mountains, pavilions, and so on. There were even fewer people on the road. Rank 2 goo masters had already become the mainstream. After all, to a rank 1 goo master, just the 200 primeval stones at the entrance was a huge expenditure. The most obvious feeling was that the streets of the fifth inner city were still very noisy. But here it was much quieter. The two walked deeper into the city, and arrived at the city gate. Without a token, if you want to enter third inner city, you will have to pay 600 yuan stone. The guard goo master leader was already rank 3. Fong Yuan handed over the yuan stone, and finally arrived at third district. This place was different from fourth inner city. All the construction materials used were star stones. This stone was widely used by goo masters to refine goo, and could emit bright starlight in the darkness. The whole of third inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking around, there was a sea of starlight, and one's vision was clear, without the obstruction of the light mist. The air was also very fresh. Looking around, there were pavilions with red walls and green tiles. Bamboo forests and famous trees were transplanted, fake mountains were built, and even spring water was drawn in, causing water to flow. There were few people on the streets. It was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. So rich and imposing. By Ningbing estimated, just the cost of the facilities in front of them was a dizzying amount. Shang clan was the wealthiest clan in southern border. Some people said that a single leg hair was thicker than a person's waist. Although this was an exaggeration, it was not groundless. Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. The whole of Shang clan city was a three-dimensional mountain. Shang clan's businesses were spread all over southern border. How much wealth Shang clan had, no outsider could say for sure. But Fong Yuan at least knew. Just the cost of building this third inner city was comparable to the combined wealth of a dozen Guyue villages. At this place, even rank 2 goo masters were rarely seen. Occasionally, the two would see a goo master, almost all of them rank 3. This was Fong Yuan's destination. If he went deeper, he would reach second inner city. But to enter second inner city, it was not a matter of yuan stone. He needed a token issued by Shang clan. And this token had to be of a high standard. Tong Yu Shop. Fong Yuan looked at the signboard and walked in. This was a shop that sold goo worms. Esteemed guests, please have a seat inside. A young girl in charge of reception walked over and said softly. Her aura was revealed. She was actually a rank 1 goo master. Although Fong and Bai were wearing mortal clothes, one was ugly and one was in dire straits, this goo master girl still had a respectful attitude, showing her outstanding character. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing were led into a private room. This was an individual room, with sandalwood tables and chairs, carved beams and painted rafters, and paintings hung on the pure white walls. The words were like dancing dragons and phoenixes, the strokes strong and firm. Through the window, one could see the courtyard, with green trees and red flowers, and the chirping of birds. The young Gu master girl served 2 cups of fragrant tea and left. As soon as she left, an old man walked in. I wonder if esteemed guests, are you here to buy or sell? The old man was a rank 2 Gu master. He cupped his fists and asked with a smile. I want to buy and also sell. Fong Yuan raised his cup as he answered. The old man laughed, and 2 rays of light flew out of his body, floating in front of Fong Yuan, and by Ning Bing. They were 2 bookworms. The bookworm was only a rank 1 Gu worm, but it was extremely precious, comparable to the liquor worm. Once it appeared in the market, it would be snatched up by people. Thus it was often priceless. It was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis, and although it had a head, chest and abdomen, its body was like a spindle, round and cute. Its whole body was pure white, and its surface seemed to be coated with a layer of enamel, giving it a glossy shine. Touching it, it was smooth and moist, like a high-quality porcelain. Bookworm was a storage-type Gu, similar to the Tusita flower. The difference was Tusita flower stored objects, while bookworm stored intangible knowledge and information. Even if it self-destructed, it would only explode into a harmless white light. Please take a look. The old Gu master said. The 2 bookworms were refined by him, and could be considered as being lent to Fong Yuan and by Ning Bing. Fong and Bai each mobilized a portion of snow-silver primeval essence, injecting it into the bookworm. The bookworm immediately turned into a white light, entering between the 2's eyebrows. Immediately, Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing's minds gained a wealth of information. These contents were deeply imprinted in their minds, as if they had been repeatedly recited. Bai Ningbing was secretly tongue-tied. Tong Yu shop sold tens of thousands of Gu worms. There were so many of them that it dazzled one's eyes. Among them, there was no lack of rare Gu worms like bookworm and liquor worm. From low to high, it covered rank 1 to rank 5. Of course, there were no rank 6 Gu worms. Every Gu worm had a detailed introduction, explaining their effects. There was even a price, and for some higher-ranked rare and precious Gu worms, there were all kinds of token standards. This meant that Gu masters had to have the token issued by Shang clan to have the qualifications to buy these Gu worms. Fong Yuan needed to buy large amounts of Gu worms. After roughly looking through it, he retracted his mind and called out the bookworm, returning it to the old man. Although he had tens of thousands of yuan stone on him, there was still a huge gap to buy these Gu worms. The crucial point was not just money. Some of the Gu that he planned to buy also had token standards. Dear customer, what do you like? If you buy in large quantities, our Tongyu shop will give you a corresponding discount. The old man smiled. Seeing Fong Yuan, and by Ningbing's snow-silver primeval essence, his tone became even more polite. Fong Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, I have Gu worms to sell. Saying so, he summoned a bone spear Gu. The old man was not surprised. There were many who came to Tongyu shop to buy Gu worms, but there were also many who sold Gu worms. He held the bone spear Gu, and with just a glance, his face showed a trace of astonishment. He had never seen a bone spear Gu before. Of course he had never seen one before. This was Grey Bone Scholar's unique Gu worm. It was never sold in the market. Esteemed customer, please enlighten me. The old man's expression was solemn as he cupped his fists. Fong Yuan nodded, drinking a mouthful of tea. No problem, this is called bone spear Gu. It is a Gu worm of a clan. I will lend it to you, you will know once you try it. The old man tested it on the spot, muttering. This Gu, although it is only rank 1 and is not well raised, but its attack is not bad, and it is unique, it is worth this price. Chapter 266. 310? Seeing the old man's figure, Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquor worm's market price was 580 yuan stone. Bookworm was slightly higher sometimes, reaching 600. Black and white boar Gu was also 600 yuan stone. But these Gu were all rare rank 1 Gu, and because they were few in number, their prices were high. An ordinary rank 1 Gu was around 250 yuan stone, and a consumable rank 1 Gu like the vitality leaf was 50 yuan stone per piece. Setting the bone spear Gu's price at 310 was already not bad. The old man from Tongyu shop did not try to lower the price. But even so, Fong Yuan had to raise the price as much as possible. To him, haggling was a skill that he had mastered in his previous life. After a few words, The old man had no choice but to raise the price by another 10 yuan stone. 1 bone spear goo, 320 yuan stone. All right, let's go with this price. Feng Yuan waved his hand, and a bunch of light spots flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear goo floated in front of the old man, scaring him a little. So many. He immediately regretted. Every increase of 10 yuan stone, he would have to pay close to 600 yuan stone. In fact, when Feng Yuan was at Baigu Mountain, he had taken 200 bone spear goo. But along the way, due to the lack of food, most of them had died, and only this much was left. 56 goo, that is 17,920 yuan stone. I will order someone to bring the yuan stone over. The old man kept the bone spear goo. No hurry, let's look at this goo first. Feng Yuan smiled, and summoned a spiral bone spear goo. This is a rank 2 goo. It seems to be the bone spear goo. The old man showed a shocked expression. That's right, after the bone spear goo fusion is completed, you can obtain the spiral bone spear goo. It has a penetrating force and is quite powerful. Its power is quite impressive. Feng Yuan introduced in a timely manner. The old man tested it, and it was indeed as Feng Yuan said. He quoted a price of 780 yuan. After a few rounds of bargaining, Feng Yuan raised the price to 800 yuan per pill. He had taken good care of these spiral bone spear goo. There were 20 in his aperture. In this way, it was sold for a price of 16,000 primal stones. Let's look at this goo, 7,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan quoted the price and took out the bone spike goo. He continued with the introductions. The old man held the bone spike goo, but did not dare to test it carelessly, smiling bitterly. This goo is a rank 3 goo, but it deals 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 to oneself. When the bone spikes pierce through the flesh, it would definitely be extremely painful. To use it, a healing goo was needed. 7,000 is too high, 6,500 yuan stones. This number is just right. Let's not haggle. I'll give you a little more. Let's make it $6,700, Feng Yuan said. In the previous 2 rounds of confrontation, this made the old man realize how troublesome Feng Yuan was. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal. That will be 40,620 yuan stone. Feng Yuan's eyes turned as he reported the exact number. The old man suddenly bent his back. He bowed towards Feng Yuan. Esteemed customer, I have never seen these goo worms you want to sell after so many years of managing the shop. Moreover, they are all interconnected. Layer by layer, they seem to be of the same origin. May I ask, esteemed customer? Do these goo belong to the same inheritance? Feng Yuan nodded. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell. That's right. I inherited an inheritance by chance and obtained these goo worms. The old man's expression turned joyful. In that case, esteemed customer must have the corresponding goo refinement recipe. Esteemed customer's luck is truly enviable. Why don't you sell these recipes to my shop as well? Feng Yuan frowned. The rarer something was, the greater its value. Bone spear goo, spiral bone spear goo, bone spike goo. Not only he had them, Bai Clan also had them. So be it if he sold them. But he had obtained the complete fusion recipe from Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. It was the only one in the world. Such things could not be sold easily. As long as they are goo worms and recipes below rank 6, they are all valuable. But how much yuan stone can you offer? Feng Yuan thought about it and asked. As long as the price was right, this recipe could be sold. He needed money. The 40,000 yuan stone he obtained from selling bone spear goo, and the others was far from enough for his plan. The old man raised 2 fingers. 200,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan had sold so many goo worms, but it was only 40,000. A formless recipe, however, could be sold for 200,000. Teaching a man to fish was better than teaching him to fish. The method to catch fish was far more valuable than the fish itself, because being able to catch fish meant that there would be an endless supply of fish. To Tongyu shop, with the recipe, it meant that bone spear goo and the others could be produced continuously. It would become a long-term trading point, with no other shops. Thus, the price of the white bone recipe would naturally be much higher. But Feng Yuan sneered. 200,000, you dare to offer this price? The old man's face turned red. This price was indeed too low. He immediately said, 300,000. Feng Yuan shook his head and was about to leave. The old man gritted his teeth. 500,000. This price is more reasonable. I will sell it to you for 680,000. Feng Yuan leisurely sipped his tea. The old man had a bitter expression. 500,000 is already my highest price. Esteemed customer, you sold so many bone spear goo. We can actually hire a recipe master to reverse engineer your recipe. It is already not bad to be able to sell it for 500,000. Feng Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. This recipe in my hands is unique in the world. At least 650,000, otherwise I will not sell. You are not the only shop in Shangclan City, am I right? Esteemed customer, you might not know this, but although there is more than one shop in Shangclan City, they are all under the jurisdiction of my young manager. Esteemed customer, if you cannot sell it here, you will not be able to sell it anywhere else. If you do not sell the recipe, I am afraid you will not be able to sell these goo worms. The old man cupped his fists, his tone was soft but firm, containing a hint of threat. Oh, then I would like to try. Feng Yuan retrieved all his goo worms and stood up to leave. Esteemed customer, I will advise you nicely, please stay and sell it. The old man urged him to stay. Feng Yuan ignored him and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing could only follow closely behind. Esteemed customer, you will definitely come back to me. The old man sneered. After Feng and Bai left Tongyu's shop. The moment Feng and Bai left, the old man came to the secret room and activated his primeval essence, shooting out a goo. This goo turned into a ray of light and entered the bronze mirror on the wall of the secret room. Ripples appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror, and a young man's face appeared. Subordinate greets young master. Seeing this young goo master, the old man quickly knelt on the ground. What do you want? This young man was one of Shangclan's young masters, Shangji Bao. He was only 18 years old, the prime of his youth. But he had been indulging in wine and women for a long time. His face was thin, his skin was pale and his eyes were lifeless. The old man told him about Feng Yuan's matter. Shangji Bao's eyes shone with an excited and sinister light. Very good, he cried. Heaven never bars one's way. I was just worrying about how to keep my young clan leader position, but heaven sent me such a huge gift. I need to get this inheritance. With this great achievement, I will be able to pass this year's evaluation. I will do my best, but I am only in charge of Tongyu's shop, the other shops. I will arrange it, humph. If these two want to sell their goo worms, they can only lower their heads to me. Shangji Bao snorted in disdain. 8 Treasures Shop. I am sorry, the higher-ups have informed me that you want to sell goo. Please go to Tongyu's shop. Yuanfang Building. So it is 2 esteemed guests. If esteemed guests can sell the recipe, everything can be discussed. Standalone Pavilion. You two are esteemed guests, I am doing business. Why would I chase away my guests? But I have no choice. After going to 3 shops, Feng Yuan did not manage to sell his goo worms. Haha. To think you would suffer such a setback. It seems that old thing was right, this is his territory. Bai Ningbing did not hold back on attacking Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was rejected several times, but his expression was still calm. Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei has many children, but there is only 1 young clan leader position, and 10 young master positions. Every year, Shang clan leader will conduct an evaluation to choose the young clan leader, and get rid of the worst among the 10 young masters. The vacated position will be filled by his other children. Bai Ningbing had a flash of inspiration. So it is like this. This means that this Shang clan young master is either competing for the young clan leader position, or protecting the young master position. Otherwise, he would not make such a big fuss. Feng Yuan clapped. This is Shang clan's 3rd inner city. We cannot use force here. Even if Bai clan's people come to capture us, they cannot do so here. To Shang clan young masters, the restriction is even greater. The evaluation is near, our every move will be watched by others. We are not in a hurry, let's find a place to stay first. Once they reached Shangclan City, they would not have to worry about food. At most, they would raise these bone spear goo for a few more days, and see who can outlast the other. At the same time, 1st inner city. Did you find out? Shang Yanfei stood by the window, looking at the scenery of the courtyard. This lady is indeed clan leader's flesh and blood. Furthermore, her soul was normal, and she wasn't possessed by someone. We have already contacted Zhang clan's clansmen, and confirmed her identity. But there is something strange. She came to Shangliang Mountain with a caravan. But we could not find anyone else in the caravan with her. External clan elder Wei Yang reported. Shang Xianci did not speak but sighed inwardly. Oh heavens, thank you for giving me a chance to make up for my guilt. I have already let down a woman. I will not let down this daughter of mine. Shang Xianci sat in front of the table, looking at the rising steam of the tea. Her eyes lost focus. From Xiao Dai, she learned of Shang Yanfei's identity. She did not expect her father to be the great Shang clan leader. A man with great authority, every move of his could affect the entire southern border. Then why did he not go and see her mother? Shang Xianci was naturally intelligent. She quickly understood why Shang Yanfei abandoned her and her mother. But even before her death, her mother still missed him. Shang Xianci's heart was filled with sorrow and hatred, but most of all, she was at a loss. She did not know how to face this father who suddenly appeared. But it was impossible to escape. Someone knocked on the door. "Ci Air, can I come in?" Xiao Dai immediately became nervous. Chapter 267. Shang Yanfei smiled and entered the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly bowed, but Shang Xianci sat by the table, motionless, not even moving her eyes. Shang Yanfei also sat beside the table. His voice was extremely gentle. How are you feeling now?" Shang Xianci was not an unruly person. She stood up and took a few steps back, bowing lightly. "Shang clan leader need not worry too much. I fainted because I was too emotional. I have recovered now. I can hear and see clearly. I am fine now." Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand. You are fine. Sit down and talk." Shang Xianci only called him Shang clan leader. Such a deliberately distant tone made his heart ache. Shang Xianci sat down again. Xiao Dai reacted and poured some tea for Shang Yanfei. "Tell me, how have you been living these years?" Shang Yanfei gently looked at Shang Xianci. "I'm doing okay." Shang Xianci's answer was brief. It was obvious that she did not want to talk about it further. On the other hand, Xiao Dai grumbled. "Miss has always been ostracized by the clan since she was young. After Madame passed away, they became even more aggressive. They even wanted to annex our family's property. They were too hateful. Master, you have to uphold justice for Miss." "Little Butterfly, pour your tea properly." Shang Xianci rolled her eyes at Little Butterfly. Xiao Dai immediately shut up and stopped talking. Shang Yanfei suffered a setback, but was not angry at all. His heart was filled with tender affection. He smiled. "By the way, how did you get here? It's a long way from the Zhang family to here. Master, you almost couldn't see the young miss. Our journey this time was filled with danger. There were thousands of people in the caravan, but only the four of us were left. Fortunately, we met the help of Sir Hei-Tu and Sir White Cloud. Otherwise." Xiao Dai couldn't hold it in and blurted out. "Xiao Dai." Shang Xianci glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai could only shut her mouth again. Shang Yanfei memorized the two names, Hei-Tu and Bai Yun, as he smiled and said, "From now on you will live here. It is very safe. When you are free, you can take a walk in the courtyard or the streets outside. You've just arrived here, so you're not familiar with the place yet. It's easy for you to get lost. I will send one of your maidservants over. She is familiar with the environment here. I'll be leaving first. You guys cultivate well." Shang Yanfei could tell that Shang Yanfei needed time to adjust himself. He had to give her time and space to adapt. "Old Master is such a good person. Although you are the Shang clan leader, you are so kind. Miss, he is your biological father after all," Xiao Dai advised as she watched Shang Yanfei leave. "I know. From the first time I saw him, I understood Mother's good intentions. Before Mother died, she told me to come to Shangliang Mountain, but she didn't say anything. Because she wasn't sure if he would recognize me as his daughter. Although he did recognize me now, I didn't feel good about it. Everything happened so suddenly. Miss, no matter what, no matter where you go, Little Butterfly will always be by your side." Little Butterfly sat in front of the table, grabbed Shang Xianxi's hand, and encouraged her. Shang Xianxi nodded, moved, and put her other hand on Xiao Dai's hand. Of course, it would be even better if Miss could stay. After all, this was a Shang clan. Oh my God, glory, splendor and wealth are at your fingertips, Miss. Even Zhang clan is not fit to carry Shang clan's shoes, Miss. Xiao Dai made a face as she shouted. You. Shang Xianci was angry and amused at the same time. She felt helpless toward Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai giggled. Her laughter slowly infected Shang Xianci, dispelling some of the depression in her heart. Shang Yanfei walked out of the room. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. He was dressed in a black robe and had blood-red hair. His face was handsome, his eyes flickered with cold light, his habitually pursed lips revealed his resolute and decisive personality. He was Shang Yanfei, this generation's Shang clan leader. He was vicious and merciless for the position of clan leader. He had forced 2 brothers and 1 sister to commit suicide. He was decisive in killing. When he had just ascended to the position, a remote village thought it was too far away and attacked a Shang clan's caravan. He stood his ground against the opinions of the masses, and spent a huge amount of resources on an expedition, slaughtering everyone in the village. He beheaded all the captives who surrendered, piling up their heads into a small hill, and placed them in front of the elders who opposed the expedition. He was ruthless. After ascending to the position, he consolidated his authority, promoted his trusted aides, and suppressed those who disagreed. At once, he established more than 10 external clan elders. In just 3 years, he was the only voice left in the entire Shang clan's higher-ups. He had great foresight and talent in management. After so many years, Shang clan's caravan had expanded by more than 3 times. More than 100 clans expressed their allegiance to Shang clan, becoming an enormous hidden force. He appointed people based on merit. Even his own children were no exception. Originally, Shang clan had 15 young master positions. After he ascended to the position, it was reduced by 1/3. What was even rarer was that he had outstanding talent with a great aptitude. And while he was in charge of the clan, his cultivation also continued to rise, making others jealous and envious. This was Shang Yanfei, the man who stood at the peak of the southern border's mortals. Subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. A young female Gu master bowed towards him. Tianlan, from today onwards, you will serve Lady Ci Air with all your heart. Understand? Shang Yanfei said coldly. Subordinate understands. The young girl nodded. When you are around Lady Ci Air, pay more attention and ask around. Miss Ci Air may not like to talk much, but the servant girl beside her is very outspoken. She is your breakthrough point. I want you to find out how they came to Shangliang Mountain. Yes, subordinate understands. All right, you can go now. Subordinate takes her leave. Tianlan was an orphan Shang Yanfei adopted. She was loyal and could be used without worry. She was also very capable, and 3 days later, she completed her mission. Hey Tu Baiyin? Demonic Gu Master. Shang Yanfei rubbed his chin. If this is true, I have to thank the 2 of them properly. But to prevent other possibilities, I need to investigate again. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei called Wei Yang. Go find these 2. One is He Tu. The other is Bai Yun, a male and female demonic Gu masters. Their appearance is 3rd Inner City. It has already been 3 days. Have those 2 been living in Nanqiu Garden? Yes, young master. From that day onwards, they have been living in seclusion. At most, they would come out to buy some milk from cows and sheep. Subordinate guesses that the milk is used to feed those Gu worms. Damn it. Shang Yazi gritted his teeth. His gaze was like a knife, wishing he could crush Fong and Bai. The evaluation was about to begin, and among the 10 young masters, he was the last. If he did not have any results, he would definitely be eliminated. Shang Yanfei had many children, but there were only 10 young master positions in Shang clan. Between ordinary children and young masters, Shang clan's treatment was like heaven and earth. Young masters were the center of attention. They could control one of Shangliang City's businesses. They had limitless glory and great profits. Young clan leaders were even more incredible. But if they were ordinary children, their treatment was no different from ordinary clansmen. Shang Yizi had already experienced the power of a young master. If he was to return to the life of an ordinary child, he might as well die. Thus, he had to get that inheritance. Not only did he have to get it, he had to lower the price. The lower the price, the better his results would be. But Fang and Bai were stubborn like rocks, not willing to lower their heads to him. If this was 4th inner city or 5th inner city, he could play some tricks and force them to lower their heads. But these two were staying in 3rd inner city. Even if Shang Yizi had 100 guts, he would not dare to use force here. This can't go on, they are wasting time, but I can't. Looks like I have to go personally, humph. The more Shang Yizi thought, the more restless he became. Finally, he brought a group of confidants to Nanqiu Garden. Nanqiu Garden was a garden for esteemed guests to stay in. In 3rd inner city, there were no inns, only small gardens like this one. Staying here for a day would cost 30 yuan stone. 10 days would be 300. In a month, it would be close to 1,000 yuan stone. Nanqiu Garden's price in 3rd inner city was considered cheap. Some large gardens cost 100 yuan stone a day. And some special gardens, even if you had yuan stone, you would not be able to stay, you had to have a Shang clan token. In Shang clan city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Especially in 3rd inner city, the prices were very high. When Shang Yizi brought his men to visit, Fang and Bai were playing chess in the pavilion beside the lotus pond. Shang Yizi snorted and said in an indifferent tone, "You two sure are in a good mood. Why didn't you go to other shops to ask?" "What is there to ask? Those who want to buy will naturally come here. Don't you think so?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "You." Shang Yizi was furious. Fang Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions with difficulty, and said arrogantly, "I see that you two have it tough, forget it. 500,000 yuan stone it is. Are you happy now?" 500,000 yuan stone? He not selling. The lowest price is 650,000. Fang Yuan glanced at Shang Yizi, before turning his gaze back to the chessboard. Shang Yizi's eyes squinted, walking a few steps to Fang Yuan, and threatened in a low voice, "You two demonic Gu masters still pretending. I've already investigated your background. This inheritance was snatched from Bai clan, right? I heard you even killed Bai clan's 2 young clan leaders. I advise you to stop while you're ahead, and quickly sell it. Let me tell you, these few days, a Tai clan group has already arrived at Shangliang Mountain, and are investigating your whereabouts. Tell me, if I tell them you are here, what will happen?" "Oh, then go ahead and tell them." Fang Yuan laughed. "You." Shang Yizi pointed at Fang Yuan, unable to endure it anymore. "Let me tell you, 500,000 yuan stone is enough to show my sincerity. Other than selling it to me, do you have any other choice?" "None. This is my territory, you better understand the situation." Right at this time, a light descended from the sky, turning into a Gu master. This Gu master looked around and slightly bowed, saying to Fang and Bai, "Sirs He Tu and Bai Yun, I am Wei Yang, under orders from clan leader. I invite you two to 2nd inner city for a chat." "Well, what? Lord Father wants to meet them." Shang Yizi felt a bolt of lightning striking him. His eyes opened wide, showing a terrified expression. Chapter 268. Shang Yizi turned pale with fright. Suppressing the price was against the rules. If he was found out, he would be severely punished. This was an organization. Once one was in a high position, they had to follow the rules of the organization. The rules of the organization were used to protect the interests of the upper echelons. Even though many organizations claimed to represent the interests of the majority, it was just a gimmick. Thus, the higher one was, the more they had to follow the rules. In contrast, the middle and lower echelons could be corrupted. Of course, at the upper echelons, the benefits of the individual and the organization were closely intertwined. Often, the organization's benefits represented their own benefits. Shang Yizi was only a fake upper echelon. He was one of the 10 young masters of Shang clan. He was the center of attention, but his true authority came from his father. Thus, he was just a rootless duckweed. This meant that when he violated the rules, the punishment he would receive would be even harsher. Because many people were watching him. "Impossible, I had already investigated before coming here. and even spent a lot of yuan stone to buy information on them from Fengyu Manor. These two are demonic Gu masters, and are wanted. They are stray dogs. Why would Lord Father summon them? Shang Yizi felt this was unthinkable. It was like a tycoon was making things difficult for two beggars. Suddenly, the imperial edict came. These two beggars were summoned by the emperor. The reason why Shang Yizi dared to suppress Feng Yuan was because he saw that they were alone. He wanted to cover the sky with one hand and do this in secret. No one would know and it would be foolproof. Of course, there were risks in this. But to protect his young master position, Shang Yizi had to take the risk. These two people clearly have no background at all. How did they get involved with father? Damn it. Has the world gone crazy? What should I do? If the two of them leak this matter out, my young lord position is definitely finished. Kill them? No, that was courting death. In Third Inner City, I have no chance. Now that I have father's attention, it is even more impossible. Most importantly, these two bastards, he is rank 3 peak stage. How can I live like this? In an instant, Shang Yizi's thoughts moved like lightning, trying to think of a solution. His eyes moved around, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This time it was too much. Damn it, what else can I do? What else can I do? He roared anxiously in his heart. Shang clan leader is summoning us? What's the reason? Feng Yuan expressed his confusion. Bai Ningbing was even more confused. What was going on? She first suspected that it was Feng Yuan's doing, so she cast a glance at Feng Yuan. However, Feng Yuan's puzzled expression confused her. She couldn't help but think that she and Feng Yuan had always been inseparable. If Feng Yuan wanted to do something, how could he hide it from her? Furthermore, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He stood at the peak of the mortal world. Even with Bai Ningbing's pride, she had to admit Shang Yanfei's power and influence. But why do I feel like something is wrong? As if I have overlooked something. Wei Yang smiled. Don't worry, if Shang clan wanted to harm you, why would they need to go through so much trouble? This is a friendly invitation. The clan leader is very interested in the two of you. It is our honor to be summoned by Shang clan leader. We can set off immediately. Feng Yuan threw away the chess piece in his hand and stood up. Shang Yizi was anxious. He quickly said, 650,000 yuan stone, we have a deal. Feng Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Sorry, I do not intend to sell the recipe. Shang Yizi's face turned pale. His mouth was dry. He looked at Feng Yuan with a pleading gaze. I was too impatient. Please forgive me. The price can be negotiated. After you return, we can discuss in detail. We can have a good talk. Feng Yuan smiled faintly without saying a word. Who would want to talk to you? But temporarily stabilizing this person could prevent him from doing anything out of desperation. It would reduce some trouble. Thus Feng Yuan nodded. If Shang clan young master is sincere, I will look forward to it. Shang Yizi's expression relaxed, revealing a grateful and joyful expression. It was like a person who was about to fall off a cliff, suddenly grabbing onto a tree on the cliff. All right, I will wait for you, he quickly said. Esteemed guests, please. Wei Yang extended his hand. Please. Following Wei Yang, Feng and Bai arrived at the second inner city. Bai Ningbing was looking forward to the luxurious second inner city, but here she was shocked and disappointed. The second inner city was mainly made of stone houses. It was extremely simple, even inferior to the fourth inner city. However, she quickly realized something, and her expression became solemn. It had always been. It is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, but easy to go from frugality to extravagance. Shang clan was as wealthy as a mountain, but abided by simplicity. This was not being stingy, but to maintain the vitality of the entire clan. Wei Yang brought the two to a private residence. Esteemed guests, why don't you have some fruits here? Lord clan leader has just come out of closed cultivation, and is handling some matters. He will be here soon. This is the clan leader's private residence. Please stay here and do not casually walk around. I will take my leave. There was no one in the private residence. Wei Yang left, leaving Feng and Bai here. The two of them waited here for a full 6 hours, but did not even see the shadow of a ghost. Wei Yang said they could have some fruits, but where were they? There wasn't even tea. For the first hour, Fong Yuan sat on a wooden chair with a wide back. For the second hour, he muttered to himself, gradually unable to sit still, showing an anxious expression. By the 6th hour, he was visibly restless and pacing around the house. Humph, who is this Shang clan leader? He wants us to wait here. Where is he himself? Such arrogance. Fong Yuan paced back and forth, his tone indignant. Can you sit down? My eyes are going blurry. Can't you just cultivate in peace? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. This was not like the usual Fong Yuan. This is strange. Do you think Shang clan leader really wants to see us? Fong Yuan frowned. How would I know? I was the one who wanted to ask you. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, asking suspiciously. Did you do something bad and offend Shang clan? Fong Yuan snorted. I have been with you for a long time. You still don't know me? There is no one in this private residence. It makes me feel uneasy. Let's go out and take a look. Bai Ningbing thought about it, standing up. All right. Fong and Bai walked out of the house. This courtyard was not big, and there was nothing strange about it. At the same time in First Inner City. In the study room, colorful smoke coiled and rose in front of Shang Yanfei, showing Fong and Bai's image. Wei Yang, what do you think of these two? Shang Yanfei sat, testing his trusted aide. Wei Yang pondered. From what I can see, these two are demonic Gu masters. According to the information, they are ranked 3 peak stage at such a young age. Their talent is unparalleled. Among these two, He Tu is more straightforward and has a strong drive. Bai Yun, on the other hand, has a deep mind and is more shrewd. He Tu, Bai Yun, these names should be fake. Your analysis is good. In that case, you will be in charge of receiving these two in these days. Let's test their skills and probe their background. Shang Yanfei finished speaking and withdrew the colorful mist. He was only concerned about Shang Xi and Ci, and had no interest in Fong and Bai. He already had a preliminary understanding of the personalities of these two people after a little probing just now. Combining with the information he had, Shang Yanfei had a rough impression of them. Demonic Gu masters were not all crazy people. These two were not bad, maybe because they were young, but one could clearly feel their pride. Usually, people with principles were people with lofty and unyielding character. First impressions were very important. Honestly speaking, Shang Yanfei had a good impression of Fong and Bai. But he was a cautious person, and people who could sit in his position were all cautious. He was still waiting. Waiting for the people he sent out to investigate to return. Waiting for everything to be confirmed and stable. Deal with it like this, go ahead. Shang Yanfei waved his hand, and from the tall stack of documents on the table, he took out the top one. He had only been in close cultivation for half a month, and there were already so many matters piled up. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked around this private residence, and indeed, there was no one. The two were hesitating whether to go out and take a look, when Wei Yang turned into light and arrived. Both of you, Lord Clan Leader is busy and cannot leave. This meeting can only be cancelled. He apologized with a sincere expression. What? You want us to come and go as you please? Fong Yuan was indignant. Bai Ningbing was silent, not saying anything. Wei Yang smiled. Both of you are esteemed guests. How could the Shang clan chase our esteemed guests away? To express his apologies, Lord Clan Leader has specially ordered me to receive you too. I have already booked a banquet at Shirtian restaurant. I hope you two esteemed guests will come. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, before Fong Yuan said, Coincidentally, we are hungry, let's go fill our stomachs first. Shirtian restaurant was one of the top restaurants in Shangclan City, occupying an entire floor of Third Inner City. The style was elegant, the dishes were sumptuous, and there were specialized Gu masters as chefs, using special Gu worms to cook. Thus, the dishes they made were all top-notch delicacies that could not be obtained through ordinary means. The meal lasted for over 4 hours. There were over 100 dishes, each with their own specialties. The wine was exquisite, and the aftertaste was endless. But Bai Ningbing did not eat much, as she was worried about the Shang clan leader's invitation. During the banquet, she tried to probe Wei Yang, but Wei Yang was a cautious person, and kept his mouth shut. Instead, Fong Yuan ate until his mouth was full of grease. He drank too much, and started to shout loudly, as if he had forgotten all of his anger and dissatisfaction earlier. Wei Yang looked at Fang Yuan drinking wine from a wine jar, and then at Bai Ningbing, who was only drinking water, and immediately felt that the ugly Fang Yuan was more adorable. After the meal, Wei Yang sent the two back to Nanxiu Garden. Chapter 269. On the second day, Wei Yang came to Nanxiu Garden as expected, and invited Fang and Bai to tour Shangclan City. Our Shangclan City is the largest city in the southern border in terms of area. Shangclan has operated here for thousands of years, and the whole Shangliang Mountain has been remodeled. Here, there are tens of thousands of shops, and hundreds of thousands of people live here. You two haven't eaten yet. Let me bring you to a famous breakfast shop first. This way, please. Fang and Bai followed Wei Yang, walking down the stone stairs. After about 3 floors, they came to a shop called Early Spring. 1,000-layer agate cake, crab roe bun, golden field pancake, snow porridge. Shangclan City is divided into first, second, third, fourth, fifth inner city, and outer city. If we arrange it from top to bottom, it can be divided into many zones such as food zone, gambling zone, nursing zone, brothel zone, and so on. Wei Yang introduced. This is the food zone. There are many restaurants, and most have gu master chefs. There are countless delicacies here. This is the nursing zone. Many gu masters have too many gu worms, and can place them here to be nurtured. Fees are charged according to the situation. Normally, a rank 1 gu costs 80 yuan stone a month. We are now at the gu fighting zone. This is purely a gu fighting zone. Gu masters cannot fight, and can only control their gu worms. If you two have a suitable gu worm, you can give it a try. This is the brothel zone, the place with the most brothels in Shangclan City. Many gu masters come here to relax. The two of you are also traveling merchants, so you must know the immense pressure that comes with traveling. Here you can find women, men, and even gu masters. Why, are you two not interested? With Wei Yang, the local tyrant, leading them, Bai Ningbing's horizons were broadened. Shangclan City was bustling with activity, making one forget to return home. A day was too short, and Shangclan City was too big. Even if the three took a quick tour, they could not even cover 1% of Shangclan City. On the third day, Wei Yang came again to entertain Fang and Bai. This is the substitute refinement zone. The two are gu masters, and naturally know the difficulty of refining gu worms. To us, the biggest fear is encountering stubborn wild gu worms, or gu left behind by famous experts. The higher the rank of the gu, the harder it was to refine. Back then, Empress Wu Ji spent 11 years to refine a rank 5 dragon strength gu. Hence, substitute refining is very necessary, and there has always been a market for it. This is the auction area. Small auctions would be held here every day. Every week or two, there would be a medium-sized auction. At the end of every month, there would be at least one large-scale auction. The items that appear in auctions are usually good stuff. This is the martial arts area. There are more than 80 large and small martial arts arenas. This is always the most lively place. There was a single-person battle stage for gu masters to practice their gu worms. There was a double battle stage for gu masters to spar with each other. There are also many people fighting in the martial arts arena. Just like what Wei Yang said, the battle zone was the liveliest place in Shangclan City. It was noisy here, and people were coming and going. Rank 3 gu masters were everywhere. Big brother Wei, why are you here? A young man in the crowd immediately called out when he saw Wei Yang, and quickly walked over. This man was about 27 or 28 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but gave off a strong aura. Little Xiao, I heard you fought your way to 3rd Inner City. Well done. Wei Yang patted the young man's shoulder, encouraging him. Yes, I recently advanced to rank 3 middle stage, and my battle strength also rose. Speaking of which, I have to thank Big Brother Wei Yang for your guidance. Otherwise I wouldn't be where I am today. The young man thanked sincerely. Your talent is not bad. You can still do it without me. You are not even 30 yet, but you are already rank 3 middle stage. You are much stronger than me back then, haha. Wei Yang laughed. The young man looked at Wei Yang with a gaze of worship. Big brother Wei Yang, how can I compare to you? Back then you were only rank 3 middle stage, but you were already a hero in 3rd Inner City. At 25, Lord Clan Leader took a liking to you, and recruited you. Now that you are a clan elder, how many external elders are there in Shang clan? As long as you work hard, you can do it too. Wei Yang encouraged the young man. Next, he turned around and explained to Fang and Bai. The battle zone is a way for Shang clan to recruit external talents. Back then, I fought my way from 5th Inner City's battle zone to 3rd Inner City, and defended the arena for 18 rounds, before being recruited by Lord Clan Leader. Back then, Shang Yanfei was not the clan leader yet. Wei Yang was taken in as a confidant, and after Shang Yanfei ascended, he was promoted to an external elder. Bai Ningbing immediately understood. No wonder the battle zone was so popular. Shang clan was a huge clan, and needed manpower in many areas. Just relying on the clan members, they could not handle the situation. Every generation of Shang clan young masters would recruit a certain number of demonic Gu masters. If this demonic Gu master became the clan leader under a young master, then they could be appointed as an external elder, and enjoy the treatment of a clan elder. Gu master cultivation required large amounts of resources. Most demonic Gu masters did not have the stable resources provided by the clan, and lived in poverty. Only by relying on the clan could they have a better life. Wei Yang was a successful example in front of them. In Shang Clan City's battle zone, there were large numbers of demonic Gu masters. To rely on Shang Clan and become righteous, to become like Wei Yang, they fought and climbed up. Battle zone. This place is filled with my memories. Gentlemen, are you interested in sparring with me? Wei Yang suddenly suggested. Brother Wei, you want to go? Little Zhao's eyes shone with excitement and joy. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. All right, then let's experience it. Fang Yuan had already expected Shang Clan to probe him, so he went with the flow. Brother Wei, you don't come here often. This place has been renovated. Let me lead the way for you. Little Xiao volunteered. Wei Yang nodded. All right. Little Xiao continued. Brother Wei, what kind of place do you want? Forest, mountain, plains, or desert, lake? Wei Yang, however, turned around and asked for Fang and Bai's opinion. Esteemed guests, please choose. Some Gu masters specialized in mountain battles, while others specialized in desert battles. The battle environment was a very important factor in the outcome of a battle. We can choose a place here? What kind of places are there? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Little Xiao saw Wei Yang address Fang and Bai as esteemed guests, and did not dare to be negligent, immediately introducing the places. 3rd Inner City's battle zone, there were tens of different kinds of places, covering almost all the common battlefields. After Bai Ningbing heard it, he could not help but feel eager. Then let's choose the Flagstone Field. The Flagstone Field was the most common battle zone, without wind, snow, rain, sand or any other environmental factors. Specially made black flagstones covered an area of 100 feet. Look, it's Elder Wei Yang. It's Elder Wei Yang, it's him. Although he only has B-grade aptitude, he managed to walk out of the battle zone. Back then, I even competed with him. Wei Yang seemed to be very popular. His appearance in the battle zone attracted many people's attention. But Wei Yang was a low-profile person. Using his authority as an elder, he temporarily sealed this battle zone, forbidding others from watching. Only little Xiao was left. Wei Yang walked to the center of the field. According to the normal rules, both sides have to declare their cultivation level and measure the treasure light. But we are only casually sparring, there is no need for that. Both of you, please make your move. Listening to his words, he actually wanted to challenge both Fang and Bai himself. Little Xiao stood outside the field, excitedly clenching his fists. Back then, Brother Wei defeated the strong with his rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Of the 18 matches, almost every match was a classic. Right now, he is already rank 3 peak stage. I need to observe this battle carefully. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other, and suddenly moved, pouncing towards Wei Yang from both sides. You want to fight in close combat? Wei Yang stood on the spot, not moving. His body shone with a faint golden light, forming into a battle armor that covered his entire body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing charged forward, activating spiral bone spear Gu at the same time. Several bone spears rotated rapidly, piercing through the air and shooting towards Wei Yang. What Gu is this? Wei Yang was slightly astonished. This was the first time he had seen a bone spear gu. He did not dodge, wanting to test the power of the spiral bone spear, and took 3 hits. The faint golden light armor shook for a while, but managed to hold on. This gu is not bad. It has a penetrating force and is good at breaking through defenses. Wei Yang was not flustered, activating his primeval essence, and the light armor became strong again. "Here I come," he shouted, grabbing at the air with both hands, and 2 blades of light condensed in the air, shining brightly. "It's here, Brother Wei's blade light gu." Little Xiao saw this and shouted in excitement. Wei Yang grabbed the 2 blades, his gaze sweeping around as he chose to charge towards Fang Yuan. Blade Light Gu and Sword Shadow Gu are equally famous. They are the rank 3 Gu with the strongest attack. Seeing Wei Yang charging over, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Blade Light Gu might be strong, but he was not afraid. Jumping grass. 2 spring-like grass grew out of his feet. He stepped on the ground and compressed it to its limit, causing Fang Yuan's speed to increase sharply. Canopy Gu Flying Bone Shield. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of white armor, and at the same time, 3 white bone shields flew out, revolving around his body. Good timing. Wei Yang shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan, and slashing with both blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He raised his right fist and punched. Wei Yang's eyes flashed with astonishment, not expecting Fang Yuan to fight so valiantly. 2 blades of light slashed down, and the white bone shields flew up to block. The blades of light cut the white bone shields into 2, and landed on the Canopy Gu's white armor, causing a dazzling white light to burst out. At the same time, Fang Yuan struck Wei Yang's abdomen. Although it did not break the faint golden light armor, the huge force sent Wei Yang flying. Bai Ningbing arrived just in time, and with a swing of her arm, several spiral bone spears shot towards Wei Yang. Her attacks were ruthless and decisive, as if she wanted to kill Wei Yang. Chapter 270. Wei Yang was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, and before he could stabilize his body, the spiral bone spear came crashing down. The spiral bone spear pierced through the air, emitting a shrill sound as it shot out like lightning. At such a close distance, Wei Yang could even see the spiral carvings on the tip of the bone spear. These spiral bone spears, although their attack is not bad, and have drilling power, they are only rank 2 Gu after all. There is no need to worry about them. But it is only a rank 2 Gu after all. There is no need to worry about it. At that moment, Wei Yang's thoughts moved like lightning. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes were cold as ice. Wei Yang wanting to fight both of them provoked her pride. The spiral bone spear can only restrain them. I do not have enough Gu worms to subdue them. I need to use my fists and legs. She was a genius. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sent Wei Yang flying, although it was only 1 attack, Bai Ningbing had already seen Wei Yang's weakness. Wei Yang's strength had not been permanently modified by Gu worms. He only had the strength of a normal person. This weakness could be exploited to its fullest potential. Bai Ningbing stepped forward, following behind the bone spear, raising her leg and kicking fiercely. Brother Wei. Little Xiao, who was observing the scene, could not help but feel nervous at this sight. If Wei Yang was restrained by the bone spear, Bai Ningbing would have a chance. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also rushing over. Wei Yang was at a disadvantage. Hee. At the crucial moment, Wei Yang laughed lightly instead. Seeing that the spiral bone spear was about to hit him, suddenly, his body shone with white light, as he turned into a ray of light and escaped. There is indeed such a Gu. Fang Yuan squinted. Such speed. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, feeling shocked. Almost at the next second, the spiral bone spear pierced through the stone slab, stabbing into the ground. Bai Ningbing could not stop her momentum, and with a loud sound, she smashed the stone slab. Spiderweb-like cracks spread all over the stone slab. Brother Wei's rainbow light Gu. I thought he did not have time to use it, but it turns out he was waiting for that moment to escape, causing the enemy to miss. Excellent. This is a psychological blow to the enemy. Little Xiao saw through the trick behind it. Seeing that the enemy was about to be heavily injured, but the enemy escaped so easily, from hope to disappointment, anyone would feel a huge psychological impact. As the white light dissipated, Wei Yang's true body was revealed. In the blink of an eye, He had already flown 180 feet away. He had already crossed more than half of the martial arts arena, and was now facing Fang and Bai. Seeing this speed, Bai Ningbing could not help but hesitate. With this rainbow-like goo, Wei Yong could leave and fight whenever he wanted. Without a doubt, he was already in an invincible position. Rainbow-light goo was a rank 3 goo. It could allow a goo master to turn into light and escape. Among the rank 3 movement-type goo, it was known as the fastest. In contrast, between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one only had jumping grass, and the other didn't even have a movement goo. Wei Yang's speed was something they could only look at but not catch up to. In terms of movement, Rainbow Light Goo gave Wei Yang a huge advantage. Once this goo was used, even though Fang and Bai were working together, they were forced into a passive situation. Gentlemen, this is the Rainbow Light Goo. Although it is only a rank 3 goo, in terms of speed, it surpasses many rank 4 goo worms. It was so fast that the goo master using it could not react in time. This is its first weakness. To use it, one needs to use it together with the lightning thoughts goo or a flash of inspiration goo. Otherwise, by the time the goo master reacts, they would have already flown too far away, or even crashed into the wall. Wei Yang spoke, actually speaking about the rainbow light goo's weakness. Its second weakness is that it consumes a lot of primeval essence. Among rank 3 goo, this level of consumption was already above average. It has a third weakness. I won't say it, you guys can guess. Is it because strength goo cannot be used to increase strength? Bai Ningbing continued. This time, it was Wei Yang's turn to be surprised. He then showed an expression of praise. Lady Bai Yun is really smart, not bad. If a goo master uses goo worms to change their body, for example to increase their strength, it would be hard to use the rainbow light goo. The primeval essence consumption would increase, and more seriously, the light transformation would fail, destroying the rainbow light goo. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing heard his praise and her expression turned cold. Her gaze was like ice as she stared at Wei Yang with killing intent. Hey, I'm warning you, don't call me lady. Ah. Wei Yang's expression froze. Did I say anything wrong? Don't tell me the term lady is a taboo for her? What a strange taboo. Wei Yang sighed inwardly but said apologetically. Please forgive my offense, Lady Bai Yun. Veins popped out on Bai Ningbing's forehead. She gritted her teeth. Don't call me that either. Oh then. Sir Bai Yin? Wei Yang observed her expression as he carefully chose his words. Bai Ningbing's expression relaxed. Wei Yang's lips curled into a smile, continuing. Then sirs, it is my turn to attack. Bring it on. Fang Yuan patted his chest, shouting, scaring Bai Ningbing who was beside him. Your Excellency He Tu is truly heroic. Take this. Wei Yang praised, and just as he finished speaking, he turned into a white light, charging towards Fang and Bai. Facing such speed, Fang and Bai did not even have time to blink. This rainbow light passed through the gap between them, arriving behind them. The white light dispersed, turning back into Wei Yang. He held 2 blades of light, slashing towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one on the left and one on the right. Before the blade even hit, Bai Ningbing felt her skin tighten. She immediately knew that her ice muscles alone could not block this blade, and quickly retreated. Fang Yuan gave a light shout. Not dodging, he activated the sky canopy goo and flying bone shield, punching forward. The blades of light first hit the spinning white bone shield, breaking it. Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan's fist was about to hit his chest, but the difference of a millimeter was like 1,000 li. The streak of light suddenly came to a stop. The whole attack was as fast as lightning. In less than a few seconds, Wei Yang had already moved from one side of the battle stage to the other, crossing a distance of 600 meters. Again. Fang Yuan shouted, the battle intent in his eyes blazing like fire. Wei Yang turned into light again, arriving in front of Fang, and Bai in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningbing could not take it head-on and could only use spiral bone spear, but Wei Yang's speed was too fast, the bone spear missed. Fang Yuan could only take the hits passively, other than the first time. His fists had not hit Wei Yang again. At once, the white rainbows on the battle stage refracted continuously, like pinballs in a sealed box. On the other hand, Fang and Bai could only try their best to resist, completely losing the initiative. This is Big Brother Wei's true strength? Too amazing. Little Xiao could not help but feel dazzled. Wei Yang's speed was astonishing, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. After a few more minutes, he stopped laughing. If you two want to compete in stamina, targeting my rainbow light goo's weakness of expending primeval essence, then I'm afraid you are wrong. I still have a light source goo. It is a support type goo. Its only use is to reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light type goo worms by half. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. Feng Yuan spread his arms. I'm done. I can't beat you. Big Brother Wei Yang, we admit defeat. Wei Yang laughed heartily, cupping his fists. Thank you for letting me win. Little Xiao saw that the battle was over, and immediately walked over, excitement still lingering on his face. Big Brother Wei is really amazing, but it is also amazing that you two could last for so long. You two might not know, but my Big Brother Wei might only be rank 3 peak stage, but he has outstanding battle strength. He is the 3rd general under Lord Shang Yanfei. People call him White Light Swordsman. If it were me, I might not even last 20 rounds. A loss is a loss, it is no big deal. Wei Yang, after I have a suitable goo, I will compete with you again. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. Ever since she was young, the arrogant her had never lost so badly. She was naturally feeling gloomy. Little Xiao saw that Bai Ningbing called Big Brother Wei Yang by his name, and his expression became slightly unhappy. Feng Yuan stood at the side. Big Brother Wei Yang, you held back, I can feel it. Heh, after I buy some useful goo, I will spar with you again. Although I lost this time, I am not feeling good. Next time, Big Brother Wei, please use your full strength, don't worry too much. Ha ha ha, Brother He too is a straightforward person. This time, it was my fault. Next time, I will use my full strength. Wei Yang patted Feng Yuan's shoulder. That's right. Big Brother Wei Yang, I accept my loss wholeheartedly. I will treat you to wine today. Little Brother Xiao, come too. Tell me more about Big Brother Wei's heroic deeds. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Feng Yuan laughed. Little Xiao felt that although Feng Yuan was ugly and missing an ear, he was very pleasing to the eye. Compared to that eccentric guy called Bai Yun, he was much more agreeable. Good. Little Xiao laughed. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I know a newly opened restaurant. The prices are cheap and the food is good. I cannot let you two treat me. I will treat you. Big Brother Wei, please come. Feng Yuan stared. How can that be? Little Xiao is half a host. You two are guests. Let Little Xiao treat you. Wei Yang tried to smooth things over. Feng Yuan thought for a while. All right. You treat this time. I will treat you next time. I have no money on hand. After I sell the recipe and have money, I will treat you two to a good meal. To speak the truth, I have just arrived here, and have been shocked by the prices in Shangclan City. These words were a bit mischievous, and he was also honest about his lack of money, causing Wei Yang and Little Xiao to laugh lightly, feeling that Feng Yuan was a straightforward man. Only Bai Ningbing knew Feng Yuan's acting skills, and was already used to it. During the meal, the three drank and chatted, and introduced themselves, getting closer to each other. Only Bai Ningbing drank the water, doing as she pleased, enjoying herself. Little Zhao's name was Xiao Yan, 27 years old, an expert in fire-type goo worms. Recently, his cultivation had advanced by a small realm, reaching rank 3 middle stage. That was how he broke through 4th Inner City's battle zone, and arrived at 3rd Inner City. He Tu and Bai Yin are just fake names. My real name is Guyue Fangzheng. She is Bai Ningbing. Feng Yuan pretended to be drunk, revealing some information. They had Bai Clan's arrest warrant. As long as Shang Clan investigated, this matter could not be hidden. Feng Yuan might as well say it, and give a magnanimous impression. Xiaoyan was moved. He and Wei Yang were demonic goo masters, Feng Yuan telling them his real name. This was a heart-to-heart gesture. Chapter 271. Guyue Fangzheng? Hearing Wei Yang's report, Shang Yanfei frowned. Guyue's surname was very special. Shang Yanfei searched his memories and quickly found the origin. Guyue clan, one of the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain, with hundreds of years of history. Qingmao Mountain. Shang Yanfei's eyes brightened, thinking of a piece of information from half a year ago. Qingmao Mountain suffered a mysterious attack, and in one night, it turned from a green lake to a land of ice and snow. No one knew what happened on Qingmao Mountain. Even now, the ice and snow covering Qingmao Mountain had not completely melted. But from all sorts of traces, people could see traces of a great battle between Gu masters. Right now, Qingmao Mountain's destruction had become a mysterious event, and was widely spread in the southern border. As for the cause of all this, there were many different opinions. But to some people, the traces on Qingmao Mountain were too obvious. The secret of the 10 extreme physiques, to the higher-ups of the Gu master world, was already half public information. The moment Shang Yanfei got this information, he guessed that this was caused by one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. If so, then Guyue Fangzheng's origin can be explained. Mubei Mountain's investigation team also sent back a letter. There are no suspicions. Shang Yanfei quickly drew the outline of the entire event in his mind. Then there is only one question left. Why did they conceal their identities and hide in the caravan? Shang Yanfei had already guessed many possibilities, but this matter was still under investigation. Right, you sparred with them, how were their skills? Shang Yanfei asked. Wei Yang's expression turned solemn, respectfully reporting, heavenly talent. In time, these two will definitely surpass me. Oh, you gave them such a high evaluation? Shang Yanfei was a little surprised. Wei Yang nodded, continuing. Although they use Gu worms to conceal their aura, to be able to last so long in battle, they should at least be rank 3. And from their age, we can deduce that they should have a great aptitude. Shang Yanfei laughed. But Wei Yang, you have to know, a great aptitude is only a type of talent. It does not represent everything. Wei Yang, you only have B-grade talent, but you are my external elder. All these years, how many A-class people have died in your hands? You are the best proof. In an ordinary mountain stronghold, it was already an amazing thing to have an A-grade talent. But to Shang clan, a great aptitude was very common. Firstly, it was because the clan was large and had many clansmen. Secondly, he could recruit demonic Gu masters. Demonic Gu masters who could stand out in the battle stage would definitely have good aptitude. Thirdly, Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. They had the ability to purchase aptitude-changing Gu. I am indebted to Lord Patriarch's praise. This subordinate does not dare to accept it. Wei Yang humbly replied. This subordinate also understands this logic. Because of this, I am even more certain that these two are not ordinary people. The two of them are extremely talented in battle, and they have a natural sensitivity to battle situations. It's as if they were born for battle. Their Gu worms are incomplete, but relying on those 2 or 3 Gu worms, they managed to persist for so long. It is truly surprising. In terms of temperament, the two of them are very resilient. Even in a disadvantageous situation, they were not discouraged. Under the pressure I exerted, they were able to break through and adjust themselves. Their coordination became better, their footing became more stable, their improvement was extremely obvious. Specifically, there is a difference between the two. Guyue Fangzheng has a straightforward nature, peerless courage. He can charge head-on and has an innate spirit. As for Bai Ningbing, she is quick-witted, always planning before making a move, and has been trying to find my weakness during the battle. Her gaze is sharp. Especially Guyue Fangzheng. After I said that I have the light source Gu, he admitted defeat calmly, his magnanimity far surpassing ordinary people. Lord Patriarch, these two are like young tigers in Pingyang Hill, and young dragons in Shallow Beach. One young and one yin, one fierce and domineering, the other soft and scheming. They are a perfect combination, shining like twin stars, reflecting off each other. If we can recruit them and make them work for Shang clan, it would be a great thing. Shang Yanfei was moved. Earlier he did not put Fang and Bai in his eyes, but after hearing Wei Yang's words his interest rose. Wei Yang, you have followed me for so many years, I trust your foresight. But you do not need to belittle yourself. Even if they grow up in the future, they might not be able to match you. You are restricted by your aptitude, otherwise, with your talent, you would be even more outstanding than now. You do not need to worry about it. If there is a rebirth Gu, I will help you keep it. Shang Yanfei said. Rebirth bone could raise a Gu master's aptitude. It was extremely precious and had great value. Wei Yang was so moved his eyes turned red. This subordinate will never forget tribe leader's kindness in nurturing me. I, Shang Yanfei, will not mistreat anyone who follows me loyally. You can go now, continue to entertain them these few days, probe their thoughts toward Shang clan, and see if we can recruit them. Yes, this subordinate understands. 3 days later, Nanqiu Garden. In the guest hall, Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi sat facing each other. Fang Yuan was leisurely enjoying his tea, while Shang Yizi's expression was ugly. These few days, I have come to find you with sincerity, but the price you offer is actually getting higher and higher. Originally, it was only 65 yuan stone, increasing by tens of thousands every day, but today, you are asking for 800,000. Are you toying with me, treating it as entertainment? Shang Yizi felt extremely stifled, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If it was before, he would have already lost his temper and smashed the cup in his hand on Fang Yuan's face. But not now. Why? Because this guy can reach the heavens. I wonder what their relationship with Lord Father is. These few days, Wei Yang had been entertaining these two, accompanying them as they strolled around the city. Who was Wei Yang? He was known as the third general, and was Lord Father's trusted aide. His actions, most of the time, did not represent himself, but Shang Yanfei's inclination and will. But why were these two fellows who had popped out of nowhere treated so courteously by Lord Father? Shang Yizi could not understand. After the incident, he started investigating crazily. But it was useless. He was just a young master. His influence was limited to Shang Clan City. He did not have as much influence as Shang Yanfei. Without any results, Shang Yizi could only guess. Why did Lord Father express goodwill to them? Was it because of the inheritance in their hands? No, an inheritance could revitalize an ordinary clan, but Shang Clan was different. Unless it was a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance, it was just icing on the cake. Or was it because they were talents? No, there were so many loyal demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. They wanted to join Shang Clan, and they were all good fighters. Even Father did not like them. Why would he like them? Anyway, Shang Yizi could not see anything. After the two guesses were eliminated, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that one of them was Father's illegitimate son? That Shang Tuahai, the current young clan leader. Wasn't he Father's illegitimate son? But when Shang Yizi thought about it, he felt something was wrong. The bloodline was extremely important. Once Shang Tuahai was discovered, he was protected. Unlike these two in front of him, Shang Yizi thought hard, but made no progress. Because of this, he was even more wary of Fang and Bai. Often the unknown was the scariest. Fang Yuan sensed that these days, this young master Shang Yizi was getting more and more restless and impatient. This was what he wanted to see. Every time he increased the price, he did it on purpose. If he increased it from 650,000 to 800,000, the negotiations would definitely collapse. But by increasing it by tens of thousands, it would wear down Shang Yizi's resolute opposition. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan put down the teacup in his hand, smiling. Every item has its value. To others, this is just a Gu master inheritance. But to you, it is the last hope to protect your young master position. Since it is so, then the price should be higher. As the assessment gets closer, the value of this inheritance will increase. Thus, I increase the price every other day. Isn't that something I should do? Now that the price is too low, how can I live up to this last hope? How can I live up to the important position of Shang Clan Young Master? After all, only Shang Clan Young Masters can compete for the Young Clan leader position. When Shang Yizi heard this, his eyes twitched in anger. Fang Yuan was threatening him. He was raising the price. How could he be so shameless? Shang Yizi wanted to chop Fang Yuan into pieces. But when he thought of the position of young master, he finally forced himself to endure it. You have a good plan. If I spend 800,000 to buy it, it will be a loss, and my evaluation will be lowered. The elders in charge of the assessment are not fools. Thus, I cannot buy it at this price. Fang Yuan had expected Shang Yizi to say this. His lips curled up into a smile. So I have a good idea. On the surface, I will sell it to you for 650,000, but in reality, you will give me 800,000. You will keep your young master position, and I will sell it at a good price. Isn't that a win-win situation? Shang Yizi's expression changed, staring at Fang Yuan. You want me to fake the accounts? Absolutely not. If I am found out, no matter when, my young master position will be revoked, and I will be severely punished. Fang Yuan frowned. You can't say that. Who said it is fake? I sold you the recipe, that is the same thing. But you are kind and generous, you think I am an upright person, so you gave me some yuan stone as a gift. These two matters are not related at all. At once, Shang Yizi looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, not knowing what to say. Chapter 272. Shang Yizi left with a heavy heart. Before he left, he told Fang Yuan that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it carefully. As long as he was considering, it meant that he was close to success. Fang Yuan had already seen through this person. He knew that the deal was done. At that time, he could even increase the price. Of course, he was hesitating now. He could not increase the price to provoke him. Once he had made up his mind, it would be a piece of cake for him to increase the price. 2 days later, Shang Yizi appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a haggard face. I agree, we will do as you said, we have a deal. He gritted his teeth, hesitating for a long time before saying this. Trust me, you will remember this decision in the future. Come, let's drink. Fang Yuan smiled, pouring a cup of wine for Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi raised his cup and drank it all. What kind of lousy wine is this? After drinking, he frowned and cursed. This is the cheapest rice wine. Young master, I do not have the money to buy good wine. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You will have the money soon. Huff. Shang Yizi breathed out heavily. When he was considering, he was in a dilemma. It was very painful. But after he made the decision, he relaxed completely. All right, I have prepared the contract, take a look. Fang Yuan handed over a document. Shang Yizi took a look and stared angrily at Fang Yuan, slamming the table and shouting. 950,000? You actually raised the price again. Last time, you said 800,000. It has only been a few days and you raised it by 150,000. You think I am rich enough to rival a country? Bastard! Do you think I stole my primordial stones? Fang Yuan was calm, he smiled. It has been 3 days, the price will naturally rise. It is not like you don't know. Shang Yizi's veins were bulging, he jumped up from his seat. You think I am easy to bully? I do not have that much money. You're asking for 950,000 for a mere inheritance. You really dare to demand an exorbitant price. Don't be impatient. Extreme anger is harmful to the body, young master. This is not a small inheritance. It concerns your position as a young master. Think about it. Every year, a young lord would be eliminated. How many people are waiting anxiously down there? Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried. Hearing about the position of young master, the furious Shang Yizi immediately lost his composure. Looking at his expression, Fang Yuan also knew that this figure of 950,000 was probably too much for him to bear. Thus, he took a step back and said, all right, then 900,000 yuan stone it is. I'll take it that I'm afraid of you. Shang Yizi slowly sat down. He had only been in office for a year, and he also had to take care of the evaluation. The amount of yuan stone he had actually pocketed was no more than 400,000. Without a doubt, after this transaction, his 1 year of hard work would go down the drain. It wasn't easy for him to earn a small fortune, but it was all gone. But this concerned the position of young master. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. He was silent for a while before nodding. Then 900,000 yuan stone it is. But I don't trust a paper agreement. We need to make a poison vow gu. Fang Yuan showed hesitation on his face. What, are you afraid? Without the poison vow gu, how can I be sure you won't run away with the money? This must be done. There is no room for discussion. Shang Yizi's attitude was firm. Fang Yuan had actually expected such a situation. Since that is the case, I will go first. Fang Yuan stretched out his left hand. Shang Yizi revealed a smile, summoning the poison vow gu. The poison vow gu was a purplish-red worm, only the size of a finger. It had a menacing mouth and was a rank 3 consumable gu. It flew to Fang Yuan's left index finger and bit it. Immediately, A heart-piercing pain assaulted Fang Yuan's nerves. Fang Yuan endured the pain and started to read the contents of the document. After he finished, the poison Vaogu doubled in size from the size of a finger, absorbing a large amount of Fang Yuan's heart blood. Next, the poison Vaogu flew to Shang Yizi's fingertip and started to suck blood. Shang Yizi held the document, using a trembling voice to read the contents. The poison Vaogu doubled in size again. His face was pale from the pain. He grimaced in pain as he breathed in. This damned agreement. Why are there so many words? Can't you write less? You don't have anything else to add? Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Yizi's lips curled up, showing a smile. But his face was twisted, making his smile look sinister. Bam! The poison Vaogu that was filled with blood suddenly exploded. But there was no blood splattering. Instead it turned into countless red light spots. The light spots flew towards Fang Yuan and Shang Yizi, like raindrops falling into a lake, entering their bodies. This meant the poison vow was in effect. If the contents they read did not match their true intentions, the poison Vaogu would self-detonate and turn into a pool of blood. In such a situation, it meant that one or both of them had broken the vow, causing the poison Vaogu to fail. Seeing this, Shang Yizi's smile became even wider. He looked at Fang Yuan. Hee, we have already sworn the poison vow. If you change your mind in the future, and do something that goes against the vow, then you will turn into a pool of blood and die. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, only asking, "Where is Yuan's stone?" Shang Yizi shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry, how would I dare to go against the poison vow? Here." He took out a goo. This goo was like a ball, like it was made of crystal, translucent and palm-sized. There were clouds in the ball, as if they were sealing white clouds. This white cloud had a peculiar shape, like an old man with a walking stick and a hunched back. The old man's white hair drooped down. He had a sage-like aura. The wrinkles on his face were vivid, and he was smiling kindly. This was a primeval elder goo. It was specially used to store Yuan stone. As the saying goes, everyone has their own specialties. The primeval elder goo was only a rank 3 goo, but it could store 1,000,000 Yuan stone. There are only 870,000 Yuan stone in here. I will find some time to gather the remaining 30,000 Yuan stone for you. Shang Yizi showed extreme reluctance as he handed the primeval elder goo to Fang Yuan. Inside, there were 600,000 from the merchant's payment. The remaining 270,000 were almost all of Shang Yizi's personal assets. After Fang Yuan received it, he cooperated with Fang Yuan's refinement. The primeval elder goo changed owners, and the cloud in the ball immediately changed. The old man inside was originally facing Shang Yizi, but now he changed his direction and started smiling at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan moved the primeval elder goo casually. As long as he changed directions, the cloud in the ball would change, and the old man would always be smiling at Fang Yuan. Actually, this primeval elder goo was quite interesting. If the Yuan stone inside was low, the old man would frown. If the storage was moderate, the old man would be expressionless. The more Yuan stone there was, the happier the old man would be. Shang Yizi saw Fang Yuan fiddling with the primeval elder goo, and understood that Fang Yuan knew how to use this goo. He snorted. "This primeval elder goo is worth a lot. I cannot give it to you for free. I got this primeval elder goo from the auction. It cost me 6,600 Yuan stone." Fang Yuan nodded. Rank 3 goo were priced in the thousands in the market, and the primeval elder goo was rare. It was definitely worth this price. He immediately took out the Yuan stone and gave it to Shang Yizi. Shang Yizi used an ordinary storage goo to store these Yuan stone, and felt very unhappy. These were supposed to be his Yuan stone. "Forget it, as long as I can keep my young master position, everything is possible. I will earn back the Yuan stone. And this guy who raised the price and threatened me will die a horrible death." Shang Yizi was not a magnanimous person to begin with. Fang Yuan took all his money, and the remaining 30,000 Yuan stone, he had to borrow money from all over the place. White Bone Recipe's normal price was 600,000, but Fang Yuan sold it to him for 900,000. Shang Yizi pinched his nose. After suffering such a huge loss, he hated Fang Yuan to the core. "The remaining 50,000 Yuan stone, I will give it to you in 3 days. You and I will know about this, We cannot let a third party know. Even your companion cannot. You better not try to take advantage of this loophole. It is useless. Shang Yizi stood up to leave. He could not take it any longer. Looking at Fang Yuan's ugly face for a second longer, the anger in his heart would accumulate a bit more. There are no loopholes in the agreement. You saw it too, didn't you? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. Shang Yizi snorted coldly. He was born in Shang clan, and was influenced from a young age, and had been in charge of the shop for a year. Even if there were loopholes, they could not hide from his eyes. I don't think you dare to go against the oath. He sneered in disdain, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan did not take it to heart. He knew Shang Yizi's mood right now, and could understand. As for the poison oath, he did not intend to go against it. The poison oath Gu's restriction was very strong. Otherwise, it would not be widely used by Gu masters. It could not be leaked to an unknown third party. That was a definite no. Any loopholes, it was a joke with one's life. Just like earlier, Fang Yuan gave Shang Yizi 6,600 yuan stone. It seemed like this was an unnecessary action. It could have been deducted from the remaining 30,000 yuan stone. But he could not. The poison oath stipulated 900,000, so Shang Yizi had to take out 900,000 yuan stone and give it to Fang Yuan. This was the hard and fast rule. 3 days later, Shang Yizi collected 30,000 yuan stone and gave it to Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan also gave him the recipe. Of course, the most valuable bone flesh unity Gu's recipe could not be sold. Shang Yizi only knew about the bone spear Gu, spiral bone spear Gu and others. After looking at the recipe, he found many other recipes used the bone spear Gu as the foundation. He was satisfied with this, and his mood became slightly better. Fang Yuan then sold the bone spear Gu, spiral bone spear Gu and bone spike Gu to him. According to the original selling price, it was 40,620 yuan stone. As such, the result of this transaction was that Fang Yuan's wealth increased by 934,020 yuan stone. Adding on his previous savings, he had a total of 945,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan stored most of the yuan stone in the primeval elder Gu. Of course, to prevent accidents, he also stored some on him, and in the Tusita flower. At this time in my previous life, I was still in a caravan. I had 50 to 60 yuan stone at most. But now I have close to 1,000,000. Fang Yuan compared it to his memories, and could see the huge advantage of rebirth. Of course, he was taking a huge risk. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Giving does not mean you will get something, but to get something, you need to give something. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shang clan's investigation ended, and Wei Yong brought Shang Yanfei's invitation. Esteemed guests, my lord clan leader has arranged a family banquet, and ordered me to invite you. Family banquet? This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 273. This small courtyard was where Shang Yanfei had set up the family banquet. It was an open-air banquet, and because it was inside the mountain, there was no need to worry about wind or rain. The courtyard was not luxurious or elegant. It was even slightly run down. There were more than 10 tables in the courtyard, forming a circle. It was already starting to feel crowded. There were some fruits and snacks on the tables. There was also a sign indicating whose seat this was. 3 people had already arrived and sat down. Big brother, why did Lord Father gather us this time? Shang Chaofeng threw a red fruit into his mouth as he asked vaguely. The eldest Shang Qiuniu was sitting upright with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he opened his eyes slightly, saying in a low voice, Lord Father just came out of closed-door cultivation and thought of us, so he held a family banquet. What is so strange about that? Big brother's words are reasonable, but when did Lord Father hold a family banquet without any important matters? Don't you feel that there are too many tables here today? Shang Pulao added. Shang Chaofeng snickered, but Shang Qiuniu closed his eyes again. Shang Pulao's eyes flashed. He was in charge of the brothels. He was the most well-informed. Actually, he had already faintly heard the news. He was about to continue speaking when his ears moved. Someone is coming. The 3's gazes turned to the door of the courtyard. With a creak, the door was pushed open and 3 people walked in. Wei Yong was in front, followed by Fang and Bai. Fang and Bai had been to this courtyard before. It was the private residence that they had been summoned to. This private residence belonged to clan leader back then. When he was still a young master, he was suppressed by the other young masters. Lord Clan Leader retreated in order to advance. He gave up the young master position and became an ordinary clansman. When he was in dire straits, he lived here. After Clan Leader succeeded, to remind himself and the younger generation, he preserved this place. The family banquets have always been held here. Wei Yang opened the door as he introduced. Next, he noticed the three people in the courtyard. Oh, so the three young masters have arrived. Shang Qiuniu, Shang Chaofeng and Shang Pulao all stood up, cupping their fists towards Wei Yang. Elder Wei Yang, greetings. Wei Yang was one of Shang Yanfei's 5 generals, an important official of Shang clan. As long as the young master wanted to compete for the young clan leader position, he would have to go through Wei Yang's evaluation. Greetings, young masters. These two are the honored guests invited by the patriarch today. Wei Yang cupped his hands, his expression calm. He was an elder, and his status was even higher than the young master. He was also an important official, so he wouldn't try to curry favor with these young masters. Please sit here. Wei Yang led Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to their seats. Shang Qiuniu and the other two looked at each other, and they noticed the surprise, bewilderment, astonishment, and curiosity in each other's eyes. This was a family banquet. When had they ever invited strangers? Who exactly were these two people? His seat was even closer to Lord Father's main seat than ours. Wei Yang also sat down, smiling as he continued. Let me introduce, this is Shang Qiuniu, clan leader's eldest son, currently in charge of Shang clan's care farm. This was the 4th son of the clan leader, Shang Chaofeng. He was in charge of all the Gu battle arenas in Shang clan city. This is Shang Pulao. He's in charge of all the brothels in the romance district. Shang Qiuniu had a strong physique and a deep voice. It was obvious that he was a calm person. He was the oldest, close to 30 years old. Shang Chaofeng had messy hair and a high nose bridge, giving off a wild aura. Shang Pulao was the most delicate and pretty. He had a thin body and a pale complexion. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and a romantic bearing. He was clearly a playboy. Qiuniu greets the two esteemed guests. Shang Qiuniu cupped his fists and greeted. Wei Yang did not introduce Fang and Bai. The 3 young masters were astute people. They naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. The 3 young masters are right. I am He Tu. This is my companion Bai Yun. Fang Yuan introduced. These 2 names were clearly fake. This made the 3 young masters even more uncertain of Fang and Bai's origins. They could only laugh it off and gloss over the situation. As the banquet approached, more young masters arrived. There was Shang Paixiu, who was in charge of the gambling stone, Shang Suni, who was in charge of the silk shop, Shang Fuxi, who was in charge of the auction house, and Shang Baishi, who was in charge of the substitute training division. There was also Shang Yazi, whom Fang Yuan was already familiar with. Wei Yang introduced them to Fang and Bai. When these young masters saw Fang and Bai, they all showed strange expressions. They sat down. The more people there were, the more they talked, the more lively the small courtyard became. When the banquet was about to start, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a young master rushed in. This person was tall and thin. He had thick eyebrows and fierce eyes. He was Shang Baishi, in charge of Shang Clan City's city guards. The city guards handled disputes, mediated conflicts, maintained order. They were the busiest. After exchanging some pleasantries with Fang and Bai, before Shang Baishi sat down, a flame flashed on the main seat, and Shang Yanfei appeared. Shang Yanfei wore a white robe this time. The corners of his sleeves were embroidered with gold. His blood-red hair spread out recklessly, reaching his waist. Coupled with his extremely handsome face, it formed a unique aura and charm. We greet Lord Father. The young masters stood up and half knelt on the ground, greeting in unison. Lord Tribe Leader. Wei Yang stood up. At the same time, Fang and Bai also stood up and paid their respects. Sit. Shang Yanfei reclined on the wide-back chair, casually waving his hand. Immediately, a dazzling rainbow-colored light spread out, resembling raindrops or clouds. The light landed on everyone's table, turning into exquisite delicacies. The fragrance of the dishes permeated the entire courtyard. Fang Yuan immediately recognized this as gourmet food box gu. Shang Yanfei's unique rank 5 gu, used to store delicacies. The state of the delicacies when placed inside would be the same state when taken out. Feng Yuan had worked hard in a caravan in his previous life. After Guyue village was destroyed, he had no one to rely on. At that time, Etian Mountain suddenly rose up. Demonic Path Gu masters formed an alliance. Their momentum was huge, touching the bottom line of the righteous path. All the large clans allied and attacked Etian Mountain. One of the leaders of the alliance, Shang Yanfei, used this gourmet food box Gu to reward the army. With just a wave of his sleeves, tens of thousands of people were rewarded with delicacies, greatly raising the morale of the alliance army. From then on, gourmet food box Gu became a symbol of Shang Yanfei, becoming an interesting topic of discussion among the people. At that time, Feng Yuan relied on his advantage as a transmigrator to become a small leader, joining a caravan and being in charge of escorting supplies to the Righteous Path Alliance army. He personally saw Shang Yanfei use the gourmet food box Gu. The sky was filled with rainbow-colored light. It was dazzling and dazzling, illuminating the heaven and earth. It was a grand sight. To think that in this life, I could see this gourmet food box Gu years in advance, and at the same time, I became a guest of Shang clan. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. There was a sharp contrast between his previous life and this life. This was the huge advantage of rebirth. And this advantage of rebirth came from spring-autumn cicada. It was the accumulation and result of his previous life's hard work. Shang Yanfei laid out the dishes and said to the children, "Today we have 2 esteemed guests here. All of you have to go up and toast them. Qioniu, you are the eldest, set an example." Lord Father had personally instructed them. Although the Shang clan young masters were suspicious, no one dared to delay. Shang Qioniu immediately stood up and raised his wine cup, saying in a deep voice, "Qioniu toast the 2 esteemed guests." The moment he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. Feng Yuan accompanied him with a cup of wine, but Bai Ningbing still only drank water. Among these young masters, Qioniu was the oldest. He was close to 30, and his appearance was quite mature. At first glance, one would think he was 40. In contrast, his father Shang Yanfei was like a young man in his 20s. If father and son stood side by side, it would be an interesting scene. Before the banquet started, I had already chatted with the 2 esteemed guests. This is the first time we met, and we had a pleasant conversation. If the 2 esteemed guests have time, you can come to my place to play. Gu battles are definitely interesting. Shang Chaofeng also stood up. Feng Yuan smiled. Although this was the first time they met, he had a good understanding of Shang Chaofeng. This person loved to fight and win, and his personality was also a little sinister. In his previous life he almost became a Shang clan young master, and had once been Shang Xinc's greatest hindrance. 4th brothers Gu battles are too bloody. It's better for beauties to dance and dance. Shang Pu Lao retorted, and then toasted Feng Bai, his peach blossom eyes shining. This junior would like to invite the 2 esteemed guests to have a good chat. If we have time, we will. Feng Yuan said these polite words, and drank with a smile. This banquet, in his eyes, was a celebrity banquet. Most of these Shang clan young masters would have their own performances in Southern Border in the future. Shang Yanfei had many children. These people were able to stand out in the fierce competition. They naturally had outstanding abilities. They could be called dragons and phoenixes among men, beautiful jades among rocks. Moreover, they all had different personalities and styles of doing things. Right now, they were gathered together, like bright pearls, emitting bright and dark radiance, reflecting each other's beauty. Eldest son Shang Qioniu, second son Shang Baizi, 4th son Shang Chaofeng, and 8th son Shang Pu Lao. 9th son Shang Baishi had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. He seemed to be using some gu worm. Every time he breathed, 2 puffs of pale yellow smoke would come out of his nose, lingering around him. 10th son Shang Baishi had a short and fat body, and did not seem to be eye-catching. But Feng Yuan knew that his body contained great strength. But in terms of strength, he was several times stronger than him. 12th son Shang Baishi later married into Tai clan, and became the publicly recognized second divine investigator after Tai Shueleng. 13th son Shang Fuxi was quite intelligent, and when the Righteous Alliance attacked Etian Mountain, he offered many plans. causing the demonic Gu masters to suffer greatly. And 21st son Shang Paixiu. He was the youngest, a late bloomer. Many years later, Shang clan declined, and he joined the demonic path, becoming a notorious demon in southern border. Father, sorry I came late. While toasting, the courtyard door was pushed open, and a young girl walked in. She was Shang Qi-1, ranked 16th, and was in charge of the battle stage. Her eyes were lively, her face was like a peach blossom, and she had a lively nature. She was a beautiful woman. Seeing that everyone had toasted, Shang Yanfei also raised his cup, facing Fang and Bai. Thank you both for protecting Xinci along the way, allowing me to have a new daughter. Chapter 274. Daughter. The group of young masters all revealed shocked expressions as they looked at each other. Shang Yizi came to a realization, slapping his forehead. So it was like this. Because of this, father treated these two with respect. The mysterious veil was removed, and Shang Yizi looked at Fang Yuan with deep hatred. He was no longer afraid. Now that I know your background, I will slowly deal with you two bastards after I get through this assessment and catch my breath. At once, the courtyard was silent. Shang Yanfei smiled, looking around, giving everyone time to accept the news. Fang Yuan cooperated, showing shock, realization and suspicion, muttering, "Don't tell me." "That's right." Shang Yanfei looked at him, nodding. "It is the Zhang clan's young lady who protected you two on the journey. She is my daughter. From the moment she stepped into Shang clan city, I sensed her bloodline, and now we have reunited." Zhang Xinci. Bai Ningbing blurted out. Shang Yanfei laughed heartily. Hehehe, she is no longer surnamed Zhang but Shang. You two saved my daughter's life. You are our Shang clan's benefactors. Thus you are worthy to toast to our family. Just as they spoke, the courtyard door was pushed open. The young female Gu master Tianlan was dressed like a servant. After opening the door, she returned to Shang Xinci's side. "Missy." Xiao Dai looked at the courtyard full of people, feeling timid. "Let's go in." Shang Xinci let out a breath of turbid air, under everyone's gaze. She walked into the courtyard. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. She saw Fang and Bai. It really is her. The moment she saw Shang Xinci, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was completely shocked. In the entire place, no one could understand the shock in her heart. The shock in Bai Ningbing's heart was not from Shang Xinci, but towards Fang Yuan. She was extremely intelligent, and the moment Shang Xinci appeared, she came to a realization, finally realizing Fang Yuan's true motive. Zhang Xinci was Shang Xinci, thus he had been protecting her. How did he know her identity? Was this all part of his scheme? At once, Bai Ningbing's thoughts surged. Waves of shock rose in her heart. "Brother He Tu, sister Bai Yin, why are you here?" Shang Xinci stared at Fang Yuan, her eyes shining. I said I would give you a surprise, right?" Shang Yanfei smiled warmly. Shang Xinci bowed. "Thank you, father, this is the happiest day since I came to Shang clan." After these days of confusion, she had already accepted that Shang Yanfei was her father. After these days, she accepted that Shang Yanfei was her father. Even though Shang Xinci still had resentment and hatred towards Shang Yanfei, the deep bond of kinship was something that the kind-hearted her could never sever. Shang Tian-like. Shang Xinci was. Tian is of God. Tian is father one. And is. Shang Xinci turned around and explained to Fang Yuan with a panicked expression. "Brother He Tu, I did not lie to you on purpose." Before, she said she other and other than to. Mother had asked me before. I only understood her painstaking efforts after meeting you. These words struck Bai Ningbing's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her blue eyes narrowed into a line. Her heart was filled with extreme shock and doubt. Even Shang Xinci doesn't know her identity? Why? Why does Fang Yuan know so clearly? Originally, Fang Yuan was shrouded in a layer of fog in her heart. She could not see him clearly. Now the fog in Bai Ningbing's heart deepened. Fang Yuan became even more mysterious and unfathomable. So that's why, I was wondering why Shang clan treated me so well. So that's why. Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, then slowly shook his head, sighing. To think that you are Shang clan leader's daughter. Brother Heitu, can you forgive me? Shang Xianci clenched her fists, asking nervously. Shang Yanfei frowned slightly, from his daughter's tone and expression. This kid seemed to be important in her heart. Fang Yuan laughed. It's all right, why would I blame you? Those who do not know are innocent. In fact, I lied to you too. What? Shang Xianci was stunned. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Heitu and Bai Yin are just aliases. Shang Xianci immediately smiled, saying softly, I guessed this long ago. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated for a moment, but still clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. I am ashamed to say this, my real name is Guyue Fangzheng. This is my companion by Ning Bing. Guyue Fangzheng, Fangzheng. Shang Xianci muttered this name for a long time, remembering it in her heart. Shang Yanfei's smile became wider. He admired Fang Yuan's honesty. In fact, he had already investigated in detail. Although the Guyue village was destroyed, Shang clan's influence was immense. They still obtained a lot of information from Jia clan. The Guyue village indeed had a person called Guyue Fangzheng, and this youngster had a great aptitude. He was being nurtured as a young clan leader by Guyue clan. Similarly, there was also Bai Ning Bing, who was already designated as the young clan leader of Bai clan. Both of them were known as geniuses. As for why they disguised themselves and infiltrated the caravan, this was easier to investigate. Because of an inheritance from Baigu Mountain, the only two young masters of Bai clan died in the hands of Fang and Bai. At the same time, they took away most of the inheritance. The arrest warrant issued by the Bai clan was the best proof of this. So it was like that, to speak the truth, I was just thinking about it. Shang Pulao laughed. This child congratulates Lord Father. Shang Baishi said. If there's any trouble, tell Big Brother. Shang Qianniu looked at Shang Xianci. This is great, I have another sister. Coming to this clan banquet was worth it. Shang Qiwen said with a smile. The young masters recovered from their shock and offered their congratulations. This is a joyous matter for everyone, because you have gained another sister. Shang Yanfei's gaze swept over his children. He was very clear about their mental state. Shang Xianci's appearance is undoubtedly a threat. From now on, there is one more person competing for the position of young master. Back then, wasn't Shang Tuahai father's illegitimate son? Right now he is Shang clan's young clan leader. Actually, there is no need to worry. Zhang clan is a vassal of Wu clan, and has a feud with Shang clan. Shang Xianci has no foundation. She is easy to deal with. The young masters had smiles on their faces, but they had different thoughts in their minds. There was no familial love in the royal family. The throne involved supreme interests, and even kinship would be defeated by these interests. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border. Whoever ascended to the position of clan leader would be one of the few decision-makers of the entire southern border. Having a high position and authority, reaching the peak of the mortal world, the benefits were naturally huge. Which generation of Shang clan leader did not rise to the position of clan leader after a fierce battle of wills? Shang Yanfei was an experienced person. He knew the inside story. Thus, he felt even more pity for Shang Xianci. Now that Shang Xianci's identity was revealed, although it was to protect her, it also caused her to fall into a struggle. Come, Sai, sit beside me. Shang Yanfei patted the seat below him and said, Yes. Shang Xianci answered, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded at her. Shang Xianci walked over and sat beside Shang Yanfei. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai, the two servant girls, stood behind them. This scene was seen by the children. They all had different expressions. They had never seen their father love a child so much in their lives. Even the illegitimate son Shang Tuahai did not receive such treatment. All right, sit down. Shang Yanfei waved his hand, looking at Fang and Bai. He spoke. Guyue Fangzheng by Ningbing, you two saved my daughter and escorted her here. Our family is very grateful for this. Tell me what you want. As the clan leader of Shang clan, I will do my best to satisfy you. The young masters couldn't help but cast envious gazes towards Fang and Bai. This was the gratitude of Shang clan leader, the promise of one of southern border's overlords. It was as important as a mountain. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Lord Clan Leader, we only protected young Lady Shang Xinci because of her kindness. That kindness has been repaid. We are even. When he said this, everyone showed a surprised expression. Shang Fushi quickly reacted, squinting his eyes as he praised the ingenuity of this answer. Fang Enbai saved Shang Yanfei's daughter. Shang Yanfei would definitely reward them handsomely. If such a contribution was not rewarded, how would outsiders evaluate Shang Clan? If Shang Clan young masters were in danger in the future, who would save them? Shang Xinci saw that Fang Yuan did not want the reward. She became anxious and said to Shang Yanfei, Lord Father, actually Big Brother He too lost a lot of wealth during this journey. Shang Yanfei was an astute person. Before Shang Xinci finished, he understood his daughter's intention. She was asking for money for Fang and Bai. He nodded. Since you two are Gu masters, I will give you 1,000,000 yuan stone to express my gratitude. Hearing this, many young masters almost drooled. Although they controlled many businesses in Shang Clan City, under the watchful eyes of the public, and with the annual assessment, they could not fill their pockets. Shang Yizi had talent, but he was too greedy, causing his business performance to be in danger. Fang Yuan shook his head again. To speak the truth, I once pulled a tooth out of a tiger's mouth and snatched an inheritance. Now that I sold the recipe, I do not lack yuan stone. Oh, is that so? Shang Yanfei looked at Shang Yizi with deep meaning. Shang Yizi's heart skipped a beat in fright. His mouth was dry, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. How could Shang Yanfei not know about Shang Yizi's matters? Even if the accounts were fake, he could guess some clues. But Shang Yizi was his son, although he violated Shang Clan's rules. As long as he did not expose it, it could be considered his ability. At his level, he had already understood. Obeying the rules was not an ability. True ability was to break the rules and enjoy the benefits, but not get punished. True ability was to break the old order and create new rules, enjoying the benefits all the time. Shang Yanfei took the chance to give Shang Yizi a warning, and then he suggested another reward. Shang Xinci only heard half of it, but her eyes shined brightly. Chapter 275. Shang Yanfei saw Fang Yuan reject Yuan Shi, so he suggested another plan. The two of you are wanted by Bai Clan. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant. What do you think? Shang Xinci was also aware that Fang and Bai were wanted. Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most. Shang Xinci approved of this plan. Shang Clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai Clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai Clan would naturally listen to Shang Yanfei's explanation. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang Clan do it, he would be putting Shang Clan's label on himself. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Etian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term, but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? Ironically, when he created the Bloodwing Demon sect in his previous life and dominated a region, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants against him. This was the nature of this world. Everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, and Bai Clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a set of Gu worms. With his strength greatly increased, he would not be afraid of Bai Clan's arrest warrants. In fact, Bai Clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's thank you plan, in Shang Xinci's opinion, was the most important. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai Clan originated from an inheritance. To be honest, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai Clan young masters. We have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by the 100 clans. Sooner or later, I will find by clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Feng Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. For a moment, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain, "He, to think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool, or is he full of courage?" Someone found it interesting. Shang clan was the overlord of the righteous path. But in front of Shang Yanfei, Feng Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai clan. His arrogance shocked Shang Xinci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother Heitu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yanfei was unfazed. In his opinion, Feng Yuan was very frank and straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation. It was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent Bai Ningbing, he no doubt liked Feng Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come forward and remove our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you, Lord Yanfei, for your good intentions. Feng Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If Shang clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my Shang Yanfei's way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yanfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young master's actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. I want to thank you. Even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Feng Yuan looked around and laughed. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yanfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute. That is not up to you. The young master saw the two arguing and cursed Feng Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang Xinc's palms were sweating, worrying for Feng Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it, Brother Fengjing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan Leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shang Yanfei nodded. Feng Yuan did not speak, and Wei Yang turned into a light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported. Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fengjing, please follow us. Feng Yuan did not care much about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it will be good to check your body. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff. What injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Feng Yuan had other intentions, so she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came into the house. They were familiar with this house. Back then, they waited for Shang Yanfei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a white dress and a white veil. She was sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yanfei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shang Clan City, as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Feng Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing. Especially you, little girl. What did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly. Wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shang Clan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder, acting as a birthmark. She also smeared some special black oil, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was surprised. Feng Yuan also showed a surprised expression. Wei Yong quickly explained. This is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath first. Wash your body. Use the essence and change into a white robe, otherwise the lady will not treat you. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything. The hot water is already prepared. It is in the inner room. Please go ahead. The two entered the inner room. As expected, there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, "All of you leave, I will bathe myself." This. Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Su Shou's subordinates. Dr. Su Shou loved cleanliness. If she chased away the maids, she was afraid that you would do it half-heartedly and not clean yourself, so she would not treat you. The 2 of us don't need to leave. Big brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yong spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yong did not insist, leaving the inner room. He closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The temperature of the tub was just right. One of the maids sprinkled the essence. The other rubbed Fang Yuan's body with practiced movements. They were clearly experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, hesitating for a while. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed. There is no need to conceal ourselves in Shang Clan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan continued. I called you here for your own good. I have heard of Dr. Su Shou's name long ago. In the southern border, she 9-fingered wandering doctor, divine hand doctor and killer doctor are known as the 4 great doctors. You can ask her about the yin-yang rotation gu later. Yin-yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted into a slit, her eyes shining with uncertainty. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart, and was the main method Fang Yuan used to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The mental blow Shang Xinci gave her was still lingering, causing Bai Ningbing to feel apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this fellow, was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xinci did not know her identity, but he did, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess spring-autumn cicada. That was a rank 6 gu. It was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer. That was a gu with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight-type gu, and can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Baigu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight gu he has and what rank it is. No doubt, Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight-type gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes, even foresight results were messy and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think. Will this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her limbs turning cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She could feel that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as dark as ink, with a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart. What are you going to do? Bai Ningbing. That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight-type gu. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future, you have no chance of winning. But in fact, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone to probe. Probing both Bai Ningbing and Shang Yanfei. The 2 servant girls were very experienced. Once the water was slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big, with just 2 wooden tubs. It was already very crowded. It could be seen that Xiang Yanfei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not just a saying. The fate of heroes was full of misfortunes and disasters. But it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Xiang Yanfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After bathing for an hour, only then did the servant girls stop. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought about it, the weaker her fighting spirit became. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought. The more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might feel that bathing was not a problem. But Fang Yuan saw from this small matter that she lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, Bai Ningbing was helping Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him, and stretched out her hand. She placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A white watery light suddenly surged, enveloping Fang Yuan's entire body. A cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The originally burnt skin was visibly recovering. It began to grow. At the same time, flesh began to grow on the right side of Fang Yuan's head. As time passed, the flesh grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also formed. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. The numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Very quickly he grew new and tender skin. The burnt hair and eyebrows also began to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave, and call your companion to leave as well." "Humph, she drove away my maid. How would I know if she washed herself clean?" "Huh." At this moment, the door opened, and Bai Ningbing walked out. She was dressed in a white robe, and her disguise had been washed away, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was smooth like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed, and she said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful." Even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. However, he also knew that this was Dr. Su Shou's temperament. She pursued beautiful things all her life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I don't need treatment. I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation goo. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly, before looking coldly at Fang Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go, go, go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, and was chased out of the main room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fangzheng?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place." "Haha. To think that Brother Fangzheng is such a talented person." Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, praising him. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at most above average. But his eyes were eerie, and had a firm and unwavering temperament. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. "Brother, since you call me big brother, then I have to reprimand you. Why don't you want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has Shang Clan's rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan Leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xinci to be stuck in the middle, do you? Feng Yuan frowned. I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment. Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. This treatment. It is not a gift. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders. It will destroy Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So you have to accept this gift. Wei Yang said as he observed Feng Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown deeper, he persuaded again. Yu, I don't know what to say. This is something that others yearn for. But you are pushing it away. Brother Fengzheng, the weak can't win against the strong. If you really don't want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good? Feng Yuan thought for a while, saying, this is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for you. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for? Wei Yang blurted out. The token, of course. Feng Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yanfei to say it, but Shang Yanfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now, I'll just borrow Wei Yang's mouth. Token? Feng Yuan showed a hint of doubt. You just came to Shang Clan City, although you know you need a token. You don't know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token. Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Feng Yuan nodded. Although I don't understand. But since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do. Wei Yang was immediately moved by Yu Yang's trust. He patted Feng Yuan's shoulder and sighed. Brother, you and I are like old friends. How can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Feng Yuan cupped his fists at Shang Yanfei. I was rash. After Brother Wei Yang's advice, I realized a high-grade token is so important. I would like to ask for 2 tokens from Clan Leader. Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token, he had his own plans. But his plans were ruined by Wei Yang instead. This Wei Yang, with good intentions, did something bad. He did not think deeper. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2, they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan gradually. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei laughed brightly, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbud token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half a clan elder. Even Feng Yuan did not expect Shang Yanfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated that it would be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token, made of purple thornwood, palm-sized. On the front was the word Shang Clan, and on the back was the panoramic view of Shangliang Mountain. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei summoned another gu. This is Shang Clan's special token gu. I need some of your blood. The gu worm was like a mosquito. It flew to Feng Yuan's arm and bit him, before flying back to the token. Crack. With a crisp sound, the token gu self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Feng Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token, it would be useless. Only Feng Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang Clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a gu worm was used as a token, other gu masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was the purple thorn token was not a gu worm. It only had the power of the token gu. As time passed, the token gu's power would decrease, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang clan city and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control of Shang clan's token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic gu master, they looked at him with contempt and disdain, but now, they treated him as an equal. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader, or the 10 clan elders. Currently, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Susho. Subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ningbing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Susho, to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding yang gu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 276. Shang Yanfei saw Fang Yuan reject Yuan Shi, so he suggested another plan. The two of you are wanted by Bai clan. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant. What do you think? Shang Xinci was also aware that Fang and Bai were wanted. Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most. Shang Xinci approved of this plan. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai clan would naturally listen to Shang Yanfei's explanation. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang clan do it, he would be labeling himself as a member of Shang clan. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people, and get close to Etian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term, but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? The ironic thing was, when he created the Bloodwing demon sect in his previous life, and became a hegemon, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants. This was the nature of this world. Everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang clan city for 2 to 3 years, and Bai clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a complete set of gu worms and his strength would increase greatly, and he would not be afraid of Bai clan's arrest warrant. In fact, Bai clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's plan was very important to Shang Xinci. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai clan originated from an inheritance. To speak the truth, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai clan young masters, but we have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by Bai clan. Sooner or later, I will find Bai clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fang Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. All of a sudden, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain. He, to think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool? Or is he full of courage? Someone found it interesting. Shang clan was the overlord of the righteous path, but Fang Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai clan in front of Shang Yanfei. His arrogance shocked Shang Xinci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother Heitu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yanfei did not mind at all. In his eyes, Feng Yuan was very straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent Bai Ningbing, he no doubt liked Feng Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come out and get rid of our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you, Lord Yanfei, for your good intentions. Feng Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If my Shang clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my, Shang Yanfei's, way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yanfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young master's actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. I want to thank you. Even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Feng Yuan looked around, laughing loudly. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yanfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute. That is not up to you. The young masters saw the two arguing, cursing Feng Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang Xinc's palms were sweating, worrying for Feng Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it, Brother Fengjing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan Leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shang Yanfei nodded. Feng Yuan was silent, while Wei Yang turned into light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported. Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fengjing, please follow us. Feng Yuan had never cared about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it is good to check your body too. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff. What injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Feng Yuan had other intentions, thus she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came to the house. They were very familiar with this house. Back then they were here, waiting for Shang Yanfei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure. Her face was covered with a white veil and she wore a white dress, sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yanfei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shang Clan City, as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Feng Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing. Especially you, little girl. What did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly, wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way. Even in Shang Clan City, her face was smeared with cinnabar powder, as a birthmark. Special black oil was smeared on her face, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was astonished. Feng Yuan also showed an astonished expression. Wei Yang quickly explained. This is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath, wash their body clean, use essence and change into a white robe, otherwise Lady Dr. Su Shou will not treat them. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything. The hot water is already prepared. It is in the house, please go ahead. The two entered the house, and sure enough, there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly, they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, all of you leave, I will bathe myself. Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Su Shou's subordinates. Dr. Su Shou was very clean. If she chased away the maids, she would be afraid that they would not clean themselves, and would not treat them. We don't need to leave, Big Brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Feng Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist. He left the house and closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The water temperature in the wooden tub was just right. The two maids sprinkled essence on the water, while the other rubbed Fang Yuan's body. Her movements were smooth, showing that she was experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, but did not move. She hesitated. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed. There is no need to conceal ourselves in Shang Clan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face? Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. Fang Yuan continued. I called you here for your own good. I have heard of this Dr. Su Shou's name long ago. In the southern border, she nine-fingered wandering doctor, divine doctor, and killer doctor are known as the four great doctors. You can ask her about the yin-yang rotation gu later. Yin-yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted, bright light flickering in her eyes. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart. It was Fang Yuan's main method to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The impact that Shang Xinci had given her on her mind was still lingering, causing her to be somewhat apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this guy, was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xinci did not know her identity, but he did, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess spring-autumn cicada. That was a rank 6 gu, it was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer. That was a gu with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight-type gu. He can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Baigu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors. But now it seems this gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight gu he has, and what rank it is. No doubt Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight-type gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes, even the foresight result was chaotic and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think. Would this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her limbs were cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She felt that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as black as ink, calm and unperturbed like a deep lake, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart. What are you going to do? Bai Ningbing. That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight-type gu. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future. You have no chance of winning. But the truth was, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probe. Probing Bai Ningbing and Shang Yanfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. When the water turned slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big. With just two wooden tubs, it was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shang Yanfei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not to say that the fate of heroes was full of misfortune and calamity. Rather, it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shang Yanfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After washing for an hour, the maidservant finally stopped. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought, the more her fighting spirit weakened. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was the more she thought, and the more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might have felt that there was nothing wrong with bathing, but Fang Yuan could see from this small matter that she had lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious, from a certain point of view. It was Bai Ningbing who helped Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A pure white light suddenly surged and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. A refreshing and cool feeling spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The burnt skin started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the right side of Fang Yuan's head started to grow granules. As time passed, the granules grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also started to form. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured. The numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Soon he grew new tender red skin, and the burnt hair and eyebrows also started to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave, and call your companion to leave as well." "Humph, she chased away my maid. How would I know if she washed herself clean?" At this moment, the door opened and Bai Ningbing walked out from the room. She was wearing a white robe and had washed off her disguise, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was like ice and bones were like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed. She said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful." Even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had made a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. But he also knew that this Dr. Su Shou's personality was like this. She pursued beautiful things her whole life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I don't need treatment. I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation gu." "Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know," Dr. Su Shou said warmly before looking coldly at Fang Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go, go, go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose as he was chased out of the room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fangzheng?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place." "Haha, to think Brother Fangzheng is such a talented person." Wei Yang gave a thumbs up and praised. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary. At best he could be considered above average. But his eyes were eerie, with a firm and unwavering aura. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. "Brother, since you call me elder brother, then elder brother has to reprimand you. Why do you not want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has their own rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan Leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xinci to be stuck in the middle, right?" Fang Yuan frowned. "I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment." Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. "This treatment is not enough. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders, ruining Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So you have to accept this gift." Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown even deeper, he persuaded again. I don't know what to say. What others yearn for, you push away. Brother Fangzheng, the weak cannot win against the strong. If you really do not want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good?" Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, This is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for Brother Wei. But Brother Wei, What do you think I should ask for? Wei Yong blurted out. The token, of course. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yanfei to say it, but Shang Yanfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now he would use Wei Yang's mouth. Token? Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. You just came to Shang Clan City. Although you know you need a token, you do not know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token. Wei Yong persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded. Although I do not understand, but since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do. Wei Yong was immediately moved by the trust he had. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, sighing. Brother, you and I are like old friends. How can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan immediately cupped his fists at Shang Yanfei. I was rash. I heard Brother Wei Yang's words earlier, so a high-grade token is so important. I want to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader. Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token. He had his own plans. But he did not expect Wei Yong to ruin his plans. This Wei Yong, with good intentions, he did not think further. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2, they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei laughed heartily, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbud token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yong was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 different kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half an elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yanfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated it to be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token, made of purple thorn wood, palm-sized, with Shang Clan's words on the front and Shangliang Mountain's panoramic view on the back. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei summoned another gu. This is Shang Clan's special token gu. I need some of your blood. The gu worm was like a mosquito. It flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him, before flying back to the token. Crack. With a crisp sound, the token gu self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token, it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang Clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a gu worm was used as a token, other gu masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a gu worm. It only contained the token gu's power. As time passed, the token gu's power would diminish, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang Clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang Clan City and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control Shang Clan had over the token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic gu master, they looked down on him, but now they treated him as equals. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader, or the 10 clan elders. Right now, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Susho. Subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yong was about to stand up when Bai Ningbing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Susho, to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding yang gu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, All the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 277. Bai Ningbing's appearance caused Fang Yuan's attention to plummet. The difference between before and after was too great. People could not help but notice. Even though Fang Yuan's looks were ordinary, Wei Yong praised him when he first appeared. Moreover, Bai Ningbing's looks were already peerless. Next, Bai Ningbing also obtained a redbud token. In the family banquet, everyone toasted each other. On the surface, it looked like a harmonious atmosphere, but behind the scenes, there was a turbulent undercurrent. In the large clans, the young masters would fight openly and covertly. Because the large clans had resources, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the normal clans, like the Guyue clan and the Bai clan, they would focus on nurturing one person. It was not because of their reproductive problems, but because they wanted to avoid internal conflicts that would lead to the clan's decline. Fang Yuan displayed his passionate and straightforward side. These young masters were all local tyrants, and making friends with them would be very beneficial for his next 2 to 3 years in Shangliang Mountain. He spoke frankly about his past, that he was once the young clan leader of the Guyue clan. And Bai Ningbing's status was similar. In a short while, he closed the distance between him and the young masters. During the banquet, people naturally asked about the reason why Qingmao Mountain became an absolute ice region. But Fang Yuan did not explain. He only said that the past was unbearable, and his expression was painful. Now that he had the redbud token, no one dared to force him. Some young masters took the initiative to toast Bai Ningbing, but the latter ignored them and continued to do as she pleased. If it was before, the young masters would definitely be furious. But now that Bai Ningbing had revealed her true appearance, many could not get angry. They only felt that this girl was as beautiful as a fairy, like an ice fairy. Her personality matched her temperament. It was a perfect match. The family banquet lasted for another hour before it ended. Can I still call you Brother He-tu? When they parted, Shang Xianxi's beautiful eyes shone as she stared at Fang Yuan. Call me whatever you want. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Shang Xianxi blinked and said softly, Brother He-tu's injuries have healed. It is worth being happy about, but I still feel that there is some distance. Brother He-tu now has the redbud token. You can enter and leave the second inner city freely. Is Brother He-tu staying at Nanqiu Garden? Shang Xianxi spoke in detail. She felt that Fang Yuan was very close to her. He had a lot to say. In this unfamiliar environment, people would subconsciously seek a sense of security from familiar people. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking and took the initiative to say, I live in Nanqiu Garden. If you have time, you can come over to visit. Shang Clan City is very big, we can walk around together. Shang Xianxi's eyes lit up, and she nodded happily. Xiao Dai was also at the side, shouting happily, I've been cooped up at home these past few days, I'm about to die of boredom. Now that Fang Yuan had returned to his original appearance, Little Butterfly didn't find it scary anymore. Then Shang Yanfei left with Shang Xianxi. The young masters were no longer restrained, and they could see some of their true colors. Many people extended invitations to Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan did not decline, only saying that he would definitely visit when he had time. These were just pleasantries. After the event was over, the two returned to Nanqiu Garden. Are you happy now? Bai Ningbing took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan and sneered. Happy about what? You already know the answer. Do you really want me to say it? Being in Shang Clan City, some things were not convenient to say. It would not benefit anyone. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything. Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. I have to admit, I underestimated you. You are truly amazing, even though I want to cut you into pieces. I admire your methods. She paused for a moment before continuing. A straightforward person does not beat around the bush. How can you give me the Yanggu? Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. Bai Ningbing taking the initiative to approach him meant that she was flustered. Shang Xianxi's matter had a huge impact on him. This was no doubt an opportunity. Since she wanted to lay her cards on the table, then let's do it. Thus Fang Yuan said. You and I are both smart people. If we were in each other's shoes, what would you do? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. I'm warning you, don't go too far. At most, we will fight to the death. Let's see who can gain the upper hand. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You're right, I've been thinking about it these days. We both have our weaknesses. In this situation, why should we fight each other and let the fishermen reap the benefits? Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan continued. How about this? Protect me to rank 5 peak stage, then I will return the Yanggu to you. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, then she sneered. You think I am an idiot like Shang Yizi? Rank 5 peak stage, to think you dare to say that. They agreed on rank 3 earlier, but Fang Yuan really went back on his words. Although Bai Ningbing was mentally prepared, but seeing Fang Yuan's shameless smile, she was filled with anger. Bai Ningbing, don't be so ungrateful. I saved your life. If not for my Yinggu, your soul would have returned to Qingmao Mountain long ago. Fang Yuan's expression darkened. Bai Ningbing did not back down, immediately retorting. If not for me blocking Generation Guyue, you would have died before me. If not for me at Baigu Mountain. That time you fell into the swamp, wasn't I the one who saved your life? The two of them argued back and forth in the room for 5 or 6 sentences. Suddenly, they stopped talking at the same time. The enmity between the two of them had long since become a messy account. But one thing was for sure, the two of them were able to reach this point because they borrowed each other's strength. If not for them helping each other, they would not have lived until today. The two fell into silence. The atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. What's your plan now? After a while, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. Stay in Shangclan City for 2 to 3 years. We have the token and Yuan stone now. It is enough to make a set of Gu worms. You fought with that Wei Yang. A Gu master needs to have a complete set of Gu worms to have power. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted. At most rank 4 peak stage. Also, I contributed a lot to Baigu Mountain. You have to give me half of your Yuan stone. Fang Yuan nodded. All right, let's make a promise by clapping hands. Bai Ningbing stared at him, furiously saying, do you think I am an idiot, making a promise by clapping hands? Use the poison Vao Gu, do you understand? Fang Yuan continued to nod. No problem, let's use the poison Vao Gu. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Fang Yuan agreed so readily, giving her a feeling of being schemed against. It was as if she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. But what? Bai Ningbing immediately became extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan continued. From now on, if we have any gains, we have to split them 30-70. You take 30 and I will take 70. If there are any Gu worms, I will have the priority to choose, and I will compensate you with Yuan stone. You have to agree to this condition. It is already my bottom line. Bai Ningbing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was more like it. If Fang Yuan did not have any conditions, it would be too abnormal. She had been with Fang Yuan for so long, and had never seen him suffer a loss before. This person was too sinister and cunning. Especially after today's matter, Bai Ningbing's fear towards Fang Yuan had increased to an unprecedented level. 370, it was really too much. Especially when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was much higher than Fang Yuan's. But if Fang Yuan did not make any excessive demands, Bai Ningbing would instead feel uneasy, thinking that this guy was up to no good again. After Fang Yuan mentioned it, Bai Ningbing instead felt more at ease. 370, let's do it. Bai Ningbing agreed. She did not care about the distribution of gains. Her biggest target was the Yanggu. After getting the information from Dr. Su Shou, her last trace of hope was shattered. The two spent the entire night discussing the details. Bai Ningbing looked at the agreement more than 10 times, and after confirming that Fang Yuan had no loopholes, she stopped. Thus, the next day, the first thing they did was to buy the poison Vao Gu. The poison Vao Gu was a rank 3 Gu, and because it had many uses, almost every shop in 3rd Inner City sold it. The original price was 4,500 Yuan stone. And at the same time, it required at least a yellow pear token. But after Fang Yuan showed the purple thorn token, the shopkeeper immediately shaved off the selling price by 1,500, and Fang Yuan paid 3,000 Yuan stone, obtaining the poison Vao Gu. The 9 tokens corresponded to different Gu, and each had a corresponding discount. I will refine it this time. Bai Ningbing directly took the poison Vao Gu. She was very careful. She wanted to refine the poison Vao Gu personally, and was afraid that Feng Yuan would do something to it. This poison Vao Gu was originally refined by someone, and with the cooperation of the shop, Bai Ningbing spent 15 minutes to refine this gu for her own use. Does your shop sell primeval elder gu? Bai Ningbing asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper shook his head, and respectfully told Bai Ningbing that the primeval elder gu was a rare rank 3 gu, and was usually only sold in auctions. But Feng and Bai had the purple thorn token. As long as it was not a large-scale auction, they could buy pre-auction items in advance. Wei Yang had already brought Feng and Bai to the auction area in 3rd Inner City. They easily went to the auction area, and in a small auction house, they spent 6,700 yuan stone and bought the primeval elder gu. We spent close to 10,000 yuan stone in the blink of an eye. We will split the cost of the poison Vao Gu. This primeval elder gu's cost will also be deducted from your share. Feng Yuan reminded. I will not haggle with you over such minor details. Bai Ningbing waved her hand, not caring much. She was used to spending lavishly, and did not care about money. She even looked down on Feng Yuan's haggling over the smallest details. To prevent any accidents from happening, the two returned to Nanqiu Garden and used the poison Vao Gu. Like this, a new alliance agreement was established. According to the alliance agreement, Feng Yuan took out half of the 900,000 yuan stone and put it into Bai Ningbing's primeval elder gu. Feng Yuan lost half of his wealth, but gained an ally like Bai Ningbing. It was a good deal. And Bai Ningbing also saw hope of obtaining the Yang Gu. Both sides were wary of each other and had their own plans. It was not easy to have such a happy ending. Now, can you help me advance to rank 3? Feng Yuan's expression was gloomy. Bai Ningbing laughed proudly, seeing Feng Yuan's ugly expression. She could not help but feel happy. These days, she did not provide any help to Feng Yuan's cultivation. But now that the alliance agreement was established, it was a different situation. Chapter 278. Swish swish swish, in the aperture, tides rose and fell. Waves of primeval essence gushed towards the aperture walls. The waves were like snow, shining with silver light. It was the snow-silver primeval essence. In the room, Bai Ningbing's palms pressed against Feng Yuan's back, using the bone-flesh unity gu to instill primeval essence into him. Once the primeval essence was converted by the bone-flesh unity gu, it would become Feng Yuan's, and could only be used by him. Feng Yuan mobilized the endless snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. He was now rank 2 peak stage. His primeval essence was dark red, and the aperture walls were crystal clear. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, he had to use the Yuan Stone to break through to rank 2 with rank 1 peak stage C-grade aptitude, and spent 3 to 4 days before he barely completed it. The process was extremely difficult. When he tried to break through to rank 3 with rank 2 peak stage, his aptitude was limited, and he had to use the Man-Beast Life Burial Gu. But now it was different. Not only had his aptitude increased to a grade 90%, he no longer needed the Man-Beast Life Burial Gu, and even had Bai Ningbing to help him. Life's encounters were truly miraculous. Even Feng Yuan would not have expected this at that time. The thick and solid crystal wall's surface, under the impact of the snow-silver primeval essence, quickly showed cracks. The cracks could be seen expanding and spreading at a visible speed. After a while, the entire crystal wall was full of cracks. Crack, crack. The crystal wall completely shattered, and countless crystal fragments fell into the primeval sea, creating many waves. Next, these fragments turned into countless white specks of light, gradually dissipating in the primeval sea. A brand new layer of white light completely replaced the crystal membrane. At the same time, a trace of light silver primeval essence appeared in the depths of the sea. Light silver primeval essence was the characteristic of rank 3 initial stage. At this moment, Feng Yuan had officially broken through rank 2 peak stage, advancing to rank 3. Not mentioning rank 6 Gu Immortals, rank 3 Gu Masters were already the core strength. And whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, they had the ability to establish themselves. It has only been a year since I left Qingmao Mountain, and I have already recultivated to rank 3 realm. This kind of cultivation speed is already more than 3 times that of Qing Mao Mountain. Moreover, his aptitude is a grade, and his future is bright. Feng Yuan clenched his fists, his heart filled with joy. Calculating the time, it was only 6 hours. That was fast. If he relied on his own strength, he could also break through to rank 3, but it would take at least a day and a night. The effect of the snow-silver true essence was indeed outstanding. At this moment, he carefully inspected the aperture. The pale white bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo had already been sold. More than half of his dark red peak second revolution primeval essence was still preserved. Bai Ningbing's injection did not stop. A stream of snow-silver quintessential essence descended from the sky like a waterfall into the sea of quintessential essence. It surged for a moment before sinking into the depths of the sea. The higher the realm, the better the quality of the true essence. The scarlet iron true essence and light silver true essence could only be pushed up by the snow-silver true essence. At the bottom of the true essence sea, a blue and white flower bud swayed along with the current. It was the rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, able to supply Feng Yuan with around 50 yuan stones a day. Beside the pure treasure lotus was the blood skull goo, emitting an evil aura. On the blood-red skull, there seemed to be purple flames flickering in the 2 deep eye sockets that looked like eye sockets. Not far from the blood skull goo, there was a crystal ball, motionless. In the crystal ball, the clouds faded, forming an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, looking like an immortal. The old man was holding a walking stick. He had a long beard and a plain expression. It was the primeval elder goo. Old man Yun was originally smiling, but after Feng Yuan took half of the yuan stone, his expression turned dull. There was also a jade pendant-like beetle fossil. It was translucent and green in color, emitting a refreshing aura. It was the rank 2 clearing heat goo, specially used to decipher heat. On the undulating sea surface, the 4 flavors liquor worm was rolling on the surface, playing with the waves. Its chubby body was flashing red, blue, green and yellow, representing the 4 tastes of spicy, bitter, sour and sweet. In the sky above the true essence sea, the sky canopy goo and yang goo were circling around the snow-silver waterfall, playing and flying. The sky canopy goo was like a giant ladybug. Its semicircular milky white shell was dotted with black spots. The yang goo was emitting a warm white light. The most important vital goo was still in hibernation, continuously absorbing the water in the river of time, recovering its life force. Other than these goo in the aperture, there was also the bone-flesh unity goo, forming a bracelet imprint, worn on Feng Yuan's wrist. In his palm, there was the blood moon goo. On his tongue, there was the Tusita flower imprint. In his left ear, there was the breath concealment goo. On his feet, there was the jumping grass goo. The fleshbone goo was obtained by Bai Ningbing. It was returned to her. Originally, there was a plunder goo that looked like an iron pincer black beetle. Feng Yuan had used it to snatch the goo worms in Bai Ningbing's aperture, but it had starved to death due to lack of food during the journey. These were all the goo worms that Feng Yuan had now. I need to keep the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but I do not have the recipe to continue refining it. I can use it now, but when I reach rank 4, its use will become lesser. Blood skull goo is almost useless to me. It is too troublesome to nurture a bloodline. It is time-consuming and energy-consuming. Back then, Guyue's generation was also forced to do so. This can be changed. It is one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea ancestor after all. Maybe I can exchange it for a good goo from the treasure realm. But the treasure realm is the foundation of Shang clan. Even if I have the purple thorn token, I need to think about it further. Spring-autumn cicada, primeval elder goo, and bone-flesh unity goo need not be said. Although the blood moon goo is easy to raise, it lacks attack power and cannot be used as a set. It is best to exchange the Tusita flower. There are better choices in the auction house. The breath concealment goo has to be exposed, but the jumping grass must be removed. It is meant to be used in emergencies. Other than these, I need to buy large numbers of strength goo to replenish my scouting and movement skills. At the same time, now that I have stabilized and gained Shang clan's trust, I can try to contact the gambling den. Feng Yuan thought about it carefully. The goo on him were pieced together. They were not a complete set. and they were lacking, it would severely affect his battle strength. Now that he was in Shangclan City, it was a rare chance to develop steadily. He had to use this chance and make the best use of his time. Within 2 to 3 years, he had to form a complete set of goo worms, solidify his battle strength, and raise his cultivation as much as possible. After this time, it would be the Three Kings' inheritance, followed by the righteous demonic battle of Etion Mountain, which would affect the whole of southern border. It was a time when the wind and clouds gathered, when heroes ruled the world. Without the corresponding strength, one could only become a sacrifice. If he had the qualifications to participate, with the advantage of Feng Yuan's rebirth, he would definitely gain huge benefits. Subordinate Wei Yang greets Lord Clan Leader. In the study room, Wei Yang knelt on the ground. Shang Yanfei stopped writing, raising his head. Wei Yang, sit, there are only the two of us here, no need to be so restrained. Thank you, Clan Leader, for the seat. Wei Yang stood up and sat at the side. Shang Yanfei laughed, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. You are still so serious. When we first met, you had yet to dominate the battle stage, and I was only a Shang Clan young master. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. It's all thanks to you that I was able to ascend to the position of clan leader. Subordinate does not deserve such praise. Wei Yang quickly stood up, cupping his fists. Subordinate is slow-witted. I only know how to put my life on the line. Lord Clan Leader is wise and mighty. Wei Yang is merely the icing on the cake. Hehehe, although I am wise and mighty, I am still alone. Only by gathering all of your strength can I gain momentum and gain power. 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, even a strong man needs help from 3. Am I right? Shang Yanfei looked at Wei Yang with deep meaning. Wei Yang immediately sensed Shang Yanfei's meaning, but he did not understand, cupping his fists. Subordinate is ashamed. Shang Yanfei suddenly changed the topic. I had thought that Bai Ningbing was a woman disguised as a man. After all, many clans value men over women. But today, I heard from Dr. Su Shou that Bai Ningbing had asked her about the yin-yang rotation goo. It seems there is more to this. However, whether she was a man or a woman was a minor detail that was no longer important. What is important is whether she and that Fangjing can work for our Shang clan. Wei Yang was enlightened. This subordinate understands. Good, you may leave. Shang Yanfei waved his hand. Subordinate takes his leave. Seeing the study room's door open and close, Shang Yanfei leaned on his chair, closing his eyes. Fang and Bai could snatch the inheritance from Bai clan, and also protect Shang Xinci all the way. It showed that they were brave and resourceful. Their aptitude was also very good. According to the information, they were rank 3. They were not even 20 years old. They had great aptitude. Most importantly, they knew how to repay kindness. This was a sign of good character, making others feel at ease. Furthermore, they were not born as peasants. They were the young tribe leaders of the 2 clans. They had deep righteous path imprints. Shang Yanfei had been in charge of Shang clan for so many years. He had seen countless young talents, but there were very few who could move him like Fang and Bai. But Shang Yanfei did not want to recruit Fang and Bai for himself, but for Shang Xinci. He opened his eyes and suddenly turned into a flash of fire, disappearing from the study room. When he reappeared, he was already in a huge corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were tall stone pillars. The ground was paved with silver-colored stone bricks. Shang Yanfei stood beside the stone pillar, like an ant beside a chopstick. He slowly walked forward. There was no one in the spacious hallway, only his footsteps echoed. A moment later, he reached the end of the corridor. A vermilion-red door appeared in front of him. The door was as tall as the corridor's pillar, and was about 30 meters wide. There was no handle on the door, but a huge human face was carved on it. The human face was protruding outwards, eyes closed in slumber. Using the yang carving technique, it was very lifelike. Shang Yanfei came to the door. Looking at the vermilion door, he said unhappily, "Living treasure door, stop pretending to be asleep. Is there any meaning? You have already played this trick too many times." The huge human face on the door suddenly opened its eyes, staring at Shang Yanfei, grumbling, "Ayaya, little Fei Fei, you have grown up. You are becoming less cute." As it said this, it opened its mouth, breathing out a gust of wind. causing Shang Yanfei's red hair to flutter. His voice was like the roar of thunder, and the entire corridor echoed with a buzzing sound. Chapter 279. Exchange treasures? The huge face on the giant door winked at the tiny Shang Yanfei in front of it and said, "Little Fei Fei, you're not trying to take advantage of me again, are you? Although we are old acquaintances, as the door of the treasure realm, I will not help you steal what you are guarding. Although we have a very deep friendship. How many times have I said it? Can you change the way you address me?" Shang Yanfei's forehead started to turn black. "Then what should I call you? Little Yan Yan, Little Yanfei, Little Yanzi?" Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand and said helplessly, "Never mind, you can call me whatever you want. Let's get back to business. I am really here to exchange treasures." "Oh." The huge face dragged his tone, appearing to be disinterested. "Getting back to business so quickly. It is so hard to find you to talk to. I am bored to death." Shang Yanfei sighed. "I am very busy living treasure door. You know, I am already the Shang clan leader. I am no longer the same as before." "Sigh, never mind, every Shang clan leader is like this. I thought little Fei Fei would be different from them. Actually, I do not have any requests. I just want to find someone to chat with. The night is long, the loneliness is unbearable." Living treasure door sighed faintly. "You are a door, and you say you are unbearable? Can't you just sleep?" Shang Yanfei's forehead was filled with black lines. "Sleep? But I can't sleep alone. You do not know how hard it is to live alone." Living treasure door started to complain. "I am not here to listen to your complaints. Get back to business. Get back to business." Shang Yanfei coughed. "Oh, then get back to business." Living treasure door's expression turned solemn. "You can exchange treasures. But I have a condition." It dragged its tone. Shang Yanfei immediately had a bad premonition. He frowned. "What condition? Don't tell me it is." "Ah, looking at your expression, little Fei Fei, you've already guessed it." That's right, I want you to pick my nose, pick my nose." Living treasure door shouted excitedly. "Pick my nose, nose shit." The deafening sound reverberated in the corridor. The veins on Shang Yanfei's forehead bulged. "Bastard, you're playing this game again?" "My nose is really itchy. It's so itchy that I can't even breathe smoothly. I don't have hands, so I can't pick my nose freely like you humans. I'm so pitiful." "Ah. Little Fei Fei, my good friend, please do me a favor and help me clean my nose. In return, I will give you my precious booger." The living treasure door sang in a poetic tone. "Hey, stop before you go too far." Shang Yanfei clenched his fists and roared at the end of his patience. The living treasure door snorted lightly with a look of, "What can you do to me?" Then it began to recite. "Pick your nose. Pick your nose. Pick your nose. If I don't pick my nose, I won't trade for treasures. I picked my nose, good baby." His voice shook the air and rumbled in the solemn corridor. Shang Yanfei lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. The sound of him picking his nose continued to echo in his ears. All right, stop reciting, I'll help you, all right?" Shang Yanfei roared, feeling helpless. Even if he was a Grand Rank 5 Gu Master, the leader of Shang Clan, he could do nothing against the living treasure door. After all, the treasure realm was left behind by Shang Clan's predecessors. This was the work of a rank 5 and above Gu immortal. "Oh yeah." The living treasure door let out a cheer of victory, before shouting impatiently, Come, I can't wait anymore." Shang Yanfei's expression was stiff, his eyes twitching, but he still stretched out his right hand. On his right palm, there was a small palm print, bright red and glistening. At this moment, he activated his primeval essence, and the blood print flew out, turning into a huge bright red palm. Rank 5 blood handprint Gu. Anything that was hit by this Gu, be it birds, beasts, insects or fish, as long as there was blood in them, they would turn into a pool of blood. It was extremely powerful. Shang Yanfei used this to move unhindered in the southern border, establishing his reputation. But now, he used the blood handprint to satisfy the living treasure door's eccentricity. Picking his nose, the huge bright red palm formed a fist, and with a straight index finger, the fingertip went into the living treasure door's nostril. The living treasure door groaned in comfort. "Good like this. Oh, so refreshing. Go deeper, right, go deeper." Use more strength, it's more flavorful. Ah, so refreshing. Little Fei Fei, your technique is really amazing. Tch. The living treasure door opened its mouth and sneezed. Countless red, yellow, blue and green boogers were sprayed out. Looking carefully, the red one was hurricane wind pepper, a divine fusion refinement support material that was already extinct in the southern border. The yellow one was sorrow soil. It was extremely rare, and was one of the materials used to refine rank 6 goo. The blue one was ice heart. Only in the heart of an iceberg that was thousands of years old would one be born. The green one was grass skirt goo, a rank 5 goo that had no defensive power, but after the goo master used it, they could wear a layer of grass skirt. It could directly absorb the free primeval energy in the air, and quickly replenish the primeval essence in the aperture. Alright, my breathing is smooth again, these boogers are all yours. I don't want to eat any more, it's too disgusting. After the living treasure door sneezed, he sniffled, feeling extremely refreshed. Shang Yanfei kept all these things into his bag, and sighed helplessly. Can we talk about proper business now? Of course, of course. What treasure does little Fei Fei want to exchange for? The living treasure door's mood became much better. I remember there is a rank 5 man triumphing heaven goo in the treasure realm. I want to exchange for it. Shang Yanfei answered. The living treasure door's face showed a strange expression. Man triumphing heaven goo. This goo has the power to defy heaven and change fate. It is specially used for mortals who do not have cultivation talent to forcefully awaken their apertures. This goo is very expensive, little Fei Fei. Although we have a deep friendship and you have dug my nose many times, I cannot defy the rules of the treasure realm. If you want to exchange for this goo, you need to take out a more valuable goo and send it to the treasure realm. Can you not mention the matter of digging your nose? The veins on Shang Yanfei's forehead were bulging. He took out a goo from his aperture. This goo was like a baby's palm, soft and chubby, like a translucent agate crystal. There were thousands of red bloodlines on the palm, causing the palm to emit a ghostly aura. The living treasure door saw this goo and immediately exclaimed in shock. Hey, you want to give up blood handprint goo? Little Fei Fei, I remember this is one of your most useful goo worms. Didn't you want to collect the Blood Sea True Inheritance? Have you given up on the dream of your youth? Shang Yanfei sighed helplessly. There are countless Blood Sea inheritances. The true inheritances are hidden among them. It is too difficult to find them. Even though I have been using Shang Clan's resources to investigate, all these years, I have only found 2 true inheritances. I want to exchange for the man triumphing heaven goo. I cannot give up on the more valuable goo worms I have. I can only temporarily give up blood handprint goo. When there is a chance, I will exchange it back. Shang Yanfei's goo worms mostly came from the Blood Sea inheritance, causing him to be proficient in the path of bloodlines. Thus, when Shang Xianci entered Shang Clan City, she was immediately sensed by him. Alright, since you have made your decision. Living treasure door said as he opened his mouth and swallowed the blood handprint goo. Gulp. With a loud sound, it swallowed the blood handprint goo into the treasure realm. Next, with a retching sound, it opened its mouth and spat out a goo. This goo was like a 1,000-year-old ginseng, with countless roots. The old ginseng was yellow in color. Its radiance was restrained, the top part was round, but the bottom part was split, like a pair of human legs. It was the man triumphing heaven goo. Quickly refine it. Once we leave the treasure realm, in 3 breaths of time, this goo will regain its wild nature. If you refine it, it will be difficult. Living treasure door urged. Shang Yanfei nodded, activating a luxurious purple crystal primeval essence, and refining the man triumphing heaven goo. He. With this goo, Ci air will be enlightened. I will also use some aptitude-raising goo to help her cultivate. In the future, I will recruit Fong and Bai and use them as her wings. Ci air, I will make you happy. And in this world, strength is the prerequisite for happiness. Shang Yanfei kept the man triumphing heaven goo in his aperture, his emotions fluctuating. I am leaving, living treasure door. He said to the huge door. Hey, you are leaving so soon? Accompany me for a chat. It is too boring to stay here alone. Living treasure door said anxiously. But with a flash of blood flame, Shang Yanfei disappeared. Ah, this rascal. He left me alone again, so pitiful, so stuffy, so boring. Living treasure door's grumbling voice resounded in the corridor. At the banquet, good wine and delicacies were being served. The atmosphere was very lively. Brother Wei, Brother Xiaoyan, come, let's drink another cup. Feng Yuan stood up and raised his cup, while Bai Ningbing expressionlessly picked up some food. Wei Yang and Xiaoyan raised their cups at the same time. The three cups collided fiercely, the wine splattering on the table and the food. Back in the battle zone, Feng Yuan had said he would treat them to a meal, but Xiaoyan did it first. This time he fulfilled his promise and invited them to a banquet in a large restaurant. To think that Brother Fengzheng actually saved Shang Clan's daughter. Good things come to good people. Purple Thorn Token, TSK, I am really envious. Xiaoyan was a cheerful and honest person. He did not hide his envy towards Feng Yuan. He had lived in Shang Clan City for many years. He knew the value of the Purple Thorn Token. Wei Yang put down his cup. I wonder what you two plan to do next. Feng Yuan answered. We are going to stay in Shang Clan City for a while. We will exchange our useless goo worms and buy some more to make a set. Good idea. Very correct. Even if you did not do this, I would have reminded you. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, feeling happy. Feng and by staying meant there would be more opportunities to recruit them. Chapter 280. Nurture, Use, Refinement. These were the three main aspects of a goo master's cultivation. No matter which aspect, they were deep and profound. The knowledge was as vast as the sea. Normal people could spend their entire lives and still not understand them. Brother Wei, please give me some pointers. At the banquet, Feng Yuan cupped his fists. We hit it off right from the start. We are family, no need to be polite. Wei Yang cleared his throat, speaking. From the big picture, goo masters are split into 9 ranks. Rank 1 to 5 become mortals. Rank 6 to 9 become immortals. Among millions of goo masters, there might be one who becomes an immortal. Becoming an immortal is too far-fetched. Even publicly recognized geniuses might not succeed. Let's not talk about immortals, let's talk about mortals. Among the 5 ranks in the mortal realm, rank 1 and 2 are just the beginning, while rank 4 and 5 are high-end battle strength. Rank 3 in the middle is the link between the two. The two of you have cultivated to this stage. You have already reached a higher level. Rank 3 is especially important. During this period, you will have a solid foundation and choose the right direction to develop. You will have great achievements in the future. When a goo master reaches rank 3, their individual strength cannot be ignored. In many villages, rank 3 goo masters are clan elders. During this period, the goo master first needs to determine their own direction of development, then create a set of goo worms. To become a logistics goo master, the goo worms have to be storage-type goo worms. To become an investigative goo master, the goo worms have to be investigative. To have success in fusion, the goo master can choose to deduce goo worms in this aspect and create new recipes. If one likes scheming, they can collect lightning thoughts goo, immortal guidance goo, and others. Wei Yang continued to introduce. The so-called direction was attack, defense, healing, storage, movement, investigation, these 6 main aspects. Healing goo masters were doctors, they had high status. Storage goo masters were logistics goo masters, every force could not lack them. Wei Yang was a movement goo master, his core goo worm was rainbow light goo. Of course, other than these 6 main aspects, there were other small branches. For example, goo masters specialized in refinement. They had goo worms to speed up the refinement, or to weaken the goo worm's will. For example, insect-catching goo masters. They specialized in finding and capturing wild goo worms. All in all, at rank 3, goo masters would start to have complicated and detailed job classifications. Goo masters would become more specialized in a certain domain. At this point, Wei Yang paused and looked at Feng and Bai, asking, I wonder if the two of you have decided on the direction of your development? Attack. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing said in unison without any hesitation. Both of them advocated attacking. Aggression was second nature to them, and they were both arrogant and unruly. Wei Yang nodded. He was not surprised. He had read many people and could guess Feng and Bai's choice. He continued. Next, we need to choose goo worms and combine them into a set of interconnected systems. A set of goo worms had many benefits. First of all, in terms of feeding, similar goo worms were fed with similar food, which was convenient to collect, store, and trade. Secondly, in terms of usage, the goo worms could coordinate and complement each other. For example, Wei Yang's rainbow light goo expended a lot of primeval essence. Wei Yang used light source goo to reduce this expenditure. Finally, in terms of refinement, put similar goo worms together and refine them to a higher rank. Not only could it save money, but it also had a higher success rate than the fusion of goo worms. Since you have chosen the offensive aspect, then there is no doubt that the offensive type goo will be the core. All the other goo worms will have to serve this core. Take Little Xiao for example. He chose the pellet fire goo as his main attacking method. Thus, I suggest he split one goo into two to increase the number of pellet fires. He also chose the enormous goo to increase the size of the pellet fire and increase its power. He also chose the fire source goo to reduce the primeval essence expenditure. He also used the fire travel goo as his movement type goo. Wei Yang patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan pretended to have a bitter expression. Brother Wei, you have exposed all my secrets. Wei Yang did not mind. Haha, your secrets have already been exposed by others. Right now, who in the battle stage doesn't know what goo worms you have? Soon after, Wei Yang turned to Fang and Bai and said, even if all your goo worms are exposed, it is not a problem. As long as you combine them well, you can deal with any situation. The core goo worm is the foundation of the entire set. Have the two of you thought about what offensive goo to use as the core? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. Before this, I have already used many goo worms to increase my strength. Strength is my advantage. I want to continue down this path and use my great strength to suppress my opponents. Bai Ningbing directly said the name of a goo. Frost Demon Goo. Speaking of which, Bai Ningbing originally had a rank 3 Frost Demon Goo. Frost Demon Goo could allow a Goo Master to turn into a Frost Demon, and Bai Ningbing was very good at using it. Unfortunately, during the battle with Guyue Qingshu, the Frost Demon Goo was destroyed. This caused Bai Ningbing to be obsessed with the Frost Demon Goo. Wei Yang heard this and frowned. You want to walk the Strength Path and Ice Path. Ice Path has the advantage in defense. Frost Demon Goo, Snow Woman Goo and Ice Crystal Goo are the three most popular transformation type goo. Frost Demon Goo and Snow Woman Goo are suitable for females, while Ice Crystal Goo is more suitable for males. As for Fangjing, you want to walk the Strength Path. Wei Yang shook his head. I am not trying to discourage you, but this idea is not reliable. Strength Path is the most common choice. Why? Because it is cheap and good. Strength Path related goo are mostly cheap. But Strength Path is also the hardest to stand out, and can easily become mediocre. I will tell you the truth, I have walked the Strength Path before, but to purify the increased strength in my body, I had to spend a lot of Yuan Stone. Most demonic goo masters lack capital, and use Strength Path as a springboard. But Brother Fangjing, you have the Purple Thorn token and hundreds of thousands of Yuan Stone. You don't need to take this detour. Strength Path is really hard to stand out. Hearing Wei Yang's words, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and nodded. Wei Yang smiled in relief. It was not a waste of his words. Xiao Yan also smiled. Listening to Brother Wei's words, I also gained a lot. Brother Wei is right, but I still want to walk the Strength Path. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Yes, I have decided to give up on the Frost Demon Goo, and choose Ice Crystal Goo. At the side, Bai Ningbing also made up her mind. Wei Yang's smile froze on his face. Hey, did you guys listen to Brother Wei's words earlier? Xiao Yan shouted. Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a smile, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. Because Ice Crystal Goo is suitable for men, I chose it. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Thank you Brother Wei for your suggestion, but I like Strength Path. Others can't stand out if they choose it, but if I stand out, wouldn't that show off my strength? Ha ha ha. Only with difficulty can there be a challenge. Only with a challenge can there be a sense of accomplishment. I was hesitant, but after hearing Brother Wei's words, great, this is it. Choosing Strength Path was Fang Yuan's plan. It was related to the Three Kings' inheritance in a few years. This could not be told to outsiders. You two. Xiaoyan was stunned, not knowing what to say. This you two need to reconsider, this is not a joke. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, his tone anxious. He had never expected his words to have the opposite effect. Brother Wei, no need to persuade me. Roads are made by humans, I have made up my mind. Ha ha ha, let's continue drinking. Feng Yuan spoke in time, his attitude firm, causing Wei Yang's words to be stuck in his stomach. Sigh. Wei Yang helplessly raised his wine cup, but he made up his mind to persuade the two. Especially this Feng Yuan, he was simply messing around. Treating his future as a joke, he should not have done that. If this goes on, he would be wasting his talent. Wei Yang could not watch it anymore. He needed to correct his thinking. This was the future star that Lord Tribe Leader wanted to recruit. After the banquet ended, after sending off the nagging Wei Yang and Xiaoyan, Feng and Bai returned to the shop. After showing the purple thorn token, Bai Ningbing spent 28,000 yuan stone to buy the rank 3 ice crystal goo. Feng Yuan chose a rank 2 brown bear innate strength goo, spending 4,100 yuan stone. You really intend to make ice crystal goo your vital goo? After leaving the shop, Feng Yuan asked with a frown. Bai Ningbing knew what he was asking. She was already rank 3 peak stage, one more step, and she would be rank 4 realm. She could buy rank 4 goo worms in advance. But Bai Ningbing shook her head, her expression solemn. I do not intend to advance to rank 4. Yesterday, I found that my aptitude rose by 1 point. The northern dark ice soul physique was like a curse, coiling around Bai Ningbing's body. As she continued to cultivate, Bai Ningbing's aptitude would eventually recover to 100% and return to the 10 extreme physique. Thus, she would rather give up on advancing to rank 4. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence had better quality than white silver primeval essence, and could nourish the aperture more easily, allowing Bai Ningbing's aptitude to recover faster. Feng Yuan couldn't help but slow down. Is that so? It seems you can't leave the Yanggu in my hands. Hee, maybe you can go to Fengyu Manor to inquire. They specialize in selling information. They might have what you need. You're not coming with me? Bai Ningbing stopped, looking at Feng Yuan. I want to go to the gambling den. Feng Yuan smiled. All right. Looking at Bai Ningbing's departing figure, Feng Yuan's smile gradually disappeared. He returned to the shop. Shopkeeper, I forgot some things, do you have them here? He took out a list. The shopkeeper did not dare to neglect a guest with a purple thorn token. Looking at the contents of the list, he nodded. We have them, our shop has them. Very good, prepare one for me, immediately. Yes. A moment later, he walked out from the back door of the shop, following another path going down to the gambling area. Chapter 281. This was a black rock. It was the size of a wash basin. The surface of the black rock flickered with specks of blue light. At first glance, it looked like sparse stars twinkling in the darkness. This was a stellar rock. But different from the surrounding stellar rocks, this stellar rock was squarish, like a brick. However, it was this rock buried in a corner that had a legendary goo worm taken out. And that lucky person, who was originally a nameless person, used this goo to make a name for himself in the strength path, gaining an achievement that others were envious of. Feng Yuan stood here, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He somewhat understood why no one was interested in this stubborn rock. This was an extremely luxurious large-scale gambling den. Business was very good. Although it was third inner city, there was a huge crowd around him. According to classification, the rocks were divided into 5 areas: miscellaneous, low, middle, high, and special grade. In the miscellaneous grade area, each rock was sold for a dozen or so yuan stone. The lower grade rocks were sold for 100 yuan stones on average. Middle grade rocks were sold for 1,000, high grade up to 10,000, and special grade rocks were sold for hundreds of thousands. And this stellar rock was in the miscellaneous grade area. Mixed grade stones were the stones that were the least valued, and their quality was the worst. Most of them were solid rocks. Even if a goo worm was taken out, it would mostly be the remains of dead goo worms. Especially after the demonic goo master Wei Shenjing appeared, the miscellaneous grade rocks market was severely impacted. Wei Shenjing was an expert in counterfeiting. People called him the counterfeit master. He made a fortune by selling large amounts of counterfeit miscellaneous grade rocks, Almost all the large clans had his arrest warrant. In the southern border, he was a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Miscellaneous grade rocks were becoming more and more unpopular, but it was not that no one cared about them. Sometimes, some goo masters who were in a good mood would come out to shop and gamble. They would buy a few miscellaneous grade rocks and gamble for fun. Or professional gamblers would use them to test their luck. After all, miscellaneous grade rocks were cheap. To some goo masters, they would not feel heartache even if they lost. But the problem was this was third inner city. Most of the goo masters here were rank 3 goo masters. Rank 3 was the rank of clan elder. At this level, most would have some family assets. Even if they wanted to test their luck, they would choose some lower grade rocks that had a higher chance of winning. Gambling on miscellaneous grade rocks, to them, was somewhat beneath their level. Of course, in such a large-scale gambling den, with people coming and going, there would be some goo masters who would try to get their hands on these miscellaneous grade rocks. But, how could they think that this stellar rock would hide a legendary goo worm in this counter? Feng Yuan laughed in his heart. Indeed, this stellar rock was used as a stepping stone, placed under a corner of the counter. With so many people coming and going, who would pay attention to an ordinary counter in the middle of dozens of long counters in the miscellaneous area? These counters were filled with origin stones of mixed grade, one after another, stacked on top of another. They were cheap, like the stacks of vegetables and fruits in the market on Earth. The goo masters who came here would all focus their attention on these primeval stones. Therefore, no one had ever paid any attention to this stellar stone, to the extent that it was gradually covered in dust, becoming even more unremarkable. No one knew when or who had used the stone as a stepping stone. No one knew how many people had passed by the stone during this period of time. Until one day, a goo master who was not doing well tripped on the corner of this counter when he walked here. Logically speaking, this goo master could only blame himself for being careless. The counter did not move. Many goo masters walked past it, but no one was bumped into. Just like an electric pole, it stood on the street, not provoking anyone, but there would always be people careless, bumping into the electric pole while walking. How could this be blamed on the electric pole? But no matter which world, resolving disputes was not through reasoning, but through strength. A rooster raised by a farmer crowed, causing the farmer to be unable to sleep in. Thus, in a fit of anger, the farmer slaughtered the rooster. There was nothing wrong with this. No matter which world, the big shots only needed to take a small step back, and the conflict could be resolved. But in the end, the big shots would not take a step back, and the small shots would have to make a huge sacrifice. The goo master tripped. Although he did not fall, he was very angry. He vented his anger on this stumbling block. Very well. Since you dare to trip me, I will cut you off. Thus, the goo master bought this stone, and cut it open in front of everyone. Then, the legendary goo appeared. It was a very dramatic event. Because of this dramatic event, it was passed down by everyone in Feng Yuan's previous life. And now, this dramatic event had not happened yet. This star stone was still perfectly fine as a stepping stone. It was silent and quiet. And Feng Yuan's foot was only 2 feet away from it. Customer, is this your first time gambling on stones? A shop assistant walked over. He saw Feng Yuan's dazed eyes, not knowing that he was using the corner of his eyes to observe the stone under his feet. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose, replying, more or less. If he did not count his previous life's experience, this was indeed only his second time since his rebirth. Noob. Easy to trick. The shop assistant's smile became brighter. Then please come in. To speak the truth, the stones here are the cheapest, but there are no good things if they are cheap. The quality is not good, and the shape is weird. What can you gamble for? Allow me to introduce you to the guests. Oh, go ahead. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, following the shop assistant into the gambling den. Customer, do you know how the stubborn stones are created? The shop assistant walked in front, turning around to ask. Without waiting for Feng Yuan to reply, he answered himself. As the saying goes, man is the spirit of all living beings, goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is full of spirit, good at creation, and has the highest intelligence. Thus he created many new goo worms that do not exist in nature. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. They do not have any intelligence, but their small bodies contain the law fragments of the great Tao. Heaven and earth leave a trace of life. Some goo worms are heavily injured, or do not have food. They can fall into hibernation. After a long time, a layer of stone will condense around their body. The stone layer thickens, becoming stone skin. The stone skin thickens again, becoming stone flesh. After a long time, the stone flesh thickens and solidifies, finally turning into stubborn stones. These stubborn stones tightly wrap around the goo worm and are affected by the law fragments in the goo worm's body, gradually becoming different, very different from the surrounding soil and stones. When people find these stubborn stones, they carefully collect them. And this is the stubborn stone you see now. Feng Yuan nodded, walking as he answered. Yes, I have vaguely heard of the origin of the stubborn stones. The deeper they walked into the gambling den, the more goo masters there were. Many goo masters were picking stones, or discussing in low voices. The gambling den was spacious, and the whispers made it even more quiet. The shop assistant spoke frankly with assurance. Customer, since you want to gamble, then you cannot be careless. Although our shop is a gambling den, we do not cheat people. We have to let you gamble without worry and understand the situation. Our shop mainly sells old man stones, cart-pushing stones, stellar stones, and frost stones. Every stone is divided into 5 grades according to their appearance, and their prices are also different. Some are as high as 100,000, while some are only a few yuan stone. Customer, the place you were at just now was the cheapest mixed grade area. Why didn't I suggest you buy there? Because the stubborn stones in the mixed grade area have the worst appearance. Let's take stellar stones as an example. Stellar stones usually contain starlight-type goo. These goo contain the laws of the movement of the stars. Thus the stubborn stones gradually form speckles of starlight. Among the star-type goo, the most commonly seen is the rank 1 star dart goo. Thus the stubborn stones have the shape of a dart, or the star arrow bone. The stubborn stones are usually long, with one end sharp and the other side spreading out. There is also the meteor goo. The stubborn stones look like a ball but have a tail. These shaped stones have a high chance of having goo worms. Of course, other than the outer appearance, there are many other factors. For example, the more starlight speckles, the higher the chance of having a goo inside, and the higher the rank of the goo worm. Customer, what you see now is the middle grade stone. You will find that the appearance is no doubt better. Of course, the price here is slightly higher. Yes, that is true. Feng Yuan casually agreed. The shop assistant said with a proud tone. Our shop has the most outstanding rock dissecting masters, with at least 20 years of experience. Among them, there is a division master who specializes in using acid to dissect rocks. He has been dissecting rocks for over 50 years. I strongly suggest customer, after choosing the stubborn stones, dissect them in our shop. The rock dissecting masters are even more professional. They have a set of specialized goo worms for dissecting rocks. The method of dissecting rocks also needs to be chosen appropriately. For example, to dissect stellar stones, it is best to use magnetism. To dissect old man's rocks, use acid. If the stubborn stones have goo, they are extremely weak. Choosing an inappropriate method can easily cause a fatal blow to the goo. By then, it will be too late to regret. Customer, if you choose a rock in the high grade or special grade area, our shop will dissect it for you for free. If it is in the middle grade or low grade area, you will have to pay additional fees. As for the mixed grade area, I do not recommend customer to hire a rock dissecting master. Normally, the cost of hiring a master is several times higher than the cost of buying the rock. Back on Qingmao Mountain, when Jia Clan's caravan came, Feng Yuan had dissected the purple gold rock himself. But his method could be said to be a violent dissection. Fortunately, the purple gold rock was relatively soft, the mudskin toad's tenacious vitality, and of course, Feng Yuan's rich experience. The violent dissection method could not be used widely, as it could kill the living goo. If Feng Yuan wanted to dissect rocks, he would need the help of this shop's rock dissection master. After strolling around, Feng Yuan finally casually chose a few rocks in the low-grade area. There were old man stones, cart-pushing stones, and stellar stones. The shop assistant could not help but be disappointed, but with his glib tongue, he tried his best to persuade Feng Yuan to buy a few higher-grade ones. But how could Feng Yuan fall for his trick? After spending so much effort, this was the result. The shop assistant's voice became weak. "Customer, do you have a token? If it is a yellow pair token or above, there will be a discount in terms of price. Please show it to me." But at the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, his mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs almost popped out. "Purple thorn token? Oh my god!" Chapter 282. The purple thorn token was in Feng Yuan's hand, emitting a brilliant light, like a dream or illusion. The shop assistant stared at the token with a dazed expression. After a while, he suddenly woke up and said in a respectful tone, "Esteemed guest, forgive me for being blind. Please wait for a moment, I will call the shopkeeper over." The shopkeeper was a fat middle-aged man. When he heard that the redbud token had appeared, he immediately ran over with a jolt. Seeing Feng Yuan, he immediately bowed. "Esteemed guest, your arrival really brings light to our humble shop," Feng Yuan said plainly, pointing at the stones he specially picked. "I've gambled some small stones, I'll have to trouble you to open them." The shopkeeper quickly looked and was stunned. Why were they all low-grade stones? He quickly looked at the shop assistant, his gaze seemed to be reproaching. "Those who have the purple thorn token are all important people, big customers, and you actually asked him to choose these goo?" The shop assistant stood at the side uneasily, unable to say a word. The shopkeeper bowed his head towards Feng Yuan. "Esteemed guest, there is no problem if you want to open the stones. Those who have the purple thorn token can open stones for free in all the gambling dens. As for these stones, there is a discount, only 650 yuan stone. I know the rules of the gambling den, first pay, then open the stones." Feng Yuan nodded, taking out the corresponding amount of yuan stone from the primeval elder gu. The shopkeeper quickly took the yuan stone and immediately called the shop assistant. "Quickly go and invite Master Duan, Master Huang, Master Zhang, Master Zhao and Master Ma out." He then turned to Feng Yuan. "Esteemed guest, the stone opening platform is inside the den, please move aside." The 5 stone-cutting masters were resting in the small courtyard behind the gambling den. At their level, ordinary rocks wouldn't cause them to make a move. And some young gu masters, mostly their apprentices, were in charge of opening the stones normally. The shop assistant ran to the small courtyard and stated his purpose. "Oh, inviting us 4 old fellows out?" The 5 old masters' eyes brightened. Could it be that someone bought those special grade stubborn stones? The old masters immediately felt their hands itching. The shop assistant shook his head. "It's just some low-grade rocks." The expressions of the old masters immediately changed, revealing a displeased look. The division master snorted coldly. Asking them to remove the inferior stones was simply an insult, and it was a belittling of their status. But the shop assistant immediately said, "The visitor is a distinguished guest with a redbud token. The shopkeeper specially asked me to invite the 5 of you." "What? Redbud token? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? For thousands of years, Shang clan has only given out a few hundred purple thorn tokens. There's actually a redbud token owner? Quick, quick, quick. What are you waiting for?" The 5 old masters hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard and onto the workbench. On the workbench, the young stonecutters were shocked and hurriedly greeted him. The old masters waved their hands and chased the younger generation off the stage. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. Many gazes were directed at him. People whispered to each other, and could not help but feel curious. What's going on? It's rare to see the 5 old masters of the 5 masters coming out together. Could it be that someone bought a batch of special grade stubborn stones? Feng Yuan, accompanied by the shopkeeper, had already arrived in front of the workbench where the rocks were being cut in public. But he did not move forward and kept a low profile, only watching from afar. But the 5 old masters were old and experienced. Their gazes swept around, and saw that the shopkeeper was like a little attendant following beside a young man. How could they not know Feng Yuan's identity? But Feng Yuan only watched from afar, and did not walk forward. The 5 old masters could not help but guess. It seems this young master does not want to be known. This was also normal. Many people were like this before they dissected the stones. Losing the bet would cause them to lose face. Looks like I have to perform well this time, and strive to leave a deep impression on this esteemed guest. It would be best if I can establish a relationship with him. The 5 old masters were secretly calculating, rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. The stones that Feng Yuan chose were given priority by the shop assistant. When the surrounding people saw these stones, they were shocked. What? These are all low-grade stones. Am I seeing things, these lousy stones? Cutting the inferior stones for the old masters. This is simply an insult to them. But a scene that made them stare in shock happened. The 5 old masters held these inferior stones with both hands, and carefully placed them on the stone table in front of them. Their expressions were extremely serious and solemn. Then they summoned their goo worms and started to dissect the stones in front of everyone. Most of the 5 old masters were ranked 2 peak stage, only the division master was rank 3. For a moment, all kinds of goo worms appeared, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. What's going on? Don't tell me these stones have a great origin, and are not as simple as they seem? I have never seen such serious expressions from the 5 old masters. On the stage, goo worms flew around as the 5 old masters showed off their unique methods. The division master had the highest cultivation, and was the stone dissecting master of the gambling den. He was proficient in acid dissecting stones. First, he took out a large bowl and summoned a snake goo to spit out green acid. Then he carefully placed the stones in the acid. Bubbles kept popping up. After a long while, his hands were covered in a layer of light, and he took out the shrunken stone. Then he placed it in another acid. Master Zhang used the magnetism dissecting method. His palms faced each other. The stones floated in the air between his palms. Tiny stone chips were constantly being sucked out by the power of the magnetism. There were also other masters. Some summoned toad goo and used the toad's tongue to lick the stones. Some used fire to roast, while some controlled a small whirlwind to cut the stones. A group of young stonecutters stood behind the old masters, dumbfounded. Why was there a need to make such a big fuss about these inferior stones? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Could it be that the old master's actions had a deeper meaning? No, I have to observe carefully. The result of my observation made everyone dumbfounded. These inferior stones, after being dissected, did not have any material. It was either solid or hollow. There wasn't even a single dead goo in sight. What is this? I thought there was something fishy. So they are all ordinary inferior stones. What are these old masters doing here? They are really wasting my time. The surrounding crowd was greatly disappointed and left with a flick of their sleeves. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. In the past, when he saw that the stones chosen by the gamblers did not have any goo worms, he would be extremely happy. But now, he wished he could stuff a few goo worms into the stones. An esteemed guest with a purple thorn token could not be easily offended. He carefully looked at Feng Yuan, wanting to say some comforting words. But Feng Yuan had already opened his mouth, smiling. No matter, it seems my luck is not good today. I will not gamble anymore. I will come again when I have time. The shopkeeper and the worker respectfully sent Feng Yuan to the door. They still wanted to send him out of the street, but were stopped by Feng Yuan. Only when Feng Yuan's figure disappeared at the end of the street did the shopkeeper straighten his back. He turned around and gave the worker beside him a violent knock. Who asked you to neglect the esteemed guest? The worker held his head in pain, not daring to say a word. Feng Yuan's visit today was only to probe. Now that he found his target, this trip was already a success. As for the stellar stone, he could not sell it directly, he had to go through some trouble. If Feng Yuan wanted to obtain that goo, he would have to open the stellar stone. He did not have the methods to open it himself, and to gather a set of specialized goo worms, the expenditure was huge, thus he had to hand it over to the old masters in the gambling den. If the old masters opened the stones in public, it would cause a commotion. If he used the purple thorn token and asked them to open the stones in secret, it would not be appropriate, and would make people suspicious. If Feng Yuan got a legendary goo right from the start, his luck would be too good. Feng Yuan did not doubt Shang Clan's enormous power. Shang Yanfei had just investigated him. He must have known that Feng Yuan got the Mudskin toad in Jia Clan's caravan. If Feng Yuan gambled twice, Once he got the mudskin toad, and the other time he got the legendary goo. Shang Yanfei was an astute person. How could he not be suspicious? Stone gambling involved huge benefits. If Shang Yanfei suspected that Feng Yuan had a method to detect if there was a goo in the stone, he would definitely be moved, and even make a move. Feng Yuan did not have such a method, but he could not expose some of his goo worms. Especially the spring-autumn cicada. Especially on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei was not the main threat. The real threat came from rank 6 goo masters. Almost all overlord-level forces had rank 6 goo masters behind them. Once goo masters reached rank 6, they would live in seclusion for over 10 years. Because their strength had reached a qualitative change, they had their own difficulties and had to take responsibility for themselves. But if spring-autumn cicada was exposed, these rank 6 goo masters would definitely flock over. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. Feng Yuan was a cautious person. How could he make a big mistake in such a small matter? He had to eliminate all reasons to expose spring-autumn cicada, even if he had to bear the risk of the stellar stone being discovered. According to his previous life's memories, the chances of the legendary goo being discovered were very small. But even if it was discovered, Feng Yuan had corresponding methods to resolve it. It was better than arousing suspicion, and the threat of spring-autumn cicada being exposed. For the next few days, I will go to the stone gambling area and buy some stones to gamble, leaving behind some impressions. Feng Yuan thought along the way, as he walked back to Nanqiu Garden. Bai Ningbing had already returned from Fengyu Building. I was waiting for you. Saying so, she handed the ice crystal goo to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan used spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it, and threw it back to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing helped him cultivate, and he would help Bai Ningbing refine the goo. This was part of the poison vow. Bai Ningbing took the ice crystal goo, and walked into the secret room to refine it. Feng Yuan also walked into another secret room, and started refining a type of goo. Chapter 283. In the secret room, starlight shone clearly. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, starting to refine goo. After parting with Bai Ningbing, he went to a shop again and bought everything needed for the goo refinement. Of course, to prevent the recipe from being exposed, he added some unnecessary things to disguise it. He willed summoning a goo. This goo was like a spherical airbag, fist-sized and orange in color. Its surface was wrinkled and somewhat thick, making it uncomfortable to touch. This was the rank 1 smelly fart goo. Its only use was to emit a foul smell, and had no attack power. Don't think that this goo's effect was strong, but it was widely used as a goo refinement material. Feng Yuan silently injected light silver primeval essence, causing the smelly fart goo's body to slowly expand and float in the air. At the same time, he opened a mud jar in front of him. Immediately, a rotten stench spread out. This jar was filled with rotten swamp mud. It was black and sticky. This mud was also a widely used goo refinement material. Rice bag grass go. Feng Yuan willed and shot out a seed from his aperture. The seed was shot into the mud jar, and as the primeval sea level in his aperture decreased, dark green vines drilled out from the rotten swamp mud. The vines continued to extend out of the mud jar, and after covering an area of 2 feet, they grew branches and large leaves grew. These green leaves were plump like buckets. They were small at first, but quickly expanded to the size of a bowl. Feng Yuan peeled off the top of these leaves, revealing the pure white rice grains inside. But Feng Yuan did not use them, instead pouring them into the rotten swamp mud. Next, he slowly released the smelly fart goo, multitasking, activating the smelly fart goo and the rice bag grass at the same time. The smelly fart goo emitted an orange light, fusing with the green light emitted by the rice bag grass. The mixed light gradually converged, going into the mud jar. The mud jar continued to shake, before finally stopping, and a new goo flew out. Its entire body was yellowish-brown and looked like mud. It gave off a faint stench like a pile of shit. Don't look at its ugly appearance, it can make. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, it could cause diarrhea. Don't look at it, but it can make people vomit. Goo Feng Yuan's goo. There were millions of goo worms, like people of all shapes and sizes. There was the holy and elegant heavenly essence treasure lotus, the philosophical and zen spring autumn cicada, the evil and ghostly blood skull goo, And of course, there were also disgusting looking, smelling, and touching poop goo, smelly fart goo, etc. It was only the smelly fart goo. It. Goo goo goo. Goo goo Fong it refined it goo goo. And it was. Fong Yuan then took out the great strength goo and bought it from the shop. This goo could double the goo master's strength in 50 breaths of time. Fong Yuan used the great strength goo and the poop goo to refine the great strength poop goo. Great strength poop goo was a rank 3 goo. Its effect was the same as the poop goo, but its effect was 3 times stronger. The great strength poop goo was not as popular as the poop goo. The higher the rank of the goo, the better. Rank 3 goo ate much more than rank 1 goo. Although the great strength poop goo's effect was strong, using the poop goo a few times could achieve the same effect. There were also cases of doctors misdiagnosing and abusing the great strength poop goo, causing people to die from diarrhea. With the great strength poop goo, it was the second step. Next, Fong Yuan took out the lion roar goo. This goo was shaped like a lion's head. Once activated, it could turn into a millstone-sized phantom of a lion's head, emitting a lion's roar. It was usually used to send a signal to attract or scare away wild beasts. If used well in battle, it could cause enemy goo masters to panic. Fong Yuan activated the lion roar goo and the great strength poop goo at the same time. Thus, such a scene appeared in the air. The lion head phantom opened its mouth and started to swallow the great strength poop goo. But after eating a third of the goo, the lion roar goo could no longer continue, and the lion head phantom even showed signs of collapsing. Thus, Fong Yuan willed and took out a paper crane goo he bought from a shop. This goo had light blue, dark green, pink and other colors, and was used to send messages. The light blue paper crane goo flew towards the lion roar goo, and was swallowed by the lion head phantom. Multitasking. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely scream in shock. Ordinary goo masters who could multitask were already very amazing. But those who could multitask were few in number. This was a powerful talent that allowed a goo master to become a refinement master. Ordinary goo refinement masters would need to use other supplementary goo worms to be able to multitask. Fong Yuan activated the lion roar goo, great strength poop goo and paper crane goo at the same time, using his own strength. But to him, this was not a talent, but the accumulation of experience. Practice makes perfect for anything. Fong Yuan used 500 years to slowly accumulate, and trained hard for hundreds of years. From multitasking, to multitasking, to multitasking, to multitasking, and even to multitasking. Of course, if he continued, he would need to use supplementary goo worms. After the lion head phantom swallowed the paper crane goo, the light no longer dissipated, and condensed back to its original state. Fong Yuan continued to use it to swallow the great strength poop goo. After swallowing another third, the lion head phantom reverted to its old state, and was in danger of dissipating. Fong Yuan did not panic, he calmly took out the second dark green paper crane goo. Like this, when the lion head phantom swallowed all the great strength poop goo, it became unstable again. Fong Yuan used the third pink paper crane goo. After the lion head phantom swallowed it, the originally white light suddenly shrunk to half its original size, and started to let out light blue, dark green and pink colors. At the same time, the lion head phantom let out a loud voice. Eat shit, eat shit. The voice reverberated in the secret room, causing a buzzing sound in Fong Yuan's ears. Fong Yuan was not worried about the sound leaking. This was a specialized secret room with strong defense, isolating the inside from the outside. He was overjoyed. This goo was finally refined. This was the breaking words goo. But this breaking words goo could only exist for 10 breaths of time. Once the time was up, it would automatically die. Fong Yuan did not dare to be slow. He activated the breaking words goo to his side. Under the illumination of the light blue, dark green and pink lights, Fong Yuan's entire body started to emit a dark purple smoke. Eat shit, eat shit. The smoke trembled and churned under the lion head phantom's roars. After 2 breaths of time, the smoke condensed into 2 poison vow goo phantoms. Fong Yuan willed, and the lion head phantom opened its mouth, swallowing one. As it chewed, the poison vow goo let out a sharp cry of unwillingness, before stopping. The lion head phantom opened its mouth again, swallowing the other poison vow goo. After chewing, The poison Vao Gu was cleanly eliminated, and not even a trace of dark purple smoke was left on Fang Yuan's body. After a few breaths of time, the lion-head phantom let out a soft sound, turning into a three-colored rain of light. The rain of light fell sparsely, illuminating the secret chamber in a splendid manner. Fang Yuan's lips curled up in the rain of light, showing a cold smile. Poison Vao Gu? He, trying to bind me with a poison vow, how naive. But they could not be blamed. In his previous life, 200 years later, this breaking words Gu appeared in the world. It originated from a western desert tribe chief, and after a few decades, it gradually spread throughout the world. After more than 10 years, someone researched the black and white paper Gu and replaced the poison Vao Gu. Even the going one's word Gu could not break it. But without the breaking words Gu, 100 years later, confusion black and white Gu appeared, able to break the binding power of the black and white paper Gu. Poison Vao Gu, breaking words Gu, black and white paper Gu, confusion black and white Gu. These were only a small part of the struggle between binding and breaking. Before this, there was, and after this, there would still be. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. He was 500 years ahead of the entire world. It was not difficult to break the poison Vao Gu. Once the poison Vao Gu's binding was gone, Fang Yuan felt relaxed. Even better, he only removed the binding on his side, while Shang Yizi and Bai Ningbing still had the poison Vao Gu's power. This way, against the two of them, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Shang Yizi is a petty person. I took advantage of him. He will definitely take revenge. But I already have a plan. I will let him jump around for a while. As for Bai Ningbing, she is already in my grasp. I can make use of her in the short term. I am not in a hurry to fall out with her. These days, I have split half of my yuan stone. I have bought many Gu, spending tens of thousands of yuan stone. Adding on the banquet, Nanqiu Gardens rent, gambling dens fees, Gu worm food and so on. I only have 420,000 yuan stone left. If one does not think far ahead, they will have immediate worries. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought of this. He wanted to gather a set of Gu worms. This amount of money seemed like a lot, but it was not enough. Ordinary rank 1 Gu worms had a market price of around 500 yuan stone. Rank 2 Gu worms ranged from 500 to 1,000 yuan stone. Rank 3 Gu worms ranged from 1,000 yuan stone to 10,000 yuan stone. Rank 4 Gu worms ranged from 10,000 to 100,000. Rank 5 Gu worms ranged from 100,000 to a million. Rank 6 Gu worms had never been sold before. The above prices were only for ordinary Gu worms. Some rare Gu, like liquor worm, although it was a rank 1 Gu, had the price of a rank 2 Gu. And relic Gu's price was even more ridiculous. Green copper relic Gu's price was around 2,000 yuan stone. Red steel relic Gu rose to 8,000, silver relic Gu rose to 50,000, and yellow gold relic Gu neared 300,000. Fang Yuan only had 420,000 yuan stone. He could not afford 2 yellow gold relic Gu. Relic Gu were natural Gu. They could not be refined by Gu masters. Most of the time, money could not buy them. I need to rest in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years. 420,000 won't even be enough for 1 year of cultivation. Gu master cultivation relies on large amounts of resources. The higher the realm, the more money they need. I will need to spend even more money in the gambling den. There is a need to find a way to earn money. Shang Clan City was bustling, the competition was intense, but there were opportunities everywhere. As long as you have the ability, earning money was easy. Without ability, you would be eliminated. This was another world of nature, filled with cruel competition. Fang Yuan combined his previous life's experience and his current life's understanding. He had already made up his mind on earning money. Chapter 284. Wei Yang felt vexed. He had been having a headache these days. Shang Yanfei wanted to recruit Fang and Bai, but under Wei Yang's indirect questioning, Fang and Bai did not show the slightest bit of interest. This was normal. Youngsters were hot-blooded and full of ideals. They did not want to depend on others, and felt that in this world, as long as they worked hard, they could achieve it. Naive, so naive. Wei Yang could understand. Wasn't he like this in the past? Thus he did not directly invite Fang and Bai. To put it bluntly, and be rejected by Fang and Bai, there would be no room for negotiation. Wei Yang was shrewd and ruthless. He had already formulated a plan to make Fang and Bai fall into his trap step by step. He did not think of any schemes. For matters like recruitment, both parties had to be willing. Forcefully forcing them would only ruin things. Especially after Wei Yang had interacted with Fang and Bai these days, he knew that they would not compromise. Thus, Wei Yang planned to subtly influence them, and win openly. He was very confident in this. What do Gu masters rely on to cultivate? Resources. Righteous Gu masters are easy to deal with, but demonic Gu masters, Wei Yang was once a demonic Gu master. He had walked out of the battle stage. He was too clear on the hardships of demonic Gu masters. Gu masters' cultivation could not be separated from yuan stone, Gu worms and all kinds of food. The higher the cultivation, the higher the Gu masters' needs in this aspect. At the start, Gu masters could rely on their own abilities to satisfy these needs. But as time went on, they would find that their needs would become greater, and the competition would become stronger. Sometimes, they would not even be able to satisfy their own needs. Wei Yang stepped into the battle stage when he was rank 1. From rank 1 to rank 2, to rank 3, he became stronger and stronger, but he also felt himself becoming weaker and weaker. It was like a scholar. The more he knew, the more he would understand his own ignorance. The stronger Wei Yang became, the more he understood his own weakness. An individual was so weak, only by relying on each other, relying on the clan, could they survive. When he realized this, he accepted the olive branch that Shang Yanfei threw at him. This was how he had walked all the way. When Fang and Bai understand their own weaknesses one day, Shang clan's recruitment will be successful. But before that, I can't sit by and watch Fang Jing take the wrong path. This will waste his youth and energy, and waste his great aptitude. In Wei Yang's eyes, Fang Yuan's choice of strength was a complete mistake. Young and impetuous, ignorant and ignorant. Strength? In Shang Clan City's battle stage, among the demonic Gu masters that walked out, which one of them was famous for their strength? No. Strength path was a Gu master path destined to be at the bottom, destined to not be able to make it to the top. Do you want to rely on strength to stand out? There was no hope. However, things didn't go according to his wishes. These days, Wei Yang took the initiative to look for Fang Yuan, and tried to persuade him several times. However, Fang Yuan refused every single time, and his attitude was unwavering. Wei Yang fully understood the stubbornness of Fang Yuan's personality. He had failed many times. After thinking about it calmly, he decided to change his method of persuasion. Today, he came looking for him again. Brother Wei, you are suggesting that I enter the battle stage and participate in the battle stage? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. Yes. Brother Wei relied on the battle stage to cultivate step by step. Good experience has to be shared. Wei Yang's expression was sincere. Next, he raised 3 fingers. There are 3 benefits to participating in the battle stage. First, you can win money. Every time you participate in the battle stage, as long as you win, you can get yuan stone. The more spectators, the more yuan stone you can get. Second, you can get Gu worms. There is a rule in the battle stage. The winner can choose a Gu from the loser for his own use. Third, participating in the battle stage can train your battle techniques, and at the same time, test the power of your Gu worms. That way, you can adjust accordingly. Fang Yuan heard Wei Yang's last sentence and immediately understood. These days, Wei Yang had been trying to persuade him to give up strength path and change to another path. After failing, he decided to beat around the bush and use the battle stage to make Fang Yuan fully aware of the flaws of strength path, making Fang Yuan give up on cultivation of strength path. Strength path is a choice I made after careful consideration. It will help me greatly in the future. How can I change it? But the battle stage is also my next plan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan nodded and agreed. Wei Yang was overjoyed. Earlier, you only used the battle stage to compete with me. Shang Clan City's battle stage has a complete system. If you want to participate, you have to register first. Follow me. Thus, the two came to 5th Inner City's battle stage. This place was much more lively than 3rd Inner City. People moved about. The bustling noises entered Fang Yuan's ears, and a strong atmosphere assaulted his senses. Did you hear? Li Hao won again. This is his 13th victory. It seems he will rise to 4th inner city soon. He has rank 3 cultivation. Entering 4th inner city is a sure thing. Did you see the battle between Wang Dehan and Ma Dequan? It was very exciting. Wang Han lost to Ma Dequan. He lost his most important raindrop Gu. He is almost crippled. Zhao Dexiong and Zhang Niu's battle is about to start. Let's go watch. These two are using strength path. It is not a good fight. I might as well go watch the battle between Xiao Da and Xiao Er. Wei Yang purposely disguised himself. He led the way for Fang Yuan as he said. You need to obtain 30 net victories in 5th inner city to advance to 4th inner city. In 4th inner city's battle stage, you need 80 net victories to advance to 3rd inner city. What is net victories? For example, if you win 10 battles and lose 2, that would be 8 net victories. The battle stage is split into 3 levels. The lowest level is in 5th inner city, the middle level is in 4th inner city, and the highest level is in 3rd inner city. Brother, you are a newbie in the battle stage. You have 0 wins or losses. According to the rules, you have to start from the 5th inner city's low-level battle stage. Don't be anxious. With my estimation of your battle strength, you will soon rise to the middle level from the low-level battle stage. As for the high-level battle stage, you will need some time. You will need about a year to get there. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. He admitted that Fang Yuan had battle talent, but the strength path could only be flaunted in the low to mid-grade battle stage. In the high-grade battle stage, where there were many experts, the strength path would show its weakness and be suppressed by the other paths. Under Wei Yang's lead, the two arrived at a large hall. The hall was noisy. Gu masters were applying for challenges, checking the number of battles and so on. Some were here to participate in the battle stage, some were here to watch the battles, and some were here to set up bets. Wei Yang did not squeeze with them, but pushed open a small door with familiarity. Behind the door was a long and narrow passageway, guarded by 2 Gu masters. One of them walked up and said to Wei Yang and Fang Yuan, "This is the special reception area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." Wei Yang showed his elder token, and the two quickly bowed and let him in. After passing through the passageway, there was another hall, with 4 tables. 3 of them were already receiving guests. This place was much quieter than the hall outside. Fang Yuan used Gu Yue Fangjing's name to complete the registration. After paying 500 yuan stone, he received a vine information Gu. This Gu was like a vine, with a wide jade green leaf growing on it. Rank 1 Gu, it recorded some information about Fang Yuan. This Gu was not bought by Fang Yuan, but borrowed from Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan was in charge of feeding it, but could not change the contents, only Shang Clan could. Of course, a rank 1 vine information Gu was not hard to decipher. It was just that Shang Clan had a backup of the information, and with the supervision of the masses, there were very few cases of falsification. There are not many rules in the battle stage, there is a lot of freedom. If you want to participate in the battle, come here and apply. Shang Clan will arrange an opponent for you. They can be stronger or weaker than you. You can also choose a specific opponent, but you need the other party's agreement. Each person has the right to forcefully challenge for a month, and the opponent is not allowed to reject. Other than that, the battle stage has a limit on the number of battles. Each person can only fight once a day. Every 10 days, you have to participate in at least 1 battle, or else your victory count will be deducted. If your net loss reaches 5, your qualification will be revoked. If you want to participate, you have to apply again. How about it? Are you interested in a battle today, to test your skills? Wei Yang smiled. Fang Yuan nodded. This was the special reception area. The receptionist was very efficient, quickly arranging an opponent for Fang Yuan. The time is at 3:45 p.m. The location is at the 5th battle stage. The terrain is grassland. There was only 7 minutes left until 3:45 p.m. When Wei Yang brought Fang Yuan to the 5th battle stage, his opponent was already waiting inside. He was a young man, tall and thin, with an ordinary appearance, wearing a green robe. Seeing Fang Yuan walk in, his eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Looking at Fang Yuan's appearance, he was clearly a young man. How high could his cultivation be? On the other hand, he had recently advanced to rank 2 middle stage. This was his first battle since coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was a good sign. Fang Yuan walked in. The fifth battle stage was a mid-sized battle stage. It was more than twice the size of the stone battle stage where he fought Wei Yang. The battle stage was covered in green grass. Fang Yuan stepped on it with his leather boots, feeling the soft soil under his feet. There were only 2 to 3 spectators, including Wei Yang who had disguised himself. Spectators needed to pay Yuan stone. Fang Yuan was only a nameless junior now. His opponent Tang Qing had some fame, but he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. There were not many people who paid attention to him. He had already disappeared. Dang. A clear bell rang. The battle officially began. I am Tang Qing. The young man had an elegant demeanor, cupping his fists towards Fang Yuan. Jumping grass. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He stomped on the ground, his body darting out. You are going to fight now? Tang Qing was shocked. He did not expect this young man to be so shameless, openly sneaking an attack. This guy did not follow the rules at all. Chapter 285. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan moved like lightning, pouncing towards Tang Qing. Whoosh. A strong wind blew. Tang Qing's vision darkened, and before he could react, Fang Yuan's fist landed on his chest. At that moment, Tang Qing felt an intense pain assaulting him, almost causing him to faint on the spot. The wind blew past his ears, and his vision rapidly retreated. His whole body was sent flying by Fang Yuan's attack. Next he landed on the ground and his vision spun around. For a moment, it was the grass field, and for a moment, it was the roof of the battle stage. He rubbed against the ground. Rolling all the way, the grass was scraped off, and soft black soil was thrown out. His whole body was covered in grass and black soil. The smell of grass juice, soil and blood mixed together, assaulting his nostrils. He laid on the ground, his gaze unfocused. Rolling all the way had caused his whole body to fall apart, and he could feel soreness all over his body. But these feelings, compared to the sharp pain in his chest, were simply like a drizzle. He lowered his head to look at his chest, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The left side of his chest was forcefully reduced by 2 inches. His skin and flesh were split open, and his pale white ribs were exposed. It was clearly broken. Large amounts of fresh blood gushed out as if it was free. Fang Yuan had great strength, and his sneak attack succeeded, causing Tang Qing to suffer heavy injuries. Tang Qing's eyes were wide open. After the shock, rage and hatred erupted in his heart like a volcano. This little bastard, despicable and shameless, sneak attacking me, heavily injuring me. I will kill him. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. Die. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's shout resounded in Tang Qing's ears. Fang Yuan took a few steps, arriving in front of Tang Qing, and raised his leg, ruthlessly stomping on the center of Tang Qing's legs. Tang Qing felt his vision blur, and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Fang Yuan activated Canopy Goo, and his body was covered in a layer of white armor, the light causing his heart to tremble. He was actually a rank 3 Goo master. Fang Yuan had used breath concealment Goo earlier, and now that he was fighting, he could no longer conceal his rank 3 aura. This caused Tang Qing to be terrified out of his wits. Such a young rank 3 Goo master? He subconsciously activated his defensive Goo, and immediately, a green wind revolved around his body. Fang Yuan's kick had been planned for a long time. He could have crushed Tang Qing's crotch. However, it was obstructed by the wind, and its strength was greatly reduced. Ah! Tang Qing opened his mouth wide, and his expression was extremely distorted as he let out an extremely shrill scream. Although he had put up some defense, it was still a heavy blow to his vitals. As if he had been electrocuted, he bounced up from the ground and subconsciously stretched out his arms to protect his crotch. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. He used all his strength in this punch. The wind howled. Bang! A fist shrouded in a layer of white light heavily struck Tang Qing's face. Tang Qing's screams came to an abrupt end. He fell backward at an even faster speed, and the back of his head smashed into the ground. He was motionless and breathless. Critical strike. His entire nose bridge was smashed into his face, and his eyeballs popped out of their sockets. His skull was shattered in that instant. Blood flowed down, staining the soil and green grass around him. Fang Yuan looked down from above, and the scene seemed to have frozen. After a few breaths of time, gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Dead, someone is dead. Someone was beaten to death. The 2 to 3 spectating Gu masters were tongue-tied. Even Wei Yong couldn't help but have a strange expression. In the battle stage, although there were many battles, there were not many deaths. Firstly, both sides had their own methods, and could admit defeat if they could not win. Secondly, the Gu master in charge of the battle stage could make a move in time. Thirdly, both sides were usually more restrained. After all, they were all in the battle stage, and often met each other. Although they fought for benefits, they would not really kill anyone. There were 2 reasons why Fang Yuan could kill Tang Qing. Firstly, Tang Qing had just come out of closed cultivation, and his sensitivity towards battle was greatly reduced. Normally, if he used his defensive Gu in time, he would not have ended up like this. Secondly, Fang Yuan's appearance was young and he used the breath concealment Gu to conceal his aura, causing Tang Qing's mind to relax. Then he suddenly launched a sneak attack, heavily injuring Tang Qing with his first attack, and the next 2 attacks were so fast that the Gu master in charge of the battle stage did not even have time to react before Tang Qing was killed. The Gu master who was in charge of the battle stage rushed over. But when he saw Tang Qing's sunken face, and the blood and brain matter oozing out from the cracks in his skull, he could only give up on the idea of saving him. "Young man, you are too ruthless." He stared at Fang Yuan, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Although the battle was short, he saw everything clearly. Fang Yuan controlled the situation. He could have held back and let Tang Qing live, but he did not do so. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "It is just a life. What is there to be surprised about? According to the rules of the battle stage, I killed him, so everything on him is my loot, right?" The Gu master in charge of the battle stage snorted unhappily. "Everything on him is yours, but we have to take back the Vine information, Gu. Young man, I have to remind you, you have no respect for life. This way of thinking is very dangerous." "I am truly sorry." Wei Yong had an apologetic expression, walking over from behind. "This brother of mine has always been roaming outside. This is the first time he has come here to participate in the battle stage." That Gu master did not recognize Wei Yong, his face showing a trace of disgust. "Humph, you demonic Gu masters are like this, aggressive and bloodthirsty. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Give me your Vine information, Gu." Fang Yuan took out the Vine information Gu, and the Gu master in charge changed the records inside, returning it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mind entered, and saw that the 0 win count had become 1. He searched Tang Qing's corpse, and obtained 4 Gu. 3 rank 2, 1 rank 1. All ordinary Gu. The total value was about 2,000 yuan stone. Tang Qing's death was too sudden. He did not have time to self-detonate his Gu worms. But he had just come out of closed cultivation, and only had 20 to 30 yuan stone on him. "Brother Fangzheng, try not to kill as much as possible in the future." After leaving the battle stage, Wei Yong advised Fang Yuan. Although in the battle stage there is no need to talk about life and death, but Wei Yong shook his head. "There is no need to fight to the death every time. The battle stage can be said to be big, but it can also be said to be small. You will meet stronger opponents. After all, we are all living in Shangclan City. Let's forgive and forget." Fang Yuan frowned slightly. "But even if I let them off, they might not let me off. I have met demonic Gu masters before, and they attacked without saying a word. If you don't kill, they will. My past experience tells me to kill if I can, otherwise, I will not give them any chances. And because of this, I can live until now." Wei Yong was speechless. He suddenly thought, wasn't this Fang Yuan in front of him the same as him in the past? Ruthless and distrustful. It was because he had no sense of security. Demonic Gu masters had the least sense of security. Different from righteous Gu masters had clans to rely on, clansmen to help them. They had stable resources, thus they had a sense of security and could trust each other. But demonic Gu masters were lone cultivators. Without the support of clans, they had to make their own yuan stone and food. Most of the time, they did not know their next meal, and could not even guarantee their survival. How could they feel safe? For their own survival, they could only take the risk, killing and robbing. Demonic Gu masters were weak, and did not dare to touch righteous Gu masters. Thus they stretched their demonic claws towards each other. This way it was a vicious cycle. Demonic goo masters could not trust each other, and would often attack the moment they met. They had no sense of security, thus their moves were even more ruthless. Wei Yong had turned from demonic to righteous. His rich experience gave him a deeper understanding of both the righteous and demonic paths. Why did the righteous path prosper, while the demonic path was suppressed? It was because of this reason. Feng Yuan's ruthlessness was something Wei Yong could understand. Precisely because of this understanding, he felt pity towards Feng Yuan. Although his cultivation is rank 3, and he is talented in battle, he is still a child. Sigh, looking at his fierce attacks, I can tell how much suffering he has suffered. Now that I think about it, if he showed mercy, wouldn't it be strange? He is merciless, just like other demonic goo masters. They all have this problem when they first participate in the battle stage. Wasn't I like this before? Forget it, as time passes he will slowly change. This kind of process is imperceptible and cannot be forced. Thinking of this, Wei Yong stopped persuading him, and changed the topic, talking about the battle earlier. Brother Fengzheng, you said earlier that you used many goo to modify your body and increase your strength. How many goo did you use? Since Brother Wei asked, I will tell you everything I know. I used a total of 3 goo, black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, and I bought a brown bear innate strength goo a few days ago. I am using it now. Feng Yuan smiled. Black and white boar goo gave you the strength of 2 boars, and crocodile strength goo gave you the strength of 1 crocodile. But brother, have you thought about it? If a wild boar had charged into your opponent, what kind of injuries would it have caused? Wei Yong said in an enlightening tone. Feng Yuan already knew Wei Yang's intention, and cooperated, saying, if that person did not have any defense, how could his mortal body withstand the charge of a wild boar? He would definitely have his back broken and stomach broken. It would be a tragic sight. Wei Yang's smile became wider. If that person's head was placed in the mouth of a crocodile, and it bit down, what would happen? He would definitely be bitten into a pulp, like a melon with a brittle skin. Feng Yuan answered. Wei Yong immediately asked, brother, you have the strength of 2 boars, the strength of 1 crocodile, and your own strength. Your first punch could only create a hole in your opponent's chest, breaking a few ribs. Your third punch landed on his face, but it only cracked his skull. Tell me, why is that? This time, before Feng Yuan could reply, Wei Yong continued. Punching and stomping can only display a portion of the human body's strength. Brother, although you have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, how much of it can you truly display? This is the greatest weakness of strength path cultivation. A person's strength is like a huge water vat, filled with water, but in a real battle, the amount of water used is only a small portion. Black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, brown bear innate strength goo. These goo can permanently increase strength, and are all expensive goo. You invested so much money, but the result might not even be a tenth of it. If you invested this money into other areas, it would no doubt be more effective. So Brother Wei said so much, just to persuade me to give up on strength path. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, as if he had just understood. I understand this. A human's body structure is different from a beast's. It is indeed hard to display their strength. But using goo depends on the heart. I have heard that many strength path goo masters can use beast phantoms and display the full strength of goo worms. There is indeed such a thing. Back then, when I was in the battle stage, I met many strength path goo masters. Many of them are skilled in using goo, and can occasionally use beast phantoms in their attacks, displaying the full strength of the goo. It is very threatening. But you do not know, the number of such attacks is too low. Furthermore, the attack methods are very limited. Only certain moves can produce beast phantoms, and they can be easily dodged. Wei Yong continued to persuade patiently. Feng Yuan was silent for a while, thinking that this was the reason why he needed that legendary goo. He said, Big Brother Wei, I appreciate your kindness. But strength path is my choice. I want to test it myself. Sigh, then you have to test it properly. Wei Yong sighed. Feng Yuan was so stubborn, he could not continue to persuade him. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had already participated in the battle stage. Wei Yong felt. The following facts will move Feng Yuan's heart. Feng Yuan was going to live in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years. He still had time. Wei Yang was not in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the gambling den, the shopkeeper bent his waist, standing beside Fang Yuan with a smile. Brother Wei, why don't you pick a few rocks to play with? Maybe you can gamble something good. Today is my treat. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang stood beside Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Today is the day Tang Xiong forcefully challenged you. To think that Tang Qing you killed was his brother. Brother Fang Zheng, you should be cautious. Tang Xiong purposely dropped from 4th inner city to 5th inner city for revenge. He is quite famous, being able to burst out with the strength of 3 bears. He is coming with great momentum. Even though he said so, his expression was not worried, but filled with anticipation. These days, Fang Yuan had won another battle stage. This was already his 3rd. Wei Yang hoped that this Tang Xiong could wake up Fang Yuan and make him give up on strength path and change to a different path. Different situations call for different measures. What is there to be afraid of? If Brother Wei doesn't want to gamble, I will. I have already seen a few good rocks. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, picking a few rocks. The shopkeeper hurriedly instructed his workers, carefully taking down the rocks he picked. Fang Yuan was surprised, pointing at the foot of the counter. This rock used as a footrest, it seems to be a stellar rock? The shopkeeper was stunned, quickly smiling. Esteemed customer, your eyes are truly sharp. This rock was placed here a few years ago. At that time, the foot of the counter was kicked by a gambler, so this lowly one conveniently took a square star stone and coincidentally used it as a cushion. Fang Yuan frowned. Rocks are used to gamble. How can they be used as footrests? This is simply a treasure covered in dust. Let's choose the last one today. Yes, esteemed customer is right. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, but inwardly he did not agree. The stellar rock's appearance was very important. It was best if it was in the shape of an arrow or a meteor. This rock was obviously a bad one. It was placed on the counter and nobody cared about it, so he placed it below to balance the counter. The workers worked together, pulling out the stellar rock from the foot of the counter, and sent it to the dissection table with the other rocks. On the dissection table, a few young dissection masters were dissecting a middle-aged Gu master's rock, their movements slow and meticulous. Wei Yang did not approve of Fang Yuan's dissection. Seeing his choice of rock, he shook his head inwardly. Even if he was not a stone gambler, he knew the importance of appearance. Fang Yuan's last rock was simply a blind choice. Even he could not stand it. No wonder Fang Yuan spent these days in the stone gambling area, spending yuan stone without any gains. Even if he occasionally got some Gu, they would be rank 1 or 2, or even just corpse shells. In Wei Yang's heart, Fang Yuan's stone gambling was purely a waste of money. But he did not persuade him. The less yuan stone Fang Yuan had, the more he had to rely on Shang clan. This was something he was happy to see. Fang Yuan's heart surged, but his expression was calm. His gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the dissection table. These days, he had been lingering around the gambling dens in the stone gambling area, purposely choosing some bad rocks to leave an impression on others. Although he had secretly restrained himself, gambling was like a bottomless abyss. In less than a month, he had spent close to 100,000 yuan stone. But thinking of the legendary Gu he was about to obtain, not to mention 100,000, even 500,000 yuan stone would be worth it. This legendary Gu worm, although only rank 3, had a unique effect, and was already extinct. Very likely, this was the last one in the world. Wei Yang frowned. Pay attention to the time. We have to rush to the battle stage later. Shopkeeper, can you dissect the rocks faster? Of course. The shopkeeper naturally recognized Wei Yang, this external clan elder, and quickly nodded. He ran to the dissection table and waved his hand, saying to the young dissecting masters, Go. He chased these young dissecting masters to one side. My rock! That middle-aged Gu master screamed. Dissecting rocks was a meticulous job. With the shopkeeper's interference, the young masters were flustered, causing the middle-aged Gu master to break a few of his rocks. Li Ran, don't scream. The yuan stone you paid, we will return it to you. The shopkeeper shouted. That middle-aged Gu master had an unkempt beard. He stared and said indignantly, What if there is a Gu in this rock? The shopkeeper scoffed in disdain. waving his hand at the middle-aged Gu master. Forget it, Li Ran. You've gambled for so many years, but you've always gambled on low-grade rocks. Have you ever gotten anything good? Don't make a fuss. If you continue, there will be no compensation. Puffed, a big shop bullying its customers, looking down on others. One day, I, Li Ran, will make a name for myself. The middle-aged Gu master mumbled, his tone furious, but he did not make a fuss. Li Ran. This name evoked a certain memory in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. It seems like this Li Ran was the one who got the legendary Gu. Of course, it could also be someone with the same name. But no matter what, Li Ran's chance to make a name for himself had been snatched away by Fang Yuan. The 5 old masters appeared one after another, and the dissection began. The young masters looked on speechlessly. These seniors were showing off their methods. There were many rocks that could be dissected with simple methods that consumed little primeval essence, but the old masters had to use their full strength, expending a lot of primeval essence. The steps were complicated, but they could only raise the success rate by a little. More than 10 rocks, mixed grade, low grade, middle grade, were quickly dissected by the old masters. There's a Gu worm, it's Sword Shadow Gu. Rank 3 Sword Shadow Gu, this is rare. Live Gu, it's definitely a live Gu. Congratulations, esteemed customer. The old masters cupped their fists towards Fang Yuan, letting out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fang Yuan had been dissecting rocks these days, but did not have any decent gains. This caused these old masters to feel uneasy. The shopkeeper ran over with a joyful expression. Esteemed customer, you've made a huge profit. Sword Shadow Gu can be sold for 32,000 yuan stone. Esteemed customer, you only spent 8,000 yuan stone to buy it. The surrounding people looked at Fang Yuan with envy. That Li Ran even pouted, muttering in a sour tone. Lucky bastard. Not bad, brother. Sword Shadow Gu is as famous as my blade light Gu. I suggest you don't sell it. Keep it for your own use. Wei Yong also congratulated. He. This is called happiness comes after suffering. I told you my luck wouldn't be so bad. Fang Yuan laughed. Brother Wei, after today's competition, I'll treat you to a drink. Let's celebrate. Wei Yong nodded, not being polite. He did not know that although Fang Yuan seemed to be joking on the surface, his heart was in a state of shock. Sword Shadow Gu was just an accident, it was not his target. That stellar stone used as a stepping stone, after being dissected, did not have any Gu. It was a completely solid useless rock. How could this be? That legendary Gu, where did it go? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil, his emotions surging. Countless doubts filled his mind. How could this be? Wasn't the legendary Gu worm hidden in this star stone? If it was not in this rock, where could it be? Maybe it was not this rock or not this gambling den. Or maybe the rumors were wrong. Where should I go to find that legendary Gu? The development of events was far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. The legendary Gu worm that he thought was easily obtainable had now disappeared without a trace, and the unexpected Sword Shadow Gu simply could not make up for the primeval stones Fang Yuan had invested these days. If not for the legendary Gu, all my efforts would have been in vain. Damn it, how could this be? The rumors might be wrong, but to be able to spread so far, it is definitely not groundless. Especially since the details are so detailed, there is no difference in the rumors, it is very believable. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Without this legendary Gu, his strength path cultivation would be like a castle in the sky, or the moon in the water. Do I really have to change my cultivation direction? If this happens, the 3 kings' inheritance will also be greatly affected. The result of the rock dissecting, to a large extent, disrupted Fang Yuan's grand plan. But he did not know where the problem came from. The rumors that he used as evidence were now shrouded in a thick layer of mystery. It is about time we should go to the battle zone. At this time, Wei Yang reminded. Chapter 286. When Fang Yuan stood on the battle stage, he had already gotten rid of all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He concentrated and sized up the opponent in front of him. Tang Xiong. He was 8 feet tall, his shoulders were wide and his waist was round, his arms were as thick as Fang Yuan's thighs. His chest was covered in black chest hair, emitting a valiant aura. Little bastard, You're the one who killed my brother? Today, I will bury you with him. Tang Xiong stared with furious eyes, staring at Feng Yuan, his eyes burning with hatred. The surroundings were steaming hot, as if it was the afternoon of July or August, under the scorching sun. The ground was boiling hot, black and red colors intertwined. This was a lava terrain. This was a mid-sized battle stage. There were tens of people standing outside, sparsely scattered. Most of them were here to see how Tang Xiong would take revenge. As for Feng Yuan, although he had won 2 rounds, he had not made a name for himself yet. The Tang brothers depended on each other since young. Now that Tang Qing is dead, only Tang Xiong is left. I will watch how Tang Xiong tortures this kid. What is this kid's name? I think he is called Guyue Fangzheng, a nameless person. This kid is too insensible, breaking the rules and killing 2 people in 2 rounds. This should be a demonic Gu master who just came from outside. He doesn't know how to behave at such a young age. If he had shown mercy, he would not be here today. The spectators discussed. Most of them did not think well of Feng Yuan. Wei Yong put on a disguise, staring at the battle stage with shining eyes. Tang Xiong also walked the strength path, rank 2 peak stage, but he could burst out with the strength of 3 bears, and even fought his way into 4th inner city. To the current Feng Yuan, he was not a weak opponent. Clang. A clear bell rang, and the battle stage officially began. Tang Xiong roared, moving his legs like a raging bull, charging towards Feng Yuan. The ground of this battle stage was made of dark red lava rocks. Even though Feng Yuan was wearing leather boots, he felt hot when he stepped on it. But Tang Xiong was barefooted. He did not care. Bang bang bang. Tang Xiong's feet stomped on the lava. Every step he took gave off a muffled sound. At the same time, the lava splattered everywhere, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Despite Tang Xiong's menacing aura, he wasn't afraid at all. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he brazenly charged towards Tang Xiong. Is he crazy? He dares to play hard with Tang Xiong. He can still live if he drags on, but he's courting death. When the onlookers saw this, they all shook their heads. Feng Yuan was still a teenager, and his physique was not even half as strong as Tang Xiong's. The 2 of them approached each other rapidly, like a lamb colliding with a bull. Bang! The 2 of them collided fiercely, and the huge force sent them both flying. Tang Xiong retreated 6 steps, his face filled with shock. How could this brat be so strong? Feng Yuan, on the other hand, took 3 steps back, and the white armor covering his body shook. The result of the collision caused the spectators to be shocked. Some of them opened their mouths, while others blinked their eyes, not expecting Feng Yuan to have such strength at such a young age. My strength is actually lower than his? No wonder my brother died in his hands. Tang Xiong's expression changed, looking at Feng Yuan for the first time. Feng Yuan shook his numb arm, his expression still cold. The result of the collision was not out of his expectations. He had the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, and had been using brown bear innate strength Gu recently, thus he needed to increase his strength. And Tang Xiong only had the strength of 2 bears. Grand Bear Gu. Tang Xiong suddenly roared. The muscles on his body visibly expanded. His whole body became twice as big, temporarily gaining the strength of 1 bear. Bear Paw Gu. His palms and feet were covered in a ball of light yellow light. After the light faded, his hands and feet became 3 times bigger, turning into thick bear paws. Whoosh! He pounced forward and fiercely swung his right palm towards Feng Yuan. Before the bear paw hit Feng Yuan, a strong wind blew on his face, causing his clothes to flutter backwards. Feng Yuan was not afraid. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched. The fist and palm collided, creating a muffled sound. They were evenly matched. But immediately after, Tang Xiong's arm swept horizontally, his other palm also came. Feng Yuan countered attack with attack. Bam bam bam, the fist and palm collided, causing the wind to howl. Seeing Feng Yuan fighting Tang Xiong without any disadvantage, the surrounding spectators showed strange expressions. To be able to fight with Tang Xiong like this youngster has some skill. What is his name again? This is a tough one. Tang Xiong is in trouble. Grand Bear Gu has a time limit. Once it disappears, he will be at a disadvantage. But right at this time, suddenly, a bear's roar resounded. Behind Tang Xiong, a phantom image of a black bear opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the sky. Beast Phantom. Tang Xiong had a stroke of luck, using the Beast Phantom. What was originally an extremely ordinary slap actually contained the strength of a bear. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. He could only raise his arms to block. Bam! With a loud sound, his whole body was sent flying. After the white armor flashed, it suddenly dissipated. His arms were numb. He could not exert any strength for a while. He tried his best to stabilize his balance in the air, twisting his waist and landing on the ground. He activated the canopy goo, and the white armor appeared again, but it was even more weak and transparent. Its defense was far weaker than before. That is a bear strength phantom. Tang Xiong is going all out. Bear strength specializes in smacking. Tang Xiong has attacked so many times. It is normal for a bear strength phantom to appear. It was a deadlock, but just one bear strength phantom caused that kid to panic. Tang Xiong has already gained the upper hand. According to the statistics, he can use bear strength phantom 5 times in every battle. If that kid does not have a countermeasure, he will definitely be in trouble. Outside the battle stage, everyone was discussing. It was noisy. Once the Beast Phantom appeared, it opened up the situation and aroused the passion of the spectators. I have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile. Boar strength is good at charging, crocodile strength is good at biting, and bear strength is not developed yet. Using fists and palms, I cannot use the Beast Phantom. Moreover, the canopy goo is not good at defense and close combat. If I suffer another 1 or 2 attacks from the Beast Phantom, I might be destroyed. Fang Yuan's mind flashed, and he decided to change his battle tactic. Jumping grass. He chanted in his heart, and spring-like grass grew on his soles, drilling through the bottom of his boots. Tang Xiong rushed over, and Fang Yuan jumped away like a frog. At the same time, his left palm aimed at Tang Xiong's direction. A bright red crescent blade suddenly flew through the air and landed on Tang Xiong's body, causing the defensive halo on his body to tremble. Although the Blood Moon Goo's attack was weak, it was still a rank 3 goo. Tang Xiong was stunned for a moment, before pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan used the same tactic, only shooting the Blood Moon blade from afar, changing his battle tactic and not engaging in close combat with Tang Xiong. Tang Xiong could only use his movement goo, and started a chase with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought and retreated. It was not that Tang Xiong did not have long-range methods, but compared to close combat, they were too weak and could not threaten Fang Yuan at all. Tang Xiong roared in anger, cursing and provoking Fang Yuan, and the surrounding spectators also booed. They wanted to see a passionate close combat. But how could Fang Yuan be provoked so easily? He did not have a complete set of goo worms, his close combat was not developed yet, and his long-range combat was barely passable. As time passed, the primeval essence of both sides continued to fall. Fang Yuan's advantage was becoming more obvious. He had rank 3 initial stage light silver primeval essence, while Tang Xiong only had B-grade aptitude red steel primeval essence. Even though strength path goo masters expended little primeval essence, they could not endure using it continuously. When Fang Yuan's Blood Moon Blade goo caused 5 to 6 wounds on Tang Xiong's body, the latter had no choice but to admit defeat. His healing goo was not outstanding, and could not stop the blood from flowing out of his wounds. Just you wait. One day I will smash you into minced meat. Tang Xiong covered his wounds and retreated from the battle stage. He came with a fiendish expression, but when he left, his face was pale and his steps were weak. To think that 4th inner stage Tang Xiong lost. What is that goo? It can form Blood Moon blades, and cause wounds that bleed nonstop. Why haven't I seen it before? This kid is not an ordinary person. In no time, he will rise to 4th inner city's battle stage. Winner takes all. The spectators' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained his 3rd victory, and according to the rules he took that Grand Bear goo from Tang Xiong. This was the most valuable goo in Tang Xiong's possession. Once this goo was gone, Tang Xiong would only be left with the strength of 2 bears, his battle strength would fall by 30%, and there was nothing to worry about. But Fang Yuan was not happy. If the legendary goo was not in the stellar stone, where could it be? Could it be that it was not this stepping stone? But another one? But when Fang Yuan returned to the gambling den, the counter's foot had already been repaired. Or maybe it was not this gambling den at all. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Stellar stone, counter, gambling area. These factors combined together, there could only be this gambling den. If I did not have the legendary goo, I would not have any advantage walking the strength path. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was popular, but now, it has already declined beyond recognition. After losing the legendary goo, if I want to walk the strength path again, I would need at least an ancient strength path inheritance. Unfortunately, I only have 3 ancient strength path inheritances. One is in Eastern Sea, one is in Central Continent. Although the third one is in Southern Border, it has already been occupied by Wu clan. But now it was already occupied by the Wu clan, and they had been mining since a few years ago. Speaking of which, Empress Wu Ji of Wu clan also walked the strength path. It was because of this ancient inheritance that she was able to stabilize her throne as the #1 battle strength in Southern Border. Of course, the #1 throne here was only referring to the mortal world. Rank 6 Gu immortals had already transcended the mortal world. They were not included. Fang Yuan spent another 7 to 8 days investigating in secret, but there was no progress. Sigh, there is only one clue left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Fang Yuan thought. He was not a person who would waste time on a problem. Chapter 287. Although Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, he could not investigate openly. But in his memories, Li Ran also participated in the battle stage. After obtaining the legendary goo, he went on a killing spree, sweeping the battle stage. That was easy. Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully challenge others. Thus he used this excuse to go to the special reception. There were 3 Li Ran who signed up for the battle stage. 2 males and 1 female. The female was excluded. The rumored Li Ran was a male. Of the remaining 2, one was an old man in his 60s. He had some fame. Rank 3 cultivation. He had charged into 3rd inner city battle stage a few years ago, but his condition was not good these years. He dropped back to 4th inner city. This was obviously not the case. The Li Ran in his memories was not doing well. The other was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Rank 2 cultivation. He had been in Shang Clan City for close to 10 years, but was still roaming around 5th inner city battle stage. He liked to gamble on rocks and lived a poor life. He had once married and had children in Shang Clan City, but the couple did not get along, and had separated. Fang Yuan investigated secretly, and found that this person was the one he met at the gambling den when he first opened the rock. After following him for a few days, Fang Yuan found that this Li Ran lived a poor life. Sometimes he could not even eat his next meal. But this did not mean he had no ability. He was in 5th inner city battle stage, fighting to obtain Yuan stones to make ends meet. Fang Yuan checked his battle record, and found that he won more than he lost. Logically speaking, he should not have to worry about food and clothing. But this person liked to eat, gamble, and visit prostitutes, spending money lavishly, without any sense of moderation. To gamble on rocks, he would use all of his Yuan stone. And for the next half a month, he would have to borrow money from people, and eat the lowest quality food to survive. Similarly, to have a good meal, he would go to the highest class restaurants, and spend most of his money. He had even dined and dashed before, and now he still owed several restaurants money for his meals. This person should be the owner of the legendary goo in my previous life. But if he does not know how to control his desires, so what if he has the legendary goo? No wonder he was like a shooting star in my previous life, shining for a while, but vanishing after a while. Fang Yuan shook his head. He obtained the legendary goo in his previous life. Will he get it again in this life? Following him like this is not a long-term solution. The day of discovering the legendary goo was approaching. Am I really not fated with this legendary goo? Fang Yuan frowned. Tracking Li Ran over the past few days had wasted a lot of Fang Yuan's time and effort. If he used this time to cultivate, he might be able to improve even more. More importantly, Fang Yuan wasn't sure if he would gain anything by following Li Ran. Moreover, if they followed him for too long, they would be discovered. Fortunately, Wei Yang had an important mission, and would only come when Fang Yuan was practicing. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not be able to track Li Ran. If Wei Yong found out that he was investigating Li Ran, how would he explain it? The biggest question now was, why was the legendary gu not in the Starstone? This did not match the rumors. Feng Yuan couldn't figure it out. This was simply unimaginable. All the factors matched up, but the most crucial point was that something went wrong. Maybe it was because he was overthinking things, but Feng Yuan felt that Li Ran's actions were strange. But he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It was just a feeling, vague and vague. Even Feng Yuan wasn't sure. More than 20 days passed like this, and Feng Yuan fell into deep trouble. That strange feeling was getting stronger, but Feng Yuan didn't know where it originated from. Li Ran's actions were not inappropriate at all. He had lived in Shangclan City for close to 10 years. If there was anything wrong with him, others would have noticed long ago. I am already in a rut, thinking too much. At this time, I need someone else's point of view to enlighten me. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. But he only trusted himself. Even though Bai Ningbing swore an oath with him, Feng Yuan didn't trust Bai Ningbing at all. He was only using her to cultivate. The bone-flesh unity gu was much better than the liquor worm. With no one to help him, Feng Yuan could only rely on himself. But he was used to relying on himself, and liked to do things by himself. Thus he went to a shop. "Shopkeeper, do you have a flash of inspiration gu?" Feng Yuan asked several shops, but they didn't have it. Finally, one shop had it in stock, but when he asked for the price, it was 29,000 yuan stone. A flash of inspiration gu was a rank 3 consumable gu. It could be used up after one use. Who would spend so much yuan stone to buy such a thing? But the truth was, there were many people who used it. These people were recipe masters who specialized in deducing gu refinement recipes. When they met a bottleneck, and were just a step away from success, they would choose to use this gu. Once this gu was used, it would give them the most crucial flash of inspiration, allowing them to break through the window and deduce a new recipe. The value of a new recipe was far more than 29,000 yuan stone. Thus, a flash of inspiration gu was priceless. If not for Feng Yuan having the purple thorn token, the shop would not sell it to him. Similar to a flash of inspiration gu, there was also immortal finger gu, but the latter was Tai Clan's exclusive grass gu. It was not available in the market. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, buying this flash of inspiration gu. This gu was like a sapphire tadpole, small and exquisite. It swung its tail and swam around. Feng Yuan activated his primeval essence, and this gu immediately entered his mind, turning into a white light, and like a bolt of lightning, it cut through the dense fog for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He finally found the source of this strange feeling. Right, this Li Ran's life is decadent. He has no control. It looks like a mess, but there is a hidden pattern. He goes to a restaurant 7 times every 3 days, a gambling den twice every 7 days, and a brothel once every 5 days. Moreover, every 10 days or so, he would go to a restaurant called Futai Xianghe. The messy and complicated information, under the effect of the A flash of inspiration gu, revealed the pattern within. This was the strange part. If he really had no control, and did not think about the future, his life would definitely be rotten. How could there be such a pattern? 3 days later, Futai Xianghe restaurant. "Waiter, pay up." Li Ran retracted his gaze from the window, shouting, "Coming, Lord Li Ran, this is a total of 5.5 yuan stone." "Here are 6, keep the change." Li Ran threw out 6 yuan stone. "Thank you, Lord, take care." Thud thud thud. Li Ran went down the stairs, walking out of the restaurant, until his figure disappeared at the corner of the street. Upstairs, Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie. He called the waiter over, pointing at Li Ran's previous seat. "The scenery here is too bad. I want to move to that table." According to his understanding, every time Li Ran came to this restaurant, he would sit near the window. This was really strange. "No problem." The waiter laughed. "A gentleman likes to sit here." "What do you mean?" Feng Yuan's brows raised slightly. Don't you want to see Qin Yan Brothel's red card, Lady in Yu? Hee from that seat, you can see Lady in Yu's room. If you are lucky, you can even see her figure. Earlier, that Lord Li Ran sat here every time. To satisfy his craving, I reserved the seat for him every time. It only costs half a yuan stone each time. The waiter said sneakily. Oh, is that so? Feng Yuan did not deny it, sitting at Li Ran's seat. Through the window, he could see Qin Yan brothel 2 streets away. Qin Yan brothel had 8 floors. The leading lady, Lady In Yu, was a rank 2 gu master. Her room was at the top floor. She had an extraordinary beauty, and her identity as a gu master could incite men's desire to conquer her. It was said that a single night's company would cost over 10,000 yuan stone. With Li Ran's wealth, he could not afford such a huge sum, but was he really here to peep at Lady In Yu? From his experience in brothels, he was not a person who was infatuated. Feng Yuan looked outside. There were many restaurants around Qin Yan brothel. Why did he choose this one? If he had an investigative gu that could increase his vision, it would make sense. But as far as Feng Yuan knew, he did not have such a gu. From this distance, even if Lady In Yu stood by the window, he would only be able to see a blurry face, right? This is... Feng Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a tofu shop across the street. A mother and son were packing up the shop, preparing to close for the day. Feng Yuan recognized this mother and son. They were Li Ran's wife and son. Don't tell me Li Ran's true motive is to look at them? Feng Yuan could not help but think. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the topographic map of this street in his mind. To peep at Lady In Yu, there were many better places than this. But to observe this mother and son, this was the only place with the best scenery. If Li Ran really wanted to observe this mother and son, why did he do it secretly? According to my investigation, he abandoned this mother and son a few years ago. Could it be that he felt guilty? Strange. If he felt guilty and wanted to care for his wife and son, he could have shown himself. Why did he need to hide? No, it could be that he felt ashamed and did not have the face to see his wife and son. But if he really felt guilty, why did he not repent? This is strange. He seems to be living a rotten life, without restraint, but the truth is that his decadence is very regular. This regularity shows that he has great self-control. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with an eerie light, countless thoughts flashing in his mind. He took a mouthful of food and chewed, but could not taste it. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth, like a person groping in a dark room, getting close to the door. All the clues, all the suspicious points, flashed through his mind in a frenzy. Such rapid thinking caused his eating speed to slow down. He slowly put down his chopsticks and slowly picked up the wine cup. The wine in the cup was clear like amber, emitting a rich fragrance. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's black pupils dilated. The wine cup in his hand was raised halfway, and his entire arm was suspended in midair, motionless, like a stone statue. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. So that's how it is. I understand now. He shouted excitedly in his heart, and a flash of light that was as dazzling as lightning flashed in his eyes. The fog of his past and present life disappeared, and all the suspicious points were connected. Feng Yuan found the answer. Chapter 288. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your future for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your reputation for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if the clan needs you to sacrifice your life, are you willing? I am willing. I was not wrong about you, Wu Ran. From your grandfather to your father, to you, you are all loyal servants of Wu clan. Now the clan has a mission for you. This mission requires you to sacrifice your future, your reputation, and even your life. Lord Clan Leader, for the clan, I am willing. Bright light shone in the darkness. Li Ran opened his eyes. Huff! He let out a breath of air, sitting up on the bed muttering, I dreamed again. This dream was not fake. It originated from the deepest part of his memories. Li Ran was his fake name. His real name was Wu Ran. The surname Wu had a huge meaning in Southern Border, because it represented the number 1 overlord of Southern Border, Wu clan. 11 years ago, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji personally met with Wu Ran, giving him a secret mission: enter Shang clan's higher-ups. For this, he concealed his identity, roaming outside for 3 years, before settling down in Shang clan city. He concealed himself for 8 years. 8 years, it has been 8 years. Wu clan's clansmen must have forgotten about me already, right? Wu Ran is dead. There is only Li Ran left in this world. Li Ran sighed in his heart. He had concealed himself for too long. So much so that he almost forgot his real name. Here he wore a mask, living for 8 years pretending to be a wastrel, an ordinary bottom-rung Gu master. Even to his wife who loved him deeply, he did not reveal anything. During this period, he would go out every half a year, contacting Wu Clan once. It was always a one-way contact. He used his concealment skills to the extreme. Until a year ago, the person he met told him the clan was going to use this chess piece of theirs. The excitement he felt back then could not be expressed in words. After 8 years, it is finally used, everything will be different. Li Ran sighed. He willed and took out a mischievous rock from his storage gu. This stone was Fangzheng square, like a brick, and its surface was dotted with starlight. It was a star stone. If Feng Yuan were here, he would definitely notice that this stone was very similar to the stepping stone in the gambling den. Li Ran gently stroked the stone with both hands. His brows furrowed slightly. As a spy, he spent nearly 10 years in hiding. By creating an absolutely transparent past, he would definitely be able to win the trust of the merchants. However, just trust was not enough. He still needed extraordinary talent to dominate the battle stage of Shang Clan City. That was why he was chosen by Shang Clan and promoted, eventually becoming an external clan elder like Wei Yang, holding authority in Shang Clan. The appearance of this talent had to be natural. It couldn't be too sudden. For this, Wu Clan leader, Empress Wu Ji, personally chose a gu worm for him. This was a gu that was filled with the colors of legends. Obtained from an ancient strength path inheritance, in the current world, it could be said to be an extinct precious gu. With this gu, Li Ran would be able to stand out and dominate the battle stage. How to get this gu? In order to not arouse suspicion, Wu Clan had already arranged it. That was rock gambling. Luck was the most inaccurate thing, and it was normal for an ancient gu to be sealed in the stone. Demonic gu master Wei Shenjing. Empress Wu Ji had already secretly taken him in. Forging a low-grade stone was an easy task. He was not afraid of being seen through. Li Ran spent some effort to make others believe that this was a stone from the gambling den, and not his own. He purposely chose a stepping stone in the gambling den. This stepping stone had been there for many years. With people coming and going, no one noticed it. Li Ran first communicated with Wu Clan and asked Wei Shenjing to forge a similar stellar stone. Next, his plan was to switch the stellar stone with the stepping stone when no one was paying attention. He was a gu master and had been scouting for half a year. He naturally knew when he could switch without anyone noticing. When he unravels this stellar stone, everyone in the gambling den would testify for him, proving his good luck. After he obtains this gu, he would turn over a new leaf and act out the story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. He would rise up, find his wife and son, become an external elder of Shang Clan, and complete his mission, bringing his wife and son back to Wu Clan. When he thought of his wife and son, Li Ran's heart surged with guilt. He loved his wife deeply. She was so kind and strong. At the same time, as a father, he wanted to give the best things in the world to his son. Originally, he was only making use of her, but as time passed, love grew, and he was unable to free himself from it. His son's birth made him even more worried. But in the end, because of the mission and his special identity, he had to leave temporarily. You must hate me now. I've done too many things to disappoint you. But no matter, soon I will be used, I will bring you happiness. Li Ran clenched his fists, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow, he would go to the battle stage and have a battle. The day after, he would bring this stellar stone to any gambling den and put on a good show. I had planned to use that stepping stone as a cover, but life is unpredictable. That stepping stone was actually chosen by someone else. That guy is truly an idiot, choosing a stellar stone of such quality. But, the day after tomorrow, I will also be an idiot. Li Ran laughed, storing the stellar stone back into his storage gu. Although his plan had a setback, it was not a big deal. It was just a small accident. He had expected this possibility. He laid down again, and in a while fell into a deep sleep. This time he did not dream. When he woke up the next day, he felt great, full of energy and full of hope. He felt like he was a traveler in a dark valley. After a long journey, he finally saw the light in front of him. He saw the exit of the valley. 8 years of perseverance had finally paid off. Everything was so beautiful. Everything would become even better. With such a belief, he came to the battle stage. This time he had already investigated his opponent. It was a rank 2 peak stage Gu master. He spent most of his time in 5th Inner City's battle stage. He was a familiar face. Even the weakest Gu master, to be able to stay in the battle stage for so long without falling, he had his own strength. Li Ran did not have a trace of contempt in his heart. The Gu in his hands were somewhat rotten, their quality was not high. Furthermore, he had to disguise himself. He could not fight too fiercely, thus, the outcome of this battle was uncertain. As expected, the battle continued, as Li Ran expected. From probing to clashing, both sides were evenly matched, they were in a deadlock. The scene of the battle was very ugly, and the few spectators outside the arena were all hissing. Suddenly, Li Ran's eyes flashed with an obscure light. Chance. He acutely found a flaw in his opponent, and was about to attack. Suddenly he felt pain in his heart, his body stiffened, he was counterattacked by his opponent, and was sent flying. Li Ran suffered a heavy blow, and groaned in pain. His body was pushed back by more than 10 steps, before he managed to stop. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the injuries on his body were completely incomparable to the shock and fear in his heart. My flower bud Gu. My flower bud Gu. Why did I lose contact with it? Inside there are stellar stones. At the same time, in Li Ran's residence, the bedboard was lifted, revealing a secret compartment. Fang Yuan stood beside the secret compartment, holding a flower bud Gu. This Gu was a rank 2 Gu, used to store things. It was shaped like a flower bud, light blue in color, but had a crystalline texture, sparkling and translucent. Although it was Li Ran's Gu, under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, it was instantly refined. Fang Yuan's consciousness swept over it. The flower bud Gu contained many miscellaneous items. There was a bag of rice, oil, salt, vinegar, low-quality tea bricks, 30 to 40 yuan stone, and a few stubborn rocks. This is it. Fang Yuan's mind shook, he activated his primeval essence, and a black light shot out from the flower bud Gu. The black light landed on Fang Yuan's palm, turning into a stellar stone. It was of extremely poor quality, squarish like a brick, and very similar to the stepping stone. The moment the stellar stone appeared, the whole world seemed to have quietened down. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. Thump 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 thump. His heartbeat accelerated, clearly entering his ears. Everything in the surroundings, including this simple and crude hut and the bustling sounds of people outside the hut, faded away, leaving only the person below and the star stone in his hand. He held the heavy stellar stone in his hand, and felt a clear cold sensation from the surface of the stone. Fang Yuan's eyes gradually emitted a heated gaze. At the same time, the corners of his lips gradually curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. This smile widened, as he opened his mouth, letting out a soundless laughter. The legendary Gu is finally in my hands. He shouted excitedly in his heart. Just as I guessed, this Li Ran is a spy sent by another clan. At Qingmao Mountain, I had once used rock gambling to conceal the origin of the liquor worm. He had the same plan. No wonder there was no Gu in that stepping stone. The rumors in my previous life were all a show he put on. Today he is going to the battle stage to fight, regardless of whether he hid his strength or not. According to his previous battle results, his opponent's strength is about the same, thus it is hard to determine the victor. The stellar stone containing the legendary Gu is so important. It is inconvenient to fight with it on him. With his cautious nature, he would not hide it in a storage Gu, because if he lost the battle, one of his Gu worms would be taken by his opponent. Chapter 289. I admit defeat. Li Ran half knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. The opponent stopped his charge and stopped in time, not wanting to force Li Ran into a desperate situation. This was not beneficial to either side. Li Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, standing up shakily. To leave the battle as soon as possible, he purposely took a few hits from the opponent. The hosting Gu master walked onto the battle stage, announcing the result of the battle. Li Ran was already anxious. After retrieving the Vine information Gu, he pretended to signal to the host and walked out of the battle stage. He hastily took care of his injuries and hurriedly rushed back to his residence. Damn it, why did this happen? What happened? Why did I lose contact with the flower bud goo? Li Ran's heart was shrouded in a heavy dark cloud. The flower bud goo was refined by him. The moment it was refined by Feng Yuan, he immediately sensed it. Usually there are only two possibilities in this situation. One is that the flower bud goo was destroyed, the second is that it was refined by someone. Could it be that I've been discovered? No, the situation might not be that bad, it might just be that my house was robbed. Damn it, I have lived in Shangclan City for 8 years, I know all the thieves here. To think that someone would be interested in my lousy place. Li Ran walked quickly. The stellar stone was extremely important. Even with his temperament, he could not help but feel anxious. He regretted it. He should have hidden the flower bud goo in a more secretive place, and not just put it in the secret compartment under his bed. But the truth was this was not his fault. He lived alone. To hide himself, he had no friends, and had not seen his wife or children for several years. The brothels, gambling dens, and restaurants that he frequented were filled with people. It was not a good place to hide things. He could hide it in a pawn shop or a bank, but to openly hide a trash rock, that was too strange. When Shangclan investigates, this would be a huge problem. In Shangclan City, there were all sorts of people. There were many goo masters who were thieves. But to unravel the flower bud goo, he needed a rank 3 goo. But ordinary rank 3 goo masters would not be interested in his lousy place. Li Ran had been in hiding for half a year, and even he had almost forgotten about the past. When he had the hidden flower bud goo, he was very confident, but now his confidence had turned into self-blame. Let's hope this matter can be salvaged. Uneasily, he hurried back to his room. The door was unlatched. He pushed open the door and saw that the place was in a mess. I've really been robbed. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Being robbed wasn't scary. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, there was still room for redemption. That's right. Li Ran consoled herself. Every time I contact the Wu family, it's a one-way line. There was no evidence left in his hands at all. That legendary goo was also wrapped in the stellar rock. If one did not open the rock, who would understand its value? As long as I find the thief, with the connections I've built up over the past 8 years. With this in mind, he gradually steadied his emotions and eliminated the panic in his heart. Should I report it to the police? Borrow the power of the city guards to help me arrest the bandits? No, it was better to use peaceful measures before resorting to force. It would be best if he could safely retrieve the star stone. The city guards aren't reliable either. They won't do their best for a nobody like me. Maybe I should hire a Tai Clan goo master? This is... At this time, his eyes narrowed as he discovered a goo on the bedboard that was flipped open. Heart Sound Goo. This goo was rank 2 greenish-black, about the size of a baby's thumb. It was like a snail. One end was big and the other small, and there were whorls on the surface. Heart Sound Goo is a set of 2 goo masters. It can allow 2 goo masters to communicate using their thoughts within 100 steps. Don't tell me. This was left behind by the thief for me. Li Ran's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he gritted his teeth and stuffed the Heart Sound Goo into his ears like earplugs. Who are you? Li Ran injected his primeval essence and activated the Heart Sound Goo, concentrating his thoughts and asking in his mind. Who am I is not important. The important thing is, this name Li Ran should be a fake name, right? Soon, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in Li Ran's mind. In an instant, Li Ran's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. As if he was struck by lightning, he stood on the spot in a daze. Oh no, he found out my identity. Li Ran was inconsolable. The situation had developed into the worst possible outcome. But he was a spy who had been undercover for 8 years. Even with such a huge change, he still managed to calm his mind, concentrating his thoughts and asking Feng Yuan in his mind. Fake name? What fake name? What do you mean? As he spoke, he carefully tiptoed and walked around the simple room. Next, he leaned against the wall and looked at the street outside the window. Heart Sound Goo's effective range is only 100 steps. This mysterious man must be near me. He quickly thought of a plan. Heart Sound Goo required one to concentrate their mind before they could converse. Ordinary thoughts and thoughts wouldn't be transmitted out. But Feng Yuan had already predicted his mental state. He laughed lightly. You don't need to pretend, Li Ran. I am not your enemy. I am only your partner. To express my sincerity, we can meet. Meet. Li Ran was stunned. Next, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. Walk out of the room now. Turn left. Why should I listen to you? Li Ran shouted in his mind. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Don't test me. I will always know more than you can imagine. How about this? I will count to 5. You can think about it. 1. Feng Yuan counted. Li Ran thought rapidly. Even if the flower bud goo landed in the enemy's hands, he had no evidence to prove that he was a spy of Wu clan. He had been undercover for 8 years. How could he have evidence? 2. Feng Yuan's voice was calm. If he listened to Feng Yuan's threat now, it would be seen by people with ulterior motives. Then it would prove his identity as a spy from another angle. But if he did not listen to him, what about the stellar stones? 5. Feng Yuan's voice continued to resound in his mind. Li Ran panicked. He cursed in his mind. Damn it, do you know how to count? Hee, it seems you have thought it through. Feng Yuan laughed. Li Ran breathed heavily. His hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth and left the room. He walked out of the door, arriving at the busy street before turning left. After 50 steps, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in his mind again. Turn right, go to the 3rd fork, turn left. He can see my movements, he must be beside me. Which one is it? Li Ran's gaze was sharp. Like an eagle, he looked at the people around him. I advise you not to look around. This is not your usual style. TSK, after 8 years of undercover work, don't let it go to waste now, don't you agree? Feng Yuan's voice resounded. Damn it. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Feng Yuan's threat made him lower his head, staring ahead. Under Feng Yuan's guidance, he made many turns before Feng Yuan told him to stop. Turn around. Feng Yuan said. In your vision, you can only see a restaurant. Go to the 3rd floor of this restaurant. I'll wait for you there. Li Ran turned around, and his heart skipped a beat. This restaurant was the rich, auspicious restaurant that he frequented. Could it be? He immediately felt a strong sense of foreboding. The other party had so much information that he felt like he had been stripped naked and was standing in a world of ice and snow. He walked into the restaurant. A familiar waiter saw him and greeted him warmly. Lord Li Ran, you're here. Please come upstairs. Li Ran's expression was solemn as he forced a smile and walked up the stairs cautiously. He was only halfway up the stairs and had yet to reach the 2nd floor. Wait, Feng Yuan said. Li Ran stopped and asked in his mind. What is it? Go downstairs and leave, Feng Yuan ordered. Li Ran harumphed, then turned around and went downstairs. The waiter saw him again and was puzzled, so he hurried forward. What's wrong, Lord? You don't want to eat? Li Ran waved his hand to dismiss him, then walked out of the restaurant. There's a xiaobing vendor across from you. Go buy a few xiaobing, Feng Yuan continued. Li Ran's eyes twitched, but he still listened to Feng Yuan's instructions and bought the xiaobing. All right, return to the restaurant and come up to the 3rd floor, Feng Yuan said. Veins popped up on Li Ran's forehead as he returned to the restaurant with the xiaobing. When the waiter saw him again, he looked at him strangely. Lord Li Ran, if you want to buy xiaobing, just let us know. We'll run errands for you. Get lost, Li Ran cursed, scaring the waiter so much that he shrunk his shoulders and hurriedly shut up. He walked to the 3rd floor and stopped at the top of the stairs. Keep walking. Turn left after 2 or 3 steps, and you'll see me, Feng Yuan transmitted. Li Ran obeyed. Turning around a pillar, he finally saw Feng Yuan sitting at his usual spot. Next, he saw Feng Yuan waving his hand at him, inviting him to take a seat. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Please. Li Ran did not speak. He walked to Feng Yuan and sat down, staring at Feng Yuan without blinking. The truth was, Feng Yuan's young face gave him quite a shock. In their conversation earlier, Feng Yuan had him completely in the palm of his hand. He subconsciously formed his impression of Feng Yuan. A cunning middle-aged man, or perhaps old, wearing a hood and hiding his face in the darkness. But the truth was very different. The voice of the heart sound gu was the same. One could not tell his age, or even his gender. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Li Ran would not have thought that this mysterious person was so young. The fire in Fifth Inner City shone on Feng Yuan's face through the window. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were black like ink, deep and unfathomable. Li Ran engraved Feng Yuan's appearance in his mind. Although this was the first time he had seen Feng Yuan, he believed that he would never forget Feng Yuan's appearance. Chapter 290. On the dining table, the fragrance of food and wine permeated the air. Some of the guests were drinking, some were reciting poems, some were joking around. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Feng Yuan and Li Ran sat facing each other. They looked calm on the surface, but the truth was that they were in a state of mutual hostility. Li Ran's heart was filled with killing intent, while Feng Yuan looked relaxed, but he was on guard against him. "Who are you?" Li Ran used heart sound gu and asked. "I said this is not important. Give me the cake." Feng Yuan used heart sound gu to reply the first half, but spoke the second half directly. Li Ran was stunned. He pushed the paper bag to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan opened the bag and took out the cake. He took a bite and nodded, smiling lightly. "This is the taste. I have troubled you, sorry." Next he used heart sound gu. "Do you know, I followed you a few times. I happened to be hungry outside this restaurant, so I bought a cake. It is very delicious. Why don't you try it?" Li Ran did not have the mood to taste the cake. He snorted in his heart, transmitting, "Are you not afraid I will poison it?" On the surface he smiled. "It is nothing, no trouble at all. Look at our relationship." Feng Yuan laughed, looking at Li Ran with deep meaning, transmitting in his heart. "Do you think I don't know what gu you have?" Li Ran's smile became wider, but his heart sank. "He is trying to warn me. That's right, the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. He followed me but I did not sense it. They should have investigated me thoroughly long ago. If I fight him, I will be in trouble. Thus he is using this cake to warn me." Feng Yuan saw that Li Ran did not speak. His gaze was flickering. He knew he had succeeded, and took out the stellar stone. Li Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to it, but it was immediately forcefully shifted away. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. "No need to pretend. I know the all-out effort gu is sealed in here." "What?" Li Ran felt like he was struck by lightning. His mind shook. Even if his acting skills were profound, his face couldn't help but change at this moment, revealing panic and fear. He had been hoping that the secret of the Starstone would not be exposed. After all, it was created by Wei Shenjing. It was flawless. But to think that the situation was so dangerous, the other party actually knew that the all-out effort gu was sealed inside. "Wait, only a few people know about the all-out effort gu. I also just got it from the contact not long ago. How did he know? Things are getting complicated. I am confident that there are no flaws on my side. It is highly possible that this information was leaked by the main family. If the main family can send a spy like me, then the other family can naturally send someone to the main family as well. The southern border's first-rate clans have infiltrated each other. The various sects have spies. This has long been a matter of mutual understanding. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that they know about the all-out effort gu?" "That's right, I've been so cautious, so how could he possibly catch hold of me and arouse suspicion? It's just that the main family has actually been infiltrated to this extent. It's truly terrifying. But maybe that's not the case. In this world, there are too many peculiar gu." Feng Yuan gave Li Ran plenty of time to think. He was a smart person. The more he thought, the more bewildered he became. Subconsciously, he would think of Feng Yuan as stronger, more mysterious, more terrifying, and his confidence would become weaker and weaker. Feng Yuan caressed the starstone and waited for a while, feeling that it was about time he transmitted. "I want the all-out effort gu." Li Ran was stunned, not understanding Feng Yuan's deep meaning. "But I know if I take away this gu, I will be attacked and retaliated by your family. Thus, I need your cooperation." Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie. To be able to scheme against Shang clan, it was definitely a large clan of the same level. If Feng Yuan forcefully took away the all-out effort gu, he would become enemies with this force. This starstone was like the bait on the hook. Feng Yuan wanted to eat this bait, but at the same time, he had to prevent the hook from hooking his mouth. Li Ran could not help but show a mocking smile. You want me to cooperate with you? What a joke! On what basis? On the basis that I do not want to be enemies with you. On the basis that I have the purple thorn token, but do not want to expose you. On the basis that I am the same as you. I have people I want to protect. Feng Yuan said to Li Ran in his mind, as he looked out of the window. At the same time he said, I heard that shop's tofu tastes good. Li Ran squinted. A fierce light flashing in his eyes, he shouted in his mind. Are you threatening me? Feng Yuan shook his head. His eyes were like drifting clouds, revealing a trace of complex emotions. Li Ran immediately captured the sadness, sorrow, helplessness, and nostalgia in this emotion. Are you still not clear of your situation? Feng Yuan said in his mind. People like us, sandwiched between two forces. Our lives are like walking on a tightrope, suppressing our true emotions in the deepest part of our hearts. We might lose our heads at any moment. Since we chose this path, we have to walk it. For the sake of our family, we have no regrets. However, some people are clearly innocent, so why should they bear the risk and be implicated because of us? Li Ran's heart trembled, and he looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. Are you also a spy? Feng Yuan smiled helplessly, his smile bitter. What do you think? Seeing this smile, Li Ran's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression did not show the slightest hint of unnaturalness. He turned his head to look out the window. Li Ran knew that he was looking at his wife and son. Feng Yuan's gaze was so gentle, so absent-minded, as if he was immersed in some kind of memory. Li Ran did not think that Feng Yuan's emotions were fake, because this young man's age was limited. How could such emotions be faked? Even if he had lived for so long, he would not be able to fake it. This was his true feelings. He could not help but feel a subtle sense of recognition for Feng Yuan. They were all in the same boat. There was no need to know each other. Feng Yuan blinked, retracting his gaze as he said, Li Ran, you have been hiding in Shangclan City for 8 years. If your identity is exposed, your mission will be a complete failure. Your failure may endanger your life. But more importantly, it will be a loss to the clan. You will fail to live up to the clan's expectations. Li Ran clenched his fists. Feng Yuan's words struck a chord in his heart. He was extremely loyal to the clan. It had already reached the level of faith. Otherwise, the clan would not have chosen him to be a spy. Feng Yuan continued. If you fail, your wife will have no husband. Your son is only 5 years old, he will have no father. If your identity is exposed, they will most likely die because of you. You can only succeed step by step, climb to the position of external elder. That is your goal, right? But do you think it will be your final destination? No, you will remain hidden forever. As long as Shang clan does not fall, the clan will need you as a spy. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Feng Yuan's words hit the nail on the head again. How could he not have considered these things before? But as he thought about it, he did not dare to think about it anymore. The future was too long. If he thought too much, the pressure would be too great. He would lose the courage to continue. That is why you need allies, brother Li Ran. Feng Yuan continued. You will not betray the clan. I will not betray the clan either. You have people you want to protect, so do I. We can work together. We need external help to ensure the safety of our friends and family. Only by living can we better contribute to the clan. And Shang clan is our common goal. Of course, this cooperation is limited to personal matters. If the clans behind us start a war, you will be the first enemy I will eliminate. After a short pause, Feng Yuan added. Li Ran snorted coldly. Feng Yuan said it so straightforwardly. It showed the truth of his words. To him, loyalty to the clan was the most important, followed by love for his family, and finally his own life. Feng Yuan's suggestion satisfied all three of his needs. But can this person in front of me be trusted? Cooperation between spies from different forces, it is simply wishful thinking. Perhaps it was because of his youth, his intelligence, and his boldness that he could make such a request? If I was as young as him, I might do the same. The more Li Ran thought about it, the more he felt Feng Yuan's sincerity. The most important thing was that he had no way out. In front of Feng Yuan, he had already been exposed. If Feng Yuan exposed him, his mission would fail, and his 10 years of hard work would be for naught. How could he be willing to accept that? Human nature was complicated. One of them was called luck. Li Ran was like a person who was forced to the edge of a cliff. With enemies approaching, he could only jump. Even if he did not know what was below the cliff, he would still pray, hoping that there was a deep pool below, or that he would be saved by the trees growing in the cracks of the rocks. He fell into a long silence. After a while he used heart sound gu. How can I trust you? Feng Yuan smiled, taking out a poison vow gu. 3 days later, Feng Yuan took out the all-out effort gu in the gambling den, causing an uproar in the gambling area. Did you hear? Someone took out the all-out effort gu in Lan Chao gambling den. It really is the all-out effort gu? That is an extinct ancient gu. It can summon beast phantoms with 100% success rate. You only found out now? Hee, I know much more than you. This lucky bastard is called Guyue Fangzheng. I don't know where he came from, but he actually has a purple thorn token. Actually, the all-out effort gu did not belong to him. A gu master called Li Ran chose it, but he bumped into Guyue Fangzheng while walking. Guyue Fangzheng made things difficult for him, and took 3 rocks as compensation. And that all-out effort gu was among them. Sigh, this Li Ran is really unlucky. The all-out effort gu should have been his. This is fate. Lan Chao gambling den. No, I have to go take a look. Chapter 291. This is the all-out effort gu. In the secret room, Wei Yang looked at the gu in his hand, sighing as his eyes shined with a strange light. All-out effort gu, shaped like a horned beetle. Right now, it was quietly coiled around Wei Yang's palm, occupying his entire palm with a heavy weight. It was oval in shape, with an armored shell, its spine arched. On its head was a majestic and powerful horn, appearing heavy and mighty. It had 3 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful. Its body was dark brown, emitting a shiny metallic luster. One look, and one could tell that this gu was not an ordinary object. That's right, this is the rank 3 all-out effort gu. Use it to activate the beast phantom, and you will be able to move as you wish. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the cushion opposite Wei Yang, replying. Wei Yang sighed deeply, returning the all-out effort gu to Feng Yuan. Time is right, fate is right. Brother Fangzheng, are you really going to choose the strength path? He still wanted to persuade him. Feng Yuan nodded, not speaking, but his resolute gaze said it all. Wei Yang sighed again. If it was before, he would still have some confidence. But now, Feng Yuan obtained this all-out effort gu. He knew that Feng Yuan's decision to walk the strength path could not be changed. Fate is truly mysterious, brother. You obtained the all-out effort gu. It will be of great help to you. All-out effort gu is undoubtedly the core of a set of gu worms. Since you are so insistent, I will not persuade you anymore. But I still have some things to remind you. Just treat it as me nagging. Feng Yuan said seriously. I don't dare, please advise me, brother Wei. Although you obtained the all-out effort gu, times are different now. If this all-out effort gu is the core, you need to ensure its safety. It is a rank 3 gu now. In the future, you need to fuse it to rank 4 or 5. But it is not your vital gu. The fusion is dangerous. If the all-out effort gu is destroyed during the fusion, your entire set of gu worms will face the danger of collapsing. So my first suggestion for you is to change your vital gu. Shang Clan can help you in this aspect. To match gu worms, just one core is far from enough. We need several main fulcrums. In this aspect, you have to choose carefully and think it through maturely. If the choice was wrong, the all-out effort gu's value would not be displayed. Actually, during the olden antiquity era, strength path was prevalent, and there were many gu worms that matched the all-out effort gu. But now most of them have gone extinct. If you want to set up your gu worms, you cannot copy them from the olden antiquity era. You have to figure it out yourself. There is another extremely important matter that you must pay attention to. Although you have the all-out effort gu, you don't have the relevant refinement recipe. Fortunately, most of the ancient recipes had been passed down. Some secret recipe masters should have them. You need to collect them carefully. Or, at this point, Wei Yang hesitated. You can try searching for the Strength Dao inheritance from the ancient era. The Wu clan had been developing such an inheritance a few years ago. If you are able to encounter such an inheritance, your future will surely be bright. I also hope to see the path of strength revitalized and flourish in you. My old brother. With that, Wei Yong took the initiative to leave. Fang Yuan sent him to the door, and watched as Wei Yong turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan stood at the door of the secret room, his gaze solemn. He had already thought of Wei Yang's suggestions, and had a strategy in mind. He already had a copy of the all-out effort Gu's refinement recipe. He had gotten it from Li Ran. Wu Clam provided Li Ran with the all-out effort Gu, and naturally gave him the recipe as well. But this recipe could only fuse the rank 3 all-out effort Gu into rank 4. Beyond rank 4, Fang Yuan had to solve it himself. However, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 initial stage now. For the time being, he did not need to worry about the rank 5 fusion recipe. As for what Gu worm to pair with the all-out effort Gu as the fulcrum, Fang Yuan had his own plans. He had always planned for every step he took, and had a plan in mind. The strength path combination should use the all-out effort Gu as the core, with self-reliance Gu and bitter strength Gu as the fulcrum. Together with all the other Gu, this Gu set would be at small success. But to reach large success, I will need the Three Kings' inheritance. 2 to 3 years in Shangclan City, he would gather a set of Gu worms and reach small success. When the Three Kings' inheritance opens, he would use his rebirth advantage to replenish his Gu worms, and reach large success in this Gu set. This was Fang Yuan's next plan. This plan needs to be completed well, because after the Three Kings' inheritance, there will be a great battle between righteous and demonic on Etion Mountain. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could one reap great benefits from the fire. Time is really tight. As for the first vital Gu, Fang Yuan's vital Gu was the spring-autumn cicada. This could not be changed. But the fusion of the all-out effort Gu would be difficult. Using Gu was risky, and refining it required caution. If Fang Yuan's luck was bad, and he killed the all-out effort Gu during the refinement, his set of Gu worms would lose its most basic support, like a person losing their soul. If that happened, the consequences would be terrible, and it would be like Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation failing on the verge of success. However, in the situation where the all-out effort Gu was not his vital Gu, there was a way to ensure that it would not die during the fusion. Wei Yong did not know because his level was too low. Fang Yuan, however, knew 3 ways. The first was to go to the land of invincibility. This was the inheritance of invincibility, far away in Central Continent, the sacred land that refinement masters yearned for. The second was undefeated 100 battles Gu. Used during Gu refinement, it had a 100% chance of success. The third was also a Gu, called Remaining Green Mountain. As long as there is life, there is hope. Only by keeping a useful body can one hope to reverse the situation. Using this Gu could protect the core Gu. Even if the fusion failed, and the other Gu were destroyed, the all-out effort Gu would still be there. The land of invincibility was too far away, impossible. Undefeated 100 battles Gu was an extremely precious rank 5 Gu in the olden antiquity era, and now, it was extinct. Remaining Green Mountain was in the hands of some famous refinement masters. This was a rank 4 Gu. It was hard to obtain, but there was a trace of hope. In the Three Kings' inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu. If I take it, the all-out effort Gu can advance to rank 4. Next, I will think of other methods. Now, it is time to change the blood. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not have the all-out effort Gu earlier, and although he had hundreds of thousands of Yuan stones, he did not make a move. Now that the all-out effort Gu was in his hands, he finally made his move. He did not need to leave Nanqiu Garden. He went to the study room and took out a large stack of visiting cards. Ever since he gambled, the all-out effort Gu, rumors flew everywhere in Shangclan City. Everyone was like a cat that smelled fish, rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to protect him, and had participated in Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. His identity was special. No one dared to use force against him. They all sent their visiting cards, but Fang Yuan had been living in seclusion these days, not meeting any guests. At this moment, Fang Yuan took out the visiting cards. A portion of them were from recipe masters, hoping to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan, and borrow the all-out effort Gu for research. The Gu worms that originated from ancient times were of great help to them in deducing recipes. Another portion were famous Gu masters. There were all kinds of names, hoping to fight with Fang Yuan, or exchange gu with Feng Yuan, and so on. The largest portion were gu masters representing various shops and clans, wanting to buy the all-out effort gu from Feng Yuan at a high price. Feng Yuan picked out a small portion of them. He called his servants and gave some instructions. Not long after, a group of gu masters ran over eagerly. Feng Yuan met them in the hall. I am not selling the all-out effort gu. I am meeting everyone today because I want to make some other transactions. These words made everyone disappointed. Some were still unwilling to give up, but Feng Yuan's attitude was firm. They could only give up. After an hour and a half, a few business deals were settled, and the crowd dispersed. 2 days later, the gu worms were in place. Feng Yuan's battle strength rose sharply, but he paid a huge price for it. Gu worms were too expensive. After spending hundreds of thousands of primeval stones, the white-browed old man formed by the clouds and mist in the primeval elder gu was already hunching his back, his face full of worry and sorrow, looking very miserable. Another day later, Feng Yuan stepped into the battle stage again. This time it caused a commotion. Outside the battle stage, there was a huge crowd, almost rubbing shoulders with each other. The person he was fighting was none other than Li Ran. He looked at Feng Yuan, his expression distorted, his eyes spewing fire as he shouted, "Guyue Fengzheng, you stole my opportunity, you are despicable. Today, I will take back what is rightfully mine." "Humph, who asked you to bump into me? I asked you for compensation, but you can't pay me yuan stone. You are willing to use that stubborn stone to repay your debt." Feng Yuan laughed coldly, replying. The spectators outside the stage started to discuss. It was extremely noisy. Feng Yuan and Li Ran's conversation confirmed the rumors that had been going around for the past few days. "Ah!" Li Ran grabbed his hair, shouting, "Fengzheng, you evil tyrant, I was forced by you. I only bumped into you by accident, but you grabbed onto me and did not let go. Today I will seek justice." Saying so, Li Ran pounced at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snorted. Waiting for him to get close, he willed. Vertical crash gu. Whoosh. The sound of the wind suddenly rose. He took a step forward, and his whole body suddenly rushed forward a distance of 50 steps. Li Ran only felt his vision blur, before Feng Yuan appeared in front of him. All-out effort gu. Feng Yuan willed again, and with a burst of light, the phantom of a wild boar appeared in the air behind him. The wild boar was dark, it had sharp fangs, the strong wind blew, it looked fierce. "Oh no!" Li Ran shouted, quickly dodging. Feng Yuan passed by him. Although Li Ran was not hit directly, his arm was grazed. With a loud crack, the bones in Li Ran's arm were fractured, and the defensive light around him dissipated. He fell to the side and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Just one attack. Did he use all-out effort gu earlier? That Li Ran is too weak, he is not Fengzheng's match. The spectators gasped, exclaiming. Chapter 292. Feng Yuan rushed out for 50 steps before he stopped his momentum. He turned around, facing Li Ran, and was about to continue attacking. But Li Ran had already raised his hand, shouting, "Wait, I'm not fighting anymore, I admit defeat." Once he said that, the crowd went silent, before clamoring. "What is going on? He is not fighting anymore. We spent yuan stone to come here, to see the all-out effort gu. You coward, are you a man? Stand up and fight again." The crowd was furious. Many people were so angry that they began to pant heavily. They felt that they had wasted their primeval stones, and began to curse and swear. But a portion of them understood Li Ran. There is no way to fight. Li Ran was wise to admit defeat. That attack earlier was enough to show the difference. If this goes on, Li Ran's life will be in danger. This Li Ran is an old fox in the battle stage. With his experience, I am not surprised that he did this. Clang. A clear bell rang, announcing the end of the battle stage. At the side of the battle stage, everyone started to leave, including Feng Yuan. "Fengzheng, don't leave." Li Ran suddenly spoke, stopping him. Feng Yuan frowned, turning around to look at him. "What are you trying to do?" Everyone's footsteps slowed down. "Fengzheng, I am indebted to you, but you injured me. You are repaying kindness with enmity. You have to compensate me." Li Ran shouted. These words were shameless. You were the one who overestimated yourself and wanted to challenge him. but got injured. How could you accuse him of repaying kindness with enmity? Many people heard this and scoffed, feeling even more disdain towards Li Ran. Challenging Fang Yuan forcefully, that was because he was angry, it was normal. Now he was still pestering Fang Yuan, that was unreasonable. Fang Yuan shook his head, turning around to leave. I injured your head too, right? Many people laughed loudly, but Li Ran struggled to stand up, shouting at Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, I know you. You clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. It is said that a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring, and a single spark of hatred will burn the prairie. Shang Xinci gave you some small benefits, but you risked your life to save her and protected her to Shang Clan City. Shang Clan leader wanted to give you rewards, but you rejected all of them, saying that they were even. It was Shang Clan leader who forced the purple thorn token on you. Fang Zheng, you are also indebted to me. Tell me, if I did not choose that stellar stone, would you have obtained the all-out effort goo? No. Hee, I don't care about other people, but I know you. I know you. Although you're a bit overbearing, you'll definitely repay kindness. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sleep well. Am I right? Think about it, you owe me a favor. Can you sleep well in the future? That's because you haven't seen Fang Yuan's true colors. Bai Ningbing sneered in her heart when she heard Li Ran's words. Fang Yuan obtained the all-out effort goo, arousing her curiosity. After all, Fang Yuan had always been her imaginary enemy. But Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Under everyone's gazes, he turned around and faced Li Ran, his expression solemn. Hearing you say that, it sounds like I do owe you a favor. But first of all, you were the one who offended me first. Secondly, I cannot give the all-out effort goo to others. What do you think I should do? Fang Yuan's words caused the people who were leaving to stop in their tracks and look at him. Bai Ningbing gasped in her heart, feeling surprised. All-out effort goo might be a rank 3 goo, but it originated from the olden antiquity era. It is one of a kind now, its true value is hard to estimate. Just give me 100,000 yuan stone, and you won't owe me a favor. Li Ran thought about it and said. Is this Li Ran an idiot? Asking for such an exorbitant price, such an idiot sigh. How can you make such a request? How shameless. Everyone shook their heads, feeling disdain towards Li Ran. Fang Yuan thought about it and shook his head. 100,000 yuan stone cannot repay this favor. I will only be at ease if I give you 200,000 yuan stone. Saying so, he waved his hand and summoned the primeval elder goo, taking out all the yuan stones inside. On the battle stage, a pile of yuan stones appeared. This is 80,000 yuan stone. I only have this much now. When I have more money in the future, I will compensate you. What? Fang Yuan's words shocked everyone. He actually gave it to me? He even raised the price to 200,000. Many people were tongue-tied. Did I see wrongly? Although this Li Ran did not get the all-out effort goo, with so many yuan stones as compensation, it is not bad. Many people blinked, looking at the pile of yuan stones, almost drooling. This Fang Zheng is really... Many people looked at Fang Yuan's back as he left, showing a strange expression, not knowing what to say. Although they did not get to see the power of the all-out effort goo, the interesting conversation between Li Ran and Fang Yuan was very beneficial to them. This battle quickly spread through the mouths of the crowd. From 1 to 10, 10 to 100, the news spread rapidly in Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token was widely known, dispelling the ill intentions of many people. Many people started to envy Li Ran, while many were suspicious of Fang Yuan's promise of 200,000 yuan stone. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's reputation of distinguishing kindness and grudges was spread. Back at Nanqiu Garden, you really intend to give that Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. This was not Fang Yuan's style. Of course. Fang Yuan replied simply. He would not tell Bai Ningbing that this was a secret agreement between him and Li Ran. Li Ran helped Fang Yuan put on a show, and told Fang Yuan the refinement recipe, while Fang Yuan compensated Li Ran with 200,000 yuan stone. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, not believing it. She sneered. Spending 200,000 yuan stone to buy a reputation, is it worth it? Fang Yuan chuckled. Haven't you heard of the story of reputation goo? Bai Ningbing's gaze was hesitant. What are you trying to say? Reputation is a bridge. It can allow people to cross the abyss. Reputation is a token of passage. It is even more valuable than the purple thorn token, allowing people to move freely. 200,000 is not even enough to buy a purple thorn token. I spent 200,000 to buy reputation. This is the cheapest deal in the world. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted. Thinking of his foresight goo, she believed him for the time being. The story of reputation goo originated from Renzu's legends. Verdant Great Sun once drank too much, and when he woke up his head hurt, forgetting everything that happened when he was drunk. He did not know why, but he was trapped on a lone peak. Around the lone peak, there was an abyss that was thousands of feet wide. The abyss was filled with whirlpool-like winds. Lumps of wind were pale green. This was ordinary wind. The wind blew the dust. It was dark yellow mortal dust. Verdant Great Sun's heart sank, because he recognized that this was an ordinary abyss. No living being had ever been able to fly past it. He was trapped on this lone peak, unable to leave. He would starve to death sooner or later. Fortunately, there was a dense forest on the lone peak. Verdant Great Sun was hungry, so he came to this forest to find wild fruits to appease his hunger. But this forest was very strange. The black soil was like a swamp, giving off an aura of death. Every tree did not have any leaves, and their thin branches were like strange claws. But when the wind blew, there was the sound of rustling leaves. Verdant Great Sun could not find food, and fell into despair, knowing that he did not have long to live. A few days passed, his limbs were weak from hunger, and he could only lean on a tree, lying on the ground. He gradually fainted. In his stupor he heard many voices talking. Hey, look, this person finally fainted. Just as I expected, he's done for. Actually, ordinary abyss can be left, we just need to get reputation goo. Reputation goo is at the center of Whisper Forest, suppressed by a rock. Unfortunately, he does not know ha. Shoo, let's talk softly, it would be bad if he hears us. It's fine. He has already fainted. Not long later he will be buried by the black soil, turning into nutrients to nourish our trees. Hearing this, Verdant Great Sun was startled awake. It turned out that this forest was the Whispering Forest. The rustling of leaves he had heard before was the sound of whispers in the forest. According to the information he had heard, Verdant Great Sun walked to the center of the forest, moved the rock, and obtained reputation goo. Reputation goo was like a chrysanthemum. Its petals were golden and dazzling, emitting a smell that was both fragrant and smelly. Reputation goo said to Verdant Great Sun, "Young man, thank you for moving the rock and saving me. To repay you, I have decided to help you cross ordinary abyss." Reputation goo told Verdant Great Sun how to use himself. Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed. He went to ordinary abyss and stuffed reputation goo into his mouth, and shouted with all his strength. What was strange was that no matter how hard he shouted, there was no sound. However, the ordinary abyss was shaken to the point where it continuously shook, the disturbance simply as if mountains were collapsing and earth splitting. The air was filled with a wonderful fragrance. Verdant Great Sun was not suspicious, because he knew from reputation goo. Reputation itself was silent, but it could spread far and wide, causing a huge commotion. Following his shout, a golden bridge appeared in the air. But the golden bridge had a limit. There was still a long distance to the other side. Verdant Great Sun was too hungry, he was too tired, he tried several times, but the effect kept decreasing. There was no hope of saving himself. The reputation goo heaved a sigh. "Sigh, you have not eaten for a long time. Although you have qi in your stomach, the quantity is small. From your stomach, it has to pass through your stomach, chest, throat, and finally exit. The journey is too long. We need to reduce the distance. This way, you can press me between your two butts." Verdant Great Sun did as he was told. Reputation goo landed near his lower body, turning into a chrysanthemum hole. "Alright, you can adjust your qi now and shout again," Reputation goo said. Verdant Great Sun then transferred a gust of qi, and expelled it from his body through this hole. Puff. In a daze, Verdant Great Sun seemed to hear a muffled sound. The air was filled with an unbearable stench. But that golden bridge became majestic, spanning over 1,000 feet, reaching the other side of the shore. A bad reputation was always easier and more stable than a good one. Verdant Great Sun quickly stepped on the bridge, crossing ordinary abyss and successfully saving himself. Chapter 293. 8 days later. Nanqiu Garden. In the small square, the starstone tiles were laid out. The view was clear and the stars were shining brightly. Feng Yuan stood at one end of the square with his hands behind his back, his legs slightly apart and his eyes closed, breathing deeply and slowly. In front of him, there were more than 10 stone pillars. Each stone pillar had a diameter of 6 meters, and they were black and hard. The stone pillars were spaced apart, almost covering the whole square. Huff! Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly opening his eyes. Immediately, it was as if lightning flashed in the air. Charge! He took large strides, and after a few steps he arrived in front of a stone pillar. His footsteps stopped, he twisted his waist and swung his arm, punching horizontally. Bam! With a muffled sound, the stone pillar shook, and a spherical crater was formed, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere. Again, Feng Yuan held his breath, attacking with fists and palms. At the same time, flying kicks, elbows, knees, shoulders, every part of his body was turned into a sharp weapon. Bam, bam, bam. Muffled sounds continued, the stone pillar shook continuously, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Feng Yuan did not stop in one breath. His attacks were like a torrential storm, endless and unending. In a moment, this stone pillar had shrunk to half its original size, like a small tree in a storm. Crack! Feng Yuan fiercely kicked horizontally, and with a crisp sound, the stone pillar that was already in danger finally could not endure anymore, breaking into two and falling to the ground. Feng Yuan slowly retracted his leg, breathing slightly hurried, a thin layer of sweat seeping out of his forehead. He looked at the ground. These two broken stone pillars were already beyond recognition. The surface was full of potholes, the traces of Feng Yuan's punches and kicks. This is because I did not use all-out effort goo. Normal attacks can't bring out the beast phantom. Swoosh! He let out a soft shout, took 2 large strides, and suddenly rushed in front of the nearest stone pillar. His right hand turned into a palm, and heavily slammed towards the stone pillar. Howl! A shadow of a brown bear suddenly appeared in the air behind Feng Yuan. It had a plump body and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp white teeth. At the same time, he raised his right palm and slapped, which was very similar to Feng Yuan's movements. At this moment, Feng Yuan suddenly felt a surge of power in his right palm. Boom! Feng Yuan slammed into the stone pillar, causing a loud sound. The thick stone pillar, which even 2 people would not be able to wrap their arms around, was instantly broken. With a loud boom, it fell to the ground. A shallow pit appeared on the floor. A rebounding force immediately transmitted towards Feng Yuan, shaking Feng Yuan's right palm to the point of numbness. After Feng Yuan bought the brown bear innate strength goo, he had been using it. Now that he had succeeded, he gained the strength of a bear. I had to strike that stone pillar dozens of times before I managed to destroy it. After using the all-out effort goo, he only needed 1 strike to break the stone pillar. Feng Yuan sensed the gap between them. All-out effort goo was not an attack-type goo, but a support-type goo. But once it was used, it had a miraculous effect. The difference between Feng Yuan's strength before and after was like heaven and earth. It was rare to use a support goo as the core. Most goo masters use support goo in their goo set, and were only the main support. For example, Wei Yang. Wei Yang used the movement goo rainbow light goo as the core, the offensive blade light goo as one support, and the support light source goo as the second support. The light source goo could greatly reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light-type goo. All-out effort goo could be used as a support goo, but it could be used as the core. From this aspect, one could see its value. But although the canopy goo's defense is impressive, it lacks rigidity. If it were golden shield goo, the effect would be even better. Feng Yuan thought. During the entire attack, he had been using the canopy goo. Otherwise, his hands and legs would have been destroyed. The effect of force was mutual. Although Feng Yuan's bones were like steel, his skin, flesh, tendons, and blood were all mortal. If not for the canopy goo's protection, His bones would have been fine, but his flesh would have been mangled. However, Golden Shield Gu was not in stock yet. Feng Yuan was out of money. Initially, he had over 900,000 yuan stone, but Bai Ningbing took half of it. Then, for the all-out effort Gu, he spent a lot of money in the gambling den. Furthermore, his food, lodging, and feeding his Gu worms were all very expensive in Shang Clan's third inner city. After that, he changed his resources and invested a large amount of yuan stone. 8 days ago, he had handed over the remaining 80,000 primeval stones to Li Ran in front of everyone on the practice field. Right now, not only was Feng Yuan clean, he was also in debt. Because according to the poison vow, he still needed to give Li Ran 120,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan knew this was a necessary investment. Reputation was secondary. The most important thing was to stabilize Li Ran and show him a sincere cooperation. Even though Feng Yuan had used the going back on his words Gu to get rid of the poison vow Gu a few days ago, Li Ran was an unexpected gain for Feng Yuan. Killing Li Ran would leave behind evidence and arouse Shang Clan's suspicions. It was a bad move. Thus, Feng Yuan did not kill him. To Feng Yuan, Li Ran was a chess piece. Even though he was not useful, he was very useful. In the future, Feng Yuan might even be able to get the rank 5 all-out effort Gu's refinement recipe from Wu Clan through Li Ran. Right now, the most important thing was to stabilize Wu Clan through Li Ran. 3 days ago, Li Ran had used the emergency method to contact the person in charge. He expressed that Feng Yuan could be used. This way, Wu Clan's chances of revenge would be very low. Feng Yuan had the purple thorn token to begin with. If they touched Feng Yuan, they would attract Shang Clan's attention. Feng Yuan also had rank 3 cultivation. With the all-out effort Gu, his battle strength rose sharply. If they really wanted revenge, they would have to send a rank 3 or 4 Gu master. Mobilizing such a clan elder level strength had already broken the tacit agreement between the top clans. This was the benefit of keeping Li Ran alive. Again, Feng Yuan collected his thoughts and shouted. He lowered his body, holding his arm as he willed, pouring 5% of his light silver primeval essence into Vertical Crash Gu. Vertical Crash. The Gu worm's mystical strength made his legs fly forward uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. In a straight line, he moved for more than 10 steps, knocking down 3 stone pillars. When it reached the 4th stone pillar, it kept shaking, but in the end it did not collapse. This was under the situation where Feng Yuan did not use the all-out effort Gu. Vertical Crash Gu was a movement Gu that Feng Yuan bought. Its effect was to forcefully break through. If there were no obstructions, he charged forward for 50 steps before coming to a halt. If there was an obstruction, it would be less than 50 steps. This Gu was more suitable for Feng Yuan than jumping grass. The jumping ability of jumping grass came from the Gu worm itself. And Vertical Crash Gu's strength came from Feng Yuan himself. The stronger Feng Yuan's strength, the better the Vertical Crash Gu's ability to forcefully break through. During the battle with Li Ran, Feng Yuan activated Boar Phantom at the same time. It was a perfect combination, heavily injuring Li Ran at once. Horizontal Charge. Feng Yuan activated another Gu, and his whole body charged horizontally like a tyrannical crab, crashing into the stone pillar. This was Horizontal Charge Gu, similar to Vertical Crash Gu, but it charged horizontally. Feng Yuan sold the jumping grass, and bought Horizontal Charge Gu and Vertical Crash Gu as his movement Gu. No doubt, these 2 Gu could exert strength while moving, and were very suitable for Strength Path Gu masters, making movement itself a method of attack. When I reach rank 4, I can fuse these 2 Gu into Charging Crash Gu and use it. This was a long-term investment. It could save him money. Next, Feng Yuan used these 2 Gu worms alternately, turning into a raging bull, charging around the square. This time, he was multitasking. Not only was he using Horizontal Charge Gu or Vertical Crash Gu, he was also using all-out effort Gu. The stone pillars were sent flying and smashed into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Using Boar Phantom, I can send 5 stone pillars flying and knock down 8. Using Bear Phantom, I can send 7 stone pillars flying and knock down 5. Using Crocodile Phantom, I can send 3 stone pillars flying and knock down 4. Feng Yuan carefully experienced the intricacies of this. Evidently, Boar Strength was suitable for charging. It had a long range. and the effect was good. Brown Bear's strength was strong in the first half, but weak in the second half. As for Crocodile strength, it was not suitable for charging attacks. Currently, all-out effort goo can only activate one goo's strength. I cannot use Boar Phantom and Bear Phantom at the same time. That is to say, my strength of 2 boars is a waste. If I use other beast strengths, I can increase my offensive abilities in other areas. Right now, I have the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear, and 1 crocodile, and have reached the limits of my body. It is time to use Steel Tendon Goo. Feng Yuan had already bought the Steel Tendon Goo. Steel Tendon and Iron Bone complemented each other, complementing each other. But Steel Tendon Goo was different from Iron Bone Goo. The latter was an expendable goo, while the former needed to be used continuously for a period of time before the quantity would reach a qualitative change, forming a steel tendon effect on Feng Yuan's body. After calling the servants to clean up the plaza, Feng Yuan returned to his secret room. He did not want to waste a single second, and started to use Steel Tendon Goo to modify his body. 3 days later, 5th Inner City Battle Stage. A blue-clothed man stood in front of Feng Yuan, gasping for breath with lingering fear. I only fought with this kid for 5 to 6 rounds, and I suffered heavy injuries. All-out effort goo is really something. Every move can create Beast Phantom. It is too terrifying. This blue-clothed man stared at Feng Yuan, trying to raise his spirits. I cannot lose. As long as I defeat him, according to the battle stage's rules, I can obtain the all-out effort goo. With this goo, I can also cultivate the strength path. The blue-clothed man thought of this and shouted, pouncing towards Feng Yuan again. Water prison goo. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue water ball. The water ball quickly expanded and enveloped Feng Yuan's whole body. Feng Yuan snorted and waved his fist in the water, casually punching. Boar Phantom. The water ball shook 3 times, deforming intensely, but did not break. It's useless to deal with me. I borrowed money from loan sharks to buy this rank 3 water prison goo. The blue-clothed man laughed proudly. Feng Yuan's gaze was sharp, and without any panic, he sent out another palm. Bear Phantom. The water ball shook fiercely, deforming intensely, almost breaking, but eventually returned to its original shape. Beast strength is fierce, water is soft. Using softness to overcome hardness, you cannot break it. The blue-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief. But at this time, Feng Yuan raised his leg and kicked sideways Crocodile Phantom. Crocodiles were different from boars and brown bears. They were amphibious creatures, and were familiar with water. Crack. The water ball suddenly broke, and the effect was immediate. What? The blue-clothed man turned pale with fright. Vertical crash goo. Bam. The blue-clothed man was sent flying by Feng Yuan, spurting out large amounts of blood, and only landed on the ground after flying for 20 steps. He struggled to get up, but fell down again halfway, motionless. Chapter 294. Even Wang Han lost, dying in the battle stage. This lad is too ruthless, he doesn't know how to show mercy. All-out effort goo is truly powerful. Outside the battle stage, everyone discussed. Feng Yuan kicked out the water prison and charged over, directly killing the blue shirt man. The battle ended abruptly. The blue shirt man's chest caved in, his white ribs were exposed, and soon blood dyed the battle stage red. The hosting goo master walked up the stage and announced Feng Yuan's victory. The blue shirt man's corpse, however, was left untouched. After retrieving the Vine information goo from the hosting goo master, Feng Yuan checked with his mind. He had 17 victories and 0 losses. After all, this was only 5th Inner City's battle stage. Rank 2 goo masters were the majority, and Feng Yuan had the advantage with his cultivation. With the all-out effort goo, other than the first few matches, the rest were decided in a few rounds. These victories gave Feng Yuan a large amount of Yuan stone. Winning a match in the battle stage, not only could he take away the opponent's goo worm, he could also obtain Yuan stone from the battle stage as a reward. The more spectators, the more Yuan stone the reward would be. Li Ran, here is 50,000 Yuan stone. I will give it to you in front of everyone, in case you go back on your word. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan took out a pile of Yuan stones. Li Ran walked out of the crowd, and under countless envious gazes, He smiled and kept these yuan stones. Fangzheng, you are a trustworthy person indeed. You gave 80,000 earlier, now it is 50,000, it is 130,000 already. He cupped his fists and left after saying that. The crowd went into an uproar again. This Fangzheng, he gave 80,000 earlier, now he is giving 50,000. Where did he get so much money? Someone did not understand. It is not strange. In this half a month, he has won repeatedly in the battle stage. And the fame of the all-out effort Gu has attracted many spectators. Every match, he earns at least a few thousand yuan stone. After a few matches, he earns tens of thousands of yuan stone. Someone said with a sour tone. Not just that. This kid was vicious and merciless, killing his opponents in almost every match. Very few could escape unscathed. That's why he can get 2 or 3 gu in every round. Once he sells these gu, he can earn another sum of money. Someone coldly snorted, exposing Fang Yuan's atrocities. This Fangzheng has gone too far. He is stepping on our corpses to advance. Someone was furious. Someone sighed. We are all demonic gu masters, why must we kill each other? Sigh. Someone else lamented. But then again, Fangzheng has his merits. When he said that he would give Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone, he really did so. To be honest, if it were me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Very quickly someone retorted. 200,000 yuan stone, didn't you not give them all? You can say that again after you've given me everything. Looking at Fang Yuan's back as he left, someone in the crowd sneered. This kid's good days are coming to an end. 5 days from now, Li Hao will forcefully challenge him. Li Hao, didn't he go up to the 4th inner field? Just a little bit more. Humph, I'm waiting to see this show. Hee, this kid is too arrogant. Let Li Hao teach him a lesson. Swish, swish, swish in the aperture, the tides rose and fell. The light silver primeval sea created waves. The steel tendon gu swam in the sea, absorbing the light silver primeval essence and emitting a black eerie glow. The steel tendon gu was shaped like an earthworm. Its whole body was black, but its surface was not as soft as an earthworm. Instead it had a layer of tough and glossy carapace. The eerie glow it emitted passed through the aperture and shone on every corner of Fang Yuan's body. Under the effect of the eerie glow, Fang Yuan's muscles and tendons were dyed with a layer of faint black, becoming tougher and stronger. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally stopped using the steel tendon gu. He was sweating profusely, his breathing was rough and his head was slightly dizzy. The feeling of using the steel tendon gu was not pleasant. All sorts of numbness, pain and itchiness attacked his nerves, testing a gu master's endurance. Ordinary gu masters would need at least half a year to use the steel tendon gu. But in Fang Yuan's plan he condensed the time to 1 month. This meant that he would need to use the steel tendon gu 6 times more than ordinary people. It was a severe test of his willpower and endurance. I must cherish every minute and every second of my time, and carry on with my cultivation. I need to increase my strength as fast as possible. I need yuan stone. The battle stage is the fastest way to earn money. But as long as I lose, the all-out effort gu will be taken away. I might be able to use the purple thorn token to stop it, but I will have to pay a huge price in other aspects. I cannot lose. I am like a galloping war horse. My strength is rising rapidly. But as long as I lose, I will suffer a huge setback. My rising momentum will be met with a head-on blow. Shang Clan City is just another starting point. How can I fall here? In this life, I want to become a gu immortal. I want to charge to rank 7, rank 8, rank 9. I want to reach the peak and see the scenery I could not see in my previous life. It is rumored that above rank 9 is the highest realm of eternal life. It is easy to live long, but no one can achieve eternal life. A life, the highest realm is eternal life. Their greatest desire is eternal life. What wealth, it is just a hobby of collecting. What men and women, it is just primitive. What reputation, it is just bullshit from others. It is filled with the smell of corruption. Wealth, beauty, reputation, status. Those who pursue these are simply short-sighted. On earth, there is no choice. Everyone will die. They can only pursue these things, otherwise life would be boring. But in this world, primeval energy is abundant. There is the possibility of eternal life. Why not pursue it? For eternal life, wealth, beauty, reputation, status, they can all be used. They can also be abandoned. For eternal life, fear cannot stop me. I will move forward bravely. For eternal life, laziness cannot stop me. I will not slack off for even a moment. For eternal life, pain cannot stop me. Gods and demons cannot stop me. Heaven and earth cannot stop me. As he thought of this, Feng Yuan's pitch-black eyes seemed to be burning with dark red demonic flames. After resting time, he activated the steel tendon gu again without hesitation. The black eerie light shone on every part of his body, even penetrating his skin. In the silent secret room, his expression was extremely cold, like a steel statue, showing a stubborn and unyielding toughness. All sorts of aches and pains, they were just ripples in the lake of his heart. Others could not endure it, but that did not mean Feng Yuan could not. If stubbornness was a demon, then Feng Yuan was a demon among demons. No matter how many times he died, it would not change his determination. No matter how many setbacks he suffered, they could only be used as firewood to fuel the demonic flames of ambition in his heart. Bam! A huge explosion reverberated in the battle stage. Rocks flew, airwaves swept. Although the opponent escaped a fatal blow, he was still pushed back more than 10 steps by the air waves. As the dust settled, the culprit behind this attack was revealed. It was a giant toad. It was even bigger than a mammoth. Its bulging eyes were like millstones. Its whole body was ash green. It had a huge belly, strong and powerful limbs. Its skin was covered in green moss, and there were even rocks embedded on it. The most eye-catching part was its back. Its back bulged up as if it was carrying a small mountain on its back. This mountain peak was genuine. It was made of solid mountain rocks, about 15 meters tall. The rocks were stacked on top of each other, as if they were chopped by knives and axes. The mountain rocks were also covered in moss, grass, and even 2 to 3 small trees. This was a rank 3 gu called mountain back toad. It was thick and sturdy, and its most proficient move was to jump up high and then smash down with the force of MT Tai. Just now, it had displayed its best move. The whole battle stage was like an earthquake, causing the surrounding spectators to lose their footing, swaying left and right. Such an attack is too strong. The momentum was grand. Even the spectators felt their hearts palpitating. Mountain back toad is like a fortress, able to attack and defend at the same time. Its biggest weakness is its speed. But its owner perfectly filled in this weakness. Everyone discussed among themselves. Their gazes first focused on the mountain back toad, and then shifted to another gu master at the same time. This gu master wore a flowery robe. He was thin and had a delicate appearance. Although he was a man, he wore foundation and rouge, standing on the other side of the battle stage, picking at his long and clean fingernails. His name was Li Hao, rank 3 cultivation. He had rich battle experience, especially against strength path gu cultivators. You want to fight me with just you? He admit defeat. Don't waste my time. Li Hao stared at his fingernails, not even looking at his opponent. Damn you, looking down on me like this. I'll fight you to the death. The opponent was also someone who worked in the battle stage, but was humiliated like this in front of everyone. His expression twisted in anger. He gritted his teeth and pounced towards Li Hao. Li Hao looked at him quietly as he charged towards him. His lips curled into a cold smile. You still haven't learned your lesson. Haven't you learned your lesson? Then, I'll let you have a taste of this special feeling. Position swap gu. Li Hao's eyes shone with a strange light, looking at his mountain back toad. After a breath of time, he disappeared and appeared at the mountain back toad's position. At the same time, the mountain back toad appeared at his original position. Using position swap gu, he swapped places with the mountain back toad. His opponent was charging towards Li Hao, but in an instant, the mountain back toad appeared in front of him. Bam! The mountain back toad jumped like a flying mountain, easily sending the opponent flying. The battle ended within everyone's expectations. Mountain back toad and position swap gu. Such a battle tactic is simply unbeatable. That's right. Position swap gu can not only swap places with the mountain back toad, it can also swap with the opponent. This completely makes up for the mountain back toad's lack of mobility. After this battle, Li Hao will have 29 net victories, one more battle, and he will be promoted to 4th inner city. Hurry up and go up. No one can stop him here. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.